Welcome to the North America International Championships. Trainers from across the globe are coming together, catching up, trading their favorite cards, leveling up Pokémon, and diving into exhilarating side events. Amidst this festive atmosphere, the true highlight remains the intense and exhilarating battles. The finest competitors from across the globe are attending, each aspiring to etch their name in history as a Pokémon International Champion. The stage is set and excitement fills the air as history unfolds before our eyes. Get ready to see the amazing skills and strong will our trainers wield in the upcoming Pokémon battles. Last year in Columbus, we saw a familiar face in Pokemon Go.
I was just like really hyped up because it was like a super close game, and I didn't think I was gonna win. So when I did, I just kind of popped off.
One time, taking this fifth game, and is your North America International Champion.
For VG, Berna came out on top.
Flare Blitz into the Dragon Ball, takes it down. Alex is the VGC 2023 North America International Champion.
I feel amazing. It means the world to me to be back.
Last season, TTV was all the rage.
Let's see if they can make this happen. Ender hops off. Ender tries to score. The points are going. 64 points going for TTV.
This could be it.
TTV wins it.
It took everything within us to make it happen, and we're just so glad we're here.
And finally, Cyrus Davis made history with their Game 3 top deck.
Could we see a winner right here? Cyrus has the artillery, rapid strike search for the Tower Waters, attaches the water energy, and
winning this event means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game.
As we head into NAIC, the competition is vast. It's going to take courage, strength, and strategy for any contender to triumph over their rivals.
Oh, we're gonna see the first wicked ball, but no! It was the Scyther! And the catch onto Swamper. What is it? Another Super Rod. This is gonna be massive. Dragonite outrages. Into the bottom base!
Welcome to day 2 of the 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship. I'm Anna Prosser, your host, and as always, I am absolutely thrilled to be here this morning. Day 1 was filled with upsets, standout victories, and we are so eager to see the competition start today. In Pokemon Go, Pokemon Unite, the Pokemon trading card game, and the Pokemon video game, our trainers are giving it their all, and there's some top players we want to recognize right now. In Pokemon Go, House Stark 93, Out of Pocket, and Magic Mason are the day 1 standouts, but they'll be looking to keep their top spot and not fall into the losers bracket. Yesterday, we crowned our North America Regional Champions, Orange Juicers, in Pokemon Unite, who will be joining us in Honolulu in a few short months. Today, we have one more slot to fill in Pokemon Unite in the final stretch. Will it be Team YT, Ignorance, or someone else? Stay tuned to find out. Henry Chow, Ryan Antonucci, and Kaito Arai are at the top of the TCG standings, but will they make it to the top 8, the top 4, to finals? Stay tuned to find out. And lastly, in Pokemon VG, Aurelian Sula, Eric Rios, and Wolf Glick have some serious competitive energy between them. Who will make it to tomorrow? It's anyone's guess. Each match today is worth that much more than yesterday. So give it your all when you're cheering for these players. And even if you don't know who you want to cheer for next, just showing your support will be a great help to all of them. As a reminder, we have Worlds 2024 coming up in Honolulu, Hawaii later this year. And some of these trainers are still working to secure their invite. We want to give a huge thanks to all the staff, judges, and production crew. You are the behind-the-scenes heroes that make events like this a success. Yeah. Now as we start the day, let's find out who will make it to the top 8, to the top of their bracket, and who will be crowned champions this weekend, securing that invite to Worlds. So trainers, are you ready? They look ready. Casters, it's your show now.
Thank you very much, Anna. Welcome to the 2024 Pokemon TCG North America International Championships, where we are here in New Orleans, the most haunted city in America. We've got ghost types like Fluttermane, Mimikyu, and Drifloon joining Gardevoir at the top of our standings. I'm Ross Gilbert, and I'm joined by my hopefully not a ghost co-caster, Joe Bernard.
Yeah, I'm doing great, Ross. I'm hyped. It's hard not to with that intro. Fantastic scenes already. We've chopped down to our top 10%, essentially. There's 290 players competing in Day 2, chopping away from the almost 3,000 competitors that we had in our Day 1 competition. So everyone in today's tournament are going to be top players having great deck lists behind them. They've already made great metagame calls, and it seems like Gardevoir is coming out on top right now.
Yeah, top 4 seeds are all Gardevoir. The only 9-0 Gardevoir. All 3 of the 8-0-1s are Gardevoir. We're not cutting to a top 8 after 9 rounds yesterday. That would be weird. But if we did cut to a top 8 right now, there would be 5 Gardevoir, and every match in top 8 would feature a Gardevoir. 1 would be a mirror match. Right now, the big story of this tournament, Gardevoir is the deck to beat, and it's really not even that close. It's jumped into the most repped deck in Day 2, as well as being at the top of the standings.
And it seems just to have been a perfect metagame call. We saw it was one of the more popular archetypes in Day 1, but it seems to have been feasting. The Lugia and the Raging Bolt, they've been fine. There's still going to be certainly a number of them in the tournament, but Gardevoir seems to be rising right to the top, as you say, Ross.
Yeah, we're talking about how we got through yesterday, but we need to have a look at how we got through this season, the roadmap of this season. We are, of course, getting to the end of, and we see our international championships there. We had Sao Paulo in Latin America back in November. I missed that one. I'm very sad, but I was there in London in April. We're in New Orleans right now in North America, and of course, Honolulu in August. I cannot be the only one that's excited for that, but of course, this tournament right now, last chance to get your invite.
It absolutely is. This is the Honolulu or bust tournament for some players out there. A number of players will already be patting themselves on the back for making Day 2 or even just getting a chunk of championship points for their placement in that Day 1. So I'm sure a number of people have that relief that they are now going to the World Championships, but there's still maybe some players out there that need an even better finish.
Yeah, and I do need to give a shout out to our lovely co-caster from back in Europe, Alex Dow, who did make Day 2 with Charizard, but more importantly, cemented his invite to the World Championships in Honolulu.
He left it late.
He left it late, right at the last minute, but he made it. And you know what, Alex? We're proud of you, buddy.
Yeah, and congrats to Ethan as well, who also made Day 2. Another co-caster of ours, also doing well. Had come over and played in Japan the week before in this format, and it seemed to have paid off because he's doing well again today.
Yeah, always nice to see our fellow co-casters representing on the big stage. But if we're going to be watching the tournament today, we need to know about the format and how the tournament's going to be working, and that's where this comes in.
This 2024 International Championships event will be showcasing thrilling Pokemon TCG matches all weekend from New Orleans, Louisiana. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $500,000 in cash prizes, booster packs, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 3-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Day 2. Day 2, Swiss rounds will continue to determine the top 8 trainers in the tournament. The competition then shifts to a single elimination top cut bracket, where those remaining trainers battle until we only have our 2 finalists remaining, where they will compete on Championship Sunday to secure the NAIC trophy and a place in the history books. Who has taken home the title of North America International Champion? Will Cyrus Davis be able to defend their crown? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live.
Yeah, always nice to hear how the format's going to go, how we're going to be playing in this tournament. Of course, the players that are still left already fought through that Day 1. They got their 19 match points, and now it is a harsh cut from 290 players down to top 8. But let's have a look at the prizes that are available here. If you win this, you get $25,000. That used to be the prize for Worlds, Joe.
Not too shabby for an international championships. These are huge and very, very difficult tournaments to win, of course. but 25k in the back pocket, not too bad at all. It goes all the way down to top 64. You can get yourself a cool $2,000 for that placement, and that's going to help fund all sorts of fun in Hawaii.
Yeah, but of course, we've got 290 players in day 2 here, so no one's in that top 64 yet. There is still work to be done. But let's have a look at some of these players who have been performing well yesterday. Let's have a look at our top seeds and a bit of an updated standings. And like we have warned you, it is a Gardevoir fest here.
Yeah.
Henry Chow, Kato Arai, Ryan Antonucci, Noah, all 4 of those players on Gardevoir. They are really showing us that that was the call. But any other names stand out there, Joe?
Well, Alessandro Cremascoli doing it once again with the Pidgeot control, always one to keep an eye out for. There's also a number of Chen Pao players, which I think is also a bit of a subplot that we've got following on here. You can see Nicholas Moffat there in that 11th seed. I know Dylan Gunn also in that 15th seed, playing that Chen Pao archetype, and that seems to be doing just fine right now. A ton of great talent at the top tables.
Yeah, that's Chen Pao's a little bit surprising to me. Not a deck I had on my radar as a serious contender, but I might be wrong. You know what, though? We can talk about standings, we can talk about the prizes, but what we really need to talk about right now is the game. So let's get down to the table where our round 1, or day 2 round 1, round 10 I suppose overall, players are getting ready. And yes, the headsets are on, so we can tell you it's going to be a Gardevoir mirror match. This is table 1, but if we'd have taken table 2, it also would have been a Gardevoir mirror match.
Yeah, it feels like we kind of have to show Gardevoir off at this point. But what is interesting, that the deck lists are quite different, and that shows the sort of versatility of Gardevoir EX in this format. Henry is going for a double Monkey Dory approach and has TM Devolution and is playing Hyper Aroma as their A-spec choice, whereas Noah is playing, I would imagine, the more traditional build, where we see more emphasis on Drifloon, Bravery Charm, and Unfair Stamp.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I've caught the end of Henry's round 9 game yesterday. He was playing against Alessandro Cremascoli, fighting to be the undefeated player. And with this slightly unusual list, did win against Alessandro, who's playing that Pidgeot control, 1-2-0 with time left on the clock, which is not something you usually see with Gardevoir into these control matchups. They have a decent control matchup, but winning 2-0 with decent amount of time left on the clock, not generally what we expect. So I'm really excited to see Henry's deck in action, because this is not what we're expecting. And is this the first Hyper Aroma we've seen on stream?
I think so.
Did the Frostlass yesterday play?
Oh, that's also true. Xander may have played it as well.
Yeah, that wasn't the game we counted. I feel like that probably played Hyper Aroma.
What I think is awesome to see as well is these players have both had great seasons already with Gardevoir. Noah has got a top 16 in Vancouver with Gardevoir in a previous format, of course, before Twilight Masquerade was released, and Henry as well, very comfortable with top 32 and 64 placements at the regional level. It's always a great thing to see these players know their deck inside and out and have just adapted a few cards to the new format as we see some prizes, Ross.
Yeah, the 2 routes prize and 1 Monkey Dory for Henry is on my radar. Play 2 Monkey Dory, but sometimes using 2 in a turn can be big, and obviously prizing 2 of your 4 routes, not ideal. I think Noah's got the better prizes there, but has prized a Hisuian Heavy Ball, but there's no basic Pokemon there, so who even cares?
Perfect place for it, the Hisuian Heavy Ball right there. But I do think those 2 rolls will be huge. Even with Hisuian Heavy Ball in Henry's deck list as well, it's really going to be about hunting down the opponent's use of Curlier. If you can hurt their draw engine, you can make the most out of your Iono, and for Noah, of course, the Unfair Stamp as well as an option. Because typically, Gardevoir can undo a lot of work here. You can continue to draw through the deck. You have lots of counterplay with your bench damaging attacks as well as your counter catchers, and Monkey Dory can do some sneaky plays in there as well. And I think we're getting into this first game here, Ross, of day 2. Round number 10, our 2 top seeds, Henry Chow at 9-0, Noah at 8-0-1, still undefeated in the tournament as well. Noah's going to kick off this game number 1, has led the Radiant Greninja, but it's currently being shut down by Henry's Fluttermane. Fortunately, though, Noah does have access to this Buddy Buddy Poffin.
Yeah, you're going to get a couple of basics out with Buddy Buddy Poffin. Lets you grab 2 Pokemon, basic, that's 70 HP or less, and go and pop them onto your bench. Great in these decks with these smaller evolving Pokemon, and then having a quick little look at the deck, trying to figure out what's prized, what's available. And yeah, that Fluttermane, we see it in Henry's list. I don't believe we do see it in Noah's list.
No.
So that could be something a little bit sneaky to start off with. It's not huge in this matchup, but right now it's actually costing Noah 2 extra cards on turn 1.
It could actually be quite handy just because the way Henry's built the list, where you're using 2 Monkey Dory and TM Devolution. We could even be using these 2 damage counters that we can place with Hex Hurl onto a number of Ralts and Curlier and Gardevoir just to set up a big devolution play. So I actually think it's going to be pretty handy, not just because we've led it here and might be blocking concealed cards. But Noah has the perfect start anyway. Double Buddy Buddy Poffin.
Oh, nice.
Incredible start.
Yeah, that's what you're looking for. Get all those basics out. We do see a Manaphy hit the bench here, trying to make sure that bench damage isn't coming down. Of course, Scream Tail can be a very big deal. It hits the bench. It's a way to take out those Curlier without having to muck around gusting, without moving damage counters and Monkey Dory. And you said it right in the open here, Joe. That is one of the things you're going for in a Gardevoir mirror. Hunt the Curlier. And if you're able to stop the Scream Tail, that makes your opponent's job that much more difficult.
Nice top deck for Henry as well. The Arven will unlock this hand somewhat, as Henry will be able to do his first deck search and is likely also going to follow up with a Buddy Buddy Poffin from this.
Yeah, Buddy Buddy Poffin turn 1 is just too gosh darn good at the moment. It's not Battle VIP Pass like we had in the previous year, but it's still a phenomenal card. If you're playing a bunch of Pokemon with 70 HP or less, like your Routes, like your Manaphy, etc., it's just such a phenomenal turn 1 card. And as a little bonus, lets you search through your deck, but we did see a bit of foreshadowing there from Henry and what he was having a look at.
Ooh, looks like we'll be ending on that Technical Machine evolution here. Henry has the Psych Energy in hand, so he can immediately evolve up these Curlier into, double Ralts into double Curlier. This is pretty much the ideal start.
And bearing in mind, with 2 Routes prized, you need to get your Curlier going as fast as possible. So having them as Curlier, not just Routes, huge deal here. Now needs to start taking prizes to get the other Routes out of the prizes, or this could end up going downhill. You do not want to be in a position where you're out of Curlier. Noah doesn't know the others are prized yet.
Right.
But I think the next time there's Pokemon Search, it's going to be given away.
Noah going to also use the Arven here. They too could be looking to TM Evolution this turn. I think there's 1 Curlier in the hand. It's unlikely that you can get Gardevoir out. I don't even think there's any rare candy in his deck list. So I think it will just be evolving up into a Curlier and having a response TM Evolution here. It shows that both these archetypes are so setup based and reliant on that refinement.
Yeah, you don't need big turn 1 KOs here. You need your Curlier out. You need to start drawing a bunch of cards and then working towards some of these attackers. And there are a lot of options in this deck with your Scream Tail, with your Drifloon, which Noah plays we don't actually see from Henry, but with your Monkey Dory, with your Fluttermane that only Henry plays and Noah doesn't. There's a lot of different ways we can go here. But first things first, let's get set up. Let's get all the Curlier out. Let's draw a whole bunch of cards and go from there. As we see an Earthen Vessel, just getting a couple of Psychic Energy, of course, getting them in the discard early, important for Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, pretty handy. And Noah actually plays 3 copies of Super Odd, so not too painful to discard 1 early with Earthen Vessel. It's quite an untraditional count, as we're going to be able to start using Refinement to pitch these Psychic Energy. So important to reuse these energy via your Gardevoir EX later down the line. But it looks like Noah's going to be content just holding on to the Unfair Stamp A-Spec for next turn, whilst he is going to evolve his board and start getting lots of draw going on his own end.
Yeah, having 3 Curlier to end the turn is always a nice handy bonus. We are now back over to Henry. 2 Curlier sitting there ready to go. Because they were evolved at the end of his last turn, they can evolve into a Gardevoir EX this turn, which there is 1 in hand. You want to use Refinement first, but then you can evolve it up if that is where you want to go. So here goes the first Refinement.
Yeah, the only issue right now for Henry is lack of Psychic Energy. We want to use our Refinement on Psychic in the best case scenario, so we can simply swing them on the board as soon as we evolve up into Gardevoir EX. So I imagine we'll just pitch, maybe, getting rid of the Iono. That's surprising. The only supporter going to get discarded. Oh no, it's being Iono played first here, so we're not going to refine at all. We're going to try and draw back into a Gardevoir EX if we want to launch any pressure here.
Yeah, and that's what's... Oh, there's still no Psychic Energy in hand.
That is rough. You can still refine anything away, but like we say, you want to get rid of Psychic as much as possible, really. And there's no real easy way to Gardevoir EX either. You've ended up with a worse hand. Yeah. Oh, there's the Earthen Vessel, though. That might unlock some options for Henry at last.
Does drop a Fluttermane into the discard. There's 2 in the deck. They are now both either out or discarded. It's not ideally what you want to do. I was actually already eyeing up the Darkness Energy for Monkey Dory. Always, and I know you're a big Monkey Dory fan, Joe.
I am a huge Monkey Dory fan. Henry playing 3 copies of Darkness Energy in the list. That just shows how much we want to use this Monkey Dory throughout the game.
There's actually more Darkness Energy in the list than Monkey Dory.
Yeah, got to make sure you have access to those. And they can always be pitched with Greninja as well if need be.
Yes.
So we do still have 4 draws here with the concealed cards plus 1 more Refinement to go. And we've finally drawn back into that Ultra Ball. We reset the deck with that search of Earthen Vessel, and we have gone back into the Ultra Ball, so we can establish a Gardevoir EX and begin some pressure here.
And we've got an Artisan, and I think I know what might be being searched for the Artisan, Joe.
Finally time, the Monkey Dory. This is the big upgrade that Gardevoir EX gains, as well as different A-spec options that both players are choosing to adapt with. But getting that early Monkey Dory, pressurizing with Adrenabrain, just gives so much to the deck. But because that's the only attachment, Henry had to either Hex Hurl with a Gardevoir EX evolution and then manually attach the Darkness Energy, or you just bank the Monkey Dory for later and pass, and that's what Henry has opted for here.
Yeah, it was so awkward with a Psychic Energy in the hand. Before, you could have just used Refinement, evolved into the Gardevoir that was in your hand, and then you're really rolling. Having to then use that supporter and not getting into the Gardevoir EX again just makes everything so much more awkward from a sequencing point of view. But you have got your Curly, you have got your Monkey Dory with the Darkness Energy attached. You are still turning off concealed cards. It's not a terrible start for Henry, but it's not what you wanted. And now Noah's going through the multiple refinements.
Oh, yeah. This is where you want to be. We're drawing a lot of cards this turn. I think Noah is going to look to weave in this Screamtail by the looks of things. Henry without Manaphy on the board right now. And when your opponent's only got 2 Curlier, it seems like such a great choice to start using Roaring Scream and removing those threats. With the retreat of the Radiant Greninja, we can now finally use concealed cards as well. But this is where both players are taking a quick look at discard piles. This is going to be a resourcey war for both of our players here, keeping in mind how many energy can be thrown around the board for other options, keeping in mind the Monkey Dory damage offsets that can be done at times. Lots of things to keep track of here. And Noah, of course, has to be aware that they've got a huge hand size right now, but going up in prizes then unlocks a lot of defensive cards for Henry.
Yeah, does Noah know Henry doesn't play Unfair Stamp? Oh, actually, here we go. Gardevoir evolves up, 2 energy on the Screamtail. That means you get it 40 damage to the bench. There is no, 80 damage to the bench. There is no Manaphy in play, so that will take out one of the 2 Curlier. Bearing in mind, routes is prized. Both the other routes are prized. This could be a big turning point in the game. This first KO with a Screamtail, putting Henry down to 1 Curlier with no way of getting a routes without a Super Rod or a prize being taken, or I suppose Hisuian Heavy Ball, which right now in hand.
Yeah, I think Henry might end up having to use an Arven this turn just to guarantee that Hisuian, unless we're able to draw into it via the early refinement here. No, we aren't. So you may have to just not use Iono here, which would be a huge shame because you know Noah's hand size is ridiculous right now. But having to guarantee that Hisuian does seem just so valuable. As soon as you evolve up, you know that that Gardevoir EX could be knocked out with a combination of Monkey Dory on Noah's side of the field, plus a Drifloon coming out. And even with the board full right now, with Professor Churro, that's possible for Noah to work towards. And with a hand size like his, you know it could happen. So Henry is going to go for the Arven here, and I think it has to be Hisuian Heavy Ball, Ross.
Yes, got to be Hisuian Heavy Ball for a route. You need to get another one established because right now that Screamtail's running through you, and you are going to have to probably evolve up into Gardevoir EX if you want to start attacking this turn. But the problem is, if you evolve up into Gardevoir EX, you then have guaranteed no refinement next turn without a routes hitting the bench. So the draw power is hurting Henry right now.
This is a minor thing, but I'd really prefer to take the Luxurious Cape over the TM Devolution. I don't want to show my opponent the TM. Yeah, I prefer this from Henry. Even if you have no intention of using Luxurious Cape for a long time, don't show Noah that TM Devolution until the turn you're using it. You still want to get that deck thinning, but we are going to use that Hisuian and grab a Ralts, and then we're going to Arton as well. So Henry will likely have their own Screamtail to attack with here if they want to. They could also just attack with the Fluttermane in the active spots. Obviously, there is a Manaphy on Noah's side of the field, so the Screamtail would just have to knock out the active as well. Henry having a quick note take for the 6 prizes. Always an efficient way to do things when you have the Heavy Ball to help you out.
Yeah, nice to know exactly what's in your prizes with no question whatsoever. There is a Manaphy in Henry's deck. We haven't seen it come out yet. But one of the things I think you just alluded to there, Joe, Henry's deck is very different. Yeah. So information very, very important. Does Noah know that Henry doesn't play the Unfair Stamp? They were probably close to each other on the top tables for parts of yesterday. But if you know you're not getting Unfair Stamped, you know the worst case scenario is an INO to 5, you can play a little more aggressively, knowing that the worst case scenario is a 5-card hand. We do see the Manaphy coming down here, so that is at least going to stop that Screamtail doing what it did last turn. Oh, how nice would that have been a turn ago?
Would have been very handy. Looks like Henry will Hex Hurl this turn, though. I think there's only 1 Psychic Energy in the discard pile right now.
Need him. Oh, counter catcher onto the only Curlier.
Oh, wow.
Bringing the Monkey Dory active and actually hitting for 60 plus confusion.
No, we're doing the Adrenabrain as well, so we're working with such low energy that Henry's having to attack with Monkey Dory here in combination with the Adrenabrain.
We did hit for 60 plus confusion, but also used Adrenadrain to put it up to 80.
The mind bend.
It's one of the things that makes Gardevoir so great with Monkey Dory. You are damaging your own Pokemon when you accelerate energy with Gardevoir, and then Monkey Dory moves damage from your own Pokemon to your opponent. So you're accelerating energy with Gardevoir while putting damage counters on your opponent's Pokemon. I mean, if you accelerate 3 times with Gardevoir, and you got 2 Monkey Dory down, you can put all that damage onto your opponent. It doesn't seem terribly fair.
The downside becomes an upside with Monkey Dory. That just really has boosted this Gardevoir EX archetype, and that's why we're seeing it on our top 2 tables right now and littering the top of the tournament in the NAIC here. Noah's going to re-establish another Ralts, as is going to be a constant factor for both players here, maintaining as much draw power as possible, as they're both going to continually take basically a prize a turn and try and throw hand disruption in while they can. And I think Noah is already considering an INO here.
Yeah, quite possibly. Looking there, I mean, Unfair Stamp would be amazing, but there's an argument to save it for a little later in the game. Having said that, the only thing really for draw on Henry's side of the board is that Radiant Greninja, and that's only drawing an extra 2 cards. So I don't know if you've got access to Unfair Stamp, but this could be a fun turn for it, knowing your opponent just doesn't have much. There's no Curlier on the board.
Noah taking a think, going to pay retreat. Are we attacking with Gardevoir EX here?
I think we are, Joe.
It's interesting because you are damaging yourself, so you can get in range of certain Pokemon. Especially, well, I feel like you still want to go through this Monkey Dory. You don't want to give your opponent the free Adrenabrains. No. They are so dangerous.
You don't have any Monkey Dory of your own?
No, not on board right now. That's why I liked the Screamtail, honestly. I want Henry to knock it out for me. But this, yeah, go on.
I was going to say, it's all well and good having damage on your own side of the board, but if you don't actually have the Monkey Dory down, then it's just a downside.
Yeah, Noah choosing not to play a supporter at all that turn, had the option of Boss's Orders or INO, and went for none. We go over to Henry now, who is able to evolve up into another Curlier, which is a relief.
Yeah, that's huge.
There's also a board space open for the Monkey Dory, which was taken from prize cards, so it could be re-established here from Henry. We're starting to see some damage around the board as well. Definitely worth considering that there's a 60 damaged Gardevoir EX. Not sure that from this board it can get KO'd, just based on the way Henry's built his list. He's not playing Drifloon, which is pretty normal, I would say, in Gardevoir. Drifloon and Bravery Charm is just the combo that Noah chooses to play, not Henry. So typically, Henry's going to try and look to get around this Gardevoir EX and maybe just set up more damage or take a turn taking out Noah's other Curlier that's on the bench right now.
That would be huge if you can take out that other Curlier, because I mean, a lot of Gardevoir comes down to how much you're drawing. That's the whole point the deck is good. Because you've got Curlier and Greninja, there are times you can draw an extra 8, 10 cards a turn compared to what your opponent's drawing. That's huge. So that's why in this matchup, go after the draw where you can. It's not always possible. That Manaphy, honestly, is kind of annoying right now because Screamtail is such a good way to take them out. Probably the reason why both players got the Manaphy down early.
Are we still lacking energy cards right now for Henry? Can we launch a Hex Hurl here? There's still only 2 Psychic in the discard pile. So we might be having to, well, yeah, we are retreating, going into the Screamtail, and we're going to have to spend a counter catcher just so that we can Roaring Scream here. Henry is just lacking many energy here. Still making the most of it, but it would have been awesome to be able to Hex Hurl. Then you could have banked an extra 2 counters on that Gardevoir EX and set up the TM Devolution. But Henry just has really lacked the Psych Energy so far in this game.
I still think this is a pretty good play. You're taking out the only Curlier, and sure, there's a route stand ready to evolve next turn, but you have to get that evolution in. You're evening up the prizes, you're making the most of your counter catcher while you can, and you're also making sure that your opponent is going to have a rougher time drawing cards next turn. Does look like we're eyeing up a Super Rod here, no surprise. Monkey Dory, Darkness Energy, routes, very easy decision. Sometimes a bit of agonizing over what to take with a Super Rod, not this time.
Henry going to level up those prizes with the Roaring Scream. Back over to Noah, promoting their own Screamtail at this stage. Could just be to unlock that Psych Energy that's currently attached to it as well, of course, if you want to try and get tricky with a different attacking option. Noah still holding on to that boss's orders from a couple turns ago. Once again, it might be the best play to just continue taking out Curlier. We keep mentioning that that is the best option to have, but it really is such an important thing to have in the list.
The way I see it, Joe, we can keep mentioning taking out the Curlier as long as the players keep going out of their way to take out the Curlier.
And they sure are.
Yeah,
they sure are doing it, Ross. Seems like the best thing to go for.
And Screamtail's such an efficient attacker, taking out the Curlier. 2 energy off of a Gardevoir, and you're right there in range. You're using very few resources to go and get that KO. So as long as you can gust around, why not? So you can seal cards, does hit unfair stamp.
Yeah, and Super Rod also seems really valuable. You just want to keep churning these rolls and Curlier because they are continually getting targeted by both players here. You have Artisan to instantly access one of these rolls. And that's why we're seeing 2 come back into the mix. Yeah, and there is the Artisan immediately grabbing the Rolts. We're keeping that board space open right now. Will at some point have to spend time to use Monkey Dory to maybe push this Gardevoir EX into range later, but for now, we're going for the Curlier KO plus the unfair stamp. This is Noah's choice of A-Spec, and it's coming in huge right now.
This is what I wanted to see. I don't like unfair stamp while my opponent's got Curlier. I want unfair stamp to come down on a turn when my opponent is in trouble. They're going to have Greninja, because I'm not going after the Greninja right now. But I want to make sure my opponent has 0 Curlier on the field. I play unfair stamp, put him down to a 2-card hand, and really make it super awkward for my opponent to be getting back into the game after this. And there's not even any Rolts down, so it's not that there's going to be a Curlier next turn. It is literally just 2 cards, draw for turn, hopefully a concealed card, and that is going to be it.
Yeah, Henry did draw into Psych Energy, so there is at least a little bit of draw. But this is fantastic for Noah, who can continue to grow his hand size with another refinement from their Curlier. We can retreat and go into debating whether retreating is best here. Yeah, Gardevoir EX coming back into the action. And we can just KO the Curlier easily here.
Yeah, it just does a nice 190. It's not enough for a big EXs, but it's more than enough to try and get that Curlier down. So we do see Noah going up by 1 more prize, but it's not the prizes that make me like Noah's side here. It is the fact that you've got a Curlier and a Routes, and your opponent's got a 2-card hand and no Curlier. Here comes an Artisan. Is there a Routes left in the deck? No. It's just a Monkey Dory, and that's the whole bench now. The bench is locked. There's no more space to put a Routes down. So there's not going to be any Curlier refinement for a couple of turns here.
There could be some shenanigans afoot, though, Ross. We've drawn into the TM Devolution.
Oh, I like this.
We could possibly set up this Gardevoir EX, and in doing so, you're also picking up Noah's Curlier, and Noah doesn't play Rare Candy. So you could remove the option of Gardevoir EX for an entire turn from Henry here. If you Adrenabrain the active, you are buying a turn off of Psychic Embrace for the opponent. This could be huge. Moving damage from the Flutter Mane here makes a lot of sense.
I like this. You want damage on Screamtail, but you do not want damage on Flutter Mane. Now we see the retreat into Gardevoir EX. We're getting some damage on there as we're accelerating energy. We got TM Devolution, and this is going to be enough. There's 80 damage on the Gardevoir. Devolve it down, that KOs the Curlier. And yeah, fine, the Gardevoir's in hand, but that's not too bad because the other Curlier also goes to hand.
Yeah,
and with no Rare Candy, like you said, you can evolve them back up to Curlier, but there's no energy on the board and there's no Gardevoir EX. It is the different cards in the deck that we are seeing. The Unfair Stamp from Noah, the TM Devolution from Henry. Those are the cards that the players are using to gain an advantage right now.
Yeah, Henry levels up the prize race, but now knows that Noah can't do anything this turn. The most amount of damage he could deal is 30 from a Monkey Dory's ability. And all Noah can really do is establish double Curlier. That's the best case scenario. Henry did such great work from that low hand size from the Unfair Stamp. There could have been more explosive turns to use the TM Devolution, but he still found a really cute spot to make it work.
Yeah, and one of the things I'm looking at here, the whole point of A-Spec is you get your big spike turn, right? Noah got the big turn with the A-Spec.
Yeah.
Henry didn't. Henry wants to go 3 routes, turn 2, boom, Hyper Aroma, free Curlier.
Yeah.
You didn't get that. Henry's not getting the big A-Spec turn this game. Noah's already had it, so you need to find your advantages elsewhere. TM Devolution is working. Here comes the first refinement, looking for that second Curlier. Do we have it?
Do see Ultra Ball in the hand, so Noah should have some options to find that second Curlier. We also can bench an extra Rolts at this stage.
Still no Monkey Dory.
I suppose you could also attach to Screamtail manually this turn if you really wanted to. It feels like if you just preloaded one energy onto the Scream Tail that you chose to retreat last turn, you could have still kept up with tempo here. But Noah currently doesn't have the option, is spying an Arven in the hand right now.
You can slap for 30 with Scream Tail if you really want to. You can slap Gardevoir right across the face, get 30 damage, but that's it. That's all you're getting.
You just give damage to Henry, though, with Monkey Dory.
That's just a
that slap's coming back at you.
Yeah, you're slapping yourself at that point.
Yeah. Noah is going to find some discardables for this second Curlier. Wants to certainly continue this chain. We've mentioned it throughout this matchup. Of course, it's a mirror, so they both have similar strategies in which we're trying to remove the main draw engine from the opponents.
Yeah, we do see 2 Curlier down now. The third routes, of course, came down this turn. Can't be evolved yet, but is available there for next turn. There's a bit of a discussion going on at the table, trying to make sure. Oh, I think it might be damage was a bit incorrect on the Scream Tail, but that has been fixed now, and we can just carry on with the game.
I'm sure you do. And what else can Noah achieve, really? Can draw a couple more cards. I think you turn attach somewhere. Scream Tail's the only Pokemon where it makes sense, because if Henry does continue to take out these bench Pokemon instead, the engine Pokemon means Noah doesn't have to put a 2-prize into play next turn. And that would be crucial for Noah to get back in a favorable spot for the prizes.
Yeah, I'm not sure how easily are we going to be able to take out the bench Pokemon, though? I mean, do we have a boss left for Henry? There's only one in the deck.
Yeah, that's true.
So I'm not sure how likely it's going to be. We do see the slap from Scream Tail, so we'll see if that just gets thrown right back here. We see a... so that was a concealed card. There will be no refinement here. 2 Buddy Buddy Poffin in hands. Those cards are doing nothing. So we do have Monkey Dory. That is available. We have Gardevoir that can attack. We got Scream Tail that can attack. We could even attack with Flutter Mane, or it's not going to.
You'd have to Adrenabrain onto the active to finish off the Scream Tail, which could be awkward unless you want to not take the prizes now and keep yourself open to like counter catch plus deal with this Pokemon all in one turn. That's one of the most flexible things about the Monkey Dory. You're choosing when to take those prize cards.
Yes.
Are you just going to attack with the Gardevoir EX here, perhaps? It feels like you want to get your multi-prizes out of the line of fire. As we see Henry's A-Spec, going to be a little bit less explosive here.
Just a little bit.
It's such a great option, especially when you're forced to go first in this deck. That's where I think the Hyper Roamer is so powerful. Turn 1, you try and find your Buddy Buddy Poffin. Turn 2, you have your Arven, which can then evolve into multiple Curlier. It's a fantastic option to have, because then you get to proactively draw with all those Curlier, rather than ending on a TM evolution. You're not able to use those refinements, because that's going to end your turn. So Henry hedging for going first and second with this A-Spec, and just making sure he draws cards in every game.
Yeah, I love it. Well, no matter how it goes, I think it works very nicely indeed. We do have energy. Are we seeing an attack here? There's only 2 on the Gardevoir for now. We would need a third.
We definitely want to retreat. It's whether Henry wants to Hex Hurl and spend Adrenabrain on the active, I think, is the debate here. And that is what's going to come into the active spot here, the Flutter Mane.
One important point, without a Monkey Dory at the moment, and with no well, I suppose there's going to be damage from Gardevoir, isn't there? But with no Monkey Dory down right now, this doesn't give a guaranteed Monkey Dory KO onto the Flutter Mane. It gives an easy Monkey Dory KO, but only if you actually get the Monkey Dory and the Darkness Energy, and then you would need Gardevoir to start accelerating some energy to start attacking.
Henry is taking the damage off Gardevoir EX rather than the active Flutter Mane. It's going to be threatening the Manaphy. You can also Hex Hurl and put 2 more damage counters on that Manaphy as well.
I really like not taking a prize here, because if you keep your opponent bench locked, like right now, Monkey Dory would super easily KO that Flutter Mane for a cheeky mid-turn KO.
Yeah.
Keep your opponent bench locked. They don't have that option, and then you know you can figure everything else out next turn.
And it also keeps your counter catchers live as well, like you said, Ross, with just 1 boss's orders available. Having those additional outs seems pretty important. It should be 130, yeah. Yeah, 130, 10 away, thanks to the Bravery Charm.
Love that.
And, well, it means Scream Tail's doing a huge chunk of damage, but there is a Manaphy right now. But if we could maybe bring the Gardevoir EX into the active, could we get funky with Roaring Scream?
I mean, potentially, yeah, but we've only got 1 boss in the deck, and it's already been used.
Yeah, and this is why Henry wanted to not take a prize card. The Monkey Dory has made its way to the hand. Could we use Professor Churro to clean up this board a little bit and find space for it?
And as well as the Monkey Dory, not taking a prize means Noah's does not have access to Counter Catcher.
Yes.
And there are some of those in the list. So not taking a prize last turn, absolutely huge. Taking a prize could have meant KO on the Fluttermane, Counter Catcher on the Gardevoir, KO with Screamtail. Let's go to game 2.
Yes.
That's not where you want to be. Not taking a prize might have just won Henry the game.
Well, looking in a much safer position now. And again, it's testament to the flexibility of the Gardevoir list he's constructed with the Devolution, with Hex Hurl. Even those 2 damage counters are proving very relevant here. And of course, the not just 1 copy, but 2 copies of the Monkey Dory coming in clutch right now.
Gotta love that Monkey Dory.
Noah's cycled through many cards at this stage with refinement, but what's that powerful? I still don't know what constructs a good turn here, to be honest.
One of the things I think is important is Noah's gone for a more standard Gardevoir list. Henry's gone for the weirder list. When Henry's making this weirder list, one of his things he's thinking of is, I've got to beat the mirror. And you see the kind of things he's doing with Monkey Dory, with TM Devolution. It seems like Henry is better prepared for the mirror than Noah is with this weirder version of the list. That early game speed for Hyper Roma we didn't see, but that could also end up being big. Noah's had the better draw this game. There's been many more refinements on Noah's side than there has been for Henry, but Henry's been able to get these tricks working in a way that Noah's currently just not been able to.
I think a big miss for Noah here was the Professor Churro as well.
Yes.
That would have been such a big swing here, because it feels like Henry's getting in a really powerful position to end the game next turn. And Noah, yeah, doesn't really have a great play here. You can take out the Fluttermane, maybe with Gardevoir EX, maybe just attacking with a Curly or something like that at this stage. You could even use Teleportation Burst if you really wanted to, but you just have so much damage scattered around multiple Pokemon now that Henry can start to pick off.
I do feel like that is where Henry might be going with this, unfortunately. It is, yeah, Henry really seems to have set this up very nicely. The Manaphy is a Monkey Dory away from being KO'd. The Screamtail is a Monkey Dory away from being KO'd. And there's only 3 prizes remaining. Is there any chance we get double Monkey Dory next turn from Henry?
Ooh, nice Bravery Charm from Noah there. That's a good call.
Yep.
Counter Catcher's not live,
no, don't do that.
So the turn's not quite as good. Henry knows straight away because he was actively avoiding this play.
Yeah, the speed at which Henry was like, nope, shows that that is exactly. Henry was like, no, the whole point of last turn.
Yeah, this is why I've done this.
Oh, good catch there. It's always more fun when we can catch them before it happens, so we don't have any awkward situations to resolve.
It will still be a low hand size now for Henry. Noah really doing this just to disrupt his opponent's hand rather than gain any more cards at this stage.
Yeah, we got Boss, Turo, and the Cape. That's what we've got in Henry's hand. So not amazing, although you would be able to Turo the Monkey Dory, replay it, and use it a second time. I'm just saying, you could use that Monkey Dory twice with Turo.
Well, Boss, Luxurious Cape might be the way to win with Screamtail next turn. We could Monkey Dory finish off the Screamtail that Noah has in the active position right now, and he could take all 3 prizes if we had enough Psychic Energy for Henry's own Screamtail here.
Absolutely, taking out the Gardevoir. Of course, double Monkey Dory is much less fun with the Bravery Charm on the Manaphy. I just want to see a double Monkey, all right, Joe?
We all want to see it, Ross. Trust me, we want to see Adrena Brains in action.
Yeah, but I do also see the Bravery Charm. That was a really good play by Noah, turning off that play. And I think you're right, that could actually be a stunning pair of cards drawn by Henry off the Ino here. So we do just see a slap. Slap to the Fluttermane right off the board. And now we see Screamtail coming active. And if there's enough energy, all we need...
Psychic Energy's big here. We can conceal cards another one away. That might be enough, you know. Henry has lacked some energy for a while, but 3 have just hit the discard pile. Henry's starting to do that 2 times table with Roaring Scream. Can you reach on Gardevoir EX at this stage?
You need 16. You need 16 damage counters, which means 8 energy, if I'm reading that correctly.
A second Monkey Dory might help. You have 2 counters on your Gardevoir EX as well that could be helpful, pushing you a little closer. If we draw into Darkness Energy as well, they then become live from this big concealed cards here. The other option this turn, you can't really make a play where you churro up your Gardevoir EX. It becomes dangerous. You don't really have enough threats to close out the game. We didn't get much help from those 2 cards. The way Henry's playing, it feels like we don't have enough Psychic Energy in the discard pile to make the Boss's Orders, Luxurious Cape, Roaring Scream, KO, Gardevoir EX play. You could see 1 more card by taking the prize with Monkey Dory now.
That does then open up your opponent's bench, but then that's not actually, that's less relevant this turn because the Monkey Dory isn't really. I think it's 8, isn't it? 8 energy.
Yeah. And there's only 4 damage counters on the Screamtail right now, and I think we can only put our way up to 12 damage onto the Screamtail currently. That's not enough.
But we do have the cape, do we not?
We have the cape, so the hit points is fine. It's just you don't have enough psych energy to embrace.
No.
That's our big issue here. Henry's just missed psych energy so often this game. It's been such a slow development, partly because of those prized rolts, of course. But now Henry might have to make a bit of a wonkier play. We might be using Mind Bend again with a Monkey Dory perhaps here. Ooh, wow, damaging our Gardevoir EX. Does that mean we're going to use Adrenabrain then? Okay, so we're going to damage the Manaphy and set up double Monkey Dory next turn.
And we got boss in.
It's just the slap for the KO. So the Gardevoir EX is in play. That opens the door for Noah to take the last 2 prizes on Henry's Gardevoir EX now.
Countercatcher is not live though, and he's used his only boss's orders, and I don't believe there's a PAL pad. Yeah. And there's a Manaphy on the bench, so I don't know that he can go after the Gardevoir, unless I'm missing some in here.
Henry doesn't know that, but it does feel like he is pretty safe. Just based on how Noah's list is built. PAL pad is fairly routine in Gardevoir, not always in the deck list, of course. And Noah isn't choosing to play it.
No PAL pad, boss has been used, Countercatcher isn't live. Obviously you're playing Unfair Stamp over a Prime Catcher. And next turn, Henry's in good position. He's got boss in hand ready to go. He's got double Monkey Dory potential here to KO the Manaphy even through the Bravery Charm. So it should be doable next turn. You don't even need to KO the Gardevoir.
No, but I think Noah will Churro this Manaphy.
Yes.
Or at least try and Monkey Dory heal some of that damage, make it more difficult. If you don't Churro, you could still Iono, I suppose, as well. Going to see a Hisuian Heavy Ball for Noah, just thinning it from the hand. Energy and Vessel, the last couple prizes for Noah. They're just going to get a quick shuffle. There is Darkness Energy in hand, so we can Adrenabrain from Noah's side of the field here.
Okay, that was a big one. Having that Darkness Energy, being able to activate that ability makes a very big difference. It's not even necessarily the damage going over, but healing up that Manaphy. He's got, what, 120 at the moment, so yeah, healing it off 1 to put it down to 50, so double Monkey would only put it up to 110, and it would be safe from a double Adrenabrain.
Quick refinement from Noah. Not sure what they're digging for at this stage. It's just the debate. It is going to be the Professor Churro. That feels like the safest choice. You still can Adrenabrain anything you power up. Maybe we're attacking with Mind Bend here, just to finish off the Screamtail as Noah goes down to 1 prize.
And I like this. Going down to 1 prize means that you are pretty safe next turn. It doesn't matter what you know, anything will go down. You can KO what you like. Next turn feels like Noah's basically saying, look, I'm not going to win this turn. I don't have the Gusting on your Gardevoir EX. Fine. I will be winning next turn. Also important to note, we're down to 16 minutes remaining. This first game has been long, so that means the winner of this first game could be the winner of the series, and it's coming down to it.
Here comes the KO on Screamtail then. Let's see, can Henry close out this turn with some Monkey Dory shenanigans? Or can we reach on this Gardevoir EX with the luxurious cape plus Boss's Orders combo that we just missed out on last turn? There's no more draw in this hand. Henry did not draw energy. That would have been the absolute best case scenario. Henry has a lot of cards, but they're not all that helpful right now, Ross.
No, you really need to be drawing some... You don't have a Screamtail right now. Screamtail's the only thing that's going to reach the KO Gardevoir EX, and you don't have a Screamtail. We are playing a Hisuian Heavy Ball, but that's not really going to do very much good, is it?
No, Henry's just asking if he can shuffle or not. He's just going to leave it. Shuffle. Oh, can find the rolls. Okay.
That route's not going to be long enough to evolve, Joe. Noah's winning next turn.
Well, you'd hope so. Let's see if Henry can find a random position that makes it possible to not, because I don't think Henry can win this turn based on the hand.
I'm not seeing a way forward. It's awkward. What you really want to do is get a Screamtail, attach the cape, boss the Guardy, attach a whole bunch of energy with your own EX, get the big KO, and then you win the first game and you're good. Noah's got 1 prize remaining for next turn. You've got Gardevoir EX, which is out with a whole bunch of energy on. I suppose you have to leave the... Oh.
What have you seen?
Well, I'm just thinking the Gardevoir EX has got a high amount of hit points. Noah's bench locked and can't get a Screamtail. So maybe Henry can just tank a turn with Gardevoir.
And then you're just hoping on one top deck. I guess if you bench Ralts, you have a few additional top decks to get you back towards ending the game, Ross.
I mean, I'm not saying it's a great plan, Joe, but I'm saying it'll buy him one extra
It
turn.
could do, and I think Henry's looking for the discard pile for exactly these lines of play now.
But then surely you need your own Scream Tail, and if you bench Routes, you lock yourself. So is there an argument for playing Professor Turo to pick up one of your cards?
Yeah, you could Churro this turn, pick up a Monkey Dory perhaps, just to bench Ralts.
And then next turn, you've still got your supporter available for boss.
What's available in the deck?
Cresselia?
There is the Artisan option. Cresselia's there. That can't get high enough damage, of course.
Nope, miles away.
There's another Ralts, I believe, still in the deck.
See, the thing is, Cresselia could take a prize this turn with Moonglow Reverse, but then, no, it's down to one prize.
Then you lose.
It would get KO'd back.
Yeah.
I was leading up to, but you definitely can't do that. It's not I think you have to end your turn with Gardevoir EX in the active.
And you think we're just passing and not taking a prize? It's vulnerable to another Iono, but your hand just isn't there, and you're hoping that your top decks are literally just energy here.
The problem is,
we're going to Adrenabrain pass. Is that the best play for Henry?
If you take a prize, then you open up Scream Tail.
Yes.
And you've got to leave your Gardevoir in the active. So if you leave anything else in the active, it gets KO'd by your opponent's Gardevoir. So you've got to end the turn with Gardevoir active, and if you take a prize, you open up the possibility of Scream Tail, which can just KO Gardevoir with enough damage on.
I think that means we'll just Churro a bench Pokemon for Henry to fix this bench. Yeah, pick up Manaphy, put down Ralts because it gives you additional draws here to close the game on a following turn, but you'd still need to top deck. Is Henry going to announce pass or attack here with Miracle Force?
I think you've got to pass here.
Let's think about using Luxurious Cape on a Monkey Dory here. Wow. That stops a Scream Tail Wombo combo later down the line. Yeah, gonna give some additional hit points to Monkey Dory, and it is the pass, Ross.
You can't pick up the Manaphy and then pass, because Scream Tail would have an absolute field day at that. So, and then KO.
Yes.
Scream Tail would have an absolute field day. So here comes the Darkness Energy on the Monkey Dory. We're going to be able to move some damage over.
Yeah, this is getting really all about the monkey maths at this point, Ross. Undoing the Adrenabrain that Henry did last turn, and it's just going to be a mind bend here, I think, from Noah.
I like this because it also puts confusion on, makes Gardevoir a pretty bad attacker. Yeah, let's turn that Gardevoir upside down. We don't see confusion very much on these streams.
Top deck with Psychic, Ross. Can we push there? There's the Darkness Energy now. Is that going to help us get there? We can use double Monkey Dory. We can Rod and recycle with Artisan. Can Hex Hurl get us over the line here? Yeah, we might be able to Hex Hurl for win here with double Adrenabrain on a Manaphy. You could then Hex Hurl that last 2 damage counters to take a 2-prize turn here, knocking out the Monkey Dory and the Manaphy. There it is.
Boss's orders onto the Curlier works
as
well. And you can actually take out both Curlier here if you want to, just for the fun of it. But double Monkey Dory takes out the Manaphy along with the Hex Hurl.
Amazing.
And Henry wins a thrilling game 1. I like Gardevoir Mirrors, Joe.
That was so intricate, so interesting. Henry had to take a couple of really strange lines just based on what was in the discard pile for Noah and how the board had shaped up. Both players did a great job of maintaining as many Curlier as possible. It just so happened that Henry had more trouble because of the prized Ralts, but still made it work.
I love that play. And there were little things like, things we were calling out. Using Professor Turo to pick up the Manaphy so that you had a bench space and Boss's orders both available for the following turn. Not attacking so that your opponent cannot get a Scream Tail down, which would potentially have ended the game. Having the Gardevoir there. So if we see a little bit of a replay, we did see early in the game, I'm just going to take out all of your Curlier, and it was just, I'm going to counter-catcher to take out your Curlier, because you screamed out my Curlier.
Yeah, Henry really was lacking those Psych Energy. That was the tale of his sort of trouble throughout that game 1. He was doing a lot of great plays, but just lacking those discard options for the Psych Energy because Noah was so diligent at taking out Curlier. As you can see, both players had a very similar approach. Noah had the critical unfair stamp plus KO, the only Curlier in play combo, but Henry was able to bounce back with this incredible Technical Machine Devolution.
That was a fun play.
That was huge. It took just 1 prize card, but it also denied Noah the use of Psych Embrace for an entire turn. It was a slap response from Noah later down the line. And this is where Henry decided to not take prizes to stop Noah from using counter catchers and keeping Iono in mind, as he was able to create a really interesting late game scenario with the double Monkey Dory plus Hex Hurl combination to take the final 2 prize cards at the end.
Yeah, and this is that very final play. We use Hex Hurl with the double Monkey Dory, KOing the Manaphy and the Curlier, and then we go to game 2, and there is really not much time remaining. Both players, towards the end, we are actually straight into game 2. Both players thought they could have won game 1, only Henry did, and we are short of time here with a Mimikyu start and a Hisuian Heavy Ball played straight away from Henry.
Yep, it looks like Henry was forced into first, which indicates Noah does prefer to have the option of TM Evolution on that first turn, and if we want to win quickly here, we've got to start evolving up our Pokemon quickly. And was it a found Rolts from the prize cards? Looks like it from the Hisuian.
Yeah. Hisuian Heavy Ball went and got that Rolt straight down onto the bench.
Yep, and we're going to shuffle up those prizes now. And we'll see what else is there. But it looks pretty handy here. Not sure what else is in the hand for Henry, but at least you start off with 1 Rolts. And there's also Buddy Buddy Poffin and Nestball. Okay, so this is a really strong opener for Henry.
This is a nice start. Get your routes, and that's the thing. If you have 1 routes prized, that can actually be a really fun thing, because their Hisuian Heavy Ball just kind of turns into a Nestball at that point, gets you a really good target. And this is nice. 3 routes and a Monkey Dory with a Darkness Energy, and I love this. Henry won game 1. Doesn't actually need to go fast, and yet still playing fast. I think that shows a lot of respect for your opponent when you're going, you know what? I'm gonna go nice and fast here. I want to get as much of a game here as we can get, even though really it's in my best interest to just not speed up.
What a great opener here for Henry. Even getting the Monkey Dory early. You can do so much intricate math, as we've seen already in this game. Noah has a big concealed cards here. It's not helpful. He literally just said, uh-oh, on the mics.
Oh, one of my favorite things about this tournament. Oh, that is terrible.
Ross, what's happening?
Attachment to no Curlier. No, sorry, no Curlier, of course no Curlier. No routes, you can't evolution because there's nothing to evolve. And now we're kind of in a complete, well, kind of like game 1, but switched around and way more impactful, because Henry's got 1 Curlier with more coming. There's a TM Evolution and the Hyper Aroma, and Noah just concedes, and Henry takes the game to match 2 games to 0. Well, that was a quick game 2, Joe.
That was quite different from our first game. Henry styling on us with the Hyper Aroma. Noah entirely intimidated by that opening and knew that his start was just far inferior, not enough time on the clock. Let's just scoop it up and try again. Let's not forget, that's Noah's first loss of the entire tournament. He is still right at the top of our standings right now. So just saying, you know when you're beat is fine. Keep your mental energy saved for the rest of the tournament. A very reasonable choice, but it seemed like there was a lot of mental energy being spent in that game 1, Ross. It was a thrilling contest.
Oh, game 1 was absolutely amazing. We've seen some good Gardevoir mirrors this season. That might have been my favorite of them. And it was the differences in Henry's list. We saw in game 1, it was the double Monkey Dory made a difference. TM Devolution made a difference. In game 2, we don't see Hyper Aroma hit the board very often, but when we do, the opponent concedes immediately.
Well, that shows its strength for us. Have we been underrating it this entire time?
We definitely have been.
Seems like it, and Henry Chow now at 10-0 in this tournament.
That's absurd.
Yeah, 30 match points already.
Like, I know there comes a point where you're locked into top 8, but I really want him to go 15-0. That would make me really happy. Just keep winning even though you're locked for cut. So we're going to see mostly the replays of game 1, I believe, here, where we do get some Monkey Dory action going on. But of course, KO'd by the Gardevoir. Noah had the prize lead for a lot of that first game, taking out the Curlier on Henry's side here with the Screamtail. We see some Gardevoir here with that TM Devolution, which was a huge play. Really put Henry in a driver's seat for a little while, but of course, we see Screamtail knocking out Screamtail, and then we end up with Henry sitting at 2 prizes. Doesn't want to end the game, doesn't want to take a prize. Waiting, biding his time. I will not take a prize until I can win the game. Game 2, however, we see the Irida. Yeah, we saw the Arven, sorry. Arven comes down for Hyper Aroma, and Noah says, I can't beat Hyper Aroma. You win this match.
Yeah, his start was just pretty poor,
It
and he
was
knew
terrible.
how much time was left on the clock. So a nice 2-0 victory for Henry there with Gardevoir. Really impressive stuff. The deck list proved why he is at 10-0.
Yeah, that deck list. I mean, we had a little cheeky look at the deck list yesterday, and we were like, oh, okay, that is not your average deck list. I tell you what, if someone had put Monkey Dory as their caster pick this weekend, that would have been a clever thing to do. Also, Joe, while we're waiting for the interview, what plush did you pick up at the Pokemon Center yesterday?
I got a Monkey Dory. Just sat him on my shoulder.
You picked up a Monkey Dory. It's not all for show.
He's coming home with me. I made space in the suitcase just for Monkey Dory. What a guy. So cool.
Oh, it's such a cool card. One of the best new cards from Twilight Masquerade, really showing why it's so good. And, you know, I think yesterday we saw Gardevoir on stream, but I don't think in the stream yesterday we really got to see quite how dominant Gardevoir is. And right now, that's a word I feel comfortable using.
Yeah.
Gardevoir is dominating the North American International Championships this year. And I'll be honest with you, I got back to the hotel yesterday, chilling in the lobby. First thing I did, let's have a look at how everyone finished up. Let's have a look at the top decks. I was surprised to see the top 4 seeds all being Gardevoir. We are going to see some Gardevoir in top 8. And also, I mean, Henry, I don't think he's locked in top 8 yet, but already sitting on 30 match points. Probably needs like 2 wins in 5 games.
Yeah.
After getting 10 in a row to end up in top 8. Henry is not locked for top 8.
And Henry knows the mirror.
Yeah.
We know he knows the mirror. You know his list is favored. He knows the routes, and that's going to be really important because you're facing just more Gardevoir around you.
Yeah, Gardevoir's all over the top. I'm telling you right now, Henry is the favorite for the tournament. We've got a long way to go before we crown a champion tomorrow, but right now, Henry is the favorite for this tournament because Gardevoir is the best deck, and Henry seems to have found the best Gardevoir list. And, I mean, even things like Control. Control is winnable for Gardevoir.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, Henry did make it seem fairly straightforward against Alessandro yesterday. And when you can do that against a player who's 8-0,
yeah,
that's pretty impressive.
Well, let's hear from Henry then. 10-0 in the tournament. We want to hear his thoughts.
Thank you, casters. I'm here with our round 10 winner, our first winner of day 2 here at NAIC, Henry Chow. Henry, how are we feeling?
I got really lucky that game, I'm not gonna lie. I drew Psychic into Dark Super Rod, which is like insane. That's what I needed to win the game. I like almost didn't believe it at first, and then I was like, wow, those are the 2 cards I needed to win. So feeling good, and then he bricked game 2, so really lucky. Great opponent. He got pretty unlucky how lucky I got. Although I did have the double rolls. The double rolls is tough for sure, but just happy to get the win.
That's for sure. Sometimes it's just meant to be. But again, hey, you know what? You built your deck, I think, very meticulously. It's a very interesting build of Gardevoir. But before I dissect you on that, tell us about why Gardevoir in the first place.
So ever since I started playing again, like 6 or 7 months ago, I've literally only played Gardevoir on the Paradox format, on the Temporal format, and now on the Masquerade format. I think the deck is just completely broken. Like, no matter what they change about it, if you have Refinement and Psychic Embrace, you can't really, like, lose. So, especially for this event with all the Lugia, Raging Bolt kind of, my list doesn't have a great Raging Bolt matchup, but my deck is built for the mirror, so it has a great mirror matchup, great Lugia matchup, great Dragonbolt matchup, although I haven't played one of those, and pretty good Lost Box matchup. So the deck is just really good for sure.
I like it. Seems like you're prepared for this metagame, that's for sure. And you know, you mentioned earlier, you're just getting back to the game. Tell us about your history with Pokemon.
Yeah, so back when I was in juniors, I had a lot of fun, 2010, 2011. Great formats, played the 2010 retro format yesterday. Thanks for the people who ran that. But then, you know, because of school, I quit for a while, but I saw the game. Actually, I watched NAIC last year, and that sort of, I saw some familiar faces who I used to play with back in 2010, Ian, Rob, Azul, and I'm like, if these people are still playing, like, I want to try it again. And I came back, and it's been really fun. The people are amazing, so I had a lot of fun.
Wow, and you're coming back strong here. 10 undefeated. You're the only undefeated player, I believe, in NAIC right now. And it's playing Gardevoir. Now I'm going to dissect you on the deck. It's a very interesting build. I think everyone, all the folks at home want to ask, Hyper Aroma?
So, I mean, personally, I don't think Hyper Aroma is the most interesting part about my list. Like, maybe I believe it too much. I think Hyper Aroma is just objectively better. Like, any game you get Curlias out turn 2, you just win. So, like, that's why you play the Aroma. Like, the Unfair Stamp can salvage games, but, like, any game you get to play, like, it's just broken. So, play the Aroma, guys. Like, let's play the Aroma.
All right, can I guess then what you think is the most interesting part of your list?
I mean, I would say it's the Double Monkey and the Devo, for sure.
I was thinking that.
Yeah. Very good for Mirror, very good for Dragapult, very good for Lost Zone. I really think it's how you should play the deck. And the Devo is good against Zard, very good against Dragapult. You can like kill 3 Dragapult at once essentially and just completely wipe the game. Even if they're on 1 prize, you just win the game. So I really think this is how you should play Gardevoir, yeah.
No, yeah, I love it. I was watching your game. I saw your list. Double Monkey Dory almost feels like, hey, you know what? Yeah, 3 dark. Double Monkey Dory, I'm like, hey, he's playing Dragapult and Gardevoir. As long as
red deck, it's just, you saw it in that game was a perfect demonstration. 60 on Manaphy, 60 on Manaphy, 60. Yeah, I mean, so good. It's so good.
That's true. I mean, Dragapult caps out at 60. You get 80. You can spread with the Flutter Mane as well.
2 Curlias, boom. Very good. Very strong card.
Yeah, very powerful deck. It's, again, masterfully built. I think you're really coming back to the game strong. You're definitely a name I'm going to be watching out for. Any tips out there for anyone who wants to come back to the game then?
Oh, it depends when you played before, but I mean, I can't really speak for the time I didn't play, but the game is like really fun right now, like comparable to like 2010 meta, which I think is one of the best. Yeah, it's an amazing meta. So yeah, play the game.
I love it. Hey,
play it.
I love it. Yeah, a lot of people do love 2010, and if you think it's just as fun now, hey, that's a huge boost for sure. Anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Shout out to all my family and friends watching, Pokemon people, not Pokemon people. Shout out New York players, Long Island players, old school Boston players. Shout out to Gardevoir. Yeah, everyone.
Shout out everyone.
And my family, of course.
Everyone and the family, of course, yeah. All right, with that, I'm going to let you get back to it. Maybe we'll see more from you. I mean, 10-0, that's great, buddy.
Yeah.
That is great. All right, with that, we're going to throw it back to the casters for more Pokemon action.
Great.
Thank you very much, Wancho. Look, when most players, Joe, say you just win, you always win, I don't believe them. If you're 10-0 in an international championship and you say that, I am way more inclined to believe you because Henry absolutely putting his money where his mouth is there and just winning over and over. It's also nice as well when we're sitting here being like, oh, double Monkey Devo, that's the play. And then we see the interview and they're like, oh yeah, double Monkey Devo. And I'm like, okay, we've seen that correctly. This is good.
Yeah,
I love the deck
I'm
list.
a huge fan of Gardevoir and the way Henry's built it. Like you said, it gives him some weaknesses into some other matchups, but freeing up that space to play the additional Monkey Dory, the extra Darkness Energy, just so you see them earlier, and honestly, the double Flutter Mane, you know, even that Hexel, we saw how handy that can be. He was mentioning the Lost Zone box matchups, he was mentioning the mirror matchups. That's where those extra 2 counters can even make more out of those Monkey Dory. So he's really built to target the evolution decks in the format, and by the looks of the standings, that's going to be paying off throughout the day.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Henry's saying, well, I don't love my Roaring Moon, I must see my Raging Bolt matchup. I'm like, great news, mate. There's not much of that around the top tables. You have built your deck to beat the decks that are everywhere around the top tables, and that 80 damage is huge nowadays. There's so many support Pokemon and evolving Pokemon, including stage 1s. Like, you see Curler, I believe Dracloak is 80 HP as well.
90.
It's 90. Oh, that's annoying.
You can still do Monkey Dory math, it's fine.
You can still do the Monkey Dory math, to be fair. There are plenty of Pokemon that, because of the Monkey Dory and the Flutter Mane, and it is a combination of the two that get you over that hump. The 60 from Double Monkey Dory is fine. It will set up some KOs. You know, you can punish anyone who decides to play 60 HP basic.
Sure.
But when you combine it with a Hexel, that's when it becomes a real big deal.
Yeah, such a cheeky deck list from Henry. So happy to see them on the top of the standings. There's more Gardevoir towards the top as well. Josh Frink's just got to 27 match points. There's a decent amount of Lost Zone box around as well. Aaron Friedman, Sawyer Melbourne, both on Lost Zone variants, both winning in that final round. There was a tie for our table 2. So there are still 2 Gardevoirs at 8-0-2 right now, so also on really good records. What else is standing out to you, Ross?
Nicholas Moffat, 802 with Chen Pao is really up there. I mean, I'm having a look at the top 4 tables right now. There are 5 Gardevoir. In the top 4 tables, the pairings have just come through for the next round, and we have 5 Gardevoir on the top 4 tables. Henry's actually got another Gardevoir mirror coming up in this next round against Joshua Frink, and Joshua, oh, I hope you've tested the mirror because Henry seems absolutely confident with it. Ben Cryo is no less control on 25 points. That is a little unusual given what we've got at the top tables right now, but it is a real Gardevoir fest here. It is absurd how much Gardevoir we've got coming up on the top tables. But I do want to shout out Cameron Shinoy, 25 points, with Future Box.
Hey, one of your favorites.
I'm just saying, we could still have Miraidon coming into top 8, but right now, seriously, every player who's doing well in the tournament, I do hope you've checked your Gardevoir matchup. Also, you really shouldn't be watching this right now. Pairings are up. You should be running to your next game.
Yeah, so much Gardevoir. Lost Zone Box still in and around the top tables, and some Chen Pao. I think there's a Chen Pao mirror match towards the top as well. Grant Shen and Lucas Zing, two very competent Chen Pao players coming up against each other. They really were hoping to find those Gardevoir themselves, I think. And it's turning out to be a great metagame call for the Chen Pao players.
Yeah, it is a very good meta for the Chen Pao players. Let's go back to the caster predictions, see if any of us thought Chen Pao was going to be good, and we can remind myself, people don't like a last-minute deck check. I made a last-minute prediction change, and I'm not proud of myself, Joe. That Tatsugiri should have been an unfair stamp. I still love the little sushi fish, but I am conceding it was not the best call for this tournament. Miraidon may have been wish casting, but I'll tell you what, I'm going to give you some props here, Joe. Your prediction of Blood Moon, Ursaluna, and Monkey Dory, you've got to be feeling good about that.
Yeah, that Monkey Dory, the star of the show in Henry's Gardevoir list, who is currently the top of our standings right now. I just put this card here because it was cool. I thought the Adrenaline Brain ability is such a unique thing that we haven't seen, especially on a basic Pokemon. You can only weave it into certain archetypes, but Gardevoir makes the most of it. Shout out to Boo as well, who also had Gardevoir EX top of her predictions. And the Blood Moon Ursaluna, that's me just having a versatile choice as well. Two of the strongest cards, I think, coming out from this expansion. Blood Moon Ursaluna, such a huge basic EX, 260 hit points. That's just rude, quite frankly, on a basic Pokemon. And Blood Moon dealing 240 damage, sometimes for 0 energy. It can find its way into the Lugia decks, it can find its way into Lost Zone Box, it can find its way into all sorts of other archetypes. So even the controlling decks, and I know Alessandro Cremascoli is still towards the top end of our tables. Did lose in the previous round, but still on a really good chunk of points. So these were two cards that I was really excited to see this weekend, and they have shown up.
Yeah, Boone nailing it there with a Gardevoir pick. Pablo there went a bit chalk with Dragapult, Raging Bolt. They were expected to be top decks this weekend. Not quite there. And Juancho with the Lugia and Sableye. They're still hanging around. Lugia the most played deck in day one. But was it the most played deck in day two? Let's have a look at the day two meta, which is finally ready to be shown. Is Lugia going to be there? No, it's Gardevoir. We've been telling you since we came live this morning. This is Gardevoir's tournament.
We knew that the conversion was good, Ross, but that is insane conversion for Gardevoir. Not only are they there in droves, they are right at the top of our tournament, dethroning Lugia, which was the top of day one. Raging Bolt dropping heavily down, I think probably falling to the Gardevoirs in the main part, but also just not having that favorable of a meta. The Lost Zone Box, the Miraidon, the Dragapult, I believe they were all still on that day one most popular, so they've sort of retained their ground and are still hanging on in there. But it seems like it is a Gardevoir tournament this weekend.
And it is important to note, there's 290 players in day two. We are cutting to top 8. It is, unfortunately, as we go later in this tournament, it is not the same. Being in day two is not the same as being in contention for top 8.
Right.
As we get deeper into this day two, where those decks are makes a big difference. Gardevoir is right up at the top. And, you know, things like Miraidon, Dragapult, Raging Bolt, they are, you know, maybe 1 or 2 of them hanging around in contention. But like Lugia, there might be 46 of them. A lot of, I think there's only 4 Lugia that actually cut with more. There's 5 Lugia had more than 19 points. There were 3 that had more than 20, 19 being the minimum to get into day 2. The vast majority of those Lugia were squeaking into day 2. But we do have a look at the best of the rest as well. So we've got some other decks that are coming up in some numbers, including Chen Pao. There might only be 10 of them, but they are doing pretty well.
Yep, nice to see Charizard still featuring quite nicely. Its conversion was fine. I think that's exactly the same position it was in day one, so that's still chugging along quite nicely. There are a number of the Lost Zone Dragapult EXs around as well. We saw Kamal, who was, I think, our round 1 player in day 1, actually did make it into day 2 of the competition, and Andrea Zorat as well from Italy, playing that Lost Zone Dragapult archetype. So having an understated tournament, not the most popular build of Dragapult, but still a number of them in day 2 of the competition so far.
Yeah, they're doing all right. Ancient Box representing their top one at the moment, Andrew Kennett at 7-1-2, 23 match points. So Ancient Box holding on. But it really is, when you get to the top of that tournament, it is Gardevoir, and then there's Lost Zone Boxes representing quite nicely. A little bit of Chen Pao hanging around. but they really are the decks I'm seeing up at the top. One Snorlax Control, one Future Box, and there is a Miraidon at 25 points. I know everyone's waiting for the Miraidon update. There is an 8-1-1, which is still hanging on there nicely. So while we try and figure out where these decks are and which of them we're going to be showing next in the next round, you guys need to grab yourself a nice cold beverage. We had a long game, it was fun. Get refreshed, get ready. Next round is going to be awesome, and we're going to be right back.
Pokemon fans, trainers, and communities worldwide, welcome to the Pokemon World Championship.
At least a couple of times a day, every day leading up to a tournament. Don't not excessively, because you still have to maintain that work-life balance. But if you want to do good at these tournaments, you can't do good if you're not practicing.
I frankly don't practice very much. I more do things to ground myself mentally. I do my practice before the tournaments and then just between. It's just to regulate my mood.
I think it depends. Right up before the tournament is definitely where I get the most practice in. I will slack kind of in between, but I try to practice pretty consistently.
I practice every day just to learn the decks and how all the matchups go, and just to see how the meta goes. It's just fun, and I like to play Pokemon, and it helps me focus and all them, and I have good testing partners, so it just actually helps me. So yeah, I practice every day.
In between tournaments, literally every day, and I literally do viewer battles on stream, so we practice like that too. Usually I like to practice against the matchups that are good into my team, so counter teams, so that I can see if I can strategize a way to play around that and kind of outsmart my opponent. I think those are my main ways of practicing, and then of course just reps. Just getting as many battles in as I can.
Welcome to the first ever New Orleans pop-up Pokemon Center at the Pokemon North America International Championship. The casters are about to arrive, and we're going to follow along as they shop, play, and trade. There's so many fun and exciting things to find at the Pokemon Center this year. If you missed any of them, don't worry. We'll see you at the Collect and Trade Corner.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2024 North America International Championships. We just saw a phenomenal Gardevoir mirror match, and now we're going to bring you something different with the same casters. I'm Ross, and this is Joe. How you doing, Joe?
Yeah, I think our next round is going to be, as you said, very, very different. We had a long, tactical 40-minute game. I think this time it's going to be a slogfest. Multi-prizes whacking into other multi-prizes. Good old-fashioned Pokemon.
Yeah, there's going to be some big KOs coming, and we haven't got players with headsets on, so we don't want to give too much away because our sounders get pumped out into the hall. I don't want to give away the spice as our players are coming to sit down. But I'm telling you right now, we have done a lot of games, and we follow the game very closely. And there is a card being played as a 4-of in one of these decks that I guarantee you will not get. Seriously, chuck it down in the comments right now. Try and guess the trainer card that's coming up as a 4-of in this match. There's no prize, but you will get a lot of pride if you get it right. But you won't get it right. No one's going to see this coming, and I am absolutely delighted. Your clue is, shockingly, I hyped this way too much when it first came out.
That does narrow it down, Ross.
It really
that does not narrow it down nearly enough for our chat to try and distinguish what card we're talking about. But yeah, the action does not stop here. We're getting straight into our round number 11 today of day 2 of the North American International Championships. Twilight Masquerade legal for the first time. And it might be that we're going to see some new cards on stream as well today.
Might be. No, Joe. We're going to see some new cards. It's going to be amazing. And it's important to note these players are both sitting at 25 points right now. Outside of Henry, who is an outlier at this stage, nobody has more than 27 match points. So sitting at 25, you're not right at the top there, but you are in touching distance. 3 points for a win, 2 points away from second place. That means that you are, a win here is going to put one of these players in pretty good stead to get up into that top 8 contention. And of course, Henry sitting at 30 match points, but Henry's a bit different today.
Speaking of which, we do have the standings so we can keep track of our players right now who are at the top of that tournament. And we can start running through some. We've already mentioned a number of these players so far. Henry Brand sneaking in there.
I was going to say, that jumped out.
Definitely jumped straight out to me. Another Australian there, Kyron Kababe, also a fantastic player. Nicholas Moffat, that Chen Pao out in the field, doing great. Quite a few Europeans there as well. I can see Rune Hermans as well as Oyvind making their way up in the standings.
Yeah, there aren't many, but I think, is Rune our only Belgian player in the entire tournament?
Yeah, he is flying the flag right now.
Do you know how many Finnish players we have?
I have no idea, Ross.
I need to go and look that up. But Rune is our only Belgian player in the tournament, currently sitting at 12th place. Kaito Arai, Japanese player, sitting in 4th place. Another Gardevoir player, of course, as we've already seen. So
yeah,
hopefully...
I really want to see Kaito on the stream at some point today, Ross. I know it's Gardevoir and we are going to be showing it, but Kaito's a player that comes to our international championships and just tears these tournaments up. Has got a top 8 in Sao Paulo, a top 16 in Frankfurt with Arc Inteleon Beedrill back in like 2020, I think it was. And yeah, really, really incredible to see them just come to the international championships for the heck of it, and is always going so far into these tournaments. Such a top competitor, and it's so rare that we get to play with these Japanese players. It's usually just the World Championships, but Kaito isn't satisfied with that, is coming over for internationals and is doing so well once again.
And they have a different qualification system. Yeah. They're not even coming over here for championship points. So let's look at some of the notable matchups we've got going on in this round. We've got Andrew Mondak against Shashi Narain. We got Rune there against Caitlin. Henry Brand, former world champion, against Oyvind, and Kaito Arai against Nicholas Moffat. That's a spicy matchup. 802 Gardevoir against Chen Pao. That one seems like fun. Not as fun as the one we've got for you, but it still seems very fun.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, there's a lot of Gardevoir pilots in these top tables. We've been saying it all morning, Ross, that they are the decks trending upwards, but there is still a decent amount of variety in there as well. Oyvind playing the Lost Zone box variant, Nick Moffat playing the Chen Pao archetype. So there is still a decent amount of variety. And Rune also playing Lost Zone box as well. And of course, just knowing the archetype isn't the full story. We're seeing so much variation with attacking threats, certainly in the Lost Box archetype, but also within Gardevoir, we're seeing a lot of variation, as we just saw in the last round.
Absolutely, and I'm hearing from our lovely SME Jeremy backstage here that apparently Andrew Mondak only actually plays a few tournaments a year, and yet coming up on our feature match here at 8-1-1, awesome. And I believe headsets are on, so we can tell you it's Miraidon EX, which you know I'm psyched about, against Raging Bolt. And the card which I'm willing to bet no one in chat guessed, Energy Sticker. Andrew Mondak is playing 4 copies of Energy Sticker, so go and find a scan of that card and remind yourself what it does, because it is going to hit the discard pile and see play in this matchup.
I think one of the key issues for Miraidon was the fear of Raging Bolt, and I think a lot of that comes down to the fact that it's so difficult to guarantee those generator hits and maintain enough energy. So Andrew's come up with a very creative way of making sure that they're going to keep up with those energy attachments. It's coin flips, but you add 4 copies of that energy sticker into the deck. Should help you keep churning through your attackers. And Andrew is also choosing to play 2 copies of the Pokemon Go Zapdos. Adding those up allows your Miraidon EX to hit the crucial 240 damage threshold that all the Raging Bolt EX in play will have, thanks to Shashi.
And when you look at this deck list, those are the 2 cards that stand out. The 2 issues Miraidon has in this tournament: maintaining your energy on board and reaching up to 240 damage to get those KOs on a Raging Bolt EX. In theory, playing 2 Zapdos and 4 Energy Sticker is going to get you over the line. That is a theory Andrew's gone for here. And
we're going to see it in practice. We're going to find out, I think.
I mean, you're sitting at 8-1-1. It's a very good record.
Yeah.
I always feel there's a little skepticism here when you see a card like Energy Sticker that, let's face it, we all tested, we all gave up on, and then months, years later, coming in as a 4-off. But, I mean, look, he's at 8-1-1. It seems to be working right now. This is a matchup I am so excited for, because I want to see Energy Sticker flips.
It's always exciting. It could come down to it in some of these games, to be honest with you. Shashi is playing quite a standard list of Raging Bolt EX, I would say. The main standouts is that Shashi's choosing not to play any copies of Pokestop. Instead, it's going for Jamming Towers, which could cause some headache for Andrew. Of course, oftentimes looking to weave in the Forest Seal Stone as well as the Rescue Board for a pivoting option. Also plays 1 copy of Temple of Sinnoh. Not going to be important in this matchup, I would think, even though there is double turbo energy in the Miraidon list. But it shows that Shashi has respected Lugia throughout this event.
Yeah, you've got to be prepared for Lugia coming in. That was one of the big threats. Here it does seem like prizes are going to be hitting down here. What do we see? The only prime capture. One of those 2 double turbo for Andrew there.
Yeah, that is a rough start for Andrew. For Shashi, nothing too dangerous. Quite a few ball search cards, but you play so many, you normally get the job done anyway. And I think one of your 3 lightning energy, but that's relatively acceptable here, to be honest with you. And we're going to be getting into the action for our round 11 very shortly. I've got no doubt that it's going to be a slugfest, Ross. It's going to be high damage outputs every single turn of this game, and whoever blinks first is going to end up falling quite far behind.
It is going to be set up your big attackers, get smashing, let's get rolling. Andrew starts with a Squawkabilly. It's a bit of a liability with a low HP, but it can give you that extra burst of draw and to get some extra cards on the first turn of the game with that Squawk and Seize ability.
I see a couple Energy Sticker in the hand, but they may have to be squawked away immediately. I just don't think we have many playable cards here. Do you want to even attach to this Iron Hands EX, or are you just going to forego it altogether? This is a hand that you're very thankful you led Squawkabilly EX with, to be honest, because there's not much going on. We are, unfortunately, Ross, having to get rid of 2 energy stickers.
What are you doing to me here, Joe?
Shashi just going to read the card, I think.
And here's the thing, I don't mind getting a bit of energy in the discard pile nice and early.
Oh my god.
Because of energy sticker.
What has happened, Ross? It's just more energy.
Zapdos, energy, energy, energy.
Generator boss? No. This is poor.
And the problem is, you've already drawn into 6 energy and you've got 1 prize. There's only 8 left in the deck, so your generator doesn't even stand that much chance of hitting.
They're going to attach Retreat the Squawkabilly EX, keeping Motivate as an option for later, I imagine. Maybe also just having that slightly higher hit points in a pass. Andrew.
Oh, my word.
Oh, betrayed from that early hand, and the Squawk and Seize did not help out.
Cross your fingers that Shashi plays that only copy of INO this turn, because you really want a new hand.
We have the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX on the board for Shashi, new from the Twilight Masquerade expansion. A fantastic partner with this Raging Bolt, that Teal Dance ability allowing you to attach 1 grass energy to it, and then you get to draw a card, a little nice refund there to keep you ticking over nicely. And Shashi immediately has Ultra Ball, importantly is able to discard a lightning energy in the process. That is going to help unlock your Professor Sada's Vitality, the main way you can power up Raging Bolt EX in a turn, which is definitely going to be the priority here.
And we've been saying that this is a deck that can hit 280 on turn 2, on turn 1 going second.
Yep.
Well, it's turn 1. You're going second as a 230 HP Iron Hands in the active. So were we lying all along? Because if Shashi goes and gets a big 2-prize KO here, with the hand that Andrew started with, this could be a quick game one as Shashi goes for their own Squawkabilly, because you know what? In this deck, you want to go fast.
Yeah, both archetypes utilizing the Squawk and Seize, but it looks like Shashi has the better start so far, already able to discard one of those important energy, get a Teal Mask Ogopon into the mix. We will have to get a full value Sada, as we're going to see a quick Poker Gear 3.0 here. Looking 7 cards deep to find a supporter. Let's see, do we even want to take this? If you take the Sada's Vitality and just use it for 1 energy, you'd have to find another Teal Mask Ogopon and commit a board space to it. You still can reach into an Iron Hands EX, it just becomes a little trickier.
Yeah, you need 4 energy. There's 1 on the Ogopon. You've got your manual attachment, 1 from the Sada here. So you would need a manual attachment of a fighting energy, and then you would need a second Teal Mask Ogopon with that darkness energy, both of which are in hand, actually. So now all you need is a fighting energy attached to the active, and that will give you the KO on Iron Hand. So maybe we weren't lying after all.
Is Shashi going to put another Teal Mask Ogopon into play? No, going to keep that board space open and see a fresh 6 cards here from the Squawk and Seize, looking for either an Earthen Vessel or a Fighting Energy. Is it there, Ross? Yes, it is.
There's the Earthen Vessel, which will get that Fighting Energy, guaranteeing the turn 1 2-prize KO on Iron Hands. Andrew needs so much next turn. You're going to need a big explosive turn. You've already lost 2 energy sticker. You've lost a bunch of energy. You're going down by 2 prizes. You don't even have a Miraidon on board yet. This is why everyone was scared of the Raging Bolt Ogopon deck, because it does this.
Yeah, it does it so consistently. And in this matchup, this is a great place to be. Just having these amazing knockouts that you can churn, with Andrew having so many multi-prizes on board pretty much at all times. He requires his own multi-prize Pokemon to function in his own right, so this really shows the strength of the Raging Bolt Ogopon archetype right before our eyes.
Yeah, it's doing so well, and it's just, I mean, when you play the deck, you keep thinking, well, it's not going to keep doing this. It kind of does. It's bad matchups rather than lack of consistency, which is keeping the deck down this weekend. And here we go with that Raging Bolt, 280 damage, KOing the Iron Hands. There was an argument to leave the Zapdos in the active, maybe, but then you kind of need them to reach onto the Raging Bolt.
That's right.
And you're not playing any Pokemon recovery, really.
One top deck. Oh, it's a double turbo energy. Is Andrew going to pick up his cards? He's shaking his head. He's not happy about it. I don't even know what top deck at this point even helps you.
You would need a supporter, and you would need to have a research, get rid of all your energy, and cross your fingers. It's a pass.
It's a stark contrast. Shashi has had everything going his way, has another Sada loaded for next turn, has Earthen Vessel, so there'll be no issue in taking another knockout this turn. And he's just going to set up another Raging Bolt in the back in the meantime.
You don't need nearly as much to KO the Zapdos as you did the Iron Hands. You just need 2 energy here. You will need a Fighting and a Lightning onto the Raging Bolt just to actually pay for the attack. You don't need any extra energy to get the KO, but there's an argument about how it's going. Your best bet is to try and get just grass on the bench and just be discarding them so you can be chaining these attacks easily. But I don't think we're getting many more turns before Andrew just decides it's over.
Yeah, this deck has so much reload, especially with energy retrievals, which are finally just coming into the hand now for Shashi. So we shouldn't have any issue getting additional Teal Dances here. I think there's already grass in hand.
There's
plenty.
2 in hand.
Yeah.
To go with a 2 on the bench.
Look at this. It is just flowing so smoothly right now. This is what everyone feared. The deck is so ruthlessly consistent at maintaining multiple KOs, going to throw away the Ino, knowing that they are going to be the aggressor for the remainder of this game.
There was a 1 Ino in the list. That was Andrew's hope. It was never going to actually hit the board, not after you saw Andrew start and your own start. So we're going to see Shashi going up by 3 prizes here. And for Andrew, I mean, you don't need to save too much time. These should be quick games. It's not a match that we necessarily need to concede early, but you have 3 prizes. Your board is a Squawkabilly and your hand is terrible.
We finally top decked Ultra Ball, so we're playing the game, but we're still miles behind. We still need a lot here. We can get Miraidon EX, and as we know, Miraidon can do so much for this archetype.
But then you don't have any energy. Do you go Radiant Greninja here just to draw some more cards?
You want to draw 2, and then just not have any energy in hand either? Yep, we're just
There
gonna
we
concede.
go. Andrew has decided that he's too far behind, as expected. But we've got 43 minutes left. We're going to game 2. These can be very quick games. And the players just chuckling there. That's a classic. You realize you had everything and I had nothing. Yeah, sorry about that. Conversation we've all had before.
We said that Andrew's list is helping him in this matchup. We didn't see it. We didn't see it at all because that opening hand was just so poor. So I'm hoping in this second game, Andrew opting to go second as well. We could hear that at the table. Andrew's hoping that he can have a more explosive start with the help of possibly Squawk and Seize and a supporter card all in one go. And let's face it, he's not going to have a worse opener than that game 1. So completely writes that one off and still has, I think, 40+ minutes to play 2 more games. And with these aggressive archetypes, that should not be a problem at all.
We often see players complaining about bad starts and bad opening hands, but I think it's fair to say Andrew might have broken the record in that last game. We saw the giant KO on the Iron Hands. That was turn 1, remember. Then we saw a second KO on the Zapdos with much less effort from Shashi, and that was all Andrew needed to see to concede the game and then go into game 2 here.
Yep, I mean, there wasn't many actions for Andrew. Squawk and Seize, 1 Ultra Ball played, realizing that basically no cards help him at that stage. Was too far behind in the prize race, and Shashi breezing through that round. Number 11, game 1 here, as we're shuffling up. Still a best of 3, of course, so Andrew can turn this around. Just needs a much more playable hand. That's all that's required here.
I was so excited when they gave us a deck list for this matchup, Joe.
This is your nightmare right now, Ross.
When I saw it was Miraidon, I'm like, oh yeah, my boy. I get to talk about my boy on stream. Then when I see there's 4 energy sticker, I'm like, this is a fever dream for me at this point. And then for that to be the game 1. But like we said, it can't be that bad again. Andrew's deck is consistent, it is good, and we know that for a fact because he's coming into this matchup at 8-1-1.
Yeah, so we know that he should have a better time of things here, as we are going to be getting into our second game pretty quickly. It does feel like Andrew's still going to be the player having to do more work. He's going to have to sweat out these coin flips from Energy Sticker. Prime Catcher once again in the prizes. Couple Raging Bolt, though, for Shashi might be a bit of an issue. Andrew's going to have to maintain those generators and flip heads on a number of Energy Sticker. Both players have led with Radiant Greninja here, and Shashi has been forced first. As we're getting down to it, the Jamming Tower is that Tech Stadium card. So you are at least shutting down the use of Rescue Board as well as Forest Seal Stone for Andrew, and who only plays 1 Stadium Bounce.
Oh, that is interesting.
Yeah, just the 1 copy of Town Store in the deck list.
And that's literally it. Ironically, goes and gets your tools.
Yes.
So shut off Jamming Tower and then go and get your tools. Since then, now live again. Of course, we know how good Shashi's turn 1 was last time going second. That's why Andrew has forced him to go first, just to try and get something rolling. You get the first turn with supporter cards. You, in theory, if you can use your Squawk ability and you can use Professor's Research, hit some generator, hit some energy sticker, you can have some real explosive turns going second yourself, and then you get the first KO, you take the initiative here, because you do not want a repeat of what happened back in game 1.
This is a hilarious prize check. Check your Sadas. They're really important. I think because we're going to Squawk and Seize away Palpad and 1 Sada. Shashi just wanted to keep on top of that, as well as your energy that are in fairly low counts, and we're going to shuffle that up, and it looks like Shashi's going to be content getting a fresh 6 here, and is going to lose that Palpad in the process.
Yeah, not ideal. Sada, the absolute engine of this deck, accelerates 2 energy, which equates to 140 damage with Raging Bolt's attack, while also drawing 3 cards. That is where this deck really starts coming in. Yes, Teal Mask will draw you cards and accelerate energy, but you've got to have a Lightning and a Fighting on each Raging Bolt. Once you've got that established, yeah, you can keep your deck rolling along with Grass Energy and Teal Mask Ogerpon, that's fine. But the first few turns especially, you need those Professor Sada.
Shashi going to shuffle things up. I'm not sure if there were even any other playables in the hand, or we just have to throw everything away here.
Could bench the Teal Mask.
Yeah, I think that's about it. It's all just cards that are more useful later on, so Shashi's going to have to pitch a lot of decent resources and just look to find some more basic Pokemon and energy here. Even a turn attachment of energy onto a Raging Bolt EX could be handy.
Yeah, just start getting that rolling. Lots of Grass Energy, a Sada, and is that an Ultra Ball?
Yeah, I think we have Ultra Ball. I think we want to probably use the Teal Dance first here.
Yes.
You just want to have highest odds of drawing into another Pokemon, to be honest with you. But no, we are going to Ultra Ball first, by the looks of things, for Shashi.
Yeah, you really want to, I mean, presumably Raging Bolt here.
Yeah.
You've got Sada to use. You want to try and get an energy onto that. Do we have lightning or fighting in the discard from the early discards?
No, so I think discarding the fighting energy does make some sense here. It depends where you're going to turn attach as well, of course. This is why I kind of like the teal dance, honestly. You want another Pokemon right now, but maybe he just wants highest odds of finding a lightning energy or something like that. So that's also in the mix for him next turn. That could be in the consideration for Shashi.
Yeah, take the Pokemon out, and then you've got a slightly higher chance of hitting lightning energy off of that teal dance. Not a good shot, but there is always a chance. I mean, if nothing else, you've got your Pokemon down. Obviously, you're not going to Sada this turn because it is your first turn going first, but you're setting yourself up for a decent turn next turn after you get your energy onto Teal Mask Ogapon and draw yourself a
Boss's Orders.
Boss's
Not
Orders.
too handy, but we are just going to get that manual attachment in. So Shashi can pass things over to Andrew. Let's see if they have a better time of things. Yep, already it's looking much better. I see a supporter, so we're already playing the game a lot more here. And I see Ball Search. Andrew can begin to draw cards even with their Greninja that's currently in the active position as well.
And
if
it looks
need
like
be.
there's Iron Hands and a Generator in hand.
Yep.
So I'm not saying we have to go turn 1 Ampere very much, but I'm saying I'd like to see a turn 1 Ampere very much.
Oh, wow. Nice couple cards. Picks up the Squawkabilly and the Raikou V.
That's really nice. That means you don't have to go and search for it there. And these new kind of Miraidon decks are weird because they're playing Squawkabilly, Luminion, Radiant Greninja. There's a bunch of non-lightning Pokemon that you're kind of needing here. It's no longer one Miraidon gets your entire bench.
Yeah, that's why you see 3 copies of Ultra Ball in Andrew's deck list to sort of supplement the Miraidon EX's ability. That still might be the search here from Andrew's Ultra Ball, though. We'll, might want to get some Zapdos established early as alternate attacking options. Also, this deck search will tell Andrew that the Prime Catcher is prized as well. That may have been coming into Andrew's thinking with holding on to this Arven. So an unfortunate change of pace here. Andrew might have to be forced into Iron Hands because of this.
Yeah, it's not ideal. This is the problem. Before you've done your first search, you don't know what's prized. We are actually eyeing up the Miraidon there from the Ultra Ball, as you suggested. But when you find out one of your lines is closed, you can't find it out until you get that first search. And that is a little bit of a problem. But we do have Miraidon. Miraidon will search a couple of lightning Pokemon if you like. And then you can start working on this. And Amp you very much onto Greninja will take 2 prizes. And weirdly, even though that Squawkabilly is in Amp you very much range, you're kind of going 2-2-2 here for your prize map most of the time. So you don't even really need to Amp you very much the Squawkabilly. If you Amp you very much the Greninja, then you are just on a 2-2-2 prize map.
We are going to keep our bench 1 slot open and not use the tandem unit just yet. We're just going to see the 5 cards from Electric Generator first here.
It's a whiff.
And it's a whiff.
Oh, Andrew has got to be feeling like this game is just not his. After the game 1 we just saw, to then get a whiff off of a generator, the first generator you actually get to play, it's in game 2, and you get a complete whiff with no energy.
It's so savage when Sashi is literally sloshing energy around the board every single turn, guaranteed hits from supporter, teal dances non-stop, and you're just having to white knuckle every single one of these item cards. It's going to be a Squawk and He's getting rid of a Lightning Energy, Ross. So Energy Sticker is live now for Andrew at the very least. So we can start seeing some coin flips at the other side of this hand also. We pick up some energy. The Forest Hill Stone's being shut off by the Jamming Tower.
Oh,
Shashi's
Jamming
huge
Tower.
tech card is coming in clutch here.
That is absolutely huge because the rest of the hand we got energy, Nest Ball.
Oh, not again.
That is a fine hand if there isn't a Jamming Tower, but there is a Jamming Tower. And once again, I mean, how annoying is it when you play Generator, you hit no energy, and then you end up with 5 energy in hand, or 4. That's not fair.
It's just bizarre. Shashi doesn't have many draws at least this turn. He's going to use the Ogapon first, just for 1 card before the Professor Sada here. Another Jamming Tower isn't too helpful, so it's just going to be 3 cards from Professor Sada. You can only attach 1 of these energy. May as well be a grass. Keep the fighting energy in that discard pile for later. Can Shashi find any more draw here? Yes. There's Nest Ball, Grass, and Energy Retrieval. So we do have a few more additional draws here. We are still looking for Lightning Energy, though, if he wants to launch any attacks. And it doesn't really feel that worthwhile to go for a single prizer for him. So may just continue to chill behind this Radiant Greninja by the looks of the hand.
Yeah, I don't mind it at all, because again, Shashi, very much like Andrew, is on a 2-2-2 prize map. KOing a Greninja for 2 prizes, yeah, that's absolutely worth doing. KOing a Greninja for 1 prize, what's the point? You still got to take out 3 2-prize Pokemon, whether you KO Greninja or not, and you're discarding energy. Why waste the resources?
Great point. So Shashi is going to just use some of these Bull Search. I'd like to see another Raging Bolt, to be honest. I know that it's decent to get another Teal Mask Ogerpon just to draw 1, but I think having Bolt established on board, basically just multiple ancient Pokemon, so important so that you can Sada every single turn of the game. It may open up a line for Andrew to KO the Raging Bolts, but they may not have enough damage to reach there based on the hands right now at the very least. So Shashi should be pretty safe with this Ogerpon.
Yeah, the Ogerpons should be all right. You're going to get a card to it. You're going to draw an extra. Yeah, when we play the energy retrieval, then we get the energy card on. We get to draw an extra card. And the thing is, the more energy you bank, the easier it's going to be to stream these attacks in a couple of turns' time. That energy is all going to come in useful at the end. There is an Ultra Ball if you want to get another Raging Bolt here.
Yeah.
Do you have cards you don't mind discarding?
You have another Jamming Tower and another Ultra Ball. Maybe you just spend it all. No. Shashi's just going to pass things over, hold the hand. You know that Miraidon very rarely hand disrupts. It's another top deck of Lightning for Andrew. So this is going to be a big 2 cards here, Ross, from the Radiant Greninja.
It's an energy sticker and an electric generator. So you've got enough to potentially be... The thing is, again, you don't want to KO the Greninja unless you're using Iron Hands. There is a... Oh, no, because you need to retreat.
Well, you can take the 1 because the Squawkabilly is in play. So you can take the 1 on Greninja, then Iron Hands Squawkabilly later.
Yeah,
so I think a Raikou V KOing the active is still relevant. It gives you a lot of work to do, but it's a lot more relevant than Shashi's KO on a single prize Pokemon.
Because you can get 4 energy onto an Iron Hands here. Now, you need to double hit off of the generator and hit heads on energy sticker, but then you attach from hand, boom, 4 energy, amp you very much, but there's no pivot option, and you've used your attachment for turns, so you can't just retreat the...
It's a standoff,
Greninja.
Ross. We're just going to be hiding behind our single prizes right now. Andrew, not many options to play. Just going to hold everything and pass things over.
Doesn't even play the energy sticker, but that's all right. It'll come in later, Joe. It's going to be fine.
You're promising us that the energy sticker is going to be crucial at some point. Is that what you're saying?
I love that card so much. I tried so many decks with energy sticker, hoping it was going to be good, and it was never good. Andrew's done what I failed to do so many times before, made a good, viable deck with energy sticker. I just want to see it in action. We do see energy coming out here from Andrew, from the Earthen Vessel, I believe. We've got a Lightning and a Grass, and now you've got all the energy you need. You've got the energy for Raging Bolt, but also extra Grass means extra energy on the board, extra draws with Teal Mask Ogerpon, and now we are rolling. Actually draws another Earthen Vessel.
You can see the synergy just oozing out of the archetype. It feels really odd to see 3 different energy types, but when the Ogerpon is fueling damage output and draw power, it's flowing so beautifully. And I think Shashi does have Boss's Orders in hand as well. So I think we will start to see some pressure this turn. I think Boss is in the middle of the hand right now. Yes, it is.
Yeah, we do have a Boss, presumably going to go after that Iron Hands EX, which is the biggest attacking threat. Takes 2 prizes off of Greninja, 3 off of Squawkabilly. There are 2 Iron Hands in the list, so it doesn't completely get Andrew off of Iron Hands for the rest of the game, but it does make things more awkward and take away one of those precious energy attachments, which are more precious for Andrew than they are for Shashi.
Again, it's looking like a really smooth turn for Shashi. We'll have to commit the Lightning Energy from hand onto this Raging Bolt, so won't have many attackers lined up, but we'll be initiating that prize race, and it feels like it's definitely worth it at this stage. Although Shashi is debating possibly... Oh, I guess they're missing a pivot right now. You can't manually attach to the Radiant Greninja to retreat, so we are still looking for a piece here from this Ogerpon.
It's a
Pokegear. So now I suppose you have to use Radiant Greninja. You could be taking another turn off, honestly. You can conceal cards the Lightning away, and it gives you the option to find like an energy and a switching card and still have Boss available. No, that doesn't come together. So we're going to have to Sada now. So now we can still draw into Prime Catcher. That would be the big change here.
That's the only thing you're going for. Once again, we do not want to KO the active Greninja. It doesn't help our prize map. We need Prime. That is the only thing that's going to unlock it, and it's not there. They're nice and pink and shiny. You can see them easily in the hand.
Just a pass again. Look at this, just building a huge board.
I feel
what do
like
we see from Andrew?
I think when Sashi gets going, we're going to be absolutely fine for energy. There's 9 energy on the board here. So here comes a concealed card from Radiant Greninja. It's an energy
Boss's
and
orders.
a boss. We see a little shake of the head there from Andrew. That is not what you're looking for.
Well, I mean, you can initiate a 2-prize race this turn. We've been holding on to Generator, and we've been holding on to Sticker.
Here's the energy sticker. We see the flip. It's a heads. First ever energy sticker heads I've ever seen on stream.
Broken card.
Now we can maybe get... See, there's still no pivot outside of a retreat, so this Generator is huge. You whiffed on the first. You're owed a double hit here, Andrew. Are we going to get it? No! Single hit. That's not enough.
Well, it should be enough for this turn, I think, right?
Has he got a pivot for the Radiant Greninja?
I'm not too sure, actually. Maybe that's still holding him back.
Because the problem is, you can attach to either Iron Hands or Radiant Greninja. You can still arm press, but then you are locked into having to amp you very much the Squawkabilly later on in the game with your other
We do have
Iron
the boss's
Hands.
orders, though. But I would have thought if we're using boss's orders, we would attack with Raikou V instead, just as a more efficient option, and you would get a fleet-footed card for free.
I agree.
So I'm surprised we're putting 3 on the Iron Hands. You're going to have to attach retreat. You could boss arm press the Squawkabilly and be taking 2.
That works, honestly.
But it feels like it could have been on the Raikou instead here.
Yeah, 2 energy on the Raikou, beats 3 energy on the Iron Hand, and of course, Iron Hand so useful later.
We're hiding again. We're taking another turn off.
We are taking another turn off.
My goodness.
We are in a stalemate, Joe. Sooner or later, somebody is going to boss, but of course, we've got Lightning Energy boss in hand.
These are our aggressive decks in the format, aren't they, Ross? It doesn't look like it.
But we've got the right energy on the Raging Bolt on the bench, so you can manually retreat and boss here.
Yes.
And this is exactly what we're going to see, and this is a problem, because Iron Hands is going down.
3 energy. Essentially all of Andrew's actions last turn being undone immediately by a huge bellowing thunder here. Shashi was holding on to that boss's orders for a couple turns, and basically doesn't want to use any other action, knows that he's going so far ahead with this KO.
And this is quite a statement. Taking the grass energy and all off the bench, leaving a 2 energy on your Raging Bolt is going, you know, return KO in this.
Yeah, even with a full bench. Although Andrew can reach, I believe, with this Rondo. If you use your tandem unit for a couple Zapdos, that should help you get over the line.
Yeah, and you can go, and the Zapdos are easy. Oh, actually, oh, you don't want a top deck one. You can get that with Miraidon.
We could have done that for free.
Deck.
Could have done it for free.
Oh, that's not fun. That feels so bad. Now you're using tandem unit to get 1 because you top decked 1 when you could have top decked anything else and used tandem unit to get 2 of them. So remember how we do the Raikou mass. You add up the bench Pokemon, add 1 times by 2, put a 0 on the end. That's what we taught you yesterday. Assuming a full bench here, then that leaves 10. Which will get to 220, but of course each Zapdos adding 10 damage will put you at 240. You will reach onto the Raging Bolt, and that means Shashi's lost a couple extra energy they didn't need to lose.
That is true, and that could end up becoming important later on in the game if ever Shashi is left wanting some Sada. But it feels like with the hand right now, Shashi shouldn't have too much of an issue continuing with the pressure with Bellowing Thunder. Has another Raging Bolt EX in the hand as well, so can be on their way to powering up multiple Pokemon. There's already the energy retrieval in hand as well, so the Ogerpon can continue to Teal Dance also.
Yeah, you just need a Lightning Energy on the active, and that is the KO established, and you can get that with the energy retrieval.
Yeah, double Teal Dance thanks to the energy retrieval. Shashi's drawn into Trekking Shoes as well.
Don't have the Lightning Energy yet, do we?
No, I think we have Sada though, don't we? If it's not in hand, we at least have Pokegear. So maybe we're gambling a little bit. Oh, the Lightning Energy is in hand.
Okay, we're good. My color blindness strikes again.
Yeah. We have so many different energy in Shashi's list. Lots of, they're not all the same at all. There's some different holos. There's all sorts going on. Big Pokegear though. Do we see a Sada? Yes, we do.
So now we're good and golden. And Andrew can get the return KO here with 2 energy onto a Miraidon or 2 energy onto a Raikou, although there's only 1 in the deck and no Pokemon recovery. But you will need a pivot and either an energy sticker or generator hit. If you get them, Andrew will be able to get the return KO, but that's asking, it feels like Andrew has so much more awkwardness every turn to navigate than Shashi does.
Shashi has guaranteed energy all the time. Andrew has far from it. It's coin flips and it's looking at the top 5 cards. And Shashi's holding on to a monster hand, will manually attach to this Raging Bolt EX as well.
Does have Prime in hand now, not terribly relevant for this turn. You have to take out the Raikou, but could be relevant next turn for the final 2 prizes on a Squawkabilly, for instance, or something else.
We're going to take away a grass from each Ogerpon, as well as 1 lightning from the active. Shashi goes down to 2 prize cards. Essentially has to be hand disrupted by Andrew this turn, because we know he is holding on to the goods to close out this game. Does Andrew have access to Iono here?
He's got Professor's Research, but that would...
Luminion. I think there's a Luminion V in hand. That's going to be important.
There is an energy sticker in hand, Joe. There's an energy sticker on the board, Joe. Oh.
Well, it is a coin flip after all.
I mean, one for 2 does kind of make sense.
Oh, didn't go
Raichu V is an interesting one here. But this does mean we're not going to see any hand disruption. You can't use that with a jamming tower in play. That's not going to work. Yeah, and that was just pointed out by Shashi there going, you know this is in play, right? You're not using that, mate.
Yeah.
But maybe you draw into your one-town store, turn it on. We got an energy sticker, Joe.
Good news, Ross. Double energy sticker in hand. We can see some extra energy coming into play. We need some head splits if Miraidon EX is going to attack.
Oh, and we just see Shashi there going, I'm going to be honest with you. You can't hand disrupt me. I've got a lightning energy and a prime catcher. No matter what you do, I guarantee win next turn.
What if Andrew was playing unfair stamp? He hadn't seen an ace spec yet.
He hadn't seen an ace spec yet. But I think that was more a case of, I think we're done here.
Yeah.
That was more of a, do you have something like, here are the cards I've got, should we keep playing? No, and Shashi takes the game, or the match, 2-0.
And Raging Bolt looked phenomenal in the hands of Shashi there. Was flowing so smoothly. In that second game, took the pressure off a little bit, didn't really bundle into the active and start taking single prize knockouts to not help your map. Instead, leave your own single prize Pokemon in the active and wait until you have a huge assortment of energy. I think he said 9 energy in play at one point, Ross, so that he can continue with those bellowing thunders turn after turn.
Yeah, and when you look at that matchup, you're like, why is everyone not playing Raging Bolt? You watch that match, and you understand why we've been hyping Raging Bolt and why everyone else has been hyping Raging Bolt. Right now, I'll be honest with you, that's why it's being hyped. But what you saw there was a matchup where Raging Bolt, if they get going quickly, that is a good matchup. It can go either way if the Miraidon gets going fast enough. But like we kept saying all game, it's harder for the Miraidon to get rolling than it is for the Raging Bolt to get rolling, and we saw that. Here is a replay going back to game 1. We see that big KO on the Raging Bolt, turn 1 going second, and there wasn't much more of the game left after that. We saw a KO onto the Zapdos, and Andrew top decks nothing and chose to concede the game.
Game 2 was a slightly different story, as we're going to see Andrew after this Ultra Ball just picking up the cards, because it felt like Andrew forced Shashi to go first, so we had a slightly more awkward opener. But it didn't really slow him down. He still was able to launch the first 2 prize knockout thanks to a big boss's orders after the waiting game was played. And even though Andrew could continue to respond, he was always 2 prize cards behind. And Shashi did not let up the pressure, was able to find Sada from Pokegear, which really was a huge hit, allowing him to have such a robust board state towards the end, meaning that he only needed a 1-card combo to win, and that was a prime catcher that was in hand for the following turn.
Yeah, Shashi shows the prime catcher in the energy, saying, I've got you locked. Tell me if I'm missing something, but otherwise, let's finish this up and go and have a little bit of a break between rounds. And Shashi looking delighted there, as would I be. There are a couple other matchups that have been concluded. Sawyer Melbourne has gone to 29 points at 9-0-2 with Lost Zone Box, and Ben Cryers at 28 points at 9-1-1 with Snorlax Control.
One Snorlax player out in the field with a dream right now. I think there are a few towards the lower end of the tables, but Ben is right on up there. Lucas Zing beating out Grant Shen in the Chen Pao off on table 359. We saw Shashi get to those 28 match points as well. Michael Bio getting to 27 match points with Charizard EX. We haven't really seen many of them, but that's working its way up the tables as well. Joel there with Lugia as well, having a decent run, getting to 27 themselves. So we are starting to see a few games conclude for our round 11. It was quite a quick one for us, though.
Yeah, we expected to see big decks bumping into each other, and that's exactly what we saw. I feel like we were a little bit robbed of game one. That game one, we really didn't get very much. To draw nothing off your opening hand and then go, that's all right.
Yeah.
This is why I play Squawkabilly. I'm going to get a new opening hand. And to see that being just as bad and just as unplayable as your original opening hand and losing that game quickly has got to be heartbreaking. Because there are certain things you can do, right? If your deck like Miraidon can be a little awkward at times, you play cards like that to improve your chances, and it just didn't work. I am saying, though, I've heard some people play Tatsugiri in Miraidon.
Could have helped out.
Could have helped out a little bit there. And also giving your opponent a one prizer, which is just a little bit awkward at that point.
Well, we just saw Shashi doing great things with the Raging Bolt. And I'm sticking my neck out on this one, Ross. I think he might go all the way into our top 8 because he seemed to flow with that deck so smoothly. Let's hear from him on the stage with Juancho.
Thank you, casters. Juancho Saldana here, and I'm here with our last round winner, Shashi Narain. Shashi, oh, you must be over the moon right now.
Oh yeah, I'm feeling myself right now, Mara. I went crazy. Let's go.
No, trust me, you sound just as happy as while I was watching you on the stream. You were just laughing, having fun. But hey, you're playing a fun deck. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so Raging Bolt, it's really fast. Games are quick, you know. It allows me for really long washing breaks, you know. Shout out to my boy Yeoman Yu, original pioneer in the deck before it got hyped up, you know. Shout out to my sponsor, Comfy Hobbies. Yeah, that's all I gotta say.
Oh, okay, so you got it from the source, the original Ogre Pond deck. That sounds amazing. But yeah, I mean, it's a very powerful deck. I think I'm so happy that we got to showcase that on stream because I think you're the first one to really showcase that this deck is really powerful. You get to go fast, you get to hit hard, and tell us why you decided to bring it to the biggest tournament of all time.
It's just really powerful. It hits really fast. You know, I got the jamming towers in there just for a little bit of defense, you know. So the game plan is I blow up your active, I put a jamming tower, and I pray.
And it worked. We got to see it in that match. The jamming tower, soft stuff like the Forest Seal Stone, and even maybe the rescue board, just in case you want to retreat. Any matchups though what matchups do you want to see and you want to avoid?
To be honest, other than Miraidon, I don't think they're very good matchups. I don't play the Bravery Charms. It's a secret. I don't play them, so I don't want to play the Dragapult.
Unfortunately, my friend, the secret might be out. No, that's for sure. But hey, we got to see it. He was powerful against Miraidon. You know what? Just hit hard, hit fast. I'm sure we can make something happen. With that, is this your first day 2 in an IC, if I'm correct, right? How does that feel?
It feels incredible. I've done terrible at my last 2 NAICs, and just feels good to get my first, you know, so far, so good finish at a IC.
Absolutely huge, and congratulations. And you know what? Very commanding performance on stage as well. And any advice you want to give to any aspiring Pokemon trainer out there?
Just don't listen to the hype and just play what you love.
Ooh, don't listen to hype. Listen to your heart, some would say. With that, I know you did already a couple of shout outs, but anyone else you want to shout out?
Yeah, once again, shout out to my sponsor, Comfy Hobbies, and also my testing crew, Justin Kim, Daniel Zoe, Mari Vivas, Matthew Wood, Angela Mango Singh, Evan Huang, Jeffrey Chow, John Pan, Lex and Rick, Billy Chen. Okay, good.
A lot of names there. Good on you for remembering them all even after that match.
I tried my best. If I forgot you, I'm sorry.
Awesome stuff. Thank you so much. Best of luck with the next couple of rounds. Maybe we'll see you in top 8. All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and throw it back to the casters for more Pokemon action.
Thank you very much, Juancho. Always nice to hear from somebody who's so happy about winning and absolutely delighted champion there of that previous round. And I mean, look, when your deck's running like that, Joe, you've got to be psyched.
Yeah, Shashi kind of doing himself down a little bit, saying having no good matchups, but I do think the deck list was really creative and at least gave him some wiggle room. That jamming tower seemed to be pretty impressive, and I think there are a lot of archetypes utilizing that Forest Seal Stone to cobble together their early game, especially the Stage 2 archetypes need those Forest Seal Stones early game to actually pop off into their candy combos, especially with Pidgey or EX. So that can be slowing down decks just enough for you to get far enough ahead with the Raging Bolt that you can still just churn through enough prize cards. So I think, he's been a little understated so far, but having a great run in the tournament.
That jamming tower made a huge difference. We saw in that last matchup, there were times where Andrew was like, I can't Forest Seal Stone. And it was right there, and that could have made all the difference. Going and finding the Iono on that one turn where you really needed to disrupt your opponent in game 2. Finding literally anything in game 1 to give yourself a little bit of a start. Unfortunately, could not use that. You know what we could use, though? We could use your help. You, talking to you, because we've got a community choice bracket we are using to try and figure out the best deck. We're not trying to predict the winner of NAIC. We're trying to see what the best deck is to get the true winner, and we have got a powerhouse in the first round here. First match of the second round. That'll do. Lugia against Gardevoir, and I'll be honest with you, given what we've already said since we came live this morning, Joe, I think people might think we're leaning towards Gardevoir.
Yeah, I mean, they were landside victors in their first round of the community bracket choice. This one might be a little bit closer. Gardevoir's having the better of things so far in this tournament, no doubt. But Lugia already has those established results. It did so well over in the Japan Championships, and we know that has the highest power level of basically any archetype. When you do summon double Archeops, you have so much threat established with so many Pokemon which can come onto the board all in one turn. There's nothing more terrifying than a single prize Iron Hands EX, and that's what a Legacy Energy can provide for you. And we know that Minccino, Cinccino, they're phenomenal single prize Pokemon that can get into the action and deal ridiculous damage output.
They can, and we do have Joel Bergman sitting on 27 points with Lugia Archeops right now. It is still a very good deck. There's absolutely a chance we see one in top 8. It is a very, very powerful deck. Legacy Energy says you've got to take an extra prize in order to beat it, which is frankly incredibly harsh. You've got huge power, and I think it's fair to say if Lugia were perfectly consistent, hands down best deck in the format, the only thing that's stopping Lugia is there are some games where it doesn't set up, but when it does, it's phenomenal. We saw Fluttermane yesterday with Lugia doing very, very well indeed. We've seen gigantic KOs with Cinccino. We've seen Lugia itself getting in on the action. We've seen Legacy Energy reducing the amount of prizes you're giving up. We've seen things like Wellspring Mask, Ogerpon getting in on the action as well. There's so many options for Lugia.
Yeah, so many tricks up its sleeve. Similar for Gardevoir, really. I feel like that's the consistency pick for many players out there, and I think that's why it is doing so well in this tournament. You just get into so many games with refinement. You do have more tricks up your sleeve with Monkey Dory as well. You can do so much intricate math that allows you to stay behind in the prize race, which is really where Gardevoir is most comfortable, to be honest with you, Ross, because it wants to be in control of Iono, it wants to have those counter catches available, and you know that with this extra damage counter placement, you can sweep games from under people and take a huge swing in prizes towards the latter stages of the game. So Gardevoir also doing great this tournament, and it's just a fantastic deck, also gaining huge cards. I've just mentioned Monkey Dory, but also the A-Spec choice. Currently, I believe our top seed, are they still X and O right now?
Undecided. They're playing Joshua Frink in a mirror match, but the game is not yet finished.
Well, at the very least, 10-0 right now, and he's playing Hyper Aroma as the A-Spec in the deck list. So going second, you can TM Evo in the best case scenario. Going first, your buddy Poffin, and then on your second turn of the game, you Aroma and still get lots of Curlier and get Refining no matter what.
Yeah, it's fantastic. If we look at the top tables here, right? Table 1, Gardevoir against Gardevoir. And then we got Lost Zone against Gardevoir, Lost Zone against Gardevoir, Gardevoir against Chien-Pao, Gardevoir against Lost Box against Gardevoir. You need to get down to the 7th table to find a table that doesn't have Gardevoir on right now. It is that dominant at this tournament. Now, we have actually seen Sawyer Melbourne take down Ryan Antonucci in this last round, so that is a loss to Gardevoir. But make no mistake about it, in this tournament, and that's where, that's a decision to be made. In this tournament right now, Gardevoir is the best deck. It is the deck to beat. But we just saw last weekend, we saw Snorlax winning Japan Nationals, right?
It was Lugia, right?
I meant Lugia. I was just looking. Ben Cryer's gone to 9-1-1 with Snorlax control. That's what confused me. Lugia, my apologies.
Lugia was half of Top Cut in
Lugia
Japan. So it's done what Gardevoir's trying to do this weekend, and it's already been there and done that.
So let's just, if you want to take Lugia, don't just look at this tournament. This is one tournament. It's the only tournament we have in the West in this Twilight Masquerade format. But actually, Lugia has been there. Lugia has done it. Lugia has been around since Silver Tempest came out. Actually, one set earlier than Gardevoir came around in Scarlet and Violet base, being this good all the way along. They've both been phenomenal decks all the way in this particular format. I don't think there's a wrong choice here. If you want to really hone in on North American Internationals, the answer is Gardevoir. If you want to look at the wider format with all the information we've got, I do think there is a strong argument to be made for Lugia.
Yep, and it feels like it's having a great run again. Only a handful of people still at the very top tables, but I'm sure a number of people are still having that great conversion from day 1 to day 2. It's still been a fantastic choice for the tournament. There are, of course, other streams happening across the event here. We're here for TCG. We know that you love the trading card game, but if you're just a Pokemon fan and want to see the other action, you can see here that there are other things to be watching on the streams, Ross.
Yeah, we've got Beyond the Pokedex entry Greninja, Celebrate Water-type Pokemon. We've got the 2018 Latin American International Championships going on as well. So you can look back to some old formats there, which were an awful lot of fun. There's a lot of Pokemon action out there, Joe.
Cheeky bit of Battle Frontier right there as well to keep an eye on. One of my favorites going back for all those. That's an awesome series, no doubt. So, yeah, plenty of things to keep you occupied with, all things Pokemon.
And this is where I invite you to sing a bit of the theme song if you're feeling in the mood, Joe.
No, I'm not Freya. I don't have the vocal cords.
Oh, never mind. Had to give you the option.
That will never happen. That will never happen. I'll spare the viewers that.
So what happens at this point, Joe, for Gardevoir? How do we take down Gardevoir? How do we stop this being Gardevoir's tournament? What are the hurdles, so to speak?
Well, we're going to find out this weekend to some extent, but I do think the Lost Zone variants, they can cause some trouble, of course. I think Iron Hands is still one of the better solutions, to be honest with you.
Agreed.
And that is in so many archetypes. But also, I think, we've mentioned it a couple times, there aren't many, but the Chen Pao players who are hitting the Gardevoir are typically having a good time into them as well. So I think these are the archetypes that will have to do well to climb up to the record to find the Gardies, but as soon as they do, they could have a really good matchup.
Yeah, it's one of those awkward things. They're playing big Pokemon, which are generally quite hard for the Gardevoir decks to KO, while also being able to get these big KOs on Gardevoir. They've got some single prize tricks if they want to as well, and they can, of course, abuse that Radiant Greninja and just do 90-90, taking out 2 Curly. And if you get a good start, turn 2, you can be using Radiant Greninja to be 90 here and 90 there, and it's just a phenomenal card to come out there.
That's terrifying, and I think there's even a couple of Goldengo out in the field trying to do the exact same thing with Palkia V-Star, powering up that Greninja on turn 2. Let's see what the community thought about Gardevoir. Is it going to take down Lugia in our bracket here?
Let's have a gander.
After today's today's results, it's no surprise to see Gardevoir just squeaking it there, I think, Ross.
And I think chat once again has got it. I think you get 55 with Gardevoir, 45 with Lugia. Gardevoir is the better of the decks, I think, right now. But I don't think it's a massive difference. I don't think we needed a landslide victory here. I think Gardevoir is ever so slightly the better of the 2 decks. So good work, chat. I think you got that right.
They've basically smashed every community bracket choice. I'm basically nodding with everything that I'm seeing here. Throughout yesterday, you were getting involved in the bracket, and again, you continue to impress with some great picks here. It was a closer one, no doubt. Lugia is a great choice for so many players out here. You have the opportunity to beat anyone with Lugia. That's what's so impressive about it.
Yes.
Because no matter how good your opponent is, sometimes Lugia just has it like that. And when it does, it's the most dangerous deck in the room. Gardevoir, you really have to put your all into the deck it's no surprise that the highest placing Gardevoirs right now in the tournament are all experienced players with the archetype for many months. Josh Frink has been playing this archetype for a long old time. We heard on the stream that Henry has been playing this since it was out, essentially. So we know that you have to really put the effort in with Gardevoir if you want to get the most out of it.
Yeah, it's not the easiest deck to play to a high level. We saw for a long time Tord Reklev was basically only playing Gardevoir. Just played it every tournament and had consistent, really good results. But it takes that level. I remember back in the early days of Gardevoir where people were like, maybe Mewtwo v Union, which unfortunately did not end up being the answer, but it was still a very good option in that deck. And the deck has really changed. You know, back in the Temporal Forces format, and even a lot of people coming in here, we've moved to the Screamtail, Drifloon, those tools that bump your HP, and then hitting big damage to the active with Drifloon and the bench with Screamtail. But now we got different ways to play it, and it really is Monkey Dory coming in, making a big difference. You know, we talked about Unfair Stamp being one of the big tricks for Gardevoir, and yet our top seed Gardevoir isn't playing Unfair Stamp, it's playing Hyper Roamer, but then again, that is still one of the new tricks that gained in this set.
Yeah, it is really a big consistency boost. I think even back in the Champions League in Sapporo, it was also playing the Hyper Aroma, so it does have some good pedigree behind it, and Henry once again showing what it can do. What I really like about New Age Gardevoir is that you're attacking so frequently with those basic attackers. It means you get to retain those Curlier the entire game. When we had Shining Arcana pre-rotation,
I don't hear you right
drew
now.
so many great cards, but we could end up getting
kind of
KO'd and then lose all of our engine all in one go. And the late game got really foggy and difficult, but now because you're constantly sending in little dinky one-prize Pokemon, you retain your engine the entire game.
Yeah, and that is always a bonus, keeping your engine on board. And it is the engine of Gardevoir, I think, which is such a big deal here. Having Refinement, having Radiant Greninja, just being able to draw so many more cards all the time is such a big deal. And it just gives you that consistency. It takes a couple of turns to get rolling. That is the scary time for Gardevoir. And I think that's why Hyper Roamer is so gosh darn good, because it can almost kind of save you a turn at times. It's basically like, all right, I'm going first. I'm not able to use TM Devolution. I don't want to evolve, Evolution. I don't want to evolve at the end of my second turn. No, that's too late. Hyper Roamer is going to give me the free evolutions, and I'm going to be going on turn 2. And when you're playing against Gardevoir, you do spend the first couple of turns being like, come on, whiff your Curlier, whiff your Curlier, give me an easy start to the game.
It's because it needs more than just the refinement, right? You need to also start getting rid of so many of those psychic energy, especially if you want to ramp to that higher damage output and respond on some of the bigger threats in the game, like Iron Hands, which is probably the most dangerous one for the Gardevoir players. So having those proactive refinements with the Hyper Aroma allows you to get rolling so much quicker, allows you to establish that hand. And when you have the Unfair Stamp, yes, it's going to be much more disruptive for the opponent, but you're also kind of hoping that those 5 cards are really good for you. And that's not always going to be the case, especially if you spend your Arven grabbing the Unfair Stamp, you're only seeing 5. So you can end up just having 1 Curlier in play, and that's when it starts getting a bit dicey for you. So guaranteeing those Curlier is such a big deal.
It is a big deal. It's always a big deal trying to figure out which A-Spec all the decks are playing, not just Gardevoir. And I think Wancho is going to bring us an interview with someone who is a big deal, but much like A-Specs in decks, it's a bit of a surprise, and I want to find out what the surprise is.
Thank you, casters. Wancho Saldana here, and I'm joined by Goldango's strongest soldier, apparently. Abby, how are you doing today, Abby?
I'm good. I am playing some side events. My husband's doing GLC. I'm going to do the women's league challenge at 2, which I'm really excited to meet more of the ladies in the community, but a little bummed I did not make day 2, and I think it's because I didn't play Goldango.
Oh no, the last time we got to catch up with you on the regional streams, you were on that Goldango hype train. You're playing it in one of the biggest regionals ever, and why abandon it now at NAIC?
I definitely think I got a little scared of Dragapult. I was like, ooh, my little gimme ghouls, they might not survive. And so I just started practicing with Bolt Ogerpon a month ago, and I was like, yeah, this is the play, this is it. And then all day yesterday, I was just like, wow, where's Palkia? Where's Gimme Ghoul? Where's Goldango? I was so sad. And then I was at home having dinner, and I saw JW in the last round just absolutely crushing it. with Goldango, and I was like, man, I betrayed him.
Oh no. Yeah, a lot of high caliber players really are playing Goldango. It's really fun to see and watch for sure, especially here at NAIC of all places. And where is that Ogre Pond deck now?
Well, I may have gone 1-3 drop, gone upstairs to the vendors, immediately pulled out all of my Ogre Ponds and sold them.
That's okay. We still have our Goldango deck. And again, tell us about the plans for today. What else is there to do here at NAIC?
There is so much. I cannot get over just the caliber of this event. Amazing side events. There's 2 GLC challenges. The Women's League challenge is at 2. There's so many Switch challenges, Go challenges. I also did bring Goldango with me and already played in a pickup 8-person event. And I did lose, probably, because he was a little mad at me about yesterday. But there is so much to do today and tomorrow, and it's been really awesome just to meet so many of the people I chat with online and finally hug them and hang out. So it's so fun. Even though I didn't make day 2, I'm still just having a blast.
That's awesome to hear. And don't worry, time heals all. Someday you'll make it back to Goldango's Strongest Soldier again. And then you're going to be coin bonusing and taking knockouts. With that, is there anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Yes, definitely my husband Jackson, as always. He definitely picked me up when I was feeling a little down yesterday about my choice. But also my friend Eric, he is currently in day 2 with the Bolt list we played yesterday, so we're really excited for him. But honestly, just the whole 904 community. There was so many of us here in New Orleans from Florida, and it's always such a good time when we get together and we hang out, and I just love testing and being together, so I couldn't be happier.
Love to hear it. You know what? I actually do have one more question, just because I absolutely love your energy. Despite not making day 1, is there any advice you can give to people?
Yeah, I definitely think it's super easy to get down on yourself when you play bad or your deck just isn't decking, it's not working. And I think the biggest thing I have to tell myself is if I've done my best work, if I've done all of the sequencing and everything I can, and it's still not happening for me, you just can't beat yourself up about it. That's just the nature of the game. You know your accomplishments, and you just have to remember that when things get hard.
I love it. It's definitely great advice to try and keep the energy up just like you. Definitely, we're in New Orleans. We're here to have fun. But right now, I think we're going to go ahead and take a quick break, but there's still a lot of Pokemon to be played here at the North America International Championships. Don't go anywhere.
Hello Pokemon trainers, welcome to Moments in Championship History, a series where you will learn about the most exciting stories throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Today we'll be focusing on an incredible deck that combines an unlikely trio of cards. This is a combination that you would not think would synergize well together, but as it turns out, they formed a partnership worthy of a World Championship title. I'm referring to none other than Robin Schul's Zoroark GX Gardevoir deck, which combined 3 of the most powerful cards ever printed.
I think one of my strengths at this game is building decks and choosing the right decks for tournaments. I think I'm quite good at seeing what's important in a matchup between 2 decks and seeing how it should play out in theory and then checking the theory in practice.
The first card was Gardevoir from the Breakpoint set. It was a very effective way to stop your opponent's strategies by shutting down all the abilities with its own Garbo-Toxin ability, as long as it had a tool card attached such as Floatstone. Next, the other Gardevoir from the Guardians Rising set with a powerful Trash Avalanche attack, dealing damage based on the amount of item cards in your opponent's discard pile. This card alone completely changed how trainers built their decks and played the game, as many powerful item cards such as Ultra Ball, Field Blower and Puzzle of Time that were played back then were now a liability and would increase the damage that this Gardevoir could do. And finally, the glue that brought everything together, Zoroark GX and its trade ability, allowing trainers to discard a card from their hand and draw 2 cards. With multiple Zoroark GX in play, you could draw up to 8 extra cards each turn, allowing you to find key resources like Guzma Razorola at just the right moment. This formidable card already had 3 international titles to its name with different partners. Tord Reklev won the 2018 European International Championship by combining Zoroark GX with Golisopod GX, and then won the 2018 Oceania International by pairing it with Gardevoir GX. And finally, Stefan Ivanov was crowned champion at the 2018 North America International Championship with the same unlikely trio of Zoroark GX and the 2 Garbodors that would then go on to become world champions. Now, why is it an unlikely trio, you ask? Well, this Garbodor shuts down abilities, while Zoroark GX's best asset is how many extra cards it grants you each turn with its ability trait. So how was Robin able to make these 2 unlikely friends work so well together in the same deck at the World Championships in Nashville? The answer comes in many forms, but the main one is, you want to take advantage of all these powerful cards at the right time. Draw as many cards as possible with multiple Zoroark GXs, shut down abilities when it's convenient for you, and deal more and more damage with each item card your opponent decides to play. In game 1 of his top 4 match against Clive, Robin won by using a Tapu Lele GX with 3 double colorless energy attached to 1 Kiowa Zygarde GX. During game 2, Robin decided to hold off on evolving into Garbodor until the last possible second. And after playing a devastating end to 1, in combination with shutting down all abilities, Robin was able to start an amazing comeback with powerful Trash Challenge and Rider beating attacks to make his way into the finals. On Championship Sunday, Robin adjusted his strategy to start limiting his opponent's abilities as soon as possible against the very ability-reliant Malamar deck, as that deck needed to continually use Psychic Recharge every turn to power up its powerful attackers. Robin didn't hesitate, and as soon as the second turn of Game 1, he decided to shut down all abilities with Garbotoxin.
The lock has been established. Turn 2 Garbotoxin for Robin.
And utilize Zoroark GX with its Psychic Resistance as a bulky and powerful attacker, dishing out a lot of damage with its Rider Speeding attack.
Robin Schultz takes game number 1.
Game 2 was more of the same.
A perfect second turn from Robin Schultz. It's going to take a 2-prize knockout, lock down the abilities.
And even though it was a bit closer this time around, Robin was able to lock down the Psychic Recharge abilities long enough to walk away with victory.
That is it! Robin Schultz is the 2018 Masters Division World Champion.
Turns out combining 3 of the most powerful and threatening cards ever printed was the perfect strategy for Robin Schultz to be crowned the 2018 Pokémon TCG World Champion. Thank you so much for watching. We hope you enjoyed learning about the history of this crazy deck. Make sure to let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokémon TCG history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
So I started playing Pokemon at the end of 2017, beginning of 2017 area. I really got into it because my locals in Florida were so welcoming and nice, and they really taught me, the ins and outs of the game. My first competitive event was St. Louis Regionals, where I actually ended up getting top 16. I lost my Whitted in the top 8, but for my first event, I was super happy that I got a few boxes and just had a great time. My favorite Pokemon is probably Lugia, since I played it all last year. I did great with it last year, and I always enjoyed watching it in the TV shows. I look up to Isaiah Bradner. He's a super awesome friend and a great person. My gym would probably be the colorless type, since colorless Pokemon, Lugia is my favorite Pokemon, so I think I'd be a colorless type gym leader. The one trainer I would probably battle is Azul, since I've never beat him before, but would be super happy if I could. My favorite part about Pokemon events is just my friends. Obviously playing Pokemon is super fun, I enjoy it a lot, but hanging out with your friends, you can't really beat that. My go-to event snack is probably just chips and a drink. That's usually what I have throughout the whole event. I usually don't eat lunch because nerves, but then I make sure I have a big dinner afterwards. Yeah, if I won the World Championship, I'd probably make a call to my parents first to start. They've just supported me ever since I started playing the game and just been a great supporting role. I do not think I am Team Rocket.
Pokemon trainers, lovers, players, welcome back to our North America International Championship here in New Orleans, Louisiana. I'm Boo, joined by Pablo Meza. We're on the desk once again. We had a long day yesterday and we're back here for some more Pokemon action. Pablo, how are you feeling in our day 2?
I am feeling very good. We have the top of the top here at the North American International Championships. 290 players in day 2. That is a lot of players. There's been regional tournaments before that had less players than we have today playing in the second day.
No, I cannot believe that. Our players out there are definitely earning their spots.
Yeah.
Not only into day 2, but I mean, it gets harder from here on out. Now they're trying to get into our top 8 and forward. And I mean, once you're in top 8, any of those players there can become our NAIC champion. And there's so much on the line there with our prizes and everything that you earn, and including that nice little Pikachu. That gold Pikachu is quite nice as well. But yes, we just wrapped up our round 11. We will be taking you into our round 12 very soon. But let's take a look at our updated standings, how these players are faring in our field so far. Let us know on social media if you recognize any of these names on our list, who you are rooting for, what decks you're rooting for, but also definitely take a look at these match points. We were discussing this before, Pablo. We're still kind of questioning what the match point, I guess, number needs to be for our players to get into our top 8 today.
Yeah, I think 36 match points might end up being the bubble in this humongous tournament, and all of these players can still reach it, right? There's still a lot to play for, and I think we're definitely seeing the dominance of North America right now.
Yes.
I only see 3 players that do not belong in North America. The first is a couple of Australians, Kaiwan Kababe and Henry Brand from Australia, and then we have K2RI all the way from Japan, but everyone else is from North America. Henry Chow, our undefeated player, Sawyer Melbourne, who had a very good start of the season, now in 3rd place right now. Stefan Tobacco, a very good player from California. Lucas Zing, our latest LA regional winner, up here as well, continuing that amazing run.
I know there's so much competition out in our field, and if these names don't prove it, I don't know what else will. And I'm sure all of these players are zoned in, trying to get the last couple of match points they need and finish out our Swiss rounds very strong. Now, here on the stream, we're going to finish out our Swiss rounds with you as well. We're going to have some incredible gameplay coming up, some awesome players featured on our big international stage. And I'm excited for sure to get into this. Pablo, are you excited to see what decks happen to be shaping up here in our day 2?
I am, yeah. I think we've seen a good mix between new archetypes, new exciting A-specs as well. I think the A-specs have been like the thing that has really brought a lot of diversity to the metagame. We've had Legacy Energy show up, we've had Hyper Aroma show up as well. I do believe Henry Chow is undefeated with that Hyper Aroma. That was not in my guessing game before the event, so it's really impressive. It's really nice to see the variety, and Gardevoir potentially being the strongest deck. That was not my prediction.
Really? My gosh, you doubted, Pablo. You doubted?
I mean, I knew it was strong, right? And
well,
Monkey Theory just adds so much to the deck, but other than that, I was not expecting it to be this dominant. 20% off day 2. Yeah, 1 out of every 5 people out there are playing Gardevoir. That's so much representation.
Yeah, that is a ton of representation. I mean, I definitely believed in the power of the deck for sure. It was one of my caster picks for sure. But yeah, so I'm still rooting for it over here. All of our Gardevoir players. I want to see you continue to succeed today.
I feel like you have that sort of like love-hate relationship with Gardevoir. You want it to succeed because you picked it, but you're also not the biggest fan of how the deck ends up playing out.
Okay, so there's a difference, Pablo, between like a love for the deck and a respect for it, all right?
Fair enough,
I feel like I could still really dislike Gardevoir, which honestly I always say I'm like #1 hater of Gardevoir, but I respect it, especially respecting our players that chose to bring it. I think it does take a ton of skill to play that deck, so I'm rooting for all those players. I do believe in the skill, and I mean that's what these international events are for, to see the highest level Pokemon TCG gameplay on our stage, and that's what I thrive watching. I mean, it's inspiring to me. So I like Gardevoir for that reason. But Pablo, let's take a look at our key matchups that we have. Like I said, we wrapped up our round 11. We're about to head into our round 12 here at NAIC. And lots of big names here. I guess if you could pick one, which would you like to see, Pablo?
I mean, I'm always a big fan of seeing the Japanese players play, so I would love to see K2RI at some point.
Yeah.
Henry Brand, former world champion, of course, an amazing player.
Huge.
Andrew Kennett, always trying to innovate, and Ryan Antonucci, very good young player in this crowd. And then Andrew Gantner, I actually played against him in day 2 of Vancouver this season.
Wow.
I ended up losing that match, so I would love to get a chance to see and root for him.
Very nice. Well, let's see which match we will be able to cast over. It is going to be Andrew Gantner versus Lucas Jing, and I am so excited to get into this. Like you said before, Pablo, Lucas just won our regional championship in Los Angeles. So coming into NAIC with a 9-1-1 record now, and we're about to see another featured match of some incredible play from both of these players.
Yeah, and very interesting deck choices as well. So I think we have the match ready to go at the stage. Why don't we head there and introduce our players and showcase their decks. Andrew Gantner playing that Lost Box deck, which has had a big resurgence this format, which is very interesting how Twilight Masquerade and like a big stage 2 Pokemon actually makes this deck potentially a little bit better this time around.
Yup, Andrew Gantner with that Lost Box, but facing off against Lucas Jing, fresh off of a champion title in Los Angeles and bringing the Chen Pao to our table. I am so excited to get into this, Pablo. Chen Pao is so fun to watch. You know, I feel like it's a smooth flowing deck when you can get the right setup cards, and then you're hitting for a lot of damage here. But I'm interested to see how it's going to play into this Lost Box deck that Andrew Gantner has brought, and what maybe some surprises in the Lost Box that we might see as far as the list goes, or if it's going to be pretty, you know, bread and butter Lost Box.
Yeah, I think the Andrew Gantner's list seems to be like part of the standardized list that we've seen being brought by a lot of players, even from the very first rounds and day 1 with the Iron Thorns EX teched in there. We have the Blood Moon Ursa Luna and the Iron Hands as powerful, powerful attackers. And then over on Lucas' side, his list pretty much looks like what you would expect to see from Chen Pao for pretty much the last 6 months or so, or definitely since rotation.
Yeah.
But all of these lists have been very standardized, and it's very impressive to see a player win a regional 2 weekends ago with control and then completely switch to the other side, a hyper-aggressive, hyper-setup deck. And I think that speaks volumes of how it's great to become like this sort of expert in a deck, but there's a lot more value in having such good mechanics that you can actually switch decks very easily 1 week to the other.
Wow, look at these prize cards here. A ton of Pokemon, including that Cramorant, Radiant Greninja, and the Sableye, as well as a Colress's Experiment and 2 Nest Ball. I mean, that's pretty rough here for Andrew Gantner as far as trying to get things set up with your attackers and with the Nest Balls being prized and one of your Colresses as well. What did you see in the prize cards for Lucas, Pablo?
Yeah, I mean, the double Body Puffins could make Lucas's setup a little bit trippy in a way, or less fluid. But as you mentioned, Boo, those 3 Pokemon for Andrew, they're 3 essential attackers for him. So at least they're at the bottom, right? But they're so essential. Cramorant is needed in the early game. Sableye is needed in the late game. Greninja is needed to pressure the Frigibaxes and for consistency.
Ooh, look at that.
And a very awkward hand here, I think. That Iron Thorns limiting Shivery Chill.
Yeah, that is true. Yep, our players, I mean, the prize cards always add some spice to our matches here, but we are going to be kicking off our Swiss round 12. And Lucas is going to start us off with a Nest Ball here, that Chen Pao in the active position, and matching off against that Iron Thorns EX that we've seen so much of out in our field. I'm actually quite surprised how many decks have teched this card or just played this card alone in a deck itself.
Yeah, we've had players bring the quad Iron Thorns EX deck, and I've seen it mulligan up to 9 times in a single game and still be able to come out with the win. That initialization ability, I do believe, stopping all Rulebox Pokemon does mean that Shivery Chill does not work, and neither would an eventual Radiant Greninjas. No Rulebox Pokemon can use their abilities.
Yep, and that is definitely going to be tough to deal with. Of course, you still can use any non-rule box, but still, when you have that super powerful ability in the Chen Pao, that's going to be tough. But Andrew Gantner going in with a Poke Gear. You said the hand wasn't too strong. Let's see if we can save it.
Terrible, it's terrible, and the Poke Gear finds absolutely nothing. Andrew has nothing in his hand to play with this turn, to do anything, and the initialization log, like, might help a little bit, but it's not that great. It doesn't stop Baxcalibur, and that's gonna be the big thing here for Andrew. Just nothing to play, a lot of switching cards, he bosses orders and energy, and that is it. We might see a very quick game one here, Blue.
Oh, no. You hate to see when that happens, Pablo, but sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles, I suppose. Lucas Jing gonna start off this next turn with that Irida. Super strong supporter card to have in your early couple of setup turns, getting out one of your water Pokemon as well as an item card. So putting those pieces together slowly for setting up your board state here with the Chen Pao deck, getting those energies, accelerating them with the Baxcalibur, and yep, Pablo.
The game's over.
The game's over.
The game is over. Lucas just had the Arcanial already, has the double Earthen Vessel.
Didn't even need a shivery chill.
Yeah, Andrew immediately knows this, and yeah, the game's over within the first 2 turns. That is very unfortunate for Andrew. I mean, he had horrible prizes that it would have been really tough to win this game anyways, but wow, what a start for Lucas. Yeah, that must feel really good when you're in round 12,
yes.
the biggest tournament ever, and you get this generally free win.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure working up to this point, Lucas is probably feeling a bit exhausted. I mean, all of our players had a very long day, playing through 9 rounds yesterday, and they have to play even fiercer today into our day 2 field. So any time that you can take a quick match like this and head into a game 2 feeling pretty confident, you're gonna take it, especially at a North America International Championship, or really any international championship, because this is the highest stakes for our players here. So Lucas definitely looking and feeling good here on our stream. Andrew Kantner probably just gonna, you know, write that off to the game and go into a game 2. That's what we like to say. But yeah, I mean, Chen Pao, that really shows how powerful that deck can be in the early matchups too. I mean, it's not a deck where you have to spend those turns like setting up your board before you can actually get off an attack. We saw a ton of damage there from well, I guess we would have seen it if it concluded there, but we knew what was happening as soon as those water energies were coming out off that Earthen Vessel. It was going to be enough damage to win that game. So it's fast-paced enough to definitely capitalize on unfortunate bricks from your opponent.
Yeah, for sure. Having that unlimited damage essentially from that Hail Blade attack is so good. And that second Earthen Vessel is something that normally you wouldn't see too much of in Baxcalibur decks. They went like 50-50 between having 2 or having 1. That was like one of the corners you could cut, but look at Singh deciding to have 2, and also has a copy of Enhanced Hammer, which is probably not going to come up in this game at all, but I'm sure it's been useful against decks like Lugia V-Star.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing some of those small tech cards that were considered when heading into this specific metagame. That was completely unknown as well. We're in Twilight Masquerade, and it's got a lot of new cards for us here. Looking at the prize cards now for both of our players, Pablo.
Yikes, not the greatest prizes, but Andrew's hand is also very unfortunate.
Look at that. We saw just praying there at the table that we can get something to work here.
3 item cards.
Yeah,
for that.
we're there. We're somewhere.
Hisuian Heavy Bolt just gonna find that Sableye, which is not useful for his setup. No supporter, no Comfey to Flower Select. This is game 2, and we have yet to see a Flower Select because Andrew's hand is just so awful. He's gonna really need a good top deck or a good Pokestop next turn.
Exactly. This is not how we usually see things go with our Lost Box decks. They're usually selecting flowers here, throwing cards into the Lost Zone, zooming through their decks, especially with the builds that, you know, have Pokestop. You're getting into those item cards, you're playing a bunch of cards down, you're at least getting those Pokemon out and established on your first turn. None of that here is happening for Andrew Gander, unfortunately. The best thing we've seen so far is that, hey, at least he knows what's in his prize cards, because Hisuian Heavy Ball was going to help us out out there. So Andrew Gantner shuffling up the prize cards now. Hisuian Heavy Ball is going to be exchanged for that Sableye, and they're going to be laid back out once again. But yeah, all of these cards in hand are late game cards that we don't need to see until much later into turns. Right now, we need to see that setup, and we're just not getting there. Now the Colress is also at the top of the prize cards.
Yeah, I mean, even getting a prize card for Andrew is going to be very hard here. He's hoping to hit like a couple Buddy Puffins off of Pokestop or something like that. He does have 2 copies of Pokegear, which he could potentially find off of the Pokestop to help his case. But and like at least he knows that Chen Pao usually plays Pokestop, so that's probably going to still be in play. So he's going to see more cards. But how useful those will be comes down to chance, whereas Lucas on the other side is hitting all cylinders here. Can Shivery Chill, can use concealed cards, get extra resources, and set up his Frigivaxes. Yeah, Andrew not having a good time here.
Not having a good time, but still looking pretty happy. I mean, sometimes when it goes like this, at least you know it's nothing you personally did, I guess, unless you just count the way you build your deck. But sometimes it just happens in the Pokemon TCG. But yeah, I mean, losing any turns when you're going against a Chen Pao deck especially, if they can get that set up there, then they are rolling, and you are so far behind if you have a turn like this, like Andrew Gantner just had here in our game 2. Lucas going to go into that Pokestop. 2 discards there, Hisuian Heavy Ball of his own. So we're jumping into these prize cards as well for Lucas.
Yeah, we're gonna free up that Iron Bundle in case Andrew ever benches anything super crucial. The B-Barrel being priced could be a liability. And now, one of the issues that Chen Pao decks usually face against Lost Box is like the possibility of an early pressure Radiant Greninja attack, since they don't play Manaphy. But when your opponent has 0 cards in their Lost Zone, that's definitely not gonna happen next turn.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we don't even have enough cards in the Lost Zone to do anything with that Cramorant at the moment, especially thinking about Mirage Gate or Sableye in the future. We need to get somewhere here for Andrew, otherwise it is going to look very, very difficult to advance in this game for him. And this is already our 2nd game. I can't believe that we've already played one because of the unfortunate start, and now we're having another one of these. But Lucas Zing gonna continue to set up here, that Buddy Poffin being drawn out of the deck from that Irida as well. And we are zooming through this deck. Radiant Greninja concealed cards has already been used. And now we have an established bench here with all of these support Pokemon coming together.
Yeah, those double Frigibags just in case the Cramorant is able to somehow take a knockout. Now, like, Lucas can probably tell that things are not going well for Andrew, given the way he has, like, prayed essentially to get something good of the Pokestop, his body language.
Yes.
But Andrew could still have a Colress in his hand. Lucas doesn't know, because Andrew went first, right? Therefore, he couldn't have played that if he had it. So he's he needs to be extra careful. But the Prime Catcher, not a great top deck move.
Yeah, let's see what the Pokestop can get us. Okay.
I mean, yeah,
that's an S-ball.
That's either a Greninja or a Comfey, right?
Exactly.
So we can either build the Lost Zone or get an extra 2 resources into our hand.
Oh, I thought that was Chorus. It's a Lost Vacuum. All right. Well, we're going to use this Lost Vacuum now to get rid of that Pokestop here and discarding both of those cards into the Lost Zone.
All right. Now we're talking. The next Pokestop hits the Puffin and the Nest Ball. So now we're actually going to see something. And because of that Prime Catcher, we could even see the Bidoof go down. So not the worst now for Andrew. If he's somehow able to find that Colress off of the Comphase or Greninja, find another copy of Lost Vacuum, we could actually see a Mirage Gate turn. So all of a sudden, that Pokestop just gave a lot of life to Andrew here.
Yeah, a single Nest Ball can give you hope here. And not only do we have one Nest Ball, but there's another one drawn, as well as this Buddy Poffin. So Andrew is finally going to be able to get these Pokemon out on the field and start establishing something. But there's already a ton of cards in the hand as well. We just need to stack up that Lost Zone now so we can unlock the capability of some of those cards and potentially get off some attacks here.
Yeah, Andrew generally he now has a very solid chance if he's able to find a Colress. He really needs that dig, and he needs to find the 2nd copy of Lost Vacuum. If he does, we could see Greninja snipe double Frigivax after a draw pass, essentially, with a Cramorant active. So Andrew in a really decent spot, but all depends on this concealed cards.
All right, let's see. Top 2. Oh, was that it?
I couldn't tell. Yeah, there's a Colress. There's a Colress. So now it's the Lost Vacuum.
And a switch as well, which is nice to see. Colress's experiment, we're jumping
There's
straight
a Lost
into
Vacuum.
it.
Oh my gosh. I think Andrew can actually pull this off, but he's gonna Lost Zone the Lost Vacuum. That's, oh my gosh.
Oh, wait, wait.
No, he's thinking about it. I don't know if he sees it. The Lost Vacuum is the key. The Lost Vacuum is the key here.
Oh, no.
He changes mind. He changes mind. I think he realizes that he can actually get to 7 cards in Lost Zone right now. He can double Flower Select, Lost Vacuum again, the very same Pokestop he played, and he has enough switching cards to pull off the Greninja play. As long as he doesn't find too many energies right here, I think he's gonna pull it off.
Absolutely, I think so too, Pablo, and we were that close to potentially missing out on this epic turn, but if Andrew Gantner saw the cards here and this turn available to him, we could get here. And yeah, I mean, we have plenty of cards in hand now. Look at how stacked this hand is here. Lost Vacuum being played at the moment here. Getting those.
Now
that's
we're up to 7. We have Mirage Gate, we have Attachment, we have a way to switch. And we're putting the Water and Lightning energy back with Super. So wow, everything just giving a complete 180-degree turn for Andrew. Went from really bad to really good off of 2 Pokestops.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, think about it. We had not a single card in the Lost Zone, and now we are here. Radiant Greninja is being powered up on Andrew Gantner's side of the field. And yeah, that is definitely an event you want a Lost Zone for, that's for sure.
Yeah.
We're going to the Lost Zone, Pablo.
We definitely are. And those poor Frigibags, like, I would not like to be a Frigibags right about now.
Yeah, not on this board state, that is for sure.
Now, Bidoof is protected by its lock, right, with its ability, counter free Cantonance, but those 2 Frigibaxes are going to go down here right now with the Moonlight Shuriken. All of a sudden, Lucas has nothing on the board, and even Chin Pao can't knock out the Radiant Greninja because it can only deal 120 damage. There's the knockout.
Oh, there we go. The tables have turned here. Lucas Jing, as a Chen Pao player, this is not what you want to see. Those Baxcalibur are essential to your deck to be for you to be able to accelerate these energy and get the knockouts that you need consistently. And now both of the Frigibax wiped out by that Moonlight Shuriken off the Radiant Greninja. You do have to discard 2 energy cards off that, but that is no problem here. That was an epic turn from Andrew Gantner and exactly what he needed to do, where he needed to be to turn things around in this game too.
Yeah, I mean, they don't call it Turbo Lost Box for nothing, right? We just saw the most turbo turn for Andrew, and you can't fault Lucas for not benching 3 Frigibax, right? Your opponent went bench Cramorant, everything in his body language indicated that things were not going right. So, I mean, you know you don't play Manaphy, you want to be extra safe. You could have found that 3rd Frigibax, but realistically, odds were very low for this happening, but not 0%.
Well, Lucas Jing going to go in with an Ultra Ball here, discarding a Chen Pao as well as that Iron Bundle. Oh my gosh. Concealed cards. Let's see what we can bring to the hand. Is there anything else in hand to reestablish? I guess, where does Lucas go from here? I mean, Pablo, getting both of your Frigibax knocked out is going to put you majorly behind because all of those recovery cards that you need to start getting those Pokemon back and getting them, trying to reestablish your bench here. Is it going to be too much and set Lucas too far back, or do you think there's still a chance to continue to turn on and pick things up in the late game?
I mean, there would still be a chance, but only if Lucas manages to bench triple Frigibax, if he manages to bring these over here. If he doesn't, then Andrew can just do it again, right? His Greninja is going to be alive. He has Super Rod, he has Mirage Gate, so then he just goes for another Moonlight Shuriken onto those 2 Frigibax. So Lucas really needs to this Bibarel to find him either a Buddy Puffin, the last Frigibax in the deck, and or an S-Ball. But even if he does, even if he does, that doesn't prevent Andrew from knocking out 2 more prize cards and essentially putting Lucas in checkmate. 1 more knockout. Does find it though. Does find the Frigibax.
That Industrious Incisors off the Bibarel drawing an additional 2 cards here for Lucas Jing after the hand was dwindled down to only 3 left in hand, and one of those cards drawn was an additional Frigibax. So now we have triple Frigibax down. Lucas has been able to recover to the best of his ability in this matchup and get those Pokemon out here to reestablish the board state. We're back over to Andrew Gantner's side, and we're gonna have to see what happens here with this hand. Mirage Gate starting things off to get some more energy out of the deck, different types of course, and accelerated onto the field here.
Yeah, but as mentioned, yeah,
Not
like
water.
there's nothing stopping 2 of these Frigibaxes going down. So, like, yes, you haven't lost, right? But how can Lucas overcome a 4-prize disadvantage? And usually Chen-Pao decks do not play any sort of disruption, and that is Lucas's case. There's no Iono, there's no Roxanne, nothing to attack Andrew's hand at this point.
Yeah, and that's exactly where you want to go when you're playing against Lost Box. I mean, you see how much they accumulate here as far as cards to hand, and it can get very overwhelming once they have all of the tools in their hand to be able to use against you. So it's definitely tough. Colress's Experiment going to Lost Zone Away, a Lost Vacuum, as well as that Iron Hands EX for Andrew Gantner.
And we're also getting close to Sableye territory. Andrew's protecting himself from his opponent's Radiant Greninja with that Mana Feed. Already had the water energy in hand to make sure that he can take the knockout. So, I mean, because game 1 was so short, this is fine, right? Like, Lucas can still play this game out, see what happens, and there's going to be enough time to play game 3. But realistically, if Lucas pulls this off, consider me his #1 fan, because I have seen no way to make this comeback. No humanly possible way to do it.
Yes, and I mean, this is a huge factor here, Pablo. Our game 1 was over in what? I mean, less than 10 minutes, I think it was.
No, less than 5. For
yeah,
sure.
exactly. It was very quick here for these players. So Lucas Jing still able to play this out, knowing that there's plenty of time on the clock. We see how fast this game has even gone, even with such a difficult start there from Andrew Gantner, thanks to those turbo aspects of this Lost Box build of this deck. So Lucas still holding on here, Buddy Poffin bringing out another Frigibax onto the bench. They can never evolve here, Pablo, though. Where's our Baxcalibur?
Now, I gotta say, I'm very surprised. I generally thought after that quick game 1, and after I saw the setup that Lucas got versus Andrews in game 2, I generally thought this was gonna be a quick 2-0, but now I am very certain we are going to go to a game 3.
Yes.
Lucas struggling to even get the Baxcalibur, as you mentioned. Like, where are they?
Yeah, I know. I was thinking that too. But, I mean, we're thinning the deck a little bit more here with that Shivery Chill ability, allowing you to search out those 2 water energy from your deck at any point, unless an Iron Thorns is stopping you, I suppose. We've already used the Industrious Incisors here. Now we're going in with a Concealed cards to draw 2 more. But I got to say, that Radiant Greninja on Lucas's side, not as valuable as the Radiant Greninja from Andrew's side that has just been wiping these poor Frigibax off the map.
We generally might see it again. This Pokestop needs to find a rare candy. Otherwise, Andrew can just do it a 3rd time and go after the double Frigibax once again. So all hope relies on this Pokestop. Can Pokestop find us the rare candy?
Yeah, I think that's why you see here Lucas thinning this deck as much as possible here. Ultra Ball discarding those 2 energy out of the hand here, and now what do we have? What can we get? Pokestop gonna be rolled. 1, 2.
No,
that's a
immediately
scoop.
scoops his cards. That was Radiant Greninja getting 6 prizes over the course of 2 turns for Andrew. What a turnaround from going Cramorant draw, Pokestop pass into a turn 1 Greninja attack. Not even Lucas saw it coming.
Yep, I mean, that Radiant Greninja definitely brought the heat with that Moonlight Shuriken, or I guess I should say the cold, I suppose. I don't know. The water?
Brought the rain.
Yeah, brought the rain, exactly. With that Moonlight Shuriken back to back to back, we were about to see it again here from Andrew Gantner, and that's sometimes how it can go. You know, usually from these Lost Box decks, we're seeing Cramorant, we're seeing Sableye in the later games, we're seeing those different 2-prize card attackers to go after certain things in certain matchups, but nope. The MVP here in this game 2 was definitely that Radiant Greninja, and I just gotta point out, we were so close, Pablo, to not seeing that if Andrew Gantner had not kept that Lost Vacuum.
Yeah. Yeah, that lost vacuum that he was about to send to the lost zone, then he
reassessed
and was able to realize how powerful that finding that copy of lost vacuum was. And I gotta say, this was almost like compensation, right? It's like Andrew's deck said, hey, I'm sorry about last game, here you go, have everything you want in this second game.
Yeah, that's what you call a love-hate relationship for a deck, I gotta say here. Lucas Jing giving everything into that Pokestop, not able to find that rare candy to get into a single Baxcalibur in that entire game, and that is the major support Pokemon that you need in this, well, in really any Chien-Pao matchup here to be able to accelerate those energy, but was unable to get there. Let's hop into this game 3. Everything on the line for these players, and check out the prize cards.
Yeah, now the hero for Andrews now hidden in the prize cards, that Radiant Greninja that applies so much pressure. Unfortunate there, and Lucas 1 Frigibax in the prize card, so because there's Hisuian Heavy Ball, Lucas could still be in a situation where he's left exposed with double Frigibax that can be sniped again, but luckily for him, that Radiant Greninja is not immediately available until a Hisuian Heavy Ball is found.
Exactly, it's stuck there in the prize cards, and the Iron Hands is going to be the starting Pokemon here for Andrew Gantner as well. Lucas Jing going to start us off with a Nest Ball. How do you think this changes as far as the Iron Hands in the active position? I mean, it has a very chunky retreat cost, so you are going to have to have one of those switch cards to get it out of there and start putting some cards into the Lost Zone. Do you think having that being the starting Pokemon is going to change things drastically for Andrew Gantner, Pablo?
I think what will be the biggest change is the fact that there's a 2-prize liability for Andrew, right? Usually, as Lucas, you either need to use Greninja, hoping there's no mana fee, or you need to use your own Iron Hands. But now, that Chien-Pao immediately threatens this Iron Hands, and thanks to Prime Catcher, that could happen at any point. Usually, as Lost Box, you won't have trouble retreating that Pokemon, right? You play so many switching cards, but it is in play. And therefore, that's not something you usually want. You want to be the one that is controlling the tempo, and when you bench a 2-prize Pokemon, that's when you want to use it. You don't want to start it.
Yes, exactly. That is put perfectly here. And as soon as this Chien-Pao player, Lucas Jing, sees that, it's exactly what you said, Pablo. It's a liability on the board. Usually you're having to face off against all these single prize attackers and having to just consistently take knockouts. But if you can take out a 2-prize Pokemon, you're definitely going to want to do that to win in the prize race here. Lucas Jing has been flying through this turn so far. Ultra Ball going into the deck now. Getting rid of that Iron Bundle. I can't even tell what that card is underneath.
It's the Enhanced Hammer.
Oh, okay. Enhanced. Oh, it's an older artwork of it.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Love it. Enhanced Hammer and the Iron Bundle hitting the discard pile to get all of these Pokemon established here for Lucas. We got 2 Frigibacks now. Chien-Pao's ability, Shivery Chill, has already been utilized, as well as a concealed card. So a decent setup here. Lacking an energy attachment, though, from Lucas. But Andrew Gantner going to start things off here. Pokestop, not going to net us anything to the hand. Let's see if this Colress's Experiment can help out at all. Oh, Hisuian Heavy Ball's in there.
Yeah, Hisuian Heavy Ball, pretty useful. Doesn't like to lose these recovery resources in the Supra and the Palpat, but I think it's necessary with how frail his current setup is. Now,
exactly.
Lucas did respect the possibility of a potential turn 1 Cramorant with Prime Catcher, and that's why he Ultra Balled for the second Frigibax, but he's left himself exposed once again to the Radiant Greninja. We know it's very unlikely to happen. He knows it's very unlikely to happen. It's a risk worth taking, but there is that possibility. If Andrew had found the right combination of cards from the Colress, that could have been something that, like, we could have seen a repeat of Game 2. But based on the lackluster cards that were found of the Colress, no Buddy Puffins and whatnot.
Yeah, Pokestop Whiffed.
Yeah, unless this Greninja gets him, like, I don't even think there is a combination of cards that could get him there at this point anymore.
Yeah, which is unfortunate. Andrew Gantner is going to take some time here, write down all of these prize cards. One of the major perks of playing that Hisuian Heavy Ball, especially when you get it on your first turn, you can alleviate all of that mental pressure there, trying to figure out, okay, what resources are prized? What have I put in the Lost Zone? Now you know exactly what is in your prize cards. And also, big note, going to switch out that Hisuian Heavy Ball for that Radiant Greninja. So now that is out of the prize cards, at least going to help a little bit with this draw support. We're going to see that now. Radiant Greninja discarding that water Pokemon. I didn't get to see what it was Pokestop and Iron Bundle?
Yep, Pokestop and Iron Bundle, so no help whatsoever for
Jeez.
Andrew. Not going to be able to build the Lost Zone any further. Going to have a 2-prizer in the active potentially, unless he decides to switch into this Iron Bundle, which I think he should. He shouldn't just let the Iron Hands go down, but when you're a Lost Box deck and you have no Comfey in play, you know you're in trouble, Boo.
Yep, exactly. There's not a Comfey in sight, unfortunately, for Andrew Gantner. And what I was saying before with having to use a switch card, switch card for the Iron Hands as well. Every single resource in one of these Lost Box decks is so valuable. So, you know, even though you play a lot of switch cards, you might have a turn where you can't get the right sequence of cards, and you needed to use that switch instead to get into something else to be able to put those cards in the Lost Zone. And now we're losing even more potential here. Every card that goes down for Andrew Gantner, that doesn't see much value here. So it's going to be tough, but Andrew Gantner obviously not shy for these horrible starting turns. I want to definitely see it turn around for him in this matchup, but Lucas Jing is once again flying through the deck here. This time we have 2 established Frigibacks. They've been there for an entire turn rotation, ready to evolve into these Baxcalibur finally. And concealed cards, looks like it's already been used as well. Bidoof going to join us on this turn, so we're not going to have that Bibarel just yet here, but let's see what else is in the hands that can help out Lucas in this turn.
I do believe there's already
look at
a
that.
Guardian. Wow.
Wow.
Great draws there. That finds the Ultra Ball, finds the Nest Ball for a potential follow-up after for whatever he needs. Would have loved to see an Earthen Vessel, I guess, or a Prime Catcher to potentially take down the Iron Hands, but Lucas must be feeling really good. Isn't exposed anymore to the Moonlight Shuriken in case Andrew found a better hand next turn. Has the double beat of which are protected naturally with their abilities, and will be able to take this first KO.
Yep, here we go. We see that super cold ability. It's chilly in here, Pablo. That Baxcalibur finally being utilized to accelerate those energy to the board state here onto that Chien-Pao. Of course, they're going straight back to the discard pile to get that knockout here on the Iron Bundle from Hail Blade on Chien-Pao. And Lucas Jing is going to take that first prize card and advanced in this game 3.
Now, Andrew did top deck that Body Puffin. Otherwise, his hand didn't even have an energy to use concealed cards. So great top deck here. We'll be able to try to keep up. Lucas has only taken 1 prize card. I don't think Andrew has a way to deal with the Chien-Pao right now other than the Blood Moon Ursa Luna, but that would require 4 energies onto it.
True.
To attack with. That's a lot, right?
Yeah.
And great Pokestop, right? More switching cards, more deck thinning. We'll be able to establish Manaphy as well to protect from Radiant. A return KO, which is what he would ideally like to do here.
Well, we're going to see this first flower selecting here is between a Nest Ball or a Switch card. So monitoring all of those switching cards that are in hand in the discard pile here. Going to put that Nest Ball into the Lost Zone, bringing us up to 3. Now an additional switch being played here for Andrew Gantner. Looking at I didn't see the cards, but just shaking the head. Another difficult decision is what it looks like, Pablo.
I think it was Roxanne and something else, but
oh my gosh.
Andrew didn't play. It was Boss's orders.
Boss
wow.
and Roxanne and Boss, you're right.
Yeah, you play so few supporters and then you see 2 of them in your flower select. That's never ideal, but
yeah, this has been nothing but an uphill battle here for Andrew Gantner. And it's kind of sad to see, unfortunately, but we're still going to be getting these Pokemon out here onto the board from that Buddy Poffin.
That does bench lock Andrew at this point, so we're not going to see any sort of grammar integration. And I don't think, like, unless Andrew finds exactly Colress from this hand into, that would put him at 7 cards in the Lost Zone, and then finds another Mirage Gate and the Prime Catcher to potentially take 2 prizes. It's not looking good here for Andrew. This is a big flower select here.
Huge. We have the Kramer. And we have the Colress Experiment. All right, let's see what it can get us.
Another big turn here.
Yeah.
Mirage Gate plus Vacuum plus Prime Catcher. I see the Mirage Gate. No, never mind. There was nothing found of relevance for this turn to allow him to keep up.
Yep, still relevant resources, but not at this point, unfortunately, in time. At least there's a Pokegear to recover maybe some future turns here from Andrew.
I guess we have concealed cards still to maybe find. But needs to be exactly Prime Catcher and Mirage Gate for something significant to happen here.
All right, this is just a draw 2. No need to put anything in the Lost Zone, but it's just 2 energy, which arguably is not the best here because you want your energy in your deck or at least your discard pile to be able to get them back in the deck in order to Mirage Gate them out. So now they're in the hand here. So Mirage Gate going to be used here. We are up to 7 in the Lost Zone now thanks to that Call versus Experiment. And the Mirage Gate will be used on that Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, Andrew will be able to piece out an attack. Will be able to take down 1 Frigibax. I have to wonder where the other 90 are going. Will they go to the active so that he can amp you very much next turn onto that Qianbao? Will they go onto the Baxcalibur to set it up for an easier snipe with Sableye? Will it go into Greninja? I think that's the least likely choice. But yeah, I mean, if you go 90, 90, and then you follow it up with an amp you very much, that's 4 prizes taken in 2 turns. But no, it's the Baxcalibur that gets chosen.
Yep, it's not going to take it out, but that's going to be 90 damage placed onto that Baxcalibur. Of course, unfortunately for that Frigibax, not enough to hold on there. Only 70 HP there, so that's a prize card for Andrew Gantner, and at least advancing a little bit in this matchup here against Lucas.
Now we do know that the last Frigibax, it was either found from the prize cards and is about to get discarded, or it's still in the prize card. So Lucas could be in a little bit of trouble if Andrew follows this up with a chase on the Baxcalibur right here.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that if you're up against Baxcalibur and you're falling behind, you can try to make them whiff by going after their Baxcalibur. But if you're ahead, then you're more concerned about knocking the 2 prize Pokemon. So Andrew recognizing that he's behind in this game, even though the prizes are looking even, he really struggled to get something going. And so he's going to try and deny the Baxcalibur as much as possible.
Yep, exactly. If you're not racing for the prize cards, then you're wanting to make sure that you can limit your opponent's board state as much as possible. So 90 on that Baxcalibur. Industrious Incisor is going to be available if the hand is thin enough here for Lucas, thanks to that Bibarel coming out off of the Ultra Ball, discarding one of those Frigibax, as well as a rare candy.
Yeah, that means there's no Frigibax left. There's 1 rare candy left. Lucas gonna go very aggressive, not even gonna bother establishing that other Frigibax, and I guess he recognizes if I have my Iron Hands established, then I'm gonna be safe, and does find the Lightning Energy from the Industrious Incisors pool.
Lightning Energy, it's gonna just be concealed cards away here for Lucas, but now it's in the discard pile, and you can still draw it out once again. So drawing into 2 more cards off of that Radiant Greninja ability there.
Now we're going to see the Pokestop, 3 cards hitting the discard pile directly. That Baxcalibur is an interesting situation to be in as Andrew, because you have to deal with that Iron Hands, but if you're able to KO the Baxcalibur with your own Iron Hands, that's actually going to be really powerful, because then Lucas will not have a way to take 2 prizes, and there's no backup Frigibax on the bench right now.
That is very true. And wow, I mean, we've played so many cards in this turn so far for Lucas. I forgot. We haven't even done a supporter here yet. So Irida is going to go into the deck as well. Item card going to be drawn out off of there in that Ultra Ball. Lucas is still able to pull a Pokemon out if there's a water Pokemon available, but it is going to be failed.
No, nothing found here. The other Bibarel, I think, was prized. Might have been discarded. I'm not entirely sure.
Well, Ultra Ball going to be used straight away to get it. Yeah,
it was
you're
the water
talking
Pokemon
about
that was
Irida.
failed. My bad.
Yeah, the water Pokemon was failed, but of course the Ultra Ball is going to be used to get that Bibarel there out onto the field. Of course, those energy can fly straight out of your hands onto that Qianbao, thanks to that Baxcalibur still holding on. Only 90 damage on there. And now we're going to see our second Industrious Incisors, an ability that stacks here, drawing even more cards. I mean, seeing so many cards here in the deck for Lucas. That's what you want to see, I guess.
Yeah, his deck is quite low at this point, but does have enough energies in the discard pile to recover with Superior Energy Retrieval.
Of course.
We are going to see this Iron Hands take down the Greninja and put Lucas 3 prizes to 1.
Yep, that hard retreat there on that Chien-Pao. Instantly going to get recharged up again with another energy, that superior energy retrieval. It takes 2 discards, but you get 4 energy cards out of your discard pile straight into your hands. And now we're going to see that knockout on the Radiant Greninja, bringing Lucas down to just 3 prize cards left to take here in our game 3.
Now, Andrew is still in a strong position because of what Lucas has done with his board. If Andrew is able to piece out the knockout on this Baxcalibur with his own Iron Hands, then even if Lucas finds another Prime Catcher to take down, or finds his Prime Catcher to take down something on the bench, he's not going to have a great follow-up. So Andrew, I think, is in a pretty sweet position if he's able to find all the pieces that he needs.
Well, let's see if it can happen here. We're starting with our very first flower selecting. Pokestop going to hit the Lost Zone here. Huge hands. I mean, yeah, honestly, that is one factor that Andrew is always going to have going for him, at least in these matchups, is that you can just continue to draw cards here. And if you're able to get the cards that you need to pull off these strategies, then you're going to have a good time. But it's what cards is Andrew able to draw into at which time?
No, Andrew, I think, had like 9 cards left in his deck, if I could count correctly. So
how did you count that, Pablo?
I mean, he just spammed them out.
Well, let's see. Pokegear, of course, 7
7
cards. So we'll see how many looks like there's left.
Yeah, very easy to find colorless there. There were a couple left still. So yeah, there were either 9 or 10 or so. But he was debating on whether to Pokegear or continue thinning with Flower Select. He will be able to colorless, get definitely to 10 cards, and I imagine Andrew's eyeing up the Stabilize a Guaranteed Way, but Iron Hands KO on the Baxcalibur seems so enticing here.
I know, you gotta think that it does, but I mean, it's a tough board state for Andrew to have to deal with either way. Colress's Experiment is gonna be played here to get those last 2 cards in the Lost Zone here, but what are we gonna keep off of it?
Well, there's Prime Catcher, there's the Fall of Colress, there's a way to retreat. So does have access to the full response with the Iron Hands, eliminating the Baxcalibur. Could eliminate the Baxcalibur in many ways, right? But Iron Hands or Blood Moon or Saluna are the Pokemon that cannot be return KO'd with Iron Hands, which is the only Pokemon that's powered up at this point in time. Oh, but there's an energy left over here on the Chien-Pao. So actually just 1 attachment, and he can deal with the 2 Prizer. Never mind, I completely missed that energy. Lucas Inc. preparing for everything here.
Yeah, it was played at the very last moment from Lucas before that turn ended, so it was easy to miss here. Andrew Gantner going to go back into this very thin deck with the Pokestop. Going to find us that Mirage Gate now, and that Lightning Energy going into the discard pile.
So I'm not sure that extra energy that Lucas was able to play down is actually so huge. Means he doesn't need Baxcalibur to get a return KO on whatever Andrew ends up doing. So wow, very well done by Lucas there.
Yup, Super Rod gonna try to save the day a little bit here, at least for Andrew, getting these energy. Of course, back into the deck here. It has to be 3.
Yep, I think we're gonna see
double
another.
Super Rod, okay.
Yeah, he's probably thinking like so far ahead, I need these 4 energies, and he's getting a little bit ahead of himself. That's fine.
There we go. All right, it's all figured out here. 3 energy put back into the deck. Now Mirage Gate, of course, going to bring them right back out onto this Iron Hands EX on the other side of the field. It's funny, it's just the battle of the Iron Hands at this point, huh, Pablo?
It really is, it really is. Now, it would be interesting to see Andrew then maybe try to get back that Greninja, use that Prime Catcher, the Bibarel, and then knock out the Baxcalibur, hoping that Lucas can't find a way to retreat, as he will no longer be able to super cold enough energies, because if you just knock out, bring up the active and knock it out that way, then the Chien-Pao threat is looming. But if you can bring something else that will not be KO'd, that's one way you could possibly do it. But it seems like Andrew's not going to make that choice. No Sableye, no Greninja. It's going to be the Iron Hands. And he's looking into like 2 or 3 turns ahead, hoping Lucas cannot establish Baxcalibur another time.
Yeah, that's all you got to do is just hope for the best here. That Blood Moon Ursaluna going to come down onto the bench as well, filling it up here and also getting that turn attachment for the turn. Prime Catcher being played as we knew it would be. Iron Hands EX being promoted, has the energy attachment needed for that amp you very much. They're slapping each other back and forth here, Pablo. Knocking out that Baxcalibur, taking those prize cards down for Andrew Gantner and hoping for the best in this end game here between these players in our game 3. Lucas Jing assessing the hand here before continuing on. What do you see in Pablo?
I mean, he has enough recovery to put back Frigibexes. I think that's what we're going to see, but he only has the bench space for 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if Andrew recognizes this, if Andrew is able to utilize Sableye, which I do think is still available and can continually snipe it, yes, Lucas can respond to this Iron Hands right now and go down to 1 prize card, but that's going to cost him a lot of water energy. So this is looking tough. It's going to be a very interesting close to a series, and it's going to come down to Andrew. If Andrew can deny the Frigibax from becoming a Baxcalibur once again.
Well, we'll have to see what happens. Nestball taking out that little Frigibax from the deck here for Lucas. And I mean, I expect nothing less from Lucas Jing at this point. We saw an incredibly close matchup as well in Los Angeles, but Lucas was able to win it.
Yeah.
In a crazy sequence of events toward the end of that game. And that might be what we're seeing here now. Is it going to be too many resources used? We'll have to see between these players, because it really could go either way. Industrious Incisors drawing up the hand here into even more cards, up to 5.
That prime catcher is actually huge. That could allow Lucas to potentially conserve some cards, take down something on the bench, and that way he doesn't have to get rid of all his energies from the Chien Pao. Was that played? I'm guessing
yeah, that was played.
Yeah,
we went into the discard of those cards. Now Prime Catcher's being played on top there. Iron Hands EX coming into the active position here for Lucas.
Yeah, and this does mean that now Lucas can attach energy to the Chien Pao potentially, and Andrew has a tough decision to make. I mean, the energy on the VRL is fine. He can still just find energy at any point, and if Andrew knocks out Iron Hands with his Blood Moon Ursaluna, then Chien Pao can come up and potentially take a knockout on something else, as long as there's Iron Bundle access. So, interesting situation to be here.
Yeah, this is definitely a high-level game between both of these players here, and so many cards are still being played out of the hand. We saw a second Industrious Incisors there after the attachment to the board onto that Bibarel, and Earthen Vessel here as well.
I think it might come down to a potential Iron Bundle, which Andrew could play around if he recovers the Iron Hands, or if he's protected from the Iron Bundle with the Iron Hands on the bench. So things are looking good for Andrew. It's really back and forth, but there's so much going on here.
I know. I kind of feel bad for you here, Pablo, as the analyst of this game, because there's so many plays here between our players. But I mean, that's what you love to see in our Pokemon games here. High-level gameplay, a lot of different scenarios that could happen. But that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX going to be the promotion here for Andrew Gantner. After Lucas Jing went down now to only 1 prize card left. And you know what that means.
All right, so we see the Roxanne, we see some disruption, we have double Bibarel, that's fine. So Lucas, after this Iron Hands goes down, has 3 energy in play. That's not enough to knock out Blood Moon Ursaluna. So Lucas needs to establish Baxcalibur and find a superior energy retrieval to take his last 2 prize cards. Iron Bundle will not help him here. He needs to rely on that last rare candy and Baxcalibur to close this one out. If he fails to do so, Andrew Gantner will probably run away with this one.
Well, Andrew's going to do everything in his power to do exactly that, Pablo. Of course, that Roxanne being used now, since we are in the late game here. Andrew Gantner drawing into 6, Lucas Jing 2. Now we are down to 1-1, Pablo. 1 prize card on Andrew Gantner's side, 1 for Lucas Jing as well. Is Lucas going to be able to pull things together here in this turn? What is in the hand?
I think I saw an Irida top deck. I know there's a Pokestop available. I don't know exactly what Lucas still has in his deck. He's using Chirichill.
Looking at it now, yeah.
I was wondering. Yeah, there's an Irida. He's not going immediately for it, so he must be missing something. Is the last rare candy priced, perhaps? Is that what's missing? There's 2 in the discard pile. It is The last rare candy is prized. Lucas cannot get another Excalibur down. He can attach another energy and maybe hope Andrew promotes the wrong Poke with Iron Bundle, which I'm sure is not going to happen. So rare candy being the last prize card is probably going to decide this game. I think this is the second time we've seen the last prize card affect the game.
It was Iono last time.
Yeah, it was Iono last time. So what are the odds that we get to cast those last prize scenarios, Boo?
I'll tell you what, those hurt the most, so Pablo. Everything is in your hands. You have the ability to do it all except for that one card that remains in your prize cards, and you're not able to take it unless you knock out a Pokemon. And if Lucas Jing was doing that, he would just win the game here. So unfortunate that that last prize card is that rare candy.
I mean, is there a Silene maybe?
No, I don't think so.
No, there's no Silene in the list, so there's no way to find rare candy. There's 2 cards left. Super Red could put back the Iron Bundle, hope for an Andrew misplay. But I don't think that's going to happen in round 12 of NAIC.
I was about to say, round 12, NAIC, I don't think you're ever going to be banking on your opponent misplaying, but if that's all you have to do, I mean, what else are you supposed to do here, Pablo? Super Rod going to bring out some more cards out of the discard pile. I mean, we really don't even have a deck at this point, so we're getting these cards back out. It's going to be that Iron Bundle as well as the Excalibur being shuffled up to form a deck here for Lucas Jing.
Yeah, now Andrew must know that something's up, right? He sees Lucas putting back that Excalibur. He knows he has a lot of cards in his hand. We see that Irida not grabbing the Excalibur. We see the Iron Bundle. Andrew's not going to fall for it. And Lucas goes down to his last prize being rare candy.
Andrew Gantner gonna take things away after an incredible climb in that game. I mean, you can see it on his face here. He had to earn that Game 3 win after a horrible start in every single game that we saw in this featured stream match. Andrew Gantner had everything stacked against him here, and it was looking grim. I mean, we ended the first game in less than 5 minutes. The second game started out horribly, and then we saw a fantastic play with back-to-back Radiant Greninja over and over again. And then we got all the way down to the very end, 1 prize card to 1 prize card in our Game 3 between our players. And Andrew Gantner is able to take it because Lucas Jing just did not have access to that last rare candy remaining in the prize cards there. Unable to get into that Excalibur and take out what was needed to win that game. So Andrew Gantner breathing a huge sigh of relief, walking away after those incredible 3 games.
That was a crazy series, Boo. All 3 games were awful for Andrew in the beginning. Lucas getting that turn to win. And I'm sure Andrew, after he looked at his hand on Game 2, he was like, oh wow, this is over so quickly. But all of a sudden, he burst onto the table with that turn to Greninja out of nowhere. Out of nowhere on the double KO on the Frigibax that we are seeing here. Lucas could not recover off of that, even though he benched triple Frigibax. They got taken down again, and that pretty much sealed Lucas's fate. And then Game 3, it was really back and forth.
It was. There was a lot happening. I know, I can't believe it. Every single game we've seen a horrible start there from Andrew Gantner, and then the recovery is real here with this deck. The Lost Zone started to stack up here, and cards were drawn into, and Andrew Gantner had all the tools available to make these sequences work in the late game here against Lucas.
Yeah, Lucas made an executive choice, right?
Yes.
He decided, all right, I know my rare candy's price. I'm not going to rely on the Excalibur so much. I'm going to have a lot of energies in play. Put Andrew in a situation where if he knocks out the Excalibur, he's in trouble. If he knocks out the Qianbao, I still have enough energy in play. And Andrew had to go for that. And I'm sure he had no idea that Lucas's last rare candy was prized. And honestly, what are the odds, right? The odds of rare candy being at the very top in your last prize card, like that's a calculated risk you can take, that you're eventually gonna find that rare candy. But we did see him discard one earlier, and it seems like that cost him Game 3.
Yeah, you see Lucas Jing throwing down those cards. Luck was on his side in Los Angeles, able to take that regional win, but unable to do so in our Swiss round 12 here. And instead, Andrew Gantner is gonna stamp his name as the winner of that featured stream match. Forever in the history books now at our North America International Championship in 2024.
That was incredible to see. And I know we saw the prizes in the beginning. I didn't take mental note that the rare candy was at the very top, but it just, that alone, yeah, and that's what you can say about like the level of play here. Those are the small margins that end up deciding a game, right? Otherwise, Andrew's start was very underwhelming. Lucas was able to take advantage of that, but piece by piece, right, things started to fall apart, and Andrew walks away the unlikely winner from that series.
Exactly, really unlikely. I mean, that was an underdog story if I have ever seen one, and Andrew Gantner is our underdog, taking away the win. I really want to hear how he is feeling after those incredible 3 games, and Wancho is at the stage with Andrew Gantner right now, so Wancho, take it away.
Thank you so much, Boo. I'm here with our last round winner, Andrew Gantner. Oh, what a match, Andrew. How are you feeling?
That was crazy. I definitely thought I was going to lose there at the end. But I guess I was pretty lucky he prized his last rare candy. So.
No, yes, that game 3, definitely. I felt like there was so much maneuver. In fact, I think all 3 of your games, nothing really came according to plan. You really had to think outside of the box in all of them. The round 1, or game 1 was just too fast. Game 2, that's what I want to talk about real quick. Just the, did you think it would be possible to get to 7 out of that opening hand?
I thought I was going to be leaving here, grabbing lunch, but Pokestopp's pretty broken. I hit all the cards I needed. I definitely did not think I was going to hit it, but I got super lucky. I don't know. I don't know what else there is to say on that.
No, definitely. I mean, yeah, game 2, getting to 7 cards in the lost zone seemed tough, especially when there's no Compe in play, and having to depend on Pokestop, double a lost vacuum, and then from there just bring it all together. And then game 3, though, that one seemed tough as well. Can you talk us through that?
Yeah, so I had a very slow start, which was unfortunate, because I think the matchup's pretty good overall for me. But that slow start kind of made me think that I wasn't going to be able to keep up on the prize race. So I had to do some maneuvering, right? So I think the ninja play was pretty solid on the 2, the Baxcalibur and Frigibax. Because then the reason is, unless he cross-switch or cancel, or prime catcher canceling clones, I don't think he can get an Iron Hands KO for 2 prizes and a another Frigibax on board. So I was thinking my win con would probably be amp it, and then stay on prize race, hope he misses a turn, and then pick up from there. So I definitely thought that game 3 was not going to go well, but I definitely was thinking that it was okay. I was in a fine position, but I got pretty lucky in the end.
No, 100%. I think that game 3 at least is better than game 1. There were things you can maneuver. There was so many lines, really. Like, I was looking at that match. I personally, my brain was getting fried. I can only imagine what you're going through. I mean, yeah, the minute that there was an Iron Hands in play, yes, there's damage on the Baxcalibur. There's double Bibarel. Was there any possibility of maybe going for Sableye? Did that come through your mind, or was it just straight Iron Hands? This is what I want to use to take the knockout.
Yeah, so I believe that if I attacked with Sableye there, I was like, well, he's just gonna amp it, attach another energy to the C-Pow, and I just have no way to win there. So I thought my best win con's amp it, hope he misses a turn, see where we go from there. And lucky enough, you know, he prized the last rare candy. I needed him to prize either a Rod or a rare candy for me to win that one. And it was the last prize. So I mean, I take that.
Yeah, sometimes, hey, you have to play to your outs, and you know, you're a very high level player. You identified this is what has to happen. This probably gives me my biggest opportunity to win, and it pays off. It was amazing to watch. I mean, all the games really, it was really amazing. A masterclass from both ends to Lucas Singh as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see both of you really go through, get really high results in this tournament, in the biggest international tournament of all time. With that, any advice you want to give to any aspiring Pokemon player out there?
Yeah, you know, I think my biggest piece of advice is when you're choosing a deck, at least, I would go with your gut, you know? Because a lot of the times you choose a deck, and then all your friends are like, no, that deck's terrible, you shouldn't play that. I mean, this event wasn't one of them. We have a whole group of players on it. But my biggest piece of advice is probably just go with your gut on deck choices.
Go with your gut. I like it. I like it. Anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Absolutely. So first, I'd probably like to shout out my team, Dead Draw Gaming. I'd like to shout out Tabletop Village, my parents, my brother, and then the people working on the deck with me, Kobe Kawasaki, Cameron Kawasaki, and the innovators, Christian Franco and Andrew Hendrick.
A lot of big names there. And again, thank you so much. And thank you so much for the amazing game to watch. With that, best of luck with the next couple of rounds. Hopefully we see more from you. With that, we're going to throw it back to the desk because there's still a lot of Pokemon to be played.
Some very wise words there from Andrew Gantner. I gotta say, Pablo, I think the theme of this weekend has been go with your gut on decks. Like, I mean, we are going into this format completely unknown in a lot of ways because, you know, there hasn't been a championship or any sort of event at this level with these new cards and in this new metagame. So a lot of players were put in that position where maybe they were playing a deck that they've been playing for a long time that they loved, and people were saying, hey, that deck's not good anymore, or don't play that deck, and maybe they switched. And I think we've even talked to some of our players that regret that switch now going into this new meta and playing a different deck, and they wish they had brought their old deck. So I think all of our players following that theme of follow your heart, follow your gut as far as choosing a deck. Do you think that is a way to approach these large tournaments?
I definitely think so. So, like, just bringing it down to numbers, no one in the whole world has enough time to play enough games of Pokemon to get the hard data of the absolute best way to play a match, the absolute best 70-30 numbers, 60-40 matchup spread, whatever it is. So if you're confident in your choice, that's going to give you confidence that you're making the right decisions.
Yes.
And there's a lot of improvisation that happens within the game. Like, I'm sure in the practice games that Andrew prepared, he never started those games, or you never account for those games. You're hoping to start comfy, you're hoping to get cards in Lawson.
All your prize cards are always different.
All your prize cards, exactly. So there's so many things that are out of your control that it just doesn't make sense to want to make the right call for the tournament. Like, because even who you play against, there could be a 20% representation of a certain deck that you never end up facing anyway. So there's so many different things going on that it's more about your confidence and your in-game decisions that change every single time. So it's gonna be easier to make the best decision possible with something you're confident in that you know well.
I mean, we even heard it from Andrew in that interview, talking about how, I made this play, and we're just going to see what happened after that. Because you never know. You have to continuously adapt every single turn of every single game. And that can make it pretty difficult, but that really sets aside our skilled players from maybe our more novice players, because they have that repetition there. They have that confidence in their deck. They know their exact 60 list. I mean, I completely agree with you when you say, you know, mentality is everything as far as going into an event. If you believe in your deck, if you know what your cards do, then you know all of the lines in your head when you're put into those new scenarios. Because you can practice as many games as you want, but you'll never face that exact scenario every single game, especially through these events. I mean, 9 rounds yesterday. We're going to have even more today for our players that still remain in this event. So they need to be on the tip of their toes, the edge of their seat every time they play a game, and the only thing that's going to help you with that is the knowledge and the confidence in your own deck. So if you play something that you're happy with, that you trust, really it's like put the trust in your Pokemon, right?
Pretty much, yeah. And I think that this happens so much, right? Someone does well at a tournament, and then you get all these questions about, well, what do I do here? What do I do in this situation? What do I do in this matchup? And there's just so many things to answer, right? What did your opponent do? What is their setup? What is your setup? What resources you have access to? What did you prize? There's too many questions to really answer, to have a single response or a direct response to something specific. So I think improvisation and in the moment is the best skill that a Pokemon player can have.
I totally agree with you there, Pablo. Well, let us know if you chose the right deck, do you think, going into NAIC? Or is there any experiences that you've been through where you wish you had gone with a different deck, or an experience where you did trust a deck that maybe everyone else was kind of saying, oh no, definitely don't play that one, and then you had major success with it? I love to hear your stories. We all love to hear those stories. Hashtag play Pokemon. Let us know everything about those experiences here in Pokemon, because a lot of that happens at these events too, and it's really great to hear about. Of course, you know, we've been going through all of our action today, but there is going to be a conclusion at the end of the day. We are going to have our last two competitors that are going to be going into Championship Sunday. And that is not only in the Masters division, but we also have our Juniors and Seniors division that are displayed tomorrow for Championship Sunday. That's when our best players take the stage here and compete at the highest level of Pokemon. I am very excited for it. It's going to be a great show on Championship Sunday. Stick around for that, but also stick around to see the conclusion of who those players will be here today. We'll be back very soon.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes. Wherever they tread, they came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books, we'll remember their names. Content as they fight, my look in their eyes. They came to be immortalized. 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 Immortalized.
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now, through the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come. Look how far we've come.
I started playing competitively in 2010, back when I was in juniors. When I first picked up Pokemon, I picked up the video game, and I was really interested in that. And I was looking around for like Pokemon leagues and stuff like that. And I found the card game through that and liked that a little bit more, so that's kind of how I picked that up. My favorite Pokemon artwork is going to have to be the alternate art Giratina V-Star. Giratina V-Star has a very special place in my heart, and I think that card looks really cool. My favorite competitive deck that I've used has got to be also Giratina V-Star, the Lost Zone variant. I won Portland Regionals with it back in January, and that was my first major event win. So yeah, really enjoy that deck. My motivation to keep competing is got to be, I'm a very competitive person, so I'm always trying to accomplish the next best thing. I think there's a lot more for me to accomplish in my career. But really what keeps me going is just the preparation process with all of my friends, my testing group. That whole process of like building a deck, preparing for a tournament, and then, being able to congratulate each other when we succeed is just like so special to me. I have to say, if there's a player I look up to, it's got to be Isaiah Bradner. He's been my best friend for a long time in this game. We've worked together for a long time. We used to compete against each other back in the younger divisions, and we've seen our own rightful success together. And I'm just glad that he's there with me every step of the way.
Before a big match, I just like to think of it as the same game that I've been practicing with. It's really just the same as my practice games. And I like to remember that we're just here to have fun. So I like to go into every set just wanting to have fun and play it like I'm practicing.
I think nerves are definitely inevitable because I've been to a few of these things and I'm still nervous, but I actually call my mom and I talk to her for a minute and then I listen to music when I'm in the hall around everybody, so it doesn't get as overwhelming and as loud. So
yeah, something I do to calm my nerves before a match, I like to flip through my binder and just check out my cards and really just try to not think about the match. Because yeah, it helps a lot because yeah, if I think about it too much, game's not gonna go good, but yeah, that's what I do.
Something I do to calm my nerves is first I just take a breath and try to remember that at the end of the day, this is just a fun game. We're both here to have fun, win or lose, no matter what.
I think spending time alone as well as being able to take time for yourself and focus on a match especially is really important. I find that sometimes even talking to friends or even just being alone and relaxing, it's really just, it helps a lot with calming down nerves, and especially for a big match, it really just takes the focus onto the game and lets you play at your best basically with the best mindset possible.
So before a big match, I tend to get pretty nervous, and I usually like to take some deep breaths, kind of focus on the moment. Nothing else matters, just this next game. So really I've just been focusing on my breath and yeah, just trying to stay in the moment.
Well, everybody, I told you you would not have to wait too long here for us to get back onto the desk, headed into another round of Pokemon TCG. We're excited to be here with you. I'm Boo, one of your TCG commentators this weekend, joined by Pablo Meza himself. Pablo, it's always an honor to share the desk with you.
Thank you. Likewise. Ooh, likewise. It's always really fun to share it with you. You bring so much energy to the desk. And I actually wanted to ask you, yesterday you asked me about my Pokemon that I get attached to when I do well with them in decks. So I wanted to ask you, do you have some Pokemon that you like just because you've played them in decks?
Oh, yes. Yeah, for sure. I used to play a lot of Centiskorch, and Sizzlypede is one of my favorite Pokemon ever now. Every time I see it, because you know how its head is so smooth and slick? I always put a little wig on it, on top of it. In my videos, I edit little wigs onto Sizzlypede because he looks so funny in any type of hair. But yeah, that is a Pokemon that I probably wouldn't even have looked at once again until I played a deck where I had a bunch of them. So yeah, that is definitely one of them, Pablo. Lots of sentimental connection to our Pokemon here, not only on the desk, but out on the field for our players. Speaking of our players, let's take a look at some updated standings for you all. Of course, we just took you through our last stream match here, and now we have some updated rankings. So if you've been following along with all of these players, here are their new positions. These points are starting to stack up. Our first place position there by Henry with 34 match points already.
Yeah, Henry has just not let up that first place position. It's incredible that he's still undefeated. Now has a tie instead of a win, but still completely undefeated. And then we just saw Andrew Gantner win an incredible match on stream. We have Kaiwan from Australia still at the top, but we have Kato as well from Japan. But I see at number 9, Tord Reklev. Boo, I need to know what's in the water in Norway. What is going on that Tord Reklev, how does he top 8 every single international at this point? How?
I have no idea. And he's also doing it with different decks most of the time too, completely new lists, innovating these decks as well, taking them into these ginormous tournaments. I mean, I have to write it off to that Tord Reklev plays so many games of Pokemon, right? It's gotta be that. I feel like he lives and breathes Pokemon TCG.
He really does, yeah, and it's really impressive. He's getting close to top 8ing yet another international. I mean, at this point, Was he just not happy that he had the mismatching trophies and he's going for a brand new set of the Pikachu trophies instead of the other ones? Like, how is he doing this?
Oh my gosh, I know. It's pretty wild, but yeah, Tord Reklev there at our 9th seed here in our Swiss rankings. Pretty wild to see, but these players are all focused in here, ready to wrap up these match points that they need to get to. So, you know, they cannot let up at this point in the competition. We're going to be here for Swiss round 13 now coming up. And let's check out our notable matchups that we see. Which of these players will be facing off against each other in these upcoming matches in the field?
Now we do have the amazing Stefan Ivanov, 2 times NAIC winner. We're gonna be featuring him here in the stream match against fan favorite Andrew Kennett, one of the innovators of Dialga V-Star within the last few months. Now we don't know what they're playing this time around, but gonna be an amazing match to feature. And then we have Brandon Salazar against Sawyer Melman, Joshua Frick against Katorai, and Kaiwan Kababe against Alec Geisler. So many high-level matches here, and that's what you expect when you're closing down the biggest international tournament ever.
Exactly. So many players out there, but somehow all of these players start to dwindle down, and we see the creme de la creme of our TCG players come out of the woodwork here. And you saw our stream featured match is going to be Andrew Kennett versus Stefan Ivanov. I'm really excited to see. I mean, this is like highest class players you could get, and that's what I signed up for when I decided to cast this event, Pablo.
Oh, surely me too, Boo. And we have our players ready at the stage, so let's head down there and find out what decks these players are playing.
Let's see here on our stream. We're gonna see Gardevoir EX piloted by Stefan Ivanov versus that ancient box here from Andrew Kennett.
Yep, Gardevoir versus Ancient Box, one
with the Hyper
classic
Aroma,
match.
Pablo.
Yeah, and the Hyper Aroma, the key card featured for Stefan. Not the most common A-Spec we have seen before, but we know Henry Chow has it, and we also see Stefan has it. So maybe they found the best way to play Gardevoir. Features that Hyper Aroma. Maybe they don't need to play that on first stamp. They're happy with Iono, and the Hyper Aroma that gives them hyper consistency. That's really pushing them forward in this tournament.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how that comes up here. I don't think we've casted a deck yet that's played it, so. But yeah, that's the choice for the A-Spec. You can only pick one here, and that is going to be the choice for Stefan. Andrew Kennett going into this matchup. I gotta say, I was walking on the field, and I actually saw Drew Kennett playing, and there were so many Roaring Moons set up, all had energy on them. I mean, just decimating his opponent. I honestly felt so bad watching it, and that was yesterday in our day 1. Now we're into day 2 here, and Drew Kennett is still going at a 9-1-2 record. Same with Stefan Ivanov. They're about to face off here in our stream match. It cannot get better than this between both of these players. But Pablo, let's talk about the matchup. Let's discuss how this looks on paper as far as Stefan playing this Gardevoir list versus Drew Kennett playing this formidable Ancient Box deck. What are you thinking about that?
So let's just say, if I had to choose to cosplay one of these 2 players, I would definitely choose to cosplay Andrew Kennett. Stefan cannot be very happy. Not only has he already mulliganed twice, but if he knows that he's up against Ancient Box, that's just so harsh for Gardevoir. You have Dark type weakness, your Pokemon have low HP, so you're not even forcing a lot of Ancient cards in the discard pile for Andrew. So this is gonna be a very difficult path to victory for Stefan. He's gonna need Andrew to really have very bad starts in order to get ahead, but Gardevoir is the slow setup deck, so this could be a blowout, Boo.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. Hopefully these prize cards don't make anything any tougher than it needs to be for either of our players. At least we have some variety here. Is there anything you're seeing that might be super detrimental for either of them?
I mean, I would like to say, I mean, maybe that Roaring Moon, but there's 3 others, right? And they're not going to be going down anytime soon against the setup deck. So I think both, I think the clearly they're being priced for Stefan is worse than the Roaring Moon being priced for Andrew. So not going to be too huge here. But now, talking about the list, Andrew is also featuring a brand new ace spec, that secret box. So that's going to be pretty cool to see in action because I don't think we have seen it yet.
Yeah, at least the ones we have casted, we have not seen that secret box just yet. I think Zach Latage was playing it in his list yesterday on the stream. But yeah, we're kicking off our Swiss round 13. Both of these players, like I said, the top of their game from each of their regions, culminating here at NAIC for our Swiss round 13. It's going to be a great one to see. And Stefan Ivanov is starting off this first game between our players. Flutter main once again in the active position, like we've seen many times here throughout this tournament, and a Ralt. But was it 2 mulligans total here for Stefan to start things off?
Yep, it was 2 mulligans total. That's definitely not something you want to do against the very fast and very furious Ancient box deck. And yeah, Stefan being thorough with his price checking, gonna lead with the Artisan. The Artisan Andrew's gonna be very happy about as well, just able to establish those Roaring Moons. So it's really gonna be a tough mountain to climb here for Stefan.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that some of your cards do play into your opponent's strategy as well. Like that Artisan, I mean, that's huge. Basic Pokemon that does not have a rule box. It's so essential for your setup as the Gardevoir player to get these Ralts out onto the field, just as Stefan is doing right now in this matchup. But it is going to greatly help Drew Kennett, and Drew Kennett already had some help with those extra cards from the mulligans, and I feel like this is going to be a huge turn here for Drew Kennett, because Ancient Box has a lot of cards that tend to help it out as long as you don't have too many late game cards going on. But what am I seeing? Is that a research of the entire hand, Pablo?
Professor's
Those are all late game cards?
I mean, it's just there was no way to get Roaring Moon. There's no energies, and you want those ancient cards in the discard pile. The brand new Walking Wake, it's only here basically to act as an ancient card that has a 1 retreat cost and can add to your damage.
This is so crazy.
I think it's completely fine. Like, Andrew must be very happy with that research. That's a lot of cards out of the way. You get 7 fresh new ones. And Professor's Research is one of the new inclusions in this Ancient box deck. Usually they don't play, or they used to not play Research. They just relied on Explorer's Guidance and the normal knockouts and Ultra Balls to get those Ancient cards there. But I like that inclusion to just be able to control a bit more how many cards you discard yourself.
Exactly. No, that was a completely fine play there for Drew Kennett. Not fine for Stefan, seeing all of those ancient cards hit the discard pile now in a matchup where you're already the slower paced deck, and you're facing off with these dark Pokemon as well. I mean, this is just a matchup already, and it has already been tougher here from so far what we've seen. So Drew Kennett needs to be stacking up these ancient cards. The ancient mechanic now, it's obviously the opposite of our future mechanic. It has a couple of different cards that play a little differently for our ancient Pokemon, but that Vengeance Fletching on the Roaring Moon is going to be what is going to be taking these knockouts here for Drew Kennett. It has a 70 base damage, and then it's 10 additional damage for each ancient card that goes into your that is in your discard pile. So that is the strategy here for Drew, is to discard these ancient cards and just continuously take back-to-back knockouts here and you know, stabilize that board state. Stefan, on the other hand, what is he going to be doing to face off against this already tough matchup on paper, Pablo?
I mean, he's going to try to be as aggressive as possible and try to use Iono a lot to have Andrew whiff. That's basically his game plan now. He did get a pretty solid draw off of this Iono. Did find 1 of the 3 Kirlias available. Will be able to technical Machine Evolution into the others. Found Body Puffin, can still use Artisan. So Stefan's setup is looking as ideal as it's going to get. When you had that turn 1, you have this solid turn 2, but when you're staring down these dark Pokemon, you're not a happy camper as a Gardevoir player. I think the biggest thing that happened for Stefan here is that Drew did have to discard a Super Rod when he played that Professor's Research. That only leaves 1 Super Rod left, and 1 Roaring Moon is prized, so maybe there's a world where Andrew actually runs out of Roaring Moons at some point and is not able to produce another powerful attacker, but that's Stefan's only saving grace at this point in time. And it's going to be a while before he even gets an attack off.
Yeah, I mean, we got to talk about the fact that this isn't really a likely matchup, I would say, to even hit going into this tournament. I mean, I want to say it was the Ancient Box. I think there's only 5 of them in our day 2.
There were only 5,
yeah, in total. And Drew Kennett, unfortunately for Stefan, is one of those players behind that deck, piloting this deck, and he is a fantastic player here. So if Drew Kennett is playing into a giant field of Gardevoir, he is going to love to see that. So we'll see how this plays out here. Let's talk about this Monkey Dory. It is on the bench here now for Stefan, as well as those 2 Ralts and that Drifloon coming out from that Buddy Buddy Poffin as well. How do you think this display of the Pokemon that we're seeing kind of plays into the game plan that we're going to see from Stefan?
I mean, maybe Monkey Dory somehow to able get enough damage on the board at some point where you get an extra prize that way to compensate for the fact that your Gardevoir EX will probably go down at some point if you're Stefan. So that's like a nice thing about the Adrenaline, but it's also 3 damage counters per turn, right? That's going to mean 3 turns to potentially knock out this Fluttermane. That's like the only low price Pokemon you have here. So, but yeah, as you mentioned, Boo, Ancient Box, there's very few today, but Ancient Box, I think on paper, has a good matchup against Gardevoir, a good matchup against Lugia, and a good matchup against Raging Bolt, and a good matchup against Lost Box. Those are 4 of the most popular decks from day 1 and the most popular decks from day 2. So things are looking great for Andrew here.
Yeah.
Great meta call.
Huge meta call there for Drew Kennett. Well, we're going to see those Kirlia be evolved into now from Stefan off of that Technical Machine evolution. You target down those Pokemon, get their stage 1s out, and now those Kirlia are set up for the next turn, as well as the one that was evolved into last turn, to be able to refine through this deck. And in concept, you can see why this deck built around consistency here for Stefan works so well into other matchups especially. I mean, look at this. All the cards in the world can be drawn off of this board state, and that's exactly what you want to see as a Gardevoir player, is to have this fully established setup. But over here on Drew Kennett's side of the field, we're going to establish ourselves. Concealed Card's going to draw an additional 2 cards. Huge hand stacked up here. That Professor Sada's Vitality getting drawn off of the concealed cards on the Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, I guess he already had one. I thought he... Oh, no, that's a great Tusk at the end. So that Professor Sada will actually allow Andrew to get the first KO. He will be able to power up here, and will be able to be the aggressor, will get this first prize card, and that's going to put Stefan in a very tough situation.
Yep, not only does that Professor Sada's Vitality allow you to accelerate from the discard pile these energies, it gives you that pivot that we see from the Fluttermane being able to retreat off. The attachment was already on the Roaring Moon from last turn, so now we get an additional attachment this turn to the benched Roaring Moon, and we are stacking things up here. Artisan going to be bumped for a Pokestop, allowing Drew Kennett to draw into even more cards, because that Professor Sada's Vitality also allows you to draw 3 cards on top of accelerating those energy. And now you can see on the opposite side how this deck functions, how smoothly it works, and you're all single prize Pokemon. So, and honestly, it's kind of beefy too. It's 140 HP still on that basic Roaring Moon. So you're an awkward HP to knock out, but you are taking huge knockouts, especially the more you build up that discard pile with ancient cards. And you can see how this deck has made it to this point that Drew Kennett currently is in. We're going to see that first knockout there on a Ralts. 1 Ralts gone to the discard pile. Stefan going to activate this Kirlia into the active position. And we're going to start seeing some refinement happen here.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a one matchup where we don't need an ancient counter. We basically know that Stefan's Pokemon are just going to go down every single time. Gardevoir EX is weak. Everything else has so little HP. So those Roaring Moons just need to be powered up, be ready to attack. And Andrew just unlocked the other Roaring Moon from the prize card. So things are looking fantastic for him. Really grim for Stefan. He can get a knockout this turn, but in the 1-for-1 price trade-off, he's already behind, and at some point he's gonna need to have the liability of Gardevoir EX that can be boss's orders up to the active spot. So I'm failing to see what Stefan can possibly do here other than try to run Andrew out of energies. That's his only hope, that Andrew whiffs enough Professor Sadas, enough turns to where he fails to produce an attacker at any point.
Yeah, is there any sort of alternate win condition? You have to kind of look for that as much as possible if you are Stefan. We saw a couple of refinements happen there. One, the last one, drawing into an Iono, as well as a counter catcher. And now we're seeing that nest ball bring out that Scream Tail, and it's the beautiful artwork one, Pablo, my favorite.
It is the beautiful illustration rare promo Scream Tail.
Beautiful.
And I can see a situation where, or a scenario where you try to go like counter catcher on this 2 retreat costs, Roaring Moon combined with Iono, and then you snipe the energy off of the 2 energy Roaring Moon, right? That seems to be a decent plan. And you hope to make your opponent whiff, right? That's what Stefan needs to play for. Hope that Andrew fails to attack once or twice to be able to overcome this huge weakness that he has to this deck.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that is what's going down here between our players, but we're kind of already going there. But first, we're going to have this Earthen Vessel. Discarding a card here out of the hand. It's going to be that Klefki being discarded to the Earthen Vessel. We're going to get those Psychic Energy out of the deck here and into hand for Stefan Ivanov.
Yep, Stefan's deck looks pretty blinked out, not just that Scream
I feel like
Tail.
Stefan is always blinged out, though, I think.
Yeah, there's a lot of price pack promos, holo energies, a lot of really cool things here. But yeah, we're going to see a couple, or an extra refinement. Stefan's attack is pretty well set thanks to that Psychic Embrace. And it's going to come down to Andrew. What did he draw off of those 5 cards? And can he get an attack going?
Oh, well, you know, with the accelerated energy here, the attachment for turn is going to be that dark energy going down onto that Monkey Dory. That is what unlocks that Adrenabrain ability to shift those damage counters from your field onto your opponent. So not only are you healing up your Pokemon, but you're moving them onto your opponent's board state as well. That Scream Tail gonna go into the active position here after that retreat of the Kirlia. And we're going to see a bunch of damage counters come down onto the field thanks to that Psychic Embrace ability of that Gardevoir EX. This is how this deck functions. All those Psychic energies go into the discard pile. You retrieve them out with the Psychic Embrace on that Gardevoir EX, and you accelerate to your Pokemon that have a variety of different moves. Scream Tail in particular, that Roaring Scream, 20 damage for each damage counter that's on the Scream Tail, and it can go anywhere on your opponent's board. What do you think about that knockout, though?
Interesting choice by Stefan. Instead of choosing to go after the powered up attacker, he chooses to eliminate the engine of Drew. This deck has to focus so much on the ancient cards that it can only really afford to run Greninja as an engine, but you have to wonder, is it a little too late though? There's not a lot of energies left available that Drew could have used anyways to power up, and you're not forcing your opponent to have too many cards. I mean, this will help eventually against an Iono. Drew needed Professor Sada either way, whether he knocked out the Roaring Moon or not. So interesting choice by Stefan, but there's now going to be 2 Roaring Moons fully powered, 3 Roaring Moons fully powered up that Stefan needs to deal with.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Pablo, this is exactly how I was looking when I was viewing the matchup before, watching Drew Kennett play out in the field yesterday. And it's scary. It is very scary, especially when you're the Gardevoir player looking down this board state from Drew Kennett's side. I mean, it doesn't get scarier than this, I think.
Now, another key card other than the Super that was discarded on that first Professor's research by Andrew was the Boss's Orders. There is, I believe, a Palpad to recover it eventually, because that's one way you can get a knockout on this Gardevoir EX. But for now, Andrew doesn't even need to do that. As long as he keeps getting Roaring Moons powered up, he's going to be completely fine.
Well, we're going to see another knockout here for Drew Kennett, going down to just 4 prize cards left to take in this Swiss round 13, game 1 between our players. And everything's looking pretty nice here. All these Roaring Moon are ready to go. They're hitting more than enough damage at this point in time to take out these weak Pokemon from Stefan's side. And Stefan going to start us off here with some more refinement. But, I mean, where are we going to see this turn go from here, do you think, Pablo, for Stefan?
I mean, you could try to bring up the Scream Tail, the Flutter Wings, and the Flutter Mane. Oh my gosh, I'm getting so confused. You bring up the Flutter Mane once again with another counter catch or bot. You try to get back the Scream Tail and try this again. Stefan's #1 goal is to make Drew miss eventually. He needs to make something like that happen, but with 5 energy on the board, it's not looking likely to happen anytime soon.
Well, and between these players as well, this game alone has been going incredibly long. These are single prize card Pokemon outside of that Gardevoir EX that's on the board state. So what do you think about the time and how that's going to play into this matchup, especially if this game concludes now here and we head into our game 2?
Yeah, that's also another thing that's going against Stefan. He's already behind in this game 1. He might be able to, he could potentially play this out and then maybe try to win a quick game 2, knowing this is a very unfavorable matchup, and try to hope for a tie here. But this is also something very important. As you mentioned, Boo, the time is running out. Turns are being very drawn out.
They're grindy.
They're grindy. And Monkey Dory knocking this out eventually will help Stefan make up for a little bit of the deficit that he's currently in. So Andrew is a little bit pressured to try to eliminate this Gardevoir EX at some point. But yeah, it's there's a lot of pressure on Stefan right now.
Yeah, a lot of pressure indeed going into this matchup alone. But yeah, progressing through both of these board states, we're at least going to see all of these abilities being used here from Stefan. That Monkey Dory to take up that damage there on the Flutter Mane. Both of those Kirlia have already drawn cards there with refinements. And now Nest Ball coming out as the choice from that Arvin as well for the supporter for turn.
Yeah, Nest Ball going to be able to help Stefan next turn as he tries to recover either the Scream Tail or the Drifloon, which are his main attackers. The one thing Stefan needs to completely avoid is making sure that that Gardevoir EX does not attack at any point, because it'll go down very, very quickly. But see the next knockout, prizes tied. Eventually Stefan will pull ahead with that Scream Tail. So Andrew needs to continue to thin, needs to find that Palpat, and needs to eventually chase down the Gardevoir EX before Stefan does something like Professor Turo that off the board.
Yep, Stefan doing everything in his power here with these attacking Pokemon this time around. That Drifloon, it looks so friendly. It's just a little flying balloon there, flying around, 70 HP, it's tiny. Really right now it only has 1 damage counter left until it's knocked out there. But that balloon blast, 30 damage for each damage counter on that Pokemon. It hits for so much damage here. What did you see there, Pablo, from Drew?
That Explorer's Guidance gave Drew so many good cards, but you can only keep 2 of them. He's gonna have to give up on his Ace Spec, gonna have to give up on that Roaring Moon in favor of the last copy of Super Rod, and that Palpat, which is so essential to get back the boss's orders.
Yeah, those are both 2 huge recovery cards for Drew Kennett that he cannot lose here. That Palpad to get those supporters out of your discard pile shuffled back into deck, and that Super Odd for both Pokemon and Energy shuffled back into deck as well. So both of those cards controlling the later turns in this game. Drew Kennett could not lose them, but of course the Explorer's Guidance, you keep 2 and the rest are discarded there, so it can always be a little risky. You don't play too many of that card unless you're really trying to churn through your deck and get some cards here. But Roaring Moon, double Roaring Moon, I should say, being shuffled back in as well as one of those Dark Energy.
Yeah, making sure that he has access to enough attackers. Needs 6 Roaring Moons basically to close this one out. So makes sense that he's gonna put those back. Now, Drew also has access to 1 copy of Great Tusk, which we could see as a sort of surprise if Stefan ends up being careless with his deck and leaves too few cards there. But yeah, this is a really back and forth. Drew knows that that Palpat was so essential, so that was a very costly Explorer's Guidance, and a late game Iono could actually turn things around for Stefan, and all thanks to the Monkey Dory able to take down this Flutter Mane essentially for free.
Yeah, that is pretty brutal here, and just another sentiment as to why Monkey Dory is so good as an addition into these Gardevoir decks. But Drew Kennett going to do everything as far as the strategy goes to get these Roaring Moon set up here on the board, attaching those energies as well. really doing everything in his power. What is he looking for, do you think, as far as to play here, or debating here, Pablo? Just the pal pad?
Yeah, I mean, he knows the threat of Iono is always present for Gardevoir, so he's debating whether he should play it now when he has it, or he should be patient and not. He's gonna play it now, which I really like. 4 cards is still a very decent amount in case you took an Iono, and if you don't, you have the Poke Gear available, you have the Earthen Vessel to find energy, so still a lot that you can do. I think chose not to use the Pokestop, just takes the KO, which I also like. There's definitely, he didn't want to discard that Roaring Wind that he just put back into deck, so Andrew's gonna pull ahead here, but Monkey Dory is applying a lot of pressure.
Exactly, that Monkey Dory pulling some weight here.
Yeah.
And it's doing it for free. It's just on the bench, chilling. It's got a dark energy attached, and it's moving all of those damage counters around. And it plays perfectly into this deck because you're putting your damage counters on your own Pokemon with that Psychic Embrace from the Gardevoir EX as well, to both hit a bunch of damage as well to get those extra damage counters onto your opponent. And that really is the difference here for Stefan in this matchup. I mean, it's huge for Stefan having this Monkey Dory.
Yeah, it's really, Monkey Dory has definitely brought Gardevoir to a whole new level, as we're going to see Stefan put back his attackers, get out the Drifloon again, just take the knockout on the most valuable Pokemon, which is the 2-energy Roaring Moon. And if you combine this with an Iono 2-3, Drew could actually be in a little bit of trouble. I'm liking, as the game goes on, because Stefan got that absolute perfect setup and was only behind 1 prize card when he started attacking, he's actually in a pretty sweet spot right now.
Yeah, that technical machine for Stefan, just setting up the entire bench impeccably here.
Yeah.
And that consistency of all of these evolutions into Kirlia, the consistent draw there is what has led to this board state now, where Stefan is being able to churn through the deck and continuously get these knockouts back and forth, because look at this hand. It's huge. You have a ton of cards at your disposal to be able to get these strategies for Stefan, and I expect nothing less from a top-tier player like Stefan as well. So Kirlia gonna get some more cards here, discarding an Arven into the discard pile off of that Refinement into another Arven.
Yeah. The Refinement, it's helping Stefan thin the deck, get access to pretty much everything he could possibly want at any moment. This might be the turn where you consider using Professor Tour. It could also be the turn where you finally knock out the Flutter Mane with Adrenabrain, and that way Andrew can't use Counter Catcher as a way to go after the Gardevoir EX and is forced to find Boss's Orders later. So things are looking really good for Stefan at this point, actually, because he knows that Ancient Box never plays any sort of hand disruption.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge for this deck. Just as we saw it help Andrew Gantner in the Lost Zone deck in the last match we featured, it equally helps Gardevoir when you have all the resources in your hand to be able to do this stuff. And not only do you have the resources of the cards, but you have these attackers coming back out thanks to those cards consistently. You're accelerating these energy now and taking those damage counters onto that Drifloon here, allowing it to do an incredible amount of damage with that Balloon Blast. What a move, Pablo. Balloon Blast, baby, on this Drifloon. I mean, it's a huge amount of damage, 30 damage for each counter that's on the Drifloon, and then when you buff that HP on the Drifloon in other matchups as well, I mean, you can do even more. So it's a lot from a tiny little basic 70 HP Pokemon.
Yeah, Drifloon is definitely a non-expected threat before Bravery Charm came out. Like, it was okay card, but with Bravery Charm, with Luxury Escape, with Hero Escape, has now become a mainstay and the main attacker for Gardevoir. Gardevoir is good, but Drifloon is the real star.
MVP.
Yeah.
Whoa, I like this. I think this was another supporter that was drawn off of the Refinement for this turn. That's going to be the Turo, allowing Stefan to pick up that Gardevoir EX and rebench a Ralts as well, and it just goes straight to the hand, and now the Ralts is back out. We're going to see that knockout going down, an additional prize card here for Stefan in this matchup, tying things up between both of these players. 3 prize cards each that we see on the board, as well as that Flutter Mane with the 80 damage on it.
Yeah, and this is really looking good for Stefan now because Andrew has no way to get ahead in the prizes. The only thing he can do is keep taking knockouts every single turn, right?
Yeah,
there is
he's
a
doing
universe,
everything.
there is a universe where maybe he could have powered up the Flutter main to maybe try to go boss KO after, go for a boss double KO to against the Drifloon once it's powered up to take a knockout, but that's not going to happen anymore, and Stefan will be able to get an attack off and knock out that Flutter main with Adrenabrain, and no amount of Professor Sada is going to allow Andrew to take multiple prize cards. Now, Stefan will need to play Gardevoir EX down next turn to get another attacker, and it's going to come down to, can Andrew find either boss's orders, or if Stefan goes ahead and knocks out the Flutter main, find Countercatcher to take the last two prizes.
Yeah, that's what it's going to come down to here, Pablo, in this match. That Professor Sada's Vitality accelerating those energy, those dark energy from the discard pile onto those ancient Pokemon. Whoa, the ancient booster energy capsule being put onto that Flutter main right at the last moment. Pablo, what do you think about that?
That's a fantastic play for Drew. Gonna be able to give extra HP to Flutter main.
Yeah, plus 60 HP.
Yeah, that means Monkey Derry will need 3 more turns to knock out that Flutter main at this point in time. And there's also the possibility where Andrew can penny up the Flutter main to prevent and negate all of that damage. So if Andrew's hand sticks, this could be really good. Stefan needs to Iono this turn. Things are getting very close, but Andrew very aware of the Monkey Derry threat and very aware of what he needs to do to counteract it.
Yeah, that was a huge card there, and Stefan, eyeing all of that down. I mean, look at this hand as well, Pablo. How many cards do you reckon that is?
That is at least 12, I gotta imagine. 3, 6.
Yeah, that's a ton of cards.
9,
More than
12,
that.
15. It's a 15 card hand.
15 card hand, and this is why I don't play Gardevoir, Pablo. This is like, if I looked at that hand, it would just be way too much for me to be to look at. I mean, but that's the thing with these players that know this deck and the ins and outs of everything. They see the lines, and then they look at the cards that they have in their hand to be able to carry out those lines as far as the optimal solution to any of these pickles that you might end up in as far as your game plans go. So, Stefan, benching these, or evolving these Kirlias on the bench here. And we have yet to see several different refinements, just the one on the active position here for Stefan. Yeah, debating, I guess, where to...
This ancient booster energy capsule changed everything.
Yeah.
This now puts Stefan in an awkward situation where he wants to Iono, but he also needs to basically Professor Turo up the Gardevoir that he's going to get into play. And if he does that, then Andrew's hand will remain huge, and then he will be able to penny. Stefan hasn't seen the penny, I don't think, so I don't know if that's going to cross his mind or not, or if he's just going to risk the Iono into a Gardevoir, hope that Drew doesn't find a boss's orders.
Yeah, I think you're right here. Temple of Sinnoh coming into play just to bump out that Pokestop that was in play there before.
There's no way for Stefan, there's no jamming tower, there's no lost vacuum, no way to deny the ancient booster energy capsule. So we're gonna see that get promoted. I think we're gonna see the Iono play, risking the possibility of Andrew finding energy plus boss to win the game.
I think you might be right here. That counter catcher, Stefan is behind in prize cards, activating that card there, bringing up the Flutter main with that ancient booster energy capsule. Helping it out there as far as the HP goes. Into the active position here for Stefan. Eyeing up that now like 14 card hands here. We're going to see one of those Bravery Charm come down onto the Screamtail on the bench as well. And there we have it, Pablo, the Iono. And Stefan is hoping on hope here for this Iono to work. Andrew Kennett's only going to be able to draw into 2 cards after both hands of each player is shuffled up, put to the bottom. What'd you see, Pablo?
Not a great draw for Andrew. A Stadium and a Roaring Moon, I think, in his hand, so no way to retreat that Flutter main. And this could be the turning point. But this could be the turn that Stefan ends up needing for Drew to whiff to turn things around. And especially if he can refine that Professor Turo that is now at the bottom of the deck, that would be huge.
Oh, we're going to see another refinement here. First from Stefan, throwing away that Ultra Ball. Wow.
There's the Professor Turo back into the hand, so Stefan is able to get this essentially free turn, then he can get another prize card, take the Gardevoir EX off the board, and prevent Andrew from winning this game. I definitely counted out Stefan too quickly.
Yeah, I think we both did here, Pablo, because we're seeing that damage tick up here on the Flutter Mane from that Monkey Dory. All of these energy accelerated onto this Scream Tail here now for Stefan as well.
There's a knockout.
Wow, that Roaring Scream allowing Stefan to take that Roaring Moon on the bench out.
Andrew just top deck that Professor Sada. That is
oh
insane.
My gosh, we have the top deck of the Professor Sada's Vitality.
That is huge.
To accelerate those energy onto the board here, that's going to be able to give that Flutter Mane the ability to retreat now, drawing into 3 additional cards as well for Drew.
That puts Stefan in such a bind. Once again, Drew will be able to take a knockout and put himself down to 1 prize card. The booster capsule preventing the Flutter Mane from going down. So I think we're going to see another Iono down to 1. And it's going to come down to, can Drew draw a Professor Sada's Vitality, Earthen Vessel, or an Energy? It's all thanks to that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. That's so key.
Yeah, that, and I mean, I'm glad we used the Pal Pad as well earlier to get those supporters back there. Nest Ball going into this deck here. This is the entire deck here now for Drew Kennett.
Yep, and I'm surprised he's not choosing to bench that Walking Wake. He has a single retreat cost just like this Flutter Mane, and it's all about finding energy for next turn. You have to know that there's an Iono coming, so any card that is not an energy or is not a way to help you find energies is no longer good for your deck.
Exactly. Well, we see that hard retreat from the Flutter Mane thanks to that Professor Sada's Vitality, attaching that energy to that ancient Pokemon there. And of course, the attachment to that Roaring Moon, going to be able to take the knockout here. Thankfully for Drew Kennett, he is not going to fall behind on taking these prize cards, but there is 1 prize card left in his way to take, and Stefan Ivanov is what stands in the way of that. But what can Stefan do at this point in time now, Pablo?
It's Iono and hope. It's literally Iono, KO, and hope for the best. There's no other play available for Stefan that will allow him to win this game. Andrew needs to find 1 energy or 1 Sada to power up this Roaring Moon to win this game. There's a Walking Wake in the deck that I really wish it wasn't there. This Flutter Mane is now 10 HP away from winning, so either Andrew wins next turn or he's going to lose.
Yes.
Now. Oh!
Whoa, look at that.
The Turo on the Monkey Dory. Is there another Darkness Energy available? That could be the way Stefan wins this game, using Monkey Dory twice.
Oh my gosh, wait, you're right.
There's your Earthen Vessel. That's actually it.
Oh, this is huge. Wait, so the Monkey Dory was picked up here by that Turo, putting it back into the hand. Earthen Vessel here is going to get the energy that Stefan needs, attach that dark energy to the Monkey Dory, get that damage that we needed onto that, oh my gosh, I can't believe that just happened, Pablo.
Wow, the double Monkey Dory used, that was huge for Stefan. That allowed him to get that last damage counter onto the Flutter Mane. That Iono the previous turn took away the penny, and that Flutter Mane that Andrew started ended up being his demise.
I cannot believe that. I cannot believe that just happened, Pablo. 2 prize cards left, and Stefan was able to get there in that game 1 between these players. And guess what? That was a long game here between these players as well. I mean, look at this. We saw the back and forth. Arguably, Drew Kennett did nothing wrong here. He was doing everything possible to attach these energies, have these consistent attackers, take these knockouts turn after turn after turn, and Stefan identified all of the outs in this scenario that we didn't even see in a double Monkey Dory turn at the end of this game.
Yeah, how many Adrenabrain power was that? That was like 6 turns of damage counters being pushed towards that Flutter Mane, despite the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. And you can see how 1 card, Monkey Dory, it's a single card that has been added to Gardevoir from Twilight Masquerade, and it is generally something that brings Gardevoir to a whole new power level. And this comes down to Andrew never had an opportunity to boss and knock out the Gardevoir EX to get that slightly bit ahead in the prize race.
Well, let's take a look at the prize cards going into our game 2 between these players. It was a very long, treacherous game 1. But here we are, 2 Buddy Poffin there for Stefan, as well as a couple Explorers Guidance. Did you see anything else in there, Pablo?
Yeah, the Roaring Moon, the Professor Sada, so a lot of key cards for Andrew in the prize cards. And the Flutter main mirror match in the active for both players. That's pretty funny to see.
Yes, exactly. Just different arts. But
yeah.
Flutter main on Flutter main action here in our game 2 so far. But look at that. Stefan, just the Flutter main being attached to in the active position. Manaphy coming down onto the bench as well. And we're over to Drew Kennett's side. Let's see what this initial hand looks like here for Drew. We're going to see the Earthen Vessel start to get these energy out of the deck.
Yeah, as a Gardevoir player, it's never good news when you didn't bench a single Ralts on your first turn. So Andrew, that alone will immediately put him essentially ahead. Might allow him to get ahead 2 prizes before Stefan starts attacking, which will nullify any sort of Monkey Dory play. But right now, time is against Andrew. He needs to play as fast as he can. He needs to be as aggressive as he can and start taking those prizes, because you know Stefan is going to, if he recognizes that this is a losing situation, he's going to try and make it. So Andrew has to go through 6 different Pokemon and will not get a Gardevoir EX into play at all.
Exactly. It's perfectly put there, Pablo. Drew Kennett is going to have to play quick here, start to do these actions fluently for this turn, and we've been flying through it so far. These energy hitting that discard pile is what we need to see for them to be accelerated by Professor Sada's Vitality. Pokegear is going to find us that Professor Sada's Vitality here first, but we need to also see some more Pokemon come out. And what do we see in the hand? Well, there's an Ultra Ball. It's going to get us 1.
Andrew has everything he needs. He's going to be able to get the Roaring Moon. He has 2 energies in the discard pile for Professor Sada to attach to the active, attach to the Roaring Moon, and then be able to retreat it to the bench and start getting a knockout from the very first turn. So complete turnaround. There's no Ralts in play. If Andrew's going to be able to pull this off, this is how you do it.
Exactly. Professor Sada's Vitality accelerating to those ancient Pokemon. Fluttermane's a nice little ancient one in the active right now, but not for long.
There we go.
That hard retreat. Roaring Moon fully powered up for that Vengeance Fletching here to take this knockout on the opposing Fluttermane on Stefan's side. First prize card down, but Stefan just has a lone Manaphy here. That was really benched to have something on the bench. Now Arvin going to go into the deck here, and are we going to be able to at least get somewhere for this turn now, Pablo?
Yeah, I mean, this Arvin will definitely allow Stefan to set up, get Buddy Poffin, potentially get Technical Machine Evolution, evolve those into Kirlios immediately. So he's definitely going to try and make it so that he knows he's so far behind right now. Andrew got that turn 1 attack thanks to the Pokegear that found Professor Sada. So he's going to try and make it so that Andrew has to go through 6 individual Pokemon, and he runs out of time before that happens, which is definitely a game plan, right? But it's going to be really hard. There's nothing stopping Andrew from just attacking every single turn and getting ahead.
Like going as fast-paced as possible. Just under 12 minutes between both of these players in our Swiss round 13. I mean, it was a very long, drawn-out game 1, but Stefan took it in an incredibly amazing way on paper. Looking at this matchup, you wouldn't really bet Gardevoir would do very well here against these dark attackers, single prizers. There's a lot, but Drew Kennett, like you said, was not able to get that Gardevoir EX out of there. And well, we're hoping that we can even just conclude a game 2 if you're Drew Kennett on this side of the field.
Yeah, and honestly, it came down to that absolute picture-perfect setup for Stefan on the first turn. Funnily enough, both players are playing very unique A-specs, and neither Hyper Aroma nor Secret Box actually made an appearance in the previous game. So that's very peculiar, but amazing setup by Stefan, and gotta give props that he's being very quick with his actions, respecting the fact that he knows who's behind, he knows Drew is gonna try to finish this game, and I think it's very likely that we end up seeing a tie.
Yep, that is a potential here, Pablo, to see, which, you know, we never like seeing ties, but honestly, that game one was so incredible, I wouldn't be too mad at it. Explorer's Guidance here for Drew Kennett to turn through those cards there. You look at the top 6, but only 2 of them go into your hand here. So keeping a couple and continuing this pace of play as far as getting another knockout here on that Manaphy. Of course, that Manaphy did have a little bit of utility in that technical machine evolution.
Yeah.
Being able to use it there with the energy attachment. Now it's knocked out, but those Kirlia were brought out thanks to that technical machine. And Stefan is going to have some play here as far as these refinements go. Iono is going to be the supporter for a turn, though, from Stefan here. Both players shuffling up their hands. It goes to the bottom. Drew Kennett already down to 4 prize cards, so only 4 in the hand now. Stefan at 6 still.
Yeah, now within Andrew's rush to finish this game, he still needs to be careful, right? He still needs to do all the right actions.
Yes.
He still needs to have enough Roaring Moons powered up. It's not like he's already won just by Stefan's slow start. So
yeah.
It's going to be important for him to keep up with the knockouts, but not be careless with his decision-making or his bench usage. And Iono, followed by a knockout on the Roaring Moon, and all of a sudden you whiff a Sara, you whiff a backup Roaring Moon, or you whiff an attachment, and you could start falling behind. So there is still room for Stefan to make something happen in this game.
Yep, I agree. We're getting through these refinements here. We're going to see the discard there for 2 additional cards to the hand. Ralts coming down. That was off of our first refinement that we saw here from Stefan. So getting these Pokemon out, we're going to see the attachment of the Dark Energy already onto this Monkey Dory at this point in time. 2 Kirlia on the field, another Ralts lined up, ready to go. It's just going to be a pass after that over here to Drew Kennett. Artisan coming down as the stadium in play.
And now we're going to see what a difference it makes having this Greninja on board for 2 reasons. Number 1, it's going to give Andrew a lot more draw power, a lot more usability out of the Professor Sadas, but it's also going to give Stefan a much better target to try to buy some time by using Counter Catcher, bringing that up, and potentially attacking with Screamtail, or just making sure that it's difficult to retreat because you cannot Professor Sada onto a Greninja. It is not, in fact, an ancient Pokemon.
Yes, it is not ancient. It has so much utility, but it is definitely not ancient. And it's one of your favorites, huh, Pablo?
It is one of my, my big favorites, for sure.
Well, we're going to see that Professor Sada's vitality here now. I believe it was retrieved off of that Pokegear there for Drew Kennett. It's going to allow Drew to draw into 3 additional cards for the turn here, as well as getting those energy on these Roaring Moons. We have 3 Roaring Moons all set up, ready to go, besides 1 lacking just 1 energy. I don't even think we've seen the energy attachment for turn, unless I'm missing it. Yeah, so this Earthen Vessel going to get us these Dark Energy out of the deck here, and we can accelerate even another one of those. It's exactly what Drew Kennett needs to be doing.
Now, this is where the mistakes could happen, though, being a little bit in too much rush to just leave everything powered up, and then all of a sudden you leave yourself exposed for either of these 2 Pokemon to be brought up into the active, and then you can retreat. So this is where Andrew needs to be very careful, and having the energy in your hand is great, but also that means if you get Iono, now they're going to be at the bottom, right? Harder to find. So I think that's the one thing where in Andrew's rush could come back to bite him. And I would even love to see him preemptively attach to the Greninja at some point, making sure that Stefan doesn't have the option to just bring it up and stall it out in the active, as we saw yesterday with a Raichu.
Yes, we did see that yesterday. So unfortunate, but yeah, having that pivot option there is so important. We're talking about the rushed gameplay. That's what Drew needs to be doing, going fast. But as you just saw, or I don't know if you saw it there, Pablo. Yeah, you still need to be careful there. Drew almost played down the Pokestop, but didn't realize Artisan did come into play there. You can only play down 1 stadium per turn there for each player. So almost flipped to the first card off the Pokestop after using it, but then was like, whoa, wait.
Yeah.
Artisan remains in play. So glad that didn't go poorly here for Drew Kennett, but Stefan is going to start this turn off now. Kirlia in the active position here. We're going to see another Ralts come down for Stefan as well.
Yeah, now we do see the Gardevoir in hand, so there might be the possibility to be aggressive somehow here with that Screamtail, with that Counter Catcher, with that Iono. There's definitely merit for Stefan to eliminate some of the resources on the board, right? He knows it's going to be really hard to stop Andrew from attacking him, but one way to do so is through disruption combined with that Screamtail.
Well, we're going to see the Nest Ball going into the deck here to get a Radiant Greninja of Stefan's own out onto the bench.
Where's the Screamtail perhaps prized? Did I miss that?
Wouldn't be the first prize cards we
Yeah.
missed.
Oh, no, it's in the hand. It's in the hand.
Okay,
Screamtail is the last card in the hand. So Stefan just being very thorough. I was like, oh wait, did I not see it? But no, it is available in the hand. That's that beautiful artwork that confuses me.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it is a bit confusing when you see it. But we are going to see that evolution now from the Gardevoir EX that was in the hand for Stefan. It's going to join us in the active here now.
Yep, and will all those damage counters that Gardevoir is going to place onto itself will then be transferred with Monkey Dory with that Adrena Brain ability. I gotta wonder if Stefan's going to change the beat a little bit, and instead of going after the Flutter Mane, which can get its HP increased, will they go into the Radiant Greninja, as there's no way to increase the HP of that. Now, this counter catcher is very crucial, right? This is where playing that Earthen Vessel and keeping the 2 energies in hand could prove a little bit rough for Andrew, as he doesn't have any energy in the discard pile. And if he gets Iono, the 2 energies will be in the discard at the bottom of the deck. And Andrew only plays 7, so he will definitely not be drawing an energy off of this Iono.
Well, look at that. The counter catcher, thanks to Stefan being behind in prize cards, is going to allow the Radiant Greninja to be up in the active position. Just as you said, Pablo, the Iono going... all of these cards going to the bottom of the deck here. Drew Kennett only being able to draw into 3 now.
Yeah, but found the secret box. We're gonna be able to finally see the secret box in action. That very unique ace spec. Usually you used to see either Prime Catcher or the Awakening Drum in the Ancient box decks. But now Andrew bringing that secret box that is gonna be so pivotal at this point in time.
Exactly. It's super pivotal there. And last time it was just discarded off that Explorer's Guidance, but now it is in the hand off of that Iono there for Drew Kennett. Stefan still making his way through this turn here now. These Psychic Embrace, accelerating these energy onto the Gardevoir EX. Those damage counters being moved over onto Drew Kennett's field on that Flutter Mane. The retreat out of that position into the Screamtail now that has a bunch of damage counters thanks to the Psychic Embrace as well to be able to take a knockout. But it's not just on the active, it's on any of these Pokemon on the board for that Screamtail. And that is another factor as to why this little Screamtail is so powerful in Gardevoir.
There's a secret box. Perfect timing. 3 cards discarded. And I believe you're able to search for an item card, a supporter,
it's like
a
one
stadium,
of each, right?
and a tool card.
Yeah.
Now that Earthen Vessel will allow Andrew not only to draw cards potential with Greninja, but also to be able to get that energy to retreat. So fantastic draw. And off the supporter, he chooses Boss's Orders to take down this Gardevoir EX and get even closer to winning this game.
Yeah, that is something we did not get to see last time for Drew Kennett. The Gardevoir EX remained either on the board or Stefan took it off of the board with that Turo. But now it is on the board in this board state right now for Drew Kennett. I'm sure very happy at the selection of that ace spec here in this Ancient box deck, because one of each card, that's a pretty nice box to stumble upon, Pablo. Boss's Orders here, Gardevoir EX coming up into the active position, that energy being able to provide the retreat cost for the Radiant Greninja. We're back into the Roaring Moon action. This ancient Pokemon flying into the field here and is going to be able to take a knockout on that Gardevoir EX.
Now, Andrew is not completely out of a situation where he could still not win this game. There's definitely, if we had infinite time here, Andrew will almost always walk away the winner, but there is a scenario where Stefan's gonna Iono once again. He's gonna knock out this Roaring Moon, potentially playing counter catcher once again on the Greninja, and he knows there's an energy in Drew's hand that will now go to the bottom of the deck. Therefore, Andrew could whiff enough turns with time dwindling down that he ends up not being able to win the game with before the turns are up.
Yeah, that's true. Once we hit the end of this timer, we have 1 minute left between these players before we're at that point. There are 3 additional turns. So Drew Kennett has just that amount of time, if he is stalled with these plays from Stefan, to try to get out of it and take this last prize card. But we're going to have to see if he's able to get here. And I think Stefan is going to do everything in his power to stand in the way of Drew Kennett getting there, because Well, Stefan is currently up a match here, so that would be rough to lose and take a tie here right in the last couple of turns, but I'm excited to see the conclusion of this game, Pablo, between these players.
Now, I'm a little surprised by Stefan's action here. I don't see an Iono in his hand, so this Supra just makes it less likely that you're going to have an Iono unless he had them at the bottom of the deck, but he could have shuffled with Artisan. So
yeah.
I don't see an Iono in hand, and that's the one card that he needs. And it's just one extra card in the deck, right? But every percentage matters. And there's the Gardevoir EX that he just put back. He just drew it, but
yeah,
you don't need a Gardevoir EX right now. You already have this powered up, ready to take this down. So what you need is an Iono to make Drew lose that energy that Stefan knows he has in his hand.
Exactly, but we've used this concealed cards. We've gotten those 2 draw here for Stefan. That's all we've gotten so far here.
Yeah, there's still 1 refinement left.
That's it, right?
Oh, I mean, Stefan immediately drew the Gardevoir. That's one small rough situation for the sequencing that we just saw. I generally think if you need to shuffle the deck, shuffle it with Artisan, and then hope you get the Iono. And there's the Artisan. Yeah, and even like didn't use the Artisan to thin
more
before playing that Greninja. So that's 2 cards one card that should not have been in the deck got put back, 1 card that could have been out of the deck before you draw with concealed cards. So these small percentages that change, especially when your deck is 12 cards, 10 cards, 1 extra card, that's 10% more. 1 card less, that's 10% higher that you're going to get what you need. So a lot of these things can happen, and Stefan maybe getting the moment getting to him. He knows he's against the ropes, but we could see him walk away the winner if Andrew whiffs.
Exactly, and it's just that tiny bit of sequencing that might be the difference here for Stefan. And I think I saw it on his face too, just thinking like, oh, why did I do this in this order? But this is the refinement turn. We've seen the coin be placed here. Now the discard, here's these 2 cards. What are we gonna see? Earthen Vessel and an Ultra Ball here for Stefan.
All right, no Iono, but that Ultra Ball can get us another Kirlia for another refinement. So
we're gonna
still
go
have another
again,
chance.
Pablo.
Yeah, I think we can go again. I don't remember any Kirlias being prized this time around, so Stefan gets another chance here. We'll have to see if it ends up playing out. And I mean, maybe Stefan had something else in mind, but I'm having a hard time figuring out exactly if there was something else he could have done. Now that Earthen Vessel, I assume there's no more energies left in the deck, therefore, because those could be other cards you could thin, so that one I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, no energy left.
Well, here we have it. The Ultra Ball discarding those 2 cards for this last Kirlia. This is the last chance here to use this refinement, discard a card, draw into 2 additional cards that might win Stefan this game if Drew Kennett cannot get through these turns. Now, Stefan is definitely turn 0. We've been on the 0-0-0 clock for a bit now. So, Stefan, this is the refinement that we need to see.
2 cards. Iono is at the top. All right, so this means
there's a chance.
Yeah, there's a chance. Stefan will play that Iono and will bring Andrew down to a single card. Now, we know the energy will be at the bottom, right? And Andrew will be turn 1 and turn 3. So he's going to have 2 turns to potentially find the energy. However,
we do have the Artisan too.
We have the Artisan to shuffle the deck for sure. But we do have the threat of the Screamtail, right?
Yeah,
Andrew only has 1 Pokemon, so he might have 2 turns, but if he whiffs this first turn, that Roaring Moon is also going to go down, leaving Andrew with no options to take his last prize card.
Yeah, that is...
I saw it. Thank you. I kept
This is very intense, Boo. This is very intense.
I'm literally on the edge of my seat here now, Pablo. It is a rough game here. Stefan even taking a moment to look at the entire discard that Drew Kennett has over there on the right side of the field. Gardevoir EX going to be evolved into as well here for Stefan. And here comes that Iono that we dug through this deck here for Stefan through this game. Andrew Kennett, 1 card off that Iono, representing that 1 prize card left to take at least a tie in this game, and is going to be turn 1 as well.
Yeah, so Stefan, there's no way he can take 5 prizes, right?
No.
So, but as per the rules, he won game 1. So if this game doesn't conclude, then Stefan will be the winner of the round. So he needs Andrew to whiff definitely this turn, maybe also the next. Now, if the energy's at the bottom, we want to know if this card is a Professor Sada. maybe a Pokegear, all relies on this
Drew
card.
Kennett hasn't even looked at it yet either.
Yeah, I don't think he has.
Just put one
Keeping
card on
everyone
on
under
the
suspense.
Yes, that is going to showcase a lot here. Stefan still thinking through this turn where to put these energy down onto the field, or where to Psychic Embrace these energy onto the field.
Yeah, I think he really wants to use the Adrenaline ability, make sure he pressures this Flutter Mane, though I don't think it's really relevant at this point in time. The game's going to come down to, does Andrew whiff enough turns? He's going to place it on the Roaring Moon. That's fine as well. I think this is completely inconsequential. It's going to come down to, what the heck is this card?
What is this card? Roaring Moon going to go down. Another prize card here for Stefan. This is turn 1 now for Drew Kennett.
Now, Drew saw the card and didn't immediately promote the Roaring Moon. There's an Explorer's Guidance, which this will allow Drew to shuffle the deck with Artisan, get a card out. There's the very key energy, but there's also the possibility now to find superior energy retrieval, or if there's an Earthen Vessel left, there could be one of those options. So now that the deck is shuffled, thanks to that Artisan, we're going to see the top 6. We need to find the energy boot.
Yeah, we need to find that energy indeed. Only 2 cards going to the hand. One of them needs to be the energy that we see here. Thanks to that Artisan bringing another Roaring Moon out for Drew Kennett as well. Here is that Explorer's Guidance, 6 cards to the hand.
Nestball, Palpad, Sada, Pokegear, Super Rod, and Walking Wake. No energy available now. So we're not winning this turn. That's for sure.
This is turn
However, we're going to have another turn. Now that there's another Roaring Moon in play, we can still win this. But now we need Professor Sada and an attachment for turn. So if Stefan once again plays an Iono, this very key Professor Sada will now be at the bottom of the deck. So the win condition is still available for Andrew, but it has now changed and become a lot more difficult.
Well, look at this. Super Rod is going to line all of these energy up into the deck now for Drew Kennett as well. The Super Rod was one of those options off the Explorer's Guidance for that turn.
Now, Andrew has 2 cards in hand. One Professor Sada and one Counter Catcher that is completely useless at this point in time.
Yes,
so
true.
Stefan might just come down to, he sees Andrew has 2 cards, he's just going to put him down to 1 card. He doesn't have any information other than it is not an energy on what that other card is.
Yeah, Stefan top decked the Counter Catcher into the hand as well here.
Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah.
If he counter catchers the Greninja, there could be no way for Andrew to retreat and have the Roaring Moon powered up.
This is an ancient box here, but there is an ancient Pokemon, or a non-ancient Pokemon on the bench there for Drew Kennett in that Radiant Greninja. Has so much utility as far as discarding those energy, drawing you cards, being able to accelerate later on with that Professor Sada's Vitality, but the counter catcher, Stefan, is up in prize cards here, debating counter catching up that Radiant Greninja now into the active to make it that much more difficult for Drew Kennett to be able to get this last single prize card. And we're in turn 2 here of time for Stefan. There's only 1 turn left for Drew Kennett to even play through to try to get this tie. Radiant Greninja in the active position now, thanks to that counter catcher from Stefan.
Yeah, that counter catcher is so crucial. I think that's going to seal the deal for Andrew. Who's not going to be able.
Iono.
There's the Iono taking away the Professor Sada. Now I'm trying to look at the list. I don't think there's a way for Andrew to be able to retreat and attack this turn because Radiant Greninja is good, but it's not ancient worthy good.
Unfortunately. Yes, it is fantastic, but it's not ancient here. Stefan using that Iono for both of our players. Drew Kennett back to just a single card hand here. All of the obstacles in the way, just an Artisan out in the field at this point, and a top deck, I suppose. Stefan drawing into 4 cards off the Iono himself here now. Screamtail has still been the active position here with all of these energies taking these knockouts, and that's it.
Yep, no possible top deck combination for Drew with the Iono to get this KO, and Stefan, the unlikely winner here, overcoming one of his worst matchups, I want to say.
Yeah, I totally agree, and you can see how happy Stefan is right now. I mean, on paper, we would stack so much against the Gardevoir player in this matchup, but Stefan proving how talented and skillful he is as a player, showing up onto our international stage and taking the win here in our Swiss rounds. Wow, that is incredible to see, and I cannot believe it turned out that way, Pablo.
Ooh, and it all comes down to Monkey Dory. Monkey Dory was the star of the show. That game
really
one
was.
really showcased why Gardevoir is at the top, why it is 20% of the field in day 2. A single card, a single ability has brought Gardevoir EX to a whole new level.
I know, and it was kind of like a silent attacker there on the bench too.
Yeah.
I mean, slowly over time, the damage was ticking up on that Flutter Mane. We saw that huge play with the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule from Drew Kennett, trying to just add some HP there to close out the game, and that was giant, but it wasn't enough here. Stefan was still able to take things down with a double Monkey Dory play. And I mean, yeah, it couldn't have been chalked up any better than that in our game one between these players. And it was a long one. Like I said, Drew Kennett did everything in his power throughout this game, getting all of these attackers out, continuously taking knocks. That's exactly the strategy you go with here. But because that Gardevoir EX wasn't able to be taken down, it was a little bit slower, having to churn through each of these single prize card Pokemon in our game one. And Stefan equally set up the pressure here after having an incredible board setup in the beginning, thanks to that technical machine evolution, getting those Curlia out and getting well established and no disruption from that Ancient Box deck on Drew Kennett's side.
Yeah, and we saw the damage continually build up on that Flutter Mane, which ended up being the key. And then in game 2, we had the Iono disruption. Stefan didn't need to win this game, just needed to make sure that Andrew couldn't win it within the allotted time, and that's exactly what he was able to do. However, with how things were looking at the very end, I think Stefan might have even been able to win that game too, just because the disruption was too much. In the rush to get the KOs and get ahead, Andrew's setup was not as established as he would have liked, and he did go after that Gardevoir EX very aggressively. That opened up the possibility for Stefan to deny that win with the Iono. What a great showcase of the power of Gardevoir EX. And Gardevoir EX basically has 2 tricks now. The Monkey Dory and a lot of Iono disruption. And those 2 things are exactly what allowed Stefan to walk away with the winner and get closer to top 8.
Exactly. I mean, the difference between a tie and a win at this point is huge. And that's why you see Stefan on our stage so happy to take down that game, give it a nice fist bump there into the air, because that is giant. And I mean, that was a very incredibly well-played game between both of our players. You're going against a high-class NA player there from Stefan's side of the field. You had to pull out all the stops, especially into a difficult matchup as well. And now I'm sort of a believer here. I was talking about how if Drew Kennett is playing into a field of Gardevoir, he might have an easy time with that and be pretty happy with that matchup. But we saw it here, not able to take a win or a tie, taking a loss against Gardevoir and Stefan Ivanov.
Yeah, and for sure, it was very interesting to see how that Monkey Dory completely changed the prize dynamic. Now, moving on from this round, we have our next community prediction here. Boo, you gotta let me have 1 win. Chat, please, I'm counting on you. Let me win once. I feel like Chat has a vendetta against me at this point in time. Raging Bolt EX against Lost Zone Box.
Yes, I told you, Pablo, you can choose this one. So chat, let me just tell you real quick before we start this. If you want to meme on Pablo, choose Raging Bolt. If you want to make it so Pablo doesn't get a win here, just choose the Raging Bolt. I defended Raging Bolt yesterday. I mean, it's a super fast-paced deck. Big basics. You're hitting hard. You're churning through your deck. You have a little Sandy Shocks to help you out sometimes as well. It's a fun deck to play. And what's better than drawing cards, accelerating energy with Teal Mask Ogerpon, and taking some giant knockouts? I mean, you're going to have a fun time if you bring that to an event.
Well,
versus flower selecting. Oh no!
Well, that's the thing, too. Like, Lost Zone box, there's so many decisions, and that's what
Exactly.
really makes the deck shine. There's so many routes that you can take, whereas Raging Bolt is a one-trick pony. Lost Box is an 1,000-trick pony. It has different attackers. You never know what's gonna come up. You know there's Cramant and Save Life, but there could be a million different attackers thanks to Mirage Gate. Lost Box is just so versatile, and to be fair, Lost Box came out back in 2022, I believe.
True.
Since then, we've had the Colors engine, and it is still a top and powerful deck today. And it also has an advantage against Raging Bolt, so just based on the matchup,
Whoa, chill,
Lost Box
chill.
should win. Based on entertainment value, Lost Box should win. I think Lost Box is the clear winner here.
Are you joking on the entertainment value? No way. Oh, no way. And first of all, we're not talking about matchup against each other, Pablo.
Oh,
We're talking about individual
I am bringing
decks.
it up, Pooh.
Individual decks here, okay? Which one do you have more fun playing? Definitely the Raging Bolt, absolutely. Okay, so what happens when you play into a deck that has some of these control style cards, where you're trying to formulate a strategy here with your Lost Box? You're having to Lost Zone your own cards, and then the cards that you kept now are getting discarded as well, and you can't get them back, and then your entire game plan is just ruined. Whereas
Well.
Raging Bolt, you got the energy, you got some more draw, you're chilling.
Well,
You got a cool giraffe-looking Pokemon.
well, I mean, but I think you're digging your own hole, Boo. Like, what do you need against control? A lot of ways to switch, a lot of versatile attackers, right? Which Raging Bolt doesn't have. Raging Bolt goes up against a giraffe and you're done for. That's not the case for Lost Box. You have plenty of ways to get through the giraffe. You have plenty of ways to get through Mimikyu as well. What are you going to do against a teeny tiny Mimikyu? Nothing.
Nothing. Well, I think we've definitely made our cases here. Again, if you just want to make sure that Pablo never wins one of these community choices, pick Raging Bolt. It'd be super funny, honestly. If you do want to value Lost Box, it has been an incredible deck for so long in our format. And honestly, it's showing up and showing out today. We saw it on stream with Andrew Gentner being so behind and still taking wins there. So that was incredible to see. There's not much argument I can really put against that, but I'll tell you what, I have a lot of fun playing Raging Bolt, so I'm going to stick with my old giraffe, baby.
I mean, I trust in chat's integrity and upstanding morale that they're going to choose the, on paper, a better versatile deck. But it's up to you guys. I think we are heading into a break now, but we'll be back with more action in round 14 of the North America International Championships.
Yeah, make sure you place your votes.
Let us give you an experience.
At the Pokémon Center, EUIC, London. Trainers and communities worldwide, welcome to the Pokemon World Championship.
I train hard, go hard. I'm a real rock star. Got the fire in my veins, yeah, I'm a go far. I'm a maverick, epic in my way. High stakes, and I'm dishing out moves. Time to step up to the plate. And I'll battle anywhere. Yeah, I'll step up anywhere. Name the place and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. And I'll battle anywhere. I'll step up anywhere. Anytime, anywhere. I'm a battle anywhere. I'll step up anywhere. Name a place and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. Anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back to the 2024 North American International Championships. After a delicious lunch, my name's Ross and I'm back with Joe, and we're hopefully going to have some delicious games coming up. Joe, that beef was amazing.
Oh, it was absolutely incredible, and nothing like watching some Pokemon to go down with it. It was fantastic to see in that final round. Stefan Ivanov found some amazing lines of play there, really putting an exhibition on with Gardevoir to secure that 1-0 victory against the odds in that game too.
Yeah, not a matchup you're really expecting Gardevoir to come in and make, well, their own and win, but absolutely did. Maybe that wasn't predictable. Something that should be predictable for you guys is a community prediction bracket, because it's all on you. We heard the arguments before we went to break, but now we can reveal which of those decks won the argument, and it was Raging Bolt.
I think that's an upset victory, really. The Raging Bolt EX overcoming the Lost Zone box just by a very small margin, to be honest with you. Must have been some good arguments there for the Raging Bolt in the end. That is one of our brand new archetypes, of course, from Twilight Masquerade. Gained a huge buff from the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. It's a very aggressive, fast archetype. And I think there are a couple of them still floating around with a shot. I know Brandon Salazar is currently on the table 3 for us, coming up against Stefan Ivanov, actually, in our next round. So there are some that could still make their way into top cut.
Yeah, it's still out there. It is not the deck of the tournament. Gardevoir so far is still doing well, although I hate to break it to you, I spent a fair bit of time wandering the tables in the previous round. Snorlax is coming, Joe.
Yeah.
Snorlax is coming to block you, and maybe it's going to block your fun if you're playing against it. Maybe it's just going to block its way to victory. Either way, Snorlax is out there, and Snorlax is legit. But are any of our Snorlax players on the top of the standings? Let's take a little bit of a look to see where players are. I think we got some up-to-date standings. Yes, we do.
Unsurprisingly, Henry Chow still up there, 35 match points now, still unbeaten in the tournament. Our Gardevoir EX player coming up against Andrew Gantner, who we've already had on the stream as well, playing Lost Zone box. That will be our top table action. Plenty more Gardevoir towards the top. Kaiwin and Kaito also playing the archetype. Stefan Ivanov, we've been saying this since the start of the day, Ross. Gardevoir is just going in leaps and bounds in this tournament.
Yeah, we do finally have a non-Gardevoir in top 4. Andrew Gantner with that lost box. But they're in 6th place. Ben Cryer currently in position for a top 8 berth. That is one of those Snorlax decks to which I was referring. So, and Edwin, we haven't said in the top 8 is another Gardevoir deck up there. So we got some very interesting decks, but yeah, Snorlax is coming, and actually Natalie Miller, another Gardevoir player, not somebody we really mentioned very much on the stream this weekend, really starting to come up those standings there, already up in 14th place, and potentially at the end of this round could be in top 8 seeding. But we've got 2 more games, Joe. It's going to be me and you taking everyone at home for these last 2 games of Swiss before we figure out who our top 8 are going to be. Yeah, I'm still in those standings. A couple of those Chien-Pao. We've also been giving you the warning signs that those decks are still climbing as well. Nick Moffitt is in there in our 9th seed right now. I think there's a few other Chien-Pao still in the mix as well. Dylan Gunn not doing too badly on 30 match points right now. So there are also a few Chien-Pao still in the mix and are still trying to fight and find as many Gardevoir that are still in the field. Yeah, those Gardevoir are there, and they really are. I was waiting for them to get the headsets on. The Gardevoir are out and about, but with headsets on, we can tell you. No, come on. You were so close. Okay, now the headsets on. You guys can't see it, but we've got another little view here where we can see the headsets are on. So we're actually going to be having Nicholas Moffitt, who is, of course, the Chien-Pao player you mentioned, Joe, up against Ryan Miller, who wasn't on that graphic, but is at 31 match points, so is at the same level as some of those players on that bracket. Yes. With a Regidrago V-Star. Yeah, we hadn't really flagged this one too early because it was looking like just a normal Dragapult from our data, but it's nothing like a normal Dragapult EX because we are trying to yoink Dragapult EX's attack via the Apex Dragon with that Regidrago V-Star. Another archetype taking full advantage of the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. We're simply trying to use a stage 2 attack on a stage 1 Pokemon instead. Yeah, that is quite nice. Let's head down to the table where our players are getting ready to go. The dice roll is coming down. We've got Ryan Miller with that Regidrago against Nicholas Moffitt with that Chien-Pao, and we got a bit bamboozled. It was when we were doing our wandering while we were off the desk, Joe, we realized some of these decks that are listed as Dragapult, I think it's been automatically listed as Dragapult because there are 2 copies of the card in there. Right. They are not Dragapult decks. These are full-on Regidrago. There are a couple of other players doing all right with them, but it is Ryan Miller who is really flying the flag for the archetype right now. Yeah, I think Jacob I also in day 2, 29 match points, so maybe a little bit tough to make it to the top 8, but Ryan Miller still well in with a chance with that Regidrago V-Star. It's always been one of these interesting cards that you've kept in the binder, and every set where a new Dragon Pokemon comes out, you think, maybe now is the time. Maybe now we can use that Regidrago. But I think with this Teal Mask Ogerpon plus Energy Switch combo, we finally have the acceleration to make the most out of this card. This was a card that I was so high on, if you told me you've heard that before, when it was first released. I thought it could be a problem. I thought it could be too good, giving you the opportunity to copy any attack of any Dragon Pokemon in your discard pile. It never ended up being good enough, but you said it there. It's Teal Mask Ogerpon and Energy Switch, which are actually going to be the engine for energy acceleration. What do we have in the prizes? That Radiant Charizard, not ideal. Yeah, that's the only single prize Pokemon in the deck apart from an Iron Bundle, which isn't really going to be an attacking option. So that would be a way that Ryan could offset the prize race up against Nicholas, who's prized a couple of his supporter cards. He only plays 6 copies in the deck, the 4 Irida and the 2 Cypher, so prizing a couple may be a little bit iffy. We know that Chien-Pao isn't always drawing optimally, but Nick Moffitt, wow, what a fantastic Chien-Pao player. It's not a surprise to see him continue on with this archetype. Already has a top 8 in Indianapolis and has been playing this since the EUIC, so has become very comfortable with this archetype. I'm expecting him to be piloting this deck flawlessly. Yeah, knows the deck, but we are off. The hands have been shaken, and it looks like Ryan Miller is going to be starting us off here. Mew EX in the active, very good Pokemon, because you get a little bit of extra cheeky draw, and of course, free retreat, so it works as an excellent pivot. And we get the Teal Mask Ogerpon straight down. Do we have a Grass Energy? We don't! This is a poor hand for Ryan. Not a good start, Joe. No, it's not what we're after. Nicholas is already breathing a sigh of relief, whose hand is a little better. Still no energy either.
is going to get some Pokemon established. We see that Buddy Poffin. There's also the Frigibax in hand, and I think there was an Irida there as well, so we should be off to a good start for Nicholas here, who's going to do a pretty traditional search through the deck here, checking up on those Pokemon as well as those energy cards. The Iron Hands plus Lightning Energy combo is in the list, but it may not be that important in this matchup.
No, it's hard because there's not many Pokemon that really are in range of that Ampu very much, which is really what that card is in there for. So we've checked the basics here. We've already got one Bidoof down, and we've got a Frigibax in the hand as well. So you can have double Bidoof, double Frigibax if that's what you're after. And then, of course, you will need probably at least one Chen Pao, and that Radiant Greninja, always a good option early in the game, but of course cannot be searched with a Buddy Poffin.
We have a very nice Irida lined up as well for Nicholas. Can get Radiant Greninja as well as the Earthen Vessel. If Nicholas wishes, could also use this Earthen Vessel to find a Water Energy, retreat this Bidoof into the Chen Pao EX, which is in hand. Then we can get even more Water Energy flowing via Chen Pao EX, and then we can continue to draw with Radiant Greninja. So Nicholas has a couple engine Pokemon already established. Isn't too concerned about an attack coming out from Ryan next turn, although it is possible because energy switches are within the list. Maybe even the Ogerpon itself could get an attack in with Myriad Leaf Shower. So something that Nicholas does have to be aware of here.
Yeah, it's something you are worried about. You do need to question how much does Nicholas know about Ryan's deck. They have been playing up near each other for the past few rounds. Generally, when you get this late in the tournament, you have a pretty good bead on what the other top players are playing. Right now, it does not really look like a Regidrago deck, but if you've had a little bit of a spy, people do tend to be talking as well. Your friends who have played against particular players might give you a heads up.
Interesting, going for Ultra Ball instead of the Earthen Vessel here. Maybe it means Nicholas is going to have a slower turn and just hold off, save this Ultra Ball for Big Barrel on the next turn.
I think that's probably got to be it. You don't need any more basics. You've got your Radiant Greninja, you've got Chen Pao, you've got a second Frigibax. You absolutely do not need any more basic Pokemon. So if you hit a rare candy, you get your Excalibur, but I think the engine here is what's important. You already said it. There's not many supporters in the deck, and two of them are prized, and one of them has been used. So having that B-Barrel there to draw extra cards from the beginning of next turn is going to be a pretty big deal. So we have got double Frigibax, double Bidoof. There's your Radiant Greninja. No energy yet.
Yeah, that's the only thing holding back this hand, to be honest with you. So Nicholas is going to be, had the option of the Earthen Vessel, which would have unlocked a few cards here, but deciding not to go immediately into a Chen Pao EX and just put it in play instead and just hold the rest of the hand. Does have Candy Excalibur, I believe, for next turn.
Just spotted that as well. There is.
So whatever you top deck, you Ultra Ball that away and draw a fresh 5 cards after candying backs. That feels like a good start to the turn.
Yeah, having a Excalibur and then a fresh hand of 5 with the B-Barrel there. I can think of worse ways to start the game, so we pass over to Ryan, who really needs a Regidrago or literally anything at this stage. Are we going to burn Prime Catcher just to try and buy a turn here? Because that is not what you're using Prime. We've got Ogerpon.
We do have Professor's Research in hand, so it's really just about using the Prime Catcher now to maybe disrupt a different Pokemon. Maybe you get rid of the Radiant Greninja just because you know it's drawing cards. But you also know that Nicholas didn't have any energy. So yeah, we're just going to discard this Professor's Research. And it's a clap from Nicholas straight away. But do bear in mind, that card may not be gone for good because the Legacy Star can still recover cards from the discard pile via the V-Star power of Regidrago. So keep that in mind. It may not be gone for good.
Yeah, this is actually one of the few decks that can casually get 2 uses out of their ace spec. So we do see a Goodra coming down there with an Earthen Vessel, just searching out the energy. Goodra, of course, discarded with the Earthen Vessel, just to be clear. Getting a couple of energy down. One can be attached using the ability. Could even, if you get a second Ogerpon, energy switch, could KO the Bidoof. Seems like a lot of effort here. You really want a Regidrago V.
There could have been a hilarious line from Ryan. With enough energy switches, you could have attempted to Prime Catcher up Greninja and then copy it with Mew EX, but that would have required a lot of combination pieces to come together. You would have to find another Ogerpon and multiple energy switch as well as your turn attachment onto the Mew. That would have been the dreamer play. But Ryan didn't go for that line. Instead, it's going to look for a more traditional setup and try and find some Regidrago V here. And that's a nice pickup from the Ogerpon Teal Dance.
Did find a Regidrago V, which is exactly what we're looking for. We do have, this is quite nice. We've got an energy to attach to Regidrago. We've then got an Earthen Vessel, and we've got a Raging Bolt in hand. but you want Raging Bolt in the discard pile. You want a copy of Regidrago. What are you owing, Joe?
I'm terrified. I'm terrified that we just have one Regidrago V on this board, and we know that Nicholas, with such a... Oh, picks up a second Big Barrel as well, Ross.
That's amazing. So now we can have double Big Barrel. And yeah, well, we can't actually Ultra Ball yet. We don't have enough targets for the Ultra Ball. I'm sure it's going to be okay because you've already got the Big Barrel going. So you draw 3, and then that will give you targets for the Ultra Ball to get the second one out. Which, I mean, you've got to think you want to be doing that,
We've just picked up Cypher Maniac as well. We can construct a crazy turn here. It wouldn't be much at all now to ask for Nicholas to take the KO on Regidrago V on the bench. Nicholas is immediately just grabbing the Earthen Vessel and the Prime Catcher. It's such a simple sequence here. You can Ultra Ball out second Big Barrel and just draw these 2 to the top of the deck. We're just making sure that's okay. We can use Radiant Greninja as well, so we can Ultra Ball after the fact.
Yeah, you don't Ultra Ball right now. That will shuffle those cards back into the deck and completely undo your supporter card. But certainly, if you just discard the energy of Radiant Greninja, you'll draw the 2 of them. Or how many cards have we got in hand? Can Bieberau get both of them? No, so you would need to... Or you could attach the energy and use Bieberel as well. That would have worked.
We should be fine with the Earthen Vessel plus the Shivery Chill to access plenty of water here. So Nicholas is going to take a KO on this Regidrago V. Such a great hand to hold on to. This is why he held Ultra Ball rather than going into Chen Pao EX, rather than seeing a few additional cards from concealed cards, because he got to cherry pick this amazing turn.
Yeah.
And it's going to really pay dividends now.
There is the Prime Catcher onto the only Regidrago V. Use Shivery Chill to go and get those 2 energy. And there's going to be at least, and I think there's a couple in hand as well from the Ancient Earthen Vessel. So yeah, we're already there. You need 4 energy to discard, and you've got 4 energy minimum.
This is a fantastic turn 2. And as we know, Chen Pao can be this sort of puzzle archetype, and Nicholas has really navigated that opening turn so beautifully and picks up the second Big Barrel from those prize cards as well. So the engine is only getting stronger from here. What can Ryan do to stop this huge amount of pressure?
The problem is you're not even really getting a KO on Chen Pao at this stage. Mew can't really copy it effectively. Teal Mask Ogapon just does not do enough damage at this point in the game. So you kind of need to Regidrago V. The problem is if you Regidrago V, if you get one of them, Nicholas can just kind of do what he already did. Although, are there actually any boss's orders in the deck at all?
No, they're very rarely in these Chen Pao archetypes. You just have such a suite of item cards. You just rely on Iron Bundle and that one-of copy of Prime Catcher. There's not even the Silene that is sometimes seen within the Chen Pao lists. That's been cut by Nicholas. Just trying to streamline the deck as much as possible. So Ryan might just end up having to retreat into Iron Bundle here and find it, whilst also benching a Regidrago V, as you say, Ross, to try and buy a turn and offset this prize race, because Nicholas, you know, if you can't find another single prizer, we'll just be going way ahead in this race. The first step is this Regidrago V, though, and we do have a Professor's Research in hand. So Ryan can at least start attaching to this Regidrago, and then from the 7 cards from the Research, we really need to find an Iron Bundle just to put it in the active position here, because we can't give up another 2-prizer. Here is the big Professor's Research. Going to get rid of another V-Star as well, another thing to keep track of here. Picks up a few supporter cards. I think I did see Nest Ball though, Ross, so we can send an Iron Bundle into the active position just to try and buy some time.
Yeah, it's not really exactly what you're going for. I love the one Regidrago V. I like we have a Regidrago V. I like that there's no gusting coming out. Oh, second Regidrago V. Do you even... I suppose it's still the next attacker coming down. Why are you shaking your head, Joe?
I really want a 1-prizer to just throw in the active here. We know we're passing with Ryan. We just know that that's always guaranteed here. I do not like giving Nicholas a chance to just take another 2 prizes for free. I wanted to just send the bundle into the action and hope that Nicholas had spent their gusting card on the previous turn and couldn't deal with it.
And then you're still forcing, you know, Nicholas gets a prize, but you're still forcing 2 2-prize KOs.
I would have loved to have seen the bundle there. I think that causes much more headache for Nicholas.
I mean, there is still a chance to weave that in next turn, I suppose, but I do get where you're coming from here. Making that single prize, forcing your opponent into what we generally refer to as the 7-prize game.
Yeah, that would have been ideal, because now, look, Nicholas already has an incredible turn, just right there, and has the optimal board setup now. Double Bibarrel, has 1 Bat's Caliber, can start working towards another perhaps, but hasn't drawn great off the first one. Can Super Cold some more energy, possibly even using that Radiant Greninja as well as possible. We still have the Shivery Chill available as well. Nicholas is going to throw away a Super Rod here. He's playing 3 copies, so has plenty of access to those throughout the game, and is going to start working on second Baxcalibur by the looks of things with this Ultra Ball.
Always nice to have a second Baxcalibur. You only ever really need one because the ability can be used as much as you want, but there's always that worry like Archeops in Lugia. Your opponent might try and go after it and go, ha 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 ha. Now you don't have access to your energy, and actually if you can't accelerate all the energy, maybe I can make a bit of a comeback. It's one way Ryan could potentially slow the game down enough to start clawing back in, because this game 1 does not seem to be going Ryan's way right now, probably going down 4 prizes to 0.
Yep, and Nicholas is going to play a second copy of Super Rod here. You can Shivery Chill the energy straight back out of the deck that you put back in, and it's going to be a Frigibax. Nicholas just making sure that he's not going to run out of any resources here. He knows he's so far ahead and just needs a few more pieces to squeeze over the line in this game 1. Just making sure he's doing his due diligence here before a second draw with the barrel.
Yeah. I love the double barrel there. It's so much extra.
Oh, yeah.
Plus the Radiant Greninja, which now has free energy on. So...
Ooh, finds the rare candy as well.
That's nice. We want that second Baxcalibur. It's obviously something Nicholas has been wanting. Shivery Chill for a couple more water energy. And also, low-key with this. Firstly, it's lovely getting extra energy in hand, but the less energy there is in the deck, the more likely you are to draw into things like your item cards, the supporter cards you're looking for. So I think the phrase often used is spinning is winning.
Yeah, and look at this board state. This is the dream of a board for Chen Pao. You just have to figure out the puzzle, and when you get there, you get a board like this, and your strategy is so robust now. Any hand disruption from Ryan, not going to work. And what really can he do? He can try and be tanky with a Goodra V-Star being copied, but that doesn't really sound like a problem for Nicholas. Still has so many superiors remaining that the resources are incredible here.
We do see the KO with that Chen Pao taking an extra couple of prizes, and now Ryan Miller is sitting there looking across the board and going, hang on a second, my opponent's only got to take one more 2-prize KO, and the problem is Regidrago V-Star, 280 HP, it's mahoosive. Not every deck can get up that high. Chen Pao can get that high and actually does on a regular basis. It makes this very, very difficult to win from here.
We finally see the Regidrago V-Star from Ryan. Still hasn't fit the V-Star marker, of course, so has access to essentially the entire discard pile now. We're going to see a quick Super Rod, getting back some fire energy. I think that's going to be important. Might be a reason to keep one in the discard pile just as a Legacy Star option as well, but it's going to get all shuffled back in. Ryan really just has to hope that this Regidrago V-Star can tank for a turn with Goodra, then maybe you can make something come together if you do a Dragapult plus Sprinkle play, if you finish off this Chen Pao with the bench Sprinkle damage of a Phantom Dive. But that's like a 2-turn strategy, and that involves you tanking a turn, which is already going to be very difficult, I would say.
Yeah, Chen Pao is a really bad deck against which to try and tank for a turn, because they're just like, oh, you're tanking, well, just like add an extra energy or 2.
Yeah.
I have lots of energy. I will use as many as I need, especially when you know it's one last big KO to win the game. Don't worry about playing conservatively and saving your energy. Throw it all down. So we are finally going to get rolling. Very expressive face there from Ryan. Is it going to be enough, though, at this stage? It feels late in the game to really start getting going.
I'm not even seeing a great option for Legacy Star. One of the best plays you could have made would have been an Iono, but we've already played Professor's Research. And, I mean, even Iono is bad because there's double barrel. I don't even know how helpful that would be, to be honest with you. I think literally just a paper-thin defense is using Goodra, and it just does not feel great here.
No, it really doesn't. Goodra means you take 80 less damage from attacks next turn, which is lovely. But the problem is Chen Pao can go over that pretty easily a lot of the time, honestly, because extra 80, it's extra 1 or 2 energy. It's not that bad.
It gets you to 360 effective hit points with that rolling iron, which I imagine has to be the attack here.
So it's only actually 1 extra energy. You need 6 rather than 5.
80 less. Nicholas is going through the numbers now, knowing that he has to hit 360, and I think Nicholas knows that that is not going to be a tough hurdle for him.
Don't even get a prize if you're Ryan. The good news is that can be finished off when you copy, say, Dragapult's attack next turn.
For sure.
If there is a next turn, which I'm not sure there is, there's
Spoilers,
2 in hand.
There's not going to be another turn.
Is there a superior energy retrieval?
I think
that
there's
would do
Irida
it.
and Superior already, so just making sure Nicholas now
And you got Shivery Chill if there's any in the deck.
Yeah, he's in the clear. Nicholas just said on the table, we've got it.
There we go. There's your 6 energy, 360 damage, and Nicholas takes a 6-0 victory.
Super odd, Shivery Chill. We can hit a squillion.
You don't need any more. 6 is enough.
Let's make sure. Why do the math when you can just throw everything you got? And that's going to be a very casual 1-0 victory there for Nicholas, going up in that first game. A textbook execution of the opener for Chen Pao. Was able to construct a really good opening board, sat on that Candy Baxcalibur into the barrel, and that's when the deck really started coming together, Ross.
Yeah, it really did. You see the power of Chen Pao. It's got some awkward matchups, and it has some inherent inconsistency, as does any deck that relies on a stage 2 to really get you rolling. You need that stage 2 Baxcalibur accelerating energy in order to really get your deck rolling. But when it works and when it goes, it's so powerful. And one of the things we talk about with Chen Pao is sequencing, by which for newer players we mean literally playing your cards in the correct order to maximize the effectiveness of your deck. And it can be awkward. Some simple little things like playing the cards in the wrong order, discarding the wrong thing of a superior energy retrieval. These are the kind of things that can go back to haunt you in later turns and cost you the game. When you're as experienced with a deck as Nicholas is, you don't make those mistakes, and we can see here in the replay some of the plays. It's just going to be lots of big KOs with Chen Pao.
The Prime Catcher find was so huge, getting rid of the only Regidrago V for Ryan, meaning he basically had another turn off with no pressure, and that allowed Nicholas to just retain all of his abilities. The Shivery Chill, the double barrel, the double Baxcalibur by the end. Ryan had access to most of his deck and his discard pile and couldn't even find anything to do here to prevent Nicholas from having a monster KO to end this game.
And of all the big KOs we saw in the game, that last one was the biggest KO, literally and figuratively. Gave Nicholas his last 2 prizes to take us to game 2. Still plenty of time left, and that was a game. You know, turn 1, we didn't even see any Regidrago V down. And then when we did see a Regidrago V go down, we saw it get Prime Catcher and KO'd immediately.
Yeah.
That was, we've said this a couple of times on stream, that was a worst case scenario.
Yes.
That's probably not going to happen again.
Yeah, I feel like the Dragapult EX attack, just in general, plays so well into Chen Pao for Ryan that if he does just get that more optimal setup, he will be pressurizing that engine that Nicholas fought so hard to build in that game number 1. As we do see some prize cards, there's 2 copies of the Dragapult EX in Ryan's list, so shouldn't be too concerned about the prizing of one of them. But I don't know if we had any Ball Search, Ross, once again here for Ryan. We've started with an Iron Bundle and attached to it. I don't know how much is in this hand. I think there's just Earthen Vessels.
If you had a Regidrago V or a way to get Regidrago V, you wouldn't attach to Iron Bundle.
I agree.
You'd attach to your Regidrago V because that's your attacker. Good news is with 4 energy switch, you can reclaim that energy, but you don't want to reclaim an energy you attach turn 1. You want to get an extra attachment onto your Teal Mask and then switch it over. But Joe, your head is in your hands. You're not loving Ryan's hand.
If I'm seeing it right, the hand is abysmal. I think it's more Earthen Vessel. I think it's Radiant Charizard and just energy cards. This is such a poor opener. You got to feel sorry for Ryan. Just had a pretty suboptimal start in that first game. And once again, you draw your opening hand and it's just poor again. We're going to make the Regidrago V-Star deck look bad, but Ryan's on a phenomenal record. The deck's been flowing so much better for him throughout this tournament. Is in touching distance of our top cut with that 10-1 record so far. But the deck is just not cooperating right now.
No, and you do see the difference in records. You know, Nicholas hasn't actually lost a set yet, though there have been a couple of ties. Ryan, only the 1 tie, but there are a couple of losses. It is a deck that will lose a couple of sets rather than, you know, some of these decks where you do tend to tie a little bit more rather than losing. But you get those big power turns, you get those wins, but it is not going great. And what we're really doing here is just spinning the deck of energy. You play all the Earthen Vessel here. You don't want all that energy in your hand, but you want it out of your deck to maximize the odds of drawing something that isn't an Earthen Vessel next turn.
Yeah, you've maximized your odds, but now if you draw Professor's Research, you're going to lose so many energy cards.
Why would you even say that, Joe?
I'm just saying, it's still going to feel awkward. Oh. But you got to do what you got to do in these spots. Ryan literally played every card that he physically could from his hand, apart from the Radiant Charizard. Let's see how Nicholas' start goes for him, because Chen Pao is normally much more secure at building a board when it goes second, because he just gains so many additional outs to get into the game with your Irida as well as that Cypher, which can be triggered via your Greninja on turn 1, as it can also combo off with the Pokestop as well. So let's see how the hand is panning out. I see Ultra Ball. I do see Pokestop as well actually there for Nicholas, and I think that's where we're going to begin our turn.
Oh, Pokestop, Superior Energy Retrieval, and a Buddy Poffin. Not a bad start at all there.
Yep, that unlocks quite a bit for Nicholas. Of course, you need your Frigibacks to really get that Super Cold rolling. I think there's also the Greninja in hand and possibly Lightning Energy. That's also something that Nicholas has to consider here. Going to go through some routine deck checks as well. You can't get too ahead of yourself. You're in a great position. You cruised through that game 1. You don't want to do anything silly when you're staring down just an Iron Bundle. Don't get too excited. Still keep your emotions in check, and that's exactly what we're seeing from Nicholas here.
Yeah, it's a nice start with a Buddy Poffin. Looks like we're eyeing up a couple of Frigibacks early. There's already a Bidoof in the active, and you know what deck your opponent's playing now. And you just saw they didn't get a Regidrago V down, so you know the chance of even that Bidoof getting KO'd on Ryan's next turn it's not exactly 0, but it's very, very close to 0. So you don't feel the need to get that second Bidoof. You can just get the double Frigibacks and just start setting up. You're also not putting on any pressure this turn, but Ryan didn't get the basics he wanted. If Nicholas can, that really puts him ahead in terms of the board state here.
You can see Nicholas actually plays 3 Bidoof in the list as well, one of them being the 70 hit point Bidoof. And Nicholas is going to hold off from searching that one out and is just going to go for another 60 hit pointer, the good old Carefree ability on the Bidoof there, protecting it from bench damage.
Yeah, Carefree Countenance, nice little ability there. And of course, with Dragapult dropping 6 damage counters, dropping a 60 HP Bidoof later in the game would be terrifying.
Yes.
So save the 70 HP that can survive the Dragapult damage for when you absolutely need it, which honestly you hopefully don't.
Right. So this is going to be a pretty decent turn. I think Nicholas can still draw a couple cards from Greninja here as well, if he so wishes. Might just be holding on to Iron Hands and Lightning as well as an option for later, because there is a single prizer currently in the active. But I feel like drawing additional cards is good here. Once again, holding on to, I believe, Ultra Ball for the barrel for next turn. We are going to see a couple free cards. No supporter for Nicholas, but still has a decent amount of things coming together. There's the option to Ultra Ball out Chen Pao as well here. You could then attach Retreat to your Bidoof. We drew into another Water Energy, so we can begin to Shivery Chill, and that's exactly what Nicholas is looking at here.
Yeah, Shivery Chill, going at a couple of Water Energy from your deck, get them in your hand. It's better when you've got your Baxcalibur to immediately attach them, but certainly getting one so that you can discard it with Greninja is good. You can get your turn attachment before the Baxcalibur comes out, if you so wish. Not so important, but always fun. Now we see the energy for Retreat. Now we see the Shivery Chill coming out, and that is going to mean you do get 2 extra draws with that concealed cards, and it really does feel like Nicholas's turn has been just, I mean, Ryan's going to be envious right now.
Oh, 100%.
The only thing we want, second Frigibacks, I would like to see.
Yeah, there could be some combinations with Teal Mask, Ogre EX, and energy switches and such. If Ryan was able to randomly grab that Prime Catcher early on, I suppose that could be the only headache for Nicholas here, but I think those are low odds things, especially when you know that 4 of your opponent's cards are energy in hand right now. The only thing that might help Ryan out here is there is the Pokestop for him. That could really bail him out, so not just this top deck, although let's see it. Ryan draws, well, we're Pokestopping. How about that?
You have to Pokestop, your hand is terrible.
Well, that's a good outcome. That's a poor one. And Super Rod does not help.
Oh, there was a Professor. But you weren't going to draw Professor's Research. You were going to draw Hisui and Gudra as your next draw. So...
Did we draw? No. It's a Regidrago V-Star in hand, so all we can do is attach to the Charizard and pass things back over to Nicholas.
And this is going just as bad as the previous game went. This is heartbreaking at this point.
And Nicholas top decks Irida as well. This hand is completely unlocked now.
Oh,
you've got Big Barrel, Irida, Candy Backs, and then you can get all these energy immediately from Shivery Chill. We are ramping up this damage, Ross. This turn is once again going to be incredible. Nicholas knows that his turn is going to be really strong here and just wants to make sure they're putting themselves in that best position. As you said, another mini goal of the turn will be to get another Frigibacks down this turn.
Yeah.
And that means that Nicholas is going to be flying ahead in the prize race once again, and his board state is going to look vastly stronger than Ryan's.
Yeah, you say mini goal, I say side quest. It works the same. The thing is, Nicholas actually does have a lot of information here. You know your opponent's got a handful of energy. You know they've got no hand. You also know they play a heavy count of Professor's Research, which will get rid of a bunch of energy you don't really want to. So it's not just your own start if you're Nicholas. You've got a lot of information about just what a pickle Ryan is in. The best card to get out of this traditionally would be Professor's Research. Firstly, one of them just got discarded with Pokestop. Secondly, it's going to be awkward if you do. Is there any way Nicholas can get the Pokestop off the board? I don't think there is.
Doesn't look like it, no.
Because that would be a fun little cheeky way to go about it as well.
The Pokestop does pick up Hisuian Heavy Ball and Superior for Nicholas. I think it clogs up the Cypher Maniac, so we're going to go for the Irida instead. At the very least, this is Candy Bat's Caliber. I think we were looking for either a rare candy there or an Ultra Ball or a Buddy Buddy Poffin from the Pokestop, and I think we whiffed on all of those. That's one of the only hurdles for Nicholas now. But you might be able to Super Cold so many energy down that you can just announce attacks even if Ryan was able to construct a crazy turn to deal with this Bat's Caliber. Do bear in mind that, again, the Radiant Charizard will be getting its attack cost cheapened as Nicholas starts to take prizes, and there are still energy switches in the list, so maybe if the tables turn for Ryan next turn, you could get a much earlier Radiant Charizard than normal. That would be one of the only things playing on Nicholas's mind, because everything else is going smooth so far.
Yeah, Radiant Charizard is at least a viable attacker while you're getting set up. 5 energy, 250, but 4 of those energy are colorless, and it reduces by 1 for every prize card your opponent takes. So there's 1 energy down. If a prize is taken here, then you only actually need 3 more energy. It's not ideal, but it is kind of doable.
Let's see how Nicholas wants to play the rest of the hand out. Not sure if there's anything for this Hisuian. Might just be burnt so we can draw more from Industrious Incisors now.
Yeah, if you've got the Pokemon out of your prizes, that is a card which is doing nothing for you. Get rid of it. Go and draw some more cards with Bidoof. Bibarel, sorry.
The hand size is actually massive, so you still can't even use
you're miles away,
right now, unless you were to spend a Superior just for low value and just Super Cold those back into play as well.
Honestly, I'm pretty chill if I'm Nicholas. Like, chill. I kind of...
Did you just make yourself laugh?
I did, totally did.
Unbelievable.
It'd be quite nice to have a second Frigivax, but you've got Baxcalibur, you've got Bibarel, you've got an attack going off, you've got the KO on the board already, you've got your Radiant Greninja. Yeah, you want your second Bibarel there, of course you do. Yeah, you want a Frigivax there to evolve in the future, of course you do. You don't need anything this turn.
I would like to just Super Cold some additional energy, though. Even just 1 more seems valuable to me.
I agree.
Just to be a little bit safer, so you could attach again for the turn, even if Baxcalibur goes. I don't really see why we wouldn't, honestly. I guess it has synergy with the Cypher that's currently in hand, but you already have Superior. Yeah, Nick's going to just hold off and just deal with the 120 with the Hailblade here.
I like that. Get the KO. Here comes Radiant Charizard.
Oh, boy. Let's see the top deck, Ryan. Well, the facial expression says it all.
It's a Dragapult.
We're spinning the wheel.
Okay, what do we get? What do we get? What do we get? We get Ultra Ball is nice.
We can play the game.
Ultra Ball is nice.
We're cooking.
Ultra Ball is nice, but that's an Earthen Vessel.
Yeah, but we need fodder for these Ultra Ball. We can get rid of lots of those energy that was found earlier on in the game, and then we can rod them back, because we know that was one of the terrible top decks from earlier on in this game. So Ryan finally getting some basics established at the very least. Maybe drawing cards with Mew EX this turn is something that could lead him towards a supporter. Teal Mask Gogapon as well, a means of draw here.
While also getting some energy stashed on the board. And I like having energy stashed on the board because you want your energy switch to be live as soon as you draw into them. You don't want to be drawing an awkward 2-card combo. You want the energy down as fast as possible, and then every single energy switch you draw into is immediately an energy onto the Pokemon that you want. So you're probably giving up your Radiant Charizard this turn, but at least you are basically saying, well, I've given up 2 prizes, but I've only, that's 2 KOs. It's taken my opponent a lot more effort to get to 2 prizes this game than it did in the previous game.
Let's see another draw here from the Teal Dance from the Teal Mask Gogapon EX. We're looking for any Pokemon will do just to improve this Ultra Ball. Is that it's the Professor's Research, Ross. We found a supporter now.
I love this because you've not played your supporter yet. So get what you can with your Ultra Balls and then play Professor's Research. You've lost a bunch of energy, you've got Super Rod, deal with it. Just get some Pokemon down, play your Professor's Research, because we might actually, 30 minutes into this game, see Ryan starting to set something up. It's been a long time we've been playing, Joe.
It has been far too long, especially from Ryan's side of the table. The deck has not been cooperating just yet, but we do have more draw here. Ryan getting more Ogerpon into play, does play 3 copies in the list, so it is theoretically possible with enough Energy Switch to attack with this Radiant Charizard. It would be a wonky combo of cards, though.
Well, at this point, you need an Energy Attachment and double Energy Switch. That's the combination, and it would get a 2-prize KO. It is not completely outside the realms of possibility. 1 energy, 2 energy switch, that's the combo we're looking for. That'll get you to 4, and with the prize Nicholas has taken, 4 is all you need to get to. I'm not thinking it's that likely, but come on, tell me that wouldn't be a fun way to go about it.
We've got to make the play. We have no choice here. Your back's against the wall. You need to play to these low odds situations. Spending these energy switches, if we draw into them from this research, will be monstrous. I think you even attach the energy, honestly.
Yeah, I love the idea of attaching an energy.
Yeah, Ryan wants to. Sees that he's so far behind that this is the only way to swing back into the game. A big 7 cards here from Professor's Research.
That's at least 3 resets. I think that's 3 of the 4 research are down now, though, is important
Energy
to note.
switches, where are they? I see Regidrago pieces.
I see Temple of Sinnoh.
That's not doing much.
No.
Prime Catcher, is it? Ultra Ball in the hand. We can Ultra Ball go lower and try and draw with Mew EX still.
Yeah.
There's 1 energy switch.
Okay. So if you draw with, so get a Mew, bench the Regidrago, play the energy. The problem is, if you whiff the energy switch off Mew, that's a lot of resources you've used for nothing.
You can prime catch up the Baxcalibur as well. That could be the target you go for here.
Oh, 100%.
It takes you down to a 0-card hand, and then you're drawing 3 here. This could be a big swing in the game.
And
Ryan's
if you take
identified
out
it.
And there's no second Frigibacks. The side quest was failed.
Yes.
He main quested too much, he failed the side quest, and that means that if this Baxcalibur goes down, you are potentially in a little bit of trouble.
Oh, Ryan literally giving us the...
And this is the only,
Here we go.
is the only play. It's such, oh my goodness, you need an energy switch in the worst way out of this. Do we get it? That's jamming tower, didn't see what it was.
No, I don't think we're slamming it.
If you get it, you slam it there, and there's no other draw coming down.
It's just 2 Nest Ball.
2 Nest
Terrible.
Ball. That's actually terrible draws.
Yep, absolutely terrible.
Oh, that's so heartbreaking. So now what do you do? Do you leave the Mew in the active?
I think you've got to go Regidrago V. I think you just got to give up Regidrago V here. You've got 2 of them, right? So you've got to keep the draw around with Mew EX.
Especially as you're going to have a low hand next turn, so...
Yeah.
And if you lose a Pokemon, both of those Nest Ball are live targets. You can play them. Yeah, you've got to protect the Mew. You don't want to give up the Regidrago, but I think you have to.
Oh, really? The Ogerpon, the only Pokemon with energy right now as well. It's going to be a pass from Ryan, giving up an energy card. I suppose you have spent a number of your energy switches already, and that might be playing on his mind. Let's see how Nicholas circumnavigates this. There's a 2-prize knockout on the table for him, and we know that there's some great combinations already in hand with the Barrel plus the Cypher combo. And we finally found that Frigibacks.
Yay, side quest complete.
Yes, it's also a 70 hit pointer, just like you were saying, Ross, with the Bidoof. We have also got a 70 hit point Frigibacks in the deck list to also protect ourselves around Dragapult EX that little bit.
Yeah, and it is worth noting that we do actually have an energy on there, so that means that if you want to retreat, there's a little bit of hope going on here, Joe, but if it somehow survives this turn, you do have the energy to retreat that Teal Mask Ogerpon. Might be one of the reasons why you'd put the one with energy up there. Because you don't really want to give up the energy, but you do have a pivot. If you survive, it is a bit low odds, but you never know.
I think Nicholas is also holding on to Prime Catcher. And the board is full of great choices. I think the Mew EX might be the take when Ryan's down to a 2-card hand. We've seen how many research have already gone here. I really like taking away the engine.
Radiant Charizard, if you take any prizes, that Radiant Charizard has enough energy to attack and will take a 2-prize KO. So there is an argument to go after the Charizard here, get rid of the energy and the attacking threat.
The only reason to not take Charizard is that if the Charizard comes into the active, you can just immediately deal with it, and that puts you back on even prize cards. By taking the Radiant Charizard now, it gives Ryan the option to super rod this back and reuse it and put him back onto odd prizes.
Absolutely fair point. It is Charizard, which is the option. It is what I would have gone for, but you make a good argument, Joe, to potentially...
We can make a cheeky play, though. We can use Radiant Greninja to attack with as a single prize Pokemon on Nicholas's side of the field, and also prep some other damage. Maybe 90 damage onto this Mew EX could be quite helpful, trying to mop that up with a Shuriken later down the line.
Yeah, doing a double KO, well, getting a KO with extra damage on Greninja is going to be big. Of course, you do hit for that water weakness on the Charizard, and it doesn't have 180 hit points.
Yeah, this is another great way to offset the prize race in a different way. You put yourself back on evens and force Ryan to move your single prize Pokemon out of the active position. So Nicholas knows all the tricks with this list.
Yeah, it's one of the advantages of playing a deck which has been around for a year. You know what you're doing, and okay, fine, a few new cards here and there, a few new tricks sometimes, but actually the basic deck, the core of the deck has been the same for the whole time.
Yeah, and yeah, Nicholas literally plays no new cards from Twilight Masquerade. It's literally the same list as before, just changing up some basics to respond to the meta.
Yeah, going for 70 HP over 60 so that you can survive the Dragapult damage.
Yeah.
So now we see an
Superior energy retrieval.
Oh, superior energy retrieval, getting all 4 energy. 3 onto the Greninja, 1 onto the Chien-Pao, and it's going to be a KO on the Charizard and 90 damage.
Plenty more barrel draw to go, Ross. The turn has only just begun.
Oh, we're not there yet.
Yeah, going to be a nice refill for Nicholas here. Didn't pick up too much great stuff, but could be fodder for superiors later down the line. We see another energy to Chien-Pao EX as well. Via Super Cold, Bibarel can draw 1 more card.
Here's a rare Candy, which is not doing a huge amount right now. So there is the KO on the Charizard, and 90 on the Mew makes sense because it means that a second Greninja in a minute would actually get the KO on that Mew sitting on the bench. So Nicholas, again, in a great position here.
Yeah, up a couple prizes and has spied a new couple ways to take more prizes. Mew currently in the active for Ryan, and we're going to need a lot of draw from that Mew to help us out. We're going to fail the first Nest Ball, then use the second. That's also going to fail, actually. Does that mean we are out of Ogerpon EX? I think there's a Grass Energy in hand for Ryan here, so you might start with a Teal Dance from one of your Ogerpon before using Restart from Mew EX.
Good news is you've only given up 2 prizes. This has been a bad start. It's not going well. You've only given up 2 prizes. There is a way to claw back in here, especially if you can weave in another use of that Radiant Charizard. Obviously, Radiant Charizard could turn into a free prize turn if we see Nicholas doing exactly the same thing he just did. That is something to bear in mind.
Ryan's facial expression says a lot. There's an Iono. It's going to be a couple more cards. Oh, nice. Picks up the Regidrago V-Star.
Nice.
Then we can Iono. A pretty large hand for Nicholas. And with the deck size, Nicholas is actually going to write down what's going to the bottom of the deck. I really think this is a cool option.
Love it.
So that you know whether or not to reset this hand with other searching cards later down the line, as Ryan's going to continue to draw cards with another Teal Dance from Ogerpon EX here.
We do have 2 bosses orders in hand, and of course with Regidrago's V-Star power, which we've not actually really mentioned yet, but Regidrago's got a very unusual V-Star power. You discard the top 7 cards of your deck, and then you put any 2 cards, here we go, from your discard pile back into your hand. It does not have to be the cards you discarded that go back into your hand. Any 2 go back. So it's one of the very few decks, like I say, that can legitimately reuse your ace spec. Now we do see an energy switch coming in here.
Yeah, we have to have 1 energy switch. There's already 1 in the hand. And I think Prime Catcher also makes a good amount of sense here. Oh, we might have to get a fire energy.
Oh no.
Just so we can attack with the Regidrago. Yeah, it's 2 grass and a fire attack cost for the Apex Dragon. So you're just going to have to take the single prize KO on the Radiant Greninja, but at least you could be prepping some damage with Phantom Dive onto a Bibarel, perhaps. Or if you're feeling a little bit concerned about Chien-Pao's damage output, you could still go for the Goodra here.
Yeah, force a 6th energy to get the KO. So there is the fire energy. We're going to see a double energy switch. This is the engine to get the energy rolling. We've not seen it yet, but with 10 minutes remaining, we finally have seen it. Mew has free retreat. In comes Regidrago, and all the options are there. Goodra, Dragapult, I lied. There's not all the options there, Joe.
Well, those are the two that are probably the best options.
I think no, Raging Bolt is actually in the discard. It is in the discard.
It's there, but it's clearly not coming into Ryan's thinking.
No, it's not what you're going for right now. And there is Regidrago V-Star, but there's nothing to copy except Apex Dragon, which you already have.
The infinite loop of Apex Dragon, copying Apex Dragon.
Which is not allowed, incidentally.
Yeah.
We don't do
and it doesn't help when you're 0-1 down either.
It would be a terrible idea to just waste time
Here we go.
that.
It's going to be the Hisuian Gudra trying to jump up to 360 hit points and trying to buy a turn desperately here, as Ryan is at least taking one prize card in this game number 2. Let's see how Nicholas responds from that INO. Had quite a few cards put to the bottom, but as we know, there's double barrel established, so Nicholas has so many ways to grow this hand size up and down this turn.
Yeah, shout out to Ryan for making it really obvious which attack he was using and making our job a little bit easier. So Nicholas is after 6 energy here. There's already 2 on the board, so 4 more are needed. If we get 4 more energy, we're there. We get the KO on Regidrago, even through the Hisuian Gudra, and then... See, it's so awkward. I kind of love the idea of dropping 6 damage counters on a Bibarel, so you're going for a free prize turn next time, and actually would even up at 4 prizes each. Of course, are you going to have a Regidrago next turn?
We've also spent so many energy switches. I think Ryan really just has to hope that this one Regidrago sticks around for a turn.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at here. You need your V-Star and a Fire Energy and double energy switch to get rolling next turn. And like you say, we've already spent a bunch of energy switch, even bearing in mind the ones that have been brought back using the V-Star power. It is a lot to ask to get a second Regidrago V-Star going next turn. If Ryan's Regidrago can still be there at the end of the turn, if it can survive one more turn, that is a complete game changer, but it is not going to be easy.
Nicholas able to Earthen Vessel to lower the hand size before super colding. And we're holding on to just... we're going to keep a Water Energy around just in case we need to use the Cypher Maniac plus Greninja combo. And we have just found the Cypher Maniac, so that's paying off already. Now we can Cypher Maniac for superior energy retrieval if need be.
And that will guarantee the 6 energy needed. So it looks like Nicholas has got the KO, already up 1 game to 0, and this is going to put them in a commanding position in this second game. There is Cypher Maniac's code breaking.
Yeah, might even be second Bat's Caliber that we grab here. We are holding on to rare candy pieces. Can you do something along the lines of Superior and Super Rod and then Shivery Chill some of the energy back out? There's another Earthen Vessel in the hand here. Yeah, Super Rod's also coming into the thinking. Bat's Caliber as well. Basically using this Cypher Maniac as an Irida in this case.
Absolutely using it like an Irida. And there is an argument here that you're just discarding fewer cards from hand. Rather than going to discard 2 cards using a superior energy retrieval, Super Rod the energy, discard 1 card with Earthen Vessel, and you're basically in the same position. You've got the energy you need, but you've protected at least one of those rare candy if you need it for future turns.
Here comes the Greninja, picking up the 2 that was put to the top of the deck via the Cypher Maniac's code breaking. Then we're going to rare candy Bat's Caliber, lowering that hand size. We can Super Rod some energy, and we have the combination of Shivery Chill and Earthen Vessel here. So many ways that we can get extra water into the mix.
Yeah, there's the Shivery Chill, which is going to get those 2 energy that we just put back there, straight back out again. We're still 1 energy away as it stands at the moment. 5 will do 300, which is normally enough, but because of copying Gudra's attack, you will need 1 more energy to get up to 360, the exact number of effective hit points, and we do see Ryan there. It's kind of hoping, come on, with that last energy.
Well, at the very least, Nicholas could still just use Radiant Greninja and take out the Mew if he fails to reach that KO.
I mean, yeah, but that's not fun for Ryan, so I think Ryan's hoping that doesn't happen either.
Ryan's not having, well, he is having fun, but it feels like sarcastic fun at this stage. Nicholas may not be showing it, but he's having far more fun.
Yeah, now we do see there's no energy in the discard,
There is. We got one.
Oh, there is one.
And there's a lightning as well.
I lied to you. I'm sorry, terribly sorry.
It's going to be the retreat instead here.
And this is going to get the KO on the Mew, putting Nicholas down to 2 prizes remaining. It's only actually going to do 10 damage to Regidrago, but it is going to KO the Mew, and that is really what we're going for here.
Yeah, that seems to be the most important factor of this turn for Nicholas, who has so many superiors left. It's just going to be 90 onto the other Regidrago V. That seems a bit more effective than 10 damage.
Yeah, 10 to the active generally is not a great idea. And this actually means that it's going to be just even easier to KO that Regidrago. So what do you really need if you're Ryan here? It feels like there's so much that you need. You kind of need to, you can't take out Bascalibur because there's another one. Taking 2 prizes still doesn't even up the prizes, and you kind of need to take out that Greninja because it's a massive threat, but you only get 1 prize for doing that, so you're just like, well, what do you even do here?
I'm just trying to have a look at resources left for Nicholas. I think there's 5 water in the discard pile and 1 lightning right now, 1 in play, so that would be 6 of his 8 in the discard pile. Possibly one of the things that was holding him back was a number of prized water energy. Ryan's going to go for a boss's orders and doesn't know what he wants to take, Ross. I think that indicates how difficult this turn is going to be here.
I mean,
got to be a Bibarel, right, surely?
I mean, Bibarel's got a retreat cost of 2, Baxcalibur's got a retreat cost of 2, but a much better attack. So I think you go Bibarel here, because at least with Baxcalibur, you can attack. Bibarel, at least you need to flip, and even then it does less damage than Baxcalibur.
Oof. So in comes the Baxcalibur with a 60 hit point Frigibax beneath it. Are we going to start getting tricky with Dragapult, or are we still hoping? Yeah, we're still going to use the Hisuian Gudra to get to 360. Hoping to stay out of range for another turn here is Ryan, who takes the 2nd prize card of this game. But I think Nicholas is aware of the situation, has Irida in hand, got a water from prize cards, I believe. So I think that's going to be all we need here to close out the 2nd game.
Yeah, or you just need superior energy retrieval. That's literally it. Superior energy retrieval, you've got an energy in hand, energy on the board.
We have the Iron Bundle as well. That's going to make life so much easier. You can Iron Bundle, and then you can Superior, and that's going to get the KO quite easily. So Nicholas is going to be going 2-0 up, and it's going to be a round 14 win for him, putting himself on 10 victories, 4 ties, and putting him right in the driver's seat for our top cut.
Yeah, there's the superior energy retrieval. There's another 4 energy. There's way more than enough. And I mean,
Nicholas is just carrying on.
Going?
If Ryan's not going to extend the hand, I'm going to keep getting as much damage as possible.
Yeah, Ryan is free to concede whenever he likes. Until he does, Nicholas is free to play the how much damage can I do to your Teal'Mas Gogapom? Let's be clear, you're already doing 500. You've got an energy in hand. The superior energy retrieval will get another one if you so wish. So you're going to go up to 420 if we go for the whole shebang here.
We can draw the whole deck here for Nicholas.
Okay, so now we got up to 7 energy. That is 420 if you so wish.
It's the perfect number to attack with, I think.
Yeah, there we go. 420 damage, which was enough to KO Regidrago. You didn't even need to use your Iron Bundle here.
Winning in every way possible. What are we checking? Nicholas is thinking I couldn't even get through this, but yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just pointing out,
anyway.
like, mate, you didn't need the Iron Bundle. Yeah. You're doing more than enough damage as it is. I'm slightly confused why this game is still going, Joe.
We're just seeing how far we can get, Ross. Come on.
Okay, cool. Let's do this.
Can we get rid of every single card in hand and deck and win the game with our final attack of the turn?
I'm totally okay with this.
We can get the Iron Bundle and bring a different Pokemon back into the active now. Yep, I think you got to do it for the style points. Ryan can bring the V-Star back into the active if he wishes.
Yeah, and remember, Ryan is free to concede whenever he likes. He's as into this as Nicholas is at this point. And I'm invested too, quite frankly. If they want to do this, I am totally up for this. We've got a lot of damage being done. Now we're drawing the rest of the deck. There goes Iron Bundle again. What does Ryan want to give up here? It doesn't matter, as excited as I sound. And there we see the 2-0 victory for Nicholas with extra style points.
Oh, what a great sport Ryan was. He knew that he didn't really have the best of things in either of those games, but he took it like a champ. It's high-stakes Pokemon, Ross. There's a lot of cash on the line. There's the title of international champion on the line. Nicholas progresses into our round 15 with 3 more match points under his belt, putting himself in a fantastic position. Ryan, unfortunate with the deck. We didn't really get to show the highlights of Regidrago V-Star, unfortunately, there, but has had a fantastic tournament run and at least put on a show.
Yeah, that was a very good game between the players. It was really upsetting that Ryan just did not get anything going there. Nicholas has been quietly having a phenomenal tournament here. We've mentioned a couple of times, it's nice to get to see him on the stream because actually he is in a, just a fantastic position. 34 match points in a really, not there yet, there's one game match remaining, but I think if Nicholas wins his next match, he should be locked in for top 8 at this point.
I think so.
And Chen Pao seems like, I mean, after all the discussion, all the new decks, all the altered decks from Twilight Masquerade, could we be seeing a deck with no changes whatsoever winning? Well, let's go back to game 1. And in game 1, it was nice and simple. Hey, I'm Chen Pao. I do lots of damage. You've got nothing going on. Let's do this.
Pretty much. That's all we had. Ryan just had to bide his time. Couldn't really get much established. You can see essentially just passing with lots of multi-prizes in play. And the second game wasn't too different. Ryan had a terrible hand full of Earthen Vessel. We attempted to get the Radiant Charizard. We had the highlight reel moment, Ryan popping off with the Pokestop, keeping him in the game. And both of them having a good time at this stage of the tournament, which you love to see in such high-stakes situations, still making it all about the fun. And that's what we want to see on these high tables, as well as fantastic play, which both players did exhibit here. Ryan did attempt to mount the comeback with the use of that Hisui and Gudra, did stay out of range for a turn, but Nicholas already had prepared other situations like this Greninja to finish off the Mew EX in the back, putting himself down to just 2 prize cards remaining and plenty of resources to get there.
Yeah, I hope all the players in the room today are having as much fun playing as Ryan and Nicholas are. I think it's been a while since I saw 2 players enjoying themselves that much. Nicholas certainly had the better of the game.
I mean, how do you commentate this? This was just absurd. Reusing the Iron Bundle, maximizing all your damage, cycling through your entire deck. And what a sport Ryan was for just letting that happen.
Yeah, that was always fun. You'll do that sometimes. You're like, look, I know I've won, but can you just let me see how much damage I can do? And it's always fun when you get to that stage and you can do it. Now, I've got some interesting updates about the other games that have been going on. And there is one update, Joe, that sticks out more than the rest. Stefan Ivanov, 11-1-2, 35 match points in a win and in for top 8. And if there's one thing we know about Stefan Ivanov, he wins North American International Championships. He's done it twice. 2 wins already under his belt. Do you really want to be playing Stefan in Top Cut of NAIC, given what happened the last 2 times he made Top Cut?
Stefan is a terrifying player. We saw on stream how well he piloted and navigated a terrible matchup and came out on top with a 1-0 victory, so definitely a player we have to watch out for.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, but we can worry about other players later. Right now, we need to hear from Nicholas, our winner, with Chen Pao. So let's see if he's feeling frosty or happy, shall we?
Thank you, casters. Juancho Saldana here, and I'm here with Nick Moffitt, the winner of the last round, also probably the record holder for the most damage done in one turn in NAIC. How are we feeling today?
Feeling great. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. We got 1 more to go, so hopefully I can take that down and make it into the top 8.
1 more to go. Again, the tournament is just so tough. Imagine you have to reach 37 points. You can't just ID the next one. 35 isn't safe. Gotta work for it, right? But hey, just 1 more. We can do that. We can do it. I have to ask you though. You do know there's a new set, right? No new cards in your Chen Pao deck. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, I actually wrote an article reviewing all the cards from the new set. None of them were good enough though, so we stuck with what we had.
None of the cards are good enough to add in the Chen Pao for sure. But hey, tell us about the deck choice though. Chen Pao, do you think it's well positioned into this metagame?
Yeah, I think it's a really great deck right now. You saw Gardy absolutely dominating the top tables. Decks like Raging Bolt as well. Lugia, pretty decent matchups there too. Dragapult can be a little bit scary, but we only saw it at 5.5%, right? So not something to be too scared against there. I did play against 2. I was able to beat them. Tord and one other person was able to take down both of them. So 2-0 in the Dragapult matchup as well.
Oh, not too bad if you're technically perfect record into the deck that you're afraid of. is there really anything to be afraid of?
Snorlax.
Okay, Snorlax, gotcha. With that, tell us about the last matchup. I mean, did you expect to face Regidrago, and were you just confident going into the matchup?
I was not expecting Regidrago. I was expecting Raging Bolt, especially when he flipped over the Mew, and then he benched the Teal Mask. So I was kind of worried about my Chen Pao getting knocked out if I benched it, but I figured since his hand was probably pretty bad, it was okay, and he was more likely to Iono than to hit Prime Catcher, Sada, all that. So I figured it was better to get it down into play, and also if he takes a knockout on the active, then I could promote it for turn, get the energy, use one Vessel, get to 4, and take a response KO on a Raging Bolt, but it turned out it was Regidrago. So that was really cool to see. We were joking like that maybe we played each other on ladder, because I remember playing against a few Regidrago on ladder leading up to the event. And I said, did you face any Chen Pao? And he's like, yeah, I think I might have lost someone. And I said, that must have been me then.
So this is actually game 2, but in real life at NAIC. No, love to hear it. Just curious though, one more match before making top 8. Is there a specific deck you want to run into?
Probably Gardevoir. It can be tough, but I would say it's pretty favored.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, I have good news for you because there's a lot of Gardevoir around the field, so fingers crossed, right? Well, just last couple of questions before I do let you go. Do you have any advice out there for any aspiring Pokemon trainer?
I would say stick with what you know best. New cards can come in and shake up the format, but just go with your guts. If you've got a deck that you've been playing and it's been working for you, just send it.
Just send it indeed. Anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Yeah, I got to shout out Lizzie here for giving me the turtle markers, the turtle ability markers, and of course my turtle cargo back home. And of course shout out to my girlfriend Nancy and my whole family. And also shout out to Joe Torrentine. I hope you're doing all right out there. Stay strong, homie.
Love it, love it. Oh, well, I'll send you back to the field. Make sure you're ready for your last match. Best of luck. With that, we're going to go ahead and throw it back to the casters because there's still a lot of Pokemon here at the North American International Championships.
Thank you very much, Juancho. Lots of Pokemon still to go, and we're having a look at the results and the pairings for the next round coming in. There are some familiar names. I've already told you about Stefan Ivanov, but Natalie Miller, I said, they're making a very quiet run up the standings. Not really a player we've been watching that much this weekend, but slowly climbing win after win after win, finding themselves on a win and in coming into this next round. That Snorlax that I've been tracking has made it to table 2. Snorlax control, Ben Cryer sitting there at 35 match points. I don't think they're safe yet, but they are going to be on a win and in hit as well. And we've got Henry Chow and Kato Arai, the 2 top Guardies, are playing up on table 1 as well. There are some amazing days. Joe, I want to hear from you, but I'm sorry I can't hear from you because we've got a break to get to. But wonderful news, we've got more Joe and our final round of Swiss right after this.
Kind of crazy.
Just a little bit, yeah.
A little bit.
All right, cut me something good here.
No. Tap. I was thinking of going triple fridge, but I was like, the odds of you hitting it from 0 to loss. I was like, I'll take the chances. Maybe I should have.
Maybe. That was a ridiculous turn.
That's a sick deck regardless, for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. I played against it a few times on ladder, and it's always cool to see. Yeah, wrap it up, boys.
Oh, boy. Oh, God.
No! Yeah, you seem like a cool dude, Ryan.
You too.
I hope we become friends after this.
Hey trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, the series where we take a look at some of the most memorable and exciting matches in the past of the Pokemon Championships series. My name is Jeremy Jallin, and today I'll be talking about the 2017 Memphis Regional Championship Finals, where we had a clash of 2 of the best players that the TCG has to offer, Zul Garcia-Griego and Michael Pramawat.
Hello, I am Michael Pramawat. My name is Azul Garcia-Griego.
Even back in 2017, both of these players were no stranger to the final stable, with Azul having 4 regional wins to Michael's 6, the most at the time.
Who is your biggest rival?
Biggest rival? That's a tough one. Probably Michael Pramawat.
All right, yeah. My biggest rival would be Azul, Garcia Griego.
We always have good games when we play.
We play each other a lot in local events, and then
in the top 8s, top 4s in major tournaments. Most recently, we met in the finals of Memphis Regionals.
But at the end of the day, we have two familiar faces, Michael Pramawat and Azul Garcia Griego. These two players actually faced off in the top 4 at that San Jose Regional Championship not that long ago. And you know, Azul got the best of Pram in San Jose, so this is perhaps a bit of a grudge match.
Azul was using a deck based around the powerful attacks of Glycopod GX paired with the obnoxious Garboder with its Garbotoxin ability to disrupt the ability-ridden field of the tournament. Pramawat, meanwhile, was using a deck centered around 3 Pokemon GX and their powerful abilities. Zoroark GX with its trade, Lycanroc GX with its bloodthirsty eyes, and Tapu Lele GX with its Wonder Tag. Both Azul and Pramawat start with a Wonder Tag to search for a Bridget to get a bench set up. Azul is able to play down a Garboder to start locking down abilities, but Michael has a quick Field Blower to start applying pressure early. Prizing 2 Glycopod GX means Azul was focused on protecting the one he had, and thanks to the card Acerola, he was doing just that.
Acerola picking up that Glycopod GX and all the damage with it.
Garbotoxin, in combination with N, forces the game to slow down, and Azul jumps ahead on prizes once more. Michael responds with a Puzzle of Time, a unique item card that allows you to recover any resources if you have 2 copies, to bring back Field Blower and enable his abilities yet again. N disrupts Azul's hand once more, Pram's last.
What Azul draws off of these 2 could determine the outcome of this game.
And out of 3 cards Azul has set up for the winning attack on the next turn.
And the Float Stone.
Michael top decks the last Field Blower in his deck, which gives him access to trade once more. The first trade finds another 2 copies of Puzzle of Time. This enables Pram to get a KO on the heavily damaged Glycopod GX with Guzma, and with no cards in hand, it is looking like the scale has shifted in Michael's favor, as he has the strong energy needed for the last KO and takes game 1.
Everything went Michael's way after a few turns in the middle that kind of looked iffy, and he's 1 game up in the finals now.
Game 2 starts off much better for Azul, having Wonder Tag for Bridget and the Glycopod GX and Garboder with Floatstone to go along with it on the following turn. Pramawat finds himself with not much going on and struggles to get much of a bench going until a late Bridget finally gives Michael a full bench.
Typically you want that Bridget on the first turn of the game, not the third, but he'll take it either way.
Michael draws N to keep his hope of a comeback alive. A Field Blower allows Zoroark GX's trade to be used once again, but the draws don't find an energy for him to attack. Azul responds with another KO and sees himself 1 prize card away from tying it up. Pramawat is forced to pass the turn to an empty-handed Azul, who top decks a Guzma to clean up game 2, and they are off to their final game of the set.
Your boy comes in the clutch and cleans up game number 2.
In game 3, we see Pramawat to be the one starting off strong with a Bridget, as Azul just passes with a couple of Wimpod in play. Azul finally draws a Guzma and takes a KO with Glycopod GX, but he struggles to do much else. After managing a 1-hit KO with Dangerous Rogue GX, Michael is able to set up a 2-hit KO with Field Blower, and is now in the lead 2 to 5 prizes. Azul finally plays the N that he has been holding on to and finds a tool for the Garbotoxin once more. Michael attacks back, forcing Azul to get the Glycopod GX out of the active spot with Crossing Cut GX. Crucially, Azul's last Guzma is in the prizes. Pramawat misses Guzma while Azul picks up the heavily damaged Glycopod GX and continues the pressure with First Impression. The last 2 Puzzle of Time allow Pramawat to switch up gears and go for 2 Guzma with the hopes of trapping the Garboder in the active spot and deck Azul out. Azul looks at his hand and concedes, knowing the last card in his deck is of no help. Michael Pramawat nabs his 7th regional championship win and cements himself as one of the best to ever do it. 6 years later, both of these players found themselves placing 3rd and 4th at the Yokohama World Championships, with plenty of energy left in the tank for that inevitable finals rematch. Thanks for watching, and make sure to let us know your favorite competitive Pokemon TCG moments using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back to the 2024 Pokemon Trading Card Game North American International Championships. My name's Ross, I'm here with Joe. We've just seen a very chilly game with Chen Pao, but the action is heating up as we get to our final round of Swiss. It is now or never, Joe. Either you make top 8 or you don't.
Yeah, we have some amazing clashes for our final round of Swiss. This is what it comes down to. Can you make it into that top 8 of the competition? We boil down to just 2 players by the end of today, and this will be our final Swiss round. Some amazing decks already been on show, some amazing players already on show, but we have to keep chopping them away, Ross, down to 8.
We do, and there is plenty of Gardevoir still hanging around. Table 1 is a Gardevoir mirror match.
Yeah.
And then we've got Gardevoir on table 2. Table 4 is another mirror match. We've got Gardevoir all over, but you know what? We got a Miraidon on table 3, Joe. Miraidon and Mike Gibbs still in. So let's have a look at the updated standings, and we can see who is in prime position to make our top 8. Mike Gibbs just outside for now. But, you know, I'm just saying it, Mike, if you win this game, you're probably making it into top 8.
You've got a new fan today, Mike. Ben Cry there, still doing great with the Snorlax block archetype. Seems that he's one of the only ones left in the field with the possibility of making that top 8. Brent Tonneson there, still one of our players to watch that we have been following throughout the weekend. Also playing Gardevoir, 33 match points. Can end on a very respectable run again at the International Championships. We even see Edwin Mesman there as well, another great European player on 34 points right now with that Gardevoir EX, with that winning in situation.
And Stefan Ivanov, the 2-time North American International Champion, sitting there at 35 points.
Oh, yeah.
And it's going to be interesting. You know, we know players can intentionally draw here. That will give them each 1 match point. But I'm not sure how many of these matchups, if we have a look at the notable matchups, I'm not sure how many of them are going to be able to afford to do so, because there's a lot of players that can win and go to 36 match points.
Yeah.
So you kind of, you know, if you're sitting there at 34, if you ID to 35 and a bunch of people jump you at 36, that is going to be a problem. We're going to be focusing on Andrew Hedrick and Isaiah Bradner, but look at some of the other games we've got there. Henry Chow and Kato Arai. We can't have that one on stream. I'm sorry, but tell me that's not going to be a fun Gardevoir mirror match.
Oh yeah, certainly could be. Those are our 2 36 pointers, so they may not even have to play, to be honest with you. I think a safe ID is 37.
I believe
so. They should be all right, but yeah. Mike is going to be coming up against Andrew Gantner with that very fast Lost Zone box on table 3. Not a bad matchup for Miraidon, I think, all things considered, Ross.
Nice.
Mike's got a decent chance there. Stefan is going to be coming up against Snorlax Control for his final round. Both players, I think we've had Ben. I think we haven't had Ben on stream just yet, possibly yesterday. But yeah, he's also having a fantastic run with that Snorlax block deck.
Ben has been, like some of the players here, not necessarily been in contention, but I've been talking about, wow, there is a Snorlax creeping up. It's Ben. Ben is a Snorlax creeping up and just slowly winning. It's not been, oh, he's on top tables for the whole tournament. No. But been creeping up there, like Stefan Ivanov, who did not cut with a phenomenal record yesterday, but has been having a really good day too. Natalie Miller, again, not a phenomenal record yesterday, but creeping up the standings as we come here. And then you've got players like Henry and Kato who have had a phenomenal record the entire time and have been ticking along nicely. I think the only players who can safely ID into top 8, everybody else, I think you've got to play this out.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd even want to ID onto 36.
It's tough. When we have this many players in these tournaments, so many players still in contention, nothing is all that safe for these players. I think a lot of them will be playing in this final round, Ross.
I think going to 36, there could be a lot of players. 36 could be the bubble, but let's head on down to the table and have a look at Andrew and Isaiah. Andrew sitting on 34 match points. If he wins, we'll go up to 37. That should be safe. Isaiah on 33 with a win could still find himself on the bubble, so it's going to be very interesting. First the match, and then figuring out where we are afterwards. Gardevoir, Lost Zone, 2 of the big stories of this weekend. This is going to be a fun one.
I cannot wait for this. 2 absolute titans right now. Andrew Hedrick, a 3-time regional winner, including this season with Dialga V-Star. What amazing, innovative deck builder. We saw him on the stream yesterday where he was motoring through his deck because he has a very aggressive build of the Lost Zone box with quad Pokestop and 3 Lost Vacuum. We also showed Isaiah on stream yesterday as well. He's a 2-time international championship finalist, including the NAIC back in 2022, losing out to Azul, I believe it was. and he's playing that Gardevoir archetype. There's so many tricks up the sleeve of Gardevoir. We're going to be looking to find opportunities to use our Professor Churro, use our Collapse Stadium, use Monkey Dory and Cresselia where we can, to really offset some of the tricks that Andrew has in his back pockets with his Lost Mine options, the early aggression of potential Iron Hands as well. There's just so many attacking threats on both sides of the field here. That's going to be a really interesting back and forth.
Yeah, it's a good game to have as our last match of the Swiss rounds here. If you watch these Pokemon streams regularly, these are players who will be familiar with you, to you. They're not players you have never heard of before. So we are drawing our opening hands. We had a mulligan from Andrew there. So we got a new opening hand here with a basic Iron Thorn starting off as the lone basic there. So
ooh, not ideal.
No, frankly, not something you're desperate to use in this particular matchup.
Yeah, you can shut down Gardevoir EX's ability, but Isaiah does have Flutter Mane and does have obviously lots of gusting options, as we are going to see the prize cards for our game number 1 here. Technical Machine Evolution on the side of Isaiah, but does play 2 copies, thankfully, and 2 Water Energy out of the 3 Ross for Andrew.
And we know what that means. That means Greninja is not an option until you get one of them out the prizes.
And that is one of the main reasons why Andrew's built his list in this way. With those heavy Pokestop and Lost Vacuum, he's trying to reach 7 as quickly as possible and punish these slower starts of some of these evolving archetypes.
We had a player on stream yesterday playing Lost Zone who prized 2 Water Energy one game and then Radiant Greninja, Hisuian Heavy Ball the other game.
Yeah, I think it was John Mosterboy, I think it was.
It was, and we're seeing it again. I'm not sure we should be casting these kind of Lost Zone decks, Joe, because they always prize too much to use a Radiant Greninja. That's for later. Now we are rolling, and Isaiah Bradner starting off there with a Buddy Poffin, having a little bit of a look through the deck there, figuring out what's prized, going to get a couple of basic Pokemon.
As my favorite card, the Monkey Dory, in the active position to start off this turn, and is going to look through those prize cards. Even Gardevoir at this stage plays so many one-off copies of Pokemon and even lots of one-off supporter cards and items, so really important to keep track of a lot of these options here. Isaiah's ace spec of choice is the Unfair Stamp. That's another big card we're going to have to follow throughout the game. When Isaiah can time this to make the most out of it, could be the difference in this matchup.
Yeah, traditionally this is the one people are expecting coming in. We did see Henry Chow with Hyper Aroma. We saw in the interview with Juancho, very bullish. This is the correct ace spec in Gardevoir. No hedging there.
Isaiah might disagree.
I was going to say, a lot of the Gardevoir players here do seem to disagree a little bit. So no Hyper Aroma here. We're rolling with the Unfair Stamp. Going to see if it makes a little bit of a difference. What I will say, Hyper Aroma has to be a turn 1 or 2 thing. Unfair Stamp stays relevant for the game a lot of the time. We've had 2 of the routes hitting the bench. What else can we get?
Just a bunch of supporters. We're holding on to Earthen Vessel and Cresselia. Can we Vessel away? Well, we're going to get rid of the Cresselia. Sometimes this is a great offset for early pressure, thanks to the tankiness of Cresselia, that base 120 hit points. But Isaiah does know just how aggressive Andrew's list can be. He knows that he can get to 7 much more capably than normal Lost Zone engines of the previous format. So maybe the Cresselia just isn't fast enough in this situation, and we need to sacrifice it for some energy cards instead here.
Yeah, I don't mind that too much. Isaiah obviously very familiar with this deck. Going to grab a couple of energy off the Earthen Vessel. The real priority here is setting up, getting rolling, getting your Curlier out, drawing cards, and getting a decent attacker out. I love the Cresselia, being able to damage your own Pokemon with your Gardevoir EX and then move all that damage onto one of your opponent's Pokemon, even on the bench, taking out some of those low HP Pokemon in this Lost Zone build. But if your opponent is set up and firing off these giant attacks and you're taking out Comfey on the bench, sometimes you're just a turn or 2 too far behind.
I think we don't have any other actions here apart from a possible attachment to Monkey Dory. I think we've got to pass things over beyond that. And then we go over to Andrew, and it's going to be all about trying to reach that early Mirage Gate. It would be a wondrous combination of cards required, but it is possible. And we've already mentioned the quad Pokestop, the 3 Lost Vacuum. This gives Andrew so many more opportunities to reach an early 7-card Lost Zone. So let's see how his hand is playing out. I don't think it's that good right now, Ross, but we do at least have Buddy Poffin for some Comfey, and we have a Pokestop and a Dream.
Yeah, get the Comfey rolling, go from there. The route to 7, generally speaking, is free Flower Selecting with Comfey, use Chorus's Experiment to get 2, and then play your own Stadium or item card, or tool card. Use Lost Vacuum to get rid of that while also lost zoning another card from your hand as part of the payment. That gets you up to 7. 3 from Comfey, 2 from Chorus's Experiment, 2 from Lost Vacuum. That is how you get 7. And like you say, that's why we see the heavy Pokestop line, the full 4 copies, because that helps you to get through and grab both your Mirage Gate if you get to 7 and your Lost Vacuum to help you get to 7.
Hedrick has drawn into 4 of his energy and prized 2 of the water. He only has 2 lightning energy in his deck right now. That's so wild for an archetype that is looking to take full advantage of those Mirage Gates. So an extra piece might be required here from Andrew, which would be the Super Rod, to maybe discard some of these water with Greninja and such. Then that's going to add to the headache of trying to weave in your most powerful attackers on this turn.
This is not the ideal situation. One energy in hand to, attach, fine. Second energy in hand to use a Radiant Greninja, all right, why not?
Yeah.
But that's it. You need energy in your deck to accelerate with Mirage Gate. You don't want loads in your prizes. You don't want any more than 2 in your hand. This is, all the energy's in the wrong place, but we do have 2 Comfey down here, so you can at least start drawing some cards with the Flower Selecting, start getting towards that combo, which is looking increasingly unlikely.
Yeah, we need this Pokestop to find a switch card. That's the start of this. Otherwise, we're not going to have any Flower Selecting this turn. Failing any switching card, we could find any Nest Ball and try and get Radiant Greninja in the mix as well for extra draw, but there really aren't that many outs here from the Pokestop, Ross. Let's see the big 3 cards for Andrew. This will define how strong his turn is going to be.
Yep.
Nest Ball switch card is a good start. That means we can get Radiant Greninja in the mix to draw a couple additional cards and start using Flower Selecting here to begin fueling this Lost Zone. That's still going to be the mission for Andrew, no doubt.
You know, a second ago, you mentioned there's only 2 energy in the deck.
Yeah.
Hit 1 off the Pokestop.
We're down to 1.
There's now 1 energy in deck. Do you think you're going to see it off a Flower Selecting, Joe?
Oh, let's not go there, Ross.
I just think we are. There's 1 lightning energy in the deck, and I'm just calling it now. I think we're going to see it off a Flower Selecting in a minute.
You can't curse him like that.
I'm sorry.
Not win it in.
I'm not trying to curse anyone, Joe. I'm just saying that the way this game has started, that is probably what's going to happen. Outside chance of drawing it off concealed cards, though.
Yes, that would be still quite bad.
Yeah, it would not be ideal.
We're going to throw away a Psychic Energy with concealed cards here before Flower Selecting. Hoping to find those Chorus, of course. We pick up Boss's Orders and Buddy Buddy Poffin. Still not ideal, so it looks like it's going to be a big Flower Selecting here from Andrew. Is it Super Rod and Switch Cards?
Yeah,
so we can instantly switch cards if we want to. Andrew playing 4. Oh, it's Pal Pad
and Switch Card.
Yeah, so we're going to get rid of the Pal Pad in this situation. That's good for Brandon to see that.
Super Rod, sorry.
Yeah, Super Rod being kept for sure. As we know, there's so few energy in the deck that these Super Rods are super valuable. Here's the second Flower Selecting. Do we see Chorus? No.
We do not.
Roxanne and Rescue Board. So Andrew is not going to have the explosive turn that we have been touting from this list. So often we've seen insane ramps from him as well as Andrew Gantner playing a very similar aggressive 60, but Andrew just going to pass things over, not a Cramorant swing either. This is a huge break for Isaiah.
Yeah, that is a win. We've got 2 cards in the Lost Zone, but not much else. Isaiah's actually managing to get another turn to just start setting up here. This is a big win. Try and get a couple of curling in now. Draw some cards with refinement. Start setting up this board. The first couple turns with Gardevoir are always a problem because you're not putting any pressure on. But if you get past those first couple of turns, that is when your deck really starts to go up in power and you can start really coming back against your opponent. You do have Unfair Stamp in hand. You want to save that when your opponent takes a prize, but it's just interesting that it's already there, ready to go.
Bradner already has Artisan, and I believe there's the option of Arven as well. I'd love to see Buddy Buddy Poffin for more Rolts and Manaphy this turn. Just establish those on the bench to safeguard yourself around Radiant Greninja. Isaiah's not to know that Andrew has prized 2 Water Energy, of course. But also the Midnight Fluttering is in the considerations now for Isaiah. You can retreat this Monkey Dory, still get your Technical Machine evolution off this turn, whilst also shutting down more Flower Selecting from Andrew. This is a really heads-up play from Isaiah, trying to protect your Curlier even more this turn.
Yeah, I like this, making sure that your opponent, if they're going to take out the Curlier, they have at least got to jump through the maximum number of hoops if they're going to actually go ahead and do it. So we've got one Curlier down. We're trying to search for the second one. We got the wrong energy on Monkey Dory for now, but it's probably a moot point until we start seeing some damage down on there.
Yeah.
There is only one Monkey Dory in the deck, unlike what we saw from Henry's build.
Yes.
So there is an argument to try and protect that one, get it out the active by the end of the turn, so it's available to use later. Drifloon and a Ralts, I think that was.
Yeah, I think we still end up buddy poffening from this Arven because the Manaphy is still so important here. And I think there's already TM Evolution in hand, so you can just bank a Bravery Charm quite happily. I really like retreating this Monkey Dory as well because this is still a great way that you can offset lots of damage throughout the game.
Yes.
Especially when there's such low hit point basic Pokemon, as I can sometimes even cheat extra prize cards via purely the Monkey Dory itself here. So you're going to end up attaching to this Fluttermane and just using TM Evolution and getting even more Curlier onto this board. This has been a really good opener for Isaiah, who would have been a little bit worried about Andrew, but after the slow turn, it's given Isaiah the time to build up multiple Curlier now, and it looks like a really great situation for him.
I like where Isaiah is right now. You've got 3 Curlier down, and you just turned off Comfey because Fluttermane's in the active. So now it's going to be so much harder for Andrew to get up to 7 cards in the Lost Zone without, you need to use at least a minimum 1 flower selecting. Just using your, one Lost Vacuum and Chorus's Experiment won't get there.
Yeah, critically there is still the option of Iron Bundle for Andrew, and that could be found with Artisan. So you can move this Fluttermane fairly easily. It does just sort of spend your use of Stadium rather than having to grab Cramorant for free or anything of the sort. But that shouldn't be too much of an issue for Andrew. Already we're seeing that Hyper Blower coming onto the board, so we will unlock these flower selecting and give Isaiah another headache here of what to promote.
Yeah, because you kind of, if you're going to lose something this turn, you want to lose Fluttermane.
Yes.
Curlier are your draw engine, and they evolve into Gardevoir. Monkey Dory does the monkey maths, which we've talked about is pretty important. And Manaphy protects you from Greninja. You kind of need all those Pokemon. You don't really need Fluttermane.
No, that's just there to be the sacrificial Pokemon, but Andrew's going to try and push that aside. We're still working towards Chorus, let's not forget, so we still need a lot from this flower selecting, but first is the decision for Isaiah. He's going to check the prize cards that he's already taken note of before making any other decision. Is going to go Monkey Dory here.
Have to go Monkey Dory.
Yeah,
it's
the best of a bad bunch. Yeah, I agree.
It is the best bad decision you can make.
Oh, there's Chorus, Ross.
Oh,
and as expected,
big.
the Lightning Energy does end up in the Lost Zone.
Called it.
Yeah, you did call that. Here we go, though. Andrew Hedrick is going to go up to 5 from this Chorus and is holding on to Lost Vacuum as well. So it's not out of the realms of possibility to get to 7 here. No. Ooh, nice extra switching cards available. I believe there was another Mirage Gate there. There's Nest Ball. If you need to find Iron Hands here, you could take a 2-prize KO on this Monkey Dory.
You can afford to get rid of the Artisan as long as you, with your Lost Vacuum, but it's your opponent's Stadium, so you need a second flower selecting if you do that. Or you can play your own Stadium and Tool, and that will get you to 7 with the Lost Vacuum. Either way, I mean, at this stage, thank goodness you've still got that Manaphy down because Greninja is threatening here. But we need to look at the energy for Andrew. With the amount prized, with the 1 in the Lost Zone, with a bunch in the hand, there's no energy in deck right now, unless we've seen a Super Rod, which I don't know.
We have done 1 Super Rod so far, so there are some in there. And there's another one in the hand as well for Andrew. Might want to use a switch first and get 1 more flower selecting to just scout all the options here. And that's what we are going to see.
Yeah.
If you want to take it a little slower, you could still try and get Cramorant in the mix, although we did just Lost Zone a Nest Ball. And we have used the Artisan already for the Iron Bundle. So this is still an important decision for Andrew, who is going to flower select here eventually.
There is flower selecting, get 2 cards. There is
another
a Nest Ball there.
That's also hitting the Lost Zone by the looks of things. Oh no, it's kept this time over the Pokegear.
So now you do have access to whatever basic Pokemon in your deck you like. Do we have Mirage Gate in hand? I think there's at least 1 in hand.
We have Mirage Gate, but I think this Nest Ball will be telling of how many energy we can recycle all in the turn. Let's have a look. What is going to be Andrew's best play here? Iron Hands being spied. Obviously, you want to be taking multi-prize knockouts as quickly as possible here.
It does look like that is what Andrew is eyeing up there. Get the Iron Hands. You will need 2 Mirage Gate if you want to get the Iron Hands rolling. Well, unless you want to arm press, but I don't see why you would arm press the Monkey Dory. That seems like a less than fully efficient use of your resources. So down comes the Iron Hands here. If you get 2 Mirage Gate, then you can have all the energy you need. And from there, here comes the Lost Vacuum, by the way, of course, because now you will be at 7 in the Lost Zone. You don't need to get rid of your own tool or stadium because you managed to use that second Comfey Flower Select in this turn. So now we see the Super Rod. The energy in your deck is more important because that is from where you can Mirage Gate. And this is where Andrew wants to be. Here comes, there are 2 Mirage Gate in hand. I think we're going to see them both here, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. There's even switching cards if you want to reserve one and put an energy on a different attacker as well alongside this Iron Hands, because we still have the turn attachment as well. As we finally hit that crucial 7-card Lost Zone, as you're seeing in the background there, these Mirage Gates have been unlocked. One of the most ridiculous item cards printed for energy acceleration we've ever seen, and it has come to the forefront of this Lost Zone box archetype. It's allowed us to play these few counts of wacky attackers, basically playing the best of the bunch that we have available. And Iron Hands certainly is that, thanks to the Amp You Very Much attack that is coming into the active now. And Andrew is going to be kicking off this prize race in game number 1.
Yeah, take out the Monkey Dory, take 2 prizes, and get rid of a valuable piece from Isaiah's board there.
Yep.
Worth noting, the second Mirage Gate was just for a single energy.
Right.
And then there was an attachment for the turn.
Yes.
Didn't need any more energy. So just got the 4 on Iron Hands and basically saying to Isaiah, look, you better have an answer. If you don't have an answer, I'm just going to keep doing this turn after turn after turn.
Well, you want an answer, Ross. There's the unfair stamp already in hand for Isaiah before even using any refinement.
Yeah, he's had it there since the beginning of the game. It's been in his hand for several turns. So now can you piece together an attacker? Here comes the unfair stamp. Question is, it's not going to do too much unless you can actually pair it with something that can do some decent damage into the Iron Hands, because it's not one of those attacks that says you can't use it next turn. No, you totally can use it next turn.
Can and probably will if it's not going to be dealt with. But Isaiah is drawing a lot of cards here. Initially, you get 5 for yourself. Andrew just going down to 2 cards. We are looking for a few pieces, though, for Isaiah. I believe we still need to find quite a few Psychic Energy, as well as our Gardevoir EX, and, of course, an attacking threat to actually deal with this Iron Hands.
Yeah, that's quite a lot, frankly, Joe. It's not the easiest route out there. Andrew goes down to 2 cards in hand, and, of course, your engine is a lot of early game Comfeys, but they tend to run out as you're running out of cards that switch. You don't tend to get too many Comfeys. It's not like Refinement or Bibarel where you can be using it just recklessly every turn. There does come a point where you kind of stop using Comfey very much.
Isaiah is already thinking about resources. He's going to Super Rod back good old Monkey Dory.
Nice.
So that's an option. Perhaps with Counter Catcher in hand, Isaiah's thinking, is it possible to bring up the Iron Thorns? Typically, this wouldn't be a play possible for a Gardevoir player, but because Isaiah's got the Flutter Mane currently in the active position, you still could try and make that play. Iron Thorns has a very chunky retreat cost. You're putting your opponent down to a low amount of cards, so if you can't deal with the Iron Hands immediately, you still have that fallback option. But before that, Ross, we still have 3 refinements here, already throwing away a Psychic Energy. That's a great start. I think I've seen Ultra Ball there as well. It's really just going to be deciphering what are the best and least valuable cards in this hand so that we can refinement correctly and get towards a big combo. There's still Supporter to play as well, because so far all we've used is the unfair stamp.
Oh, gets those 2 cards off Refinement and draws an Energy, which is a great target for the 3rd Refinement. You want Energy in the discard to accelerate with Gardevoir EX, so drawing them is good. This is the 3rd and final Refinement, another Energy, and they nest ball here. So we've got some pieces. What can we put together with it? Here comes the Arvum. Lets you search for an item card and a tool card.
It's going to be good old Drifloon plus Bravery Charm, perhaps. We have the Nest Ball already in hand. That's a great way. We could Balloon Blast through the Iron Hands EX.
I like that. That seems like a fun thing to do.
Yeah.
Getting the Earthen Vessel to get more energy as well.
Yeah, making all the use out of every card in this hand. Looking very intelligent for Isaiah.
And also discarding an energy, which, like we said, very big part of these couple of turns to make sure you can get as much energy in the discard pile as you need to.
Yeah, there's Drifloon. Ooh, Monkey Dory is the other option Isaiah is going to look for here instead. Does that mean we're going to be attacking with Gardevoir EX this turn? And just attacking into this Iron Hands whilst also prepping an Adrenabrain, as I'm looking to just avoid a Gust effect for a turn and then maybe clear up that Gardevoir EX later down the line. You don't have to deal with this Pokemon all in one go. And yeah, with the turn attachment to Monkey Dory, we're going to be swinging with Gardevoir EX this turn, Ross, and just prepping this Iron Hands.
You're not quite going to get there. You're going to be 10 damage short, but you can always finish it off with a second Adrenabrain next turn. And crucially, they will leave a Pokemon in the active, which does not get KO'd by Ampu very much. Although, right now, everything on the bench will. So if there's any way we could get Iron Bundle back for Andrew, that could be a big card next turn. For now, we're going to see 3 of those damage going off of Gardevoir onto Iron Hands with the Adrenabrain, then 190 damage. It is still not KO'd. Used to be 120 was enough for these big basics, but there's a bunch with 130 now, and that does include Iron Hands, but not getting a second big Pokemon on the bench. Oh my word, you don't even need Iron Bundle.
What a crazy 3 cards. Colress, Prime Catcher, Mirage Gate from Andrew. He is not out of this game yet.
That is a ridiculous trio of cards to draw.
That is maximizing your value from this Iron Hands, which is so important here. You'll go down to just 2 prize cards remaining. What a big 3 cards for Andrew Hedrick here. The best time to do it, and you're winning in. Wow, big Colress decision here still as well. Going to be getting rid of Cramorant and the Pokestop here. I believe there were switch carts in there as well. Maybe using this switch cart to undo some of the damage from Adrenabrain last turn. Yeah, this is huge as well. This foils Isaiah's plan.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, that extra 30 heal, so massive here as we get to go into Convey as well.
Yeah, it undoes the Adrenabrain from last turn, and like we said, that put you on 10 remaining. Now you're on 40. Adrenabrain only moves 30. That is a very big deal. And Isaiah did everything right last turn.
Yeah.
Leave a Pokemon in the active that doesn't get KO'd by Ampu very much. Leave the Iron Hand such that you can KO it with Adrenabrain the following turn.
Yep.
It was a great turn, and you even put your opponent down to a 2-card hand with Unfair Stamp. You just unfortunately managed to give them the best 3-card hand imaginable, and here comes the Prime Catcher. And if you're Isaiah right now, you're just like, hang on a second, come on. I Unfair Stamped you. I used my Ace-Spec.
Yeah.
This is the thanks I get.
Well,
and now
Andrew Ace-Spec straight back.
Oh, yeah, Ace-Spec. Foils Ace-Spec, and this is going to be 2 more prizes. Andrew's going to go up 4 prizes to 0.
Is also able to Nestball here. Might want to start thinking about trying to get Sableye in the mix here, if that's possible. We are going to try and get something established. Yeah, Sableye might be the option here from this Nestball. Yeah, a great Pokemon to just put on the board, knowing that Lost Mine can be so valuable with still so many lower hit point Pokemon around this board for Isaiah, who cannot be happy about how that stamp played out last turn.
That is not what you're expecting from Unfair Stamp.
No.
Like, how many times have you had an opponent play an Ino, put you to 6 hands, and you've drawn nothing and lost the game? So when you put your opponent down to a 2-card hand, you're like, this has got to stick. And then they get the supporter card, they get the Ace-Spec. There is the KO with Ampu very much. Andrew goes down to just 2 prizes remaining, and Isaiah is really up against the wall here. With 28 minutes left and needing a win, a tie does not do. There is no way Isaiah's getting in at 34 points.
Right.
A tie is not going to get you there. You need the win here. You've got to start thinking about the clock.
Big refinement. We only have 2 cards here to find Ino. No, we don't have the hand disruption we're looking for here. Andrew's going to be able to keep a really nice hand. This is dangerous now. Looks like Andrew is in a commanding position. Taking out some of Isaiah's draw means that there will be no hand disruption here. The best we can do is knocking out this Iron Hands, I would imagine, unless we're getting really crafty with more counter-catcher plays and you're trying to set up another like multi-prize turn KO. The Iron Thorns was started by Andrew Hedrick and has such a high retreat cost, so that might be coming into Isaiah's thinking because he has to really get cheeky here if he wants to deal with this Iron Hands.
You're not going to win a traditional back and forth prize race at this stage. It's just not happening. So you're 5 damage counters away if you're looking at the Iron Hand, so it's going to take 2 Adrenabrain to actually get the KO there.
What if we flutter main? What if we push the Iron Hands to the bench and get Thorns in the active? Then we could go with Brain plus Hex Hurl to finish off this Iron Hands.
That would KO the Iron Hands. That would get it on the bench and get some decent prep damage.
I feel like this is the play.
I think it is absolutely the play here. You get 2 prizes while also trapping something in the active, which is frankly not great.
It's a big Hex Hurl. You are concerned about Sableye somewhat, but you are getting a bit of heal in thanks to your Adrenabrain.
Yeah.
And we might want to continue to prep some energy. Yeah, I really like this choice because you are probably trapping this Iron Thorns EX, I would imagine. You can also take out the Sableye as well, though, and take that threat off the board in addition to the rest of this Iron Hands.
I think Chain takes
Sableye.
pride.
I think Sableye, though.
I see where you're coming.
Sableye's so scary.
Sableye is so scary, but the problem is there's just other options over the board here, and I don't know, I like the idea of trying to buy a turn. You're absolutely right. Taking out that Sableye, taking 2 prizes, taking both the good attacking threats off the board could be fun. You've still got Manaphy down to thwart real Greninja shenanigans. And of course, a couple of Mirage Gate are down at this stage, but I believe it's only the 2. There should still be 2 available.
I think so, yeah.
So there are other options that can come down here. Blood Moon Ursaluna still an option. Especially if 2 prizes get taken.
Yeah. As I was just going to use this Arven this turn to grab an Ultra Ball, prepping for another turn because we know there's already Counter Catcher available. I feel like Sableye has to go here. Yeah, that is going to be what Isaiah
you are
picks.
correct there, Joe.
This is a really good bit of maths. The Hex Hurl has been such an important card that we've seen these Gardevoir players using over and over again with the Monkey Dory. The 2 damage counters really are huge here. Yeah, we're going to get the KO with the Fluttermane. And we get 1 free counter to throw onto Iron Thorns EX as well here.
Yeah, after the Adrenabrain, there was only 1 damage counter needed to take out the Iron Hands. So you take 3 prizes, you're still behind. Counter Catcher is still live. There's a second copy in your deck.
Yep.
And now it's basically going to Andrew, what have you got, mate? Have you got something with which to respond? If he does, then this game could still be finishing pretty quickly. But if Andrew doesn't respond quickly here, Isaiah could actually start running away with this again.
Well, Andrew did hold on to that Roxanne from a previous turn. There's also the switch. Man, is Andrew thinking of switch carding this 1 damage counter off Iron Thorns? That 1 damage counter is a big deal because it allows Gardevoir EX plus Monkey Dory to finish off Iron Thorns in 1 attack. Is Andrew thinking this far ahead to spend switch card before using Roxanne here? Such high-level play from both of these players already.
Once again, it's a 230, not a 220. 220 used to be the number. Gardevoir EX plus 1 Adrenabrain, 190 plus 30 is 220. The things that are still under that, your traditional Pokemon V, etc., will be gotten. But these new big EXs, your Roaring Moon, your Iron Thorns, your Iron Hands, they don't have 220, they have 230. So, yes, that is a very, very big damage counter.
Let's have a think. Is possibly the other good option would be attacking with Volt Cyclone this turn and KOing the Fluttermane, and then you're denying the use of Psychic Embrace from Isaiah, essentially trapping this Gardevoir EX as the only attacking threat on the board. The initialization ability is an important one. It's turning out to be once this Fluttermane is dealt with.
Yeah, it really is. We do see the shuffle there from Isaiah of Andrew's deck, having a little bit of a think. What is actually going to be my option when it comes back to me next turn? I don't think my opponent's winning this turn. So what can I do to try and make sure there is another turn coming up? It's not an easy situation because there's just so many options for Andrew here.
Gonna attach before using the Roxanne here, I think.
Don't mind that.
Yeah, I feel like we just don't have the energy right now. We're lacking Super Rod. I think that's the big thing to keep in mind here. Andrew really is debating over the switch card. I feel like the damage is so important that it is worthwhile here. But it is removing yet another switch out from your deck. He doesn't know. It's a close one. This is a marginal call, but we are going to heal the 10 off the Iron Thorns
I do like healing the 10. I think it's relevant.
And then it's a big Roxanne. We're looking for drawing back into this Mirage Gate, but importantly, finding a Super Rod alongside it. And of course, we need to also pivot the Comfey that we've just put into the active position here. So still a lot to come from these 6 cards.
what you're looking for. It's going to be an awkward situation if you don't get it, because if you pass over to Isaiah without taking any more prizes, you're going to end up absolute minimum. You're going to be tied on prizes here. That is not where you really want to be. You were the aggressor. You took the early prizes. You want to keep running away with the game. Good news is you put your opponent down to a very low hand, and they've only got one refinement on the board. No Greninja, so there's not that many cards being drawn. It's not like some times you do this to your Gardevoir deck. So there is a chance this sticks. What do we see?
Oh, wow.
Switch,
we found the
Super
lot,
Odd, Mirage Gate. Those are the free cards you said, Joe, and I think you're right, incidentally.
That's phenomenal, the Super Odd being the most critical of the bunch, because most of our energy are in the discard pile. The Iron Hands does take quite a few, and Andrew has been forced to use concealed cards for draw throughout the majority of the game with this frustrating Fluttermane making life more awkward. So this is a great sequence for Andrew. I don't think we have any ball search, but we're just going to get the Sableye back in as an option, and then immediately gets this Volt Cyclone powered up with Iron Hands EX to finish off this Fluttermane. And you're really limiting the options for Isaiah now. That 10 damage heal plus the initialization ability is huge here, denying that Psychic Embrace in the process.
Yep, Volt Cyclone does 140, plus you get to move an energy from this Pokemon to one of your bench Pokemon. Not that relevant, you're just doing 140. Is it great? No, these Pokemon that are designed to block don't have great attacks, but it's good enough to take out a Fluttermane here and put Andrew down to just a single prize card remaining. Really in the driver's seat at this stage, making Isaiah really question, what do I do next turn? How can I get back?
There is a question for Andrew. You could bench the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX and move this energy over to it.
Oh, I like that.
But he's holding on to it instead. It could fall prey to random Iono counter-catcher shenanigans, so you can see why he's not gone for it. Instead, just going to bank an energy onto a Comfey. Let's see the two cards Isaiah's been dealt from the Roxanne here. He's going to go into Gardevoir EX. That's your chunkiest Pokemon. So that's at least a start, and we know we do have additional draw here from Refinement. The game is coming down to this turn, and we have a big two cards by the looks of things for Isaiah here.
Yeah, Andrew just going to have a quick look through the discard. Of course, late in the game, in game one, it's always nice to have a quick check, give you information for game two, just make sure you know exactly what your opponent's deck is playing.
Isaiah has Iono at the very least. We are going to see the Hisuian Heavy Ball just burnt here out of the hand before we're going to shuffle. Isaiah's going to see 3 more cards. You have to put Andrew down to 1.
Oh, absolutely.
That's always going to be your play. You can just punch into this Iron Thorns alongside this Hand Disruption, use Monkey Dory and still make that setup play happen. You can still win over 2 turns.
Absolutely.
You just have to dodge here. Collapse Stadium denies an attacking threat for Andrew.
Oh, I like this, because that means something like a Blood Moon Ursaluna, which is a good attacker. There's no bench space for it anymore, so that's quite nice. Put your opponent down to 1, and this puts Andrew on a 1-turn clock. Adrenabrain plus Gardevoir, fine. It leaves Iron Thorns with 1 damage counter remaining, but you know what? Next turn, you move over the 1 more of Adrenabrain and then get a KO on one of those weak Pokemon on the bench. Isaiah's got game on board next turn, or does he?
We need to see a Psychic Energy, Ross. We can't use Psychic Embrace just yet because of the Iron Thorns. We need to attach an energy here, so this Curlier still needs to find a Psychic Energy.
I just kind of assumed we had one at this point, Joe.
No, just the 3 cards from Iono. Let's see, is there Psychic Energy here for Isaiah? No, there's Ultra Ball. You can Ultra Ball the entire hand away and have 1 more Refinement. And then you're still looking for Psychic Energy. This initialization from Iron Thorns EX is massive right now.
Yeah, it stops any Pokemon with a rule box in play, yours and your opponent's, other than future Pokemon, using their abilities. Would even turn off your own Blood Moon, but then of course it comes in the active and it doesn't matter anyway. But it does matter on
instead.
The Gardevoir. Oh no, he didn't find it.
And Andrew hits Colrus. Can we Iron Bundle? What else can we piece together here? There's the Lost Vacuum. Can we find a way to game here? There's Sableye. Can we Lost Mine? Close here. We're having a count at cards remaining in the deck.
Energy becomes a bit of an issue here.
We have Pokestop, Ross. Are we just looking for switching cards here? If we find switching cards, we can do a bunch of flower selecting, opening up the board. Let's see the 3 cards, Mirage Gate and switch. That's going to be it. We can recover the Psych Energy with Super Rod, get the Sableye back into play, switch into it. Andrew's just going to make sure here, but I think Andrew will be able to take the final prize with Lost Mine.
There's the Super Rod. That's going to get the Psychic energy into the deck. Then you can use your Mirage Gate to put the energy onto Sableye. What other energy are you going to use?
My goodness.
Who cares? It goes onto the Sableye. We've got the switch, and then we can
You can't do that,
Mine.
but he has switch in hand anyway. Yeah, you can't Mirage Gate 2 Psych Energy, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything here at all, so don't worry about that. It's going to be the 1 prize KO on the Curlier. Andrew, wow, what a game. He was not fazed by the unfair stamp, and then in the end, not fazed by the Ionota 1. Drew Chorus, it's that easy.
Oh, it's always easy when you draw your favorite supporter off of an Ionota 1. That was a really good endgame scenario. And it seems like Isaiah has actually conceded entirely here. So we are finishing off our match there. We are not going to be going to a game 2. Isaiah's saying, look, I know a tie isn't good enough for me here.
Yeah.
You take the win, you go into day 2, and that should be a record, which is good enough for day 2. Isaiah goes, you go into day 2, I've had a good run, good luck when you get there.
Yeah, Gardevoir basically accepts that it's playing best of 1, and Isaiah knows the situation. And wow, it all came down to that 1 game. Some amazing swings in there, both ace-specs causing huge outbursts and changing the fortunes of both players there. Incredible scenes. Let's see this replay, Ross, because there's so much to dive into.
Yeah, as we go into game 1, we saw that big attack with the Iron Hands, taking the 2 prizes on the Monkey Dory, really setting the pace early doors. And then, of course, we had another KO on that Curlier after some gusting, really putting in a great shift early doors. Now, we did see the double KO for 3 prizes with the Fluttermane. That was quite big, but they would be, unfortunately, the last prizes Isaiah was able to take.
Yeah, and this Iron Thorn ZX, we led it. We didn't really intend to use this as an attacker, but ended up working out perfectly for Andrew. And we saw the huge Pokestop hitting Switch and Mirage Gate, so we can combine it with the Super Rod. We needed the Stadium as well to unblock the board from collapse, so it was a big combo found just from 1 card, and it's devastation for Isaiah.
Yeah, knew he was playing a best of 1, like you said. I think that phrasing works nicely. Andrew is going to be going up to 37 points, which should be absolutely enough for Top Cup. We don't have many updates for you, but I can tell you that as expected, Henry Chow and Kaito Arai did ID onto 37 points. They should be two Gardevoir players that are safely into Top Cup. We also saw a tie from Andrew Gantner with Lost Zone and Mike Gibbs with Maridon. That took a little while to come through. That did not come through quite as quickly. Andrew Gantner at 36 points, I believe is probably going to be on the bubble. I don't believe that's safe. Mike Gibbs, the Maridon player in whom I put my trust, at 35. I don't know if that's going to be enough for top 8.
Yeah, you have to think at tournaments this size, with the amount of prizing and points on the line, that just getting high placement is good. And I think for some players, we don't even know the situation in terms of championship points required for their Worlds invite. That could be securing them their spot, so they could be content with that 35. We want to see victors out here. We want to see people making top 8 and taking the crown themselves. But of course, there are more important things on the line, like that Worlds invite, like securing some sweet cash. And I think that could be coming into the thinking in that ID.
Absolutely. Sometimes you ID yourself out of top 8 and into top 16. You're not going to be fighting for the title of champion, but you are going to lock in that top 16 berth, which means top 16 championship points, top 16 prize money, and it means that you, for some players, are going to get their invite, and a bunch of players in the room this weekend have gone and got their Worlds invite, and that is, for a lot of players, the most important thing. Job number 1 for dozens and dozens of players in the room this weekend. Let's get my Worlds invite sewn up.
Yeah, and that could well be the case for Mike or even Andrew, to be honest with you. If 36 is risky, then still just securing those championship points and prizes is already fantastic. Let's talk about Andrew a little bit more. Such an impressive display. I think did get a good rub of the green in that game, but it also comes down to the deck building. The way he's reinvented the Lost Zone box.
Yes.
I feel like he reinvented Dialga a couple months ago. Now playing a higher tier archetype, but still finding a way to squeeze every inch out of this list.
One of the things that was so impressive about their Dialga list was they basically changed the draw engine and they made it streamlined and consistent, and it just worked. And if you look at this Lost Zone deck right here, you've streamlined it and made it consistent, and now it just works. I think next time I build a deck, I might see if Andrew will take a quick look at it, streamline it, and make it just work. Because on the one hand, yeah, you drew out of an unfair stat to 2, and you drew out of an INO to 1.
Yep.
But you also made your deck and played in a way where you maximized your odds of drawing out of them. So it's important not to just look at that and go, oh, well, of course he won. He kept drawing out of the low hand sizes. Well, yeah, it's not always that even. When you build your deck to work that consistently and then fin effectively throughout the game, you are more likely to draw out of them.
Yeah, congratulations to Andrew getting to those 37 match points. He's on the stage. I want to hear how he feels after that nail-biting 1-0 victory.
Thank you, casters. Juancho Saldana here, and I'm joined with Andrew Hedrick, someone guaranteed into top 8 into the North American International Championships. Andrew, how are you feeling?
Definitely pretty excited. It was a pretty stressful match, but it worked out well.
Definitely. I felt the stress as well, having that Iron Thorns in the active for a while. It's something you don't want to use in that matchup, that's for sure. But Lost Box, tell us about your deck.
Yeah, my deck is meant to go pretty fast and just put a lot of pressure on the opponent. I did see in that game I did have a little bit of a slower start. Well, he got set up pretty well, but because my deck has so many cards to go faster, I was able to still get to the Iron Hands and then draw out of his hand disruption.
100%. We saw the power of that Iron Hands really get you multiple prizes, and drawing out of the unfair stamp, must have been a sigh of relief, that's for sure. Is there anything you want to face into top 8 is what I'm curious about.
I do think Gardevoir is generally a pretty good matchup. That game I definitely had a slower start, which put me in not a great spot, but if I have a little bit faster of a start than that, I think Gardevoir, without any text for the matchup, is a pretty good 3-0 base.
That makes sense. That makes sense. And Lost Box, it seems like a deck that it's very early into the format, so you must have like great knowledge or great foresight into what to expect into it, right? Like if you're a box style deck, you have to put in your text. How did you prepare for this tournament?
Yeah, I played a lot of games with my friends, by myself, and kind of just like thought about what decks would be in the top of the meta going into the tournament based on what was doing well in testing. And I think I did pretty well at figuring that out and kind of figure out what I needed to tech for and what cards I needed to play.
I have to agree. I think you predicted it absolutely perfectly. Do you have any advice, though, for anyone who aspires to reach a stage like this, reach top 8 in one of the biggest tournaments of all time?
I would say play a lot of games with your deck, and when you get to the high stakes matches near the end of the tournament, just treat them like any other game.
Just treat it like any other game. Well, I know we're going to see more from you, Andrew, and into top 8. Anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Yeah, shout out to everyone who played the deck with me. A bunch of the seniors made top 8 with it, and some of the masters did really well with the deck as well. And shout out to Dead Raw Gaming.
Amazing stuff, amazing stuff. Again, best of luck in top 8. With that, I'm going to throw it back to the casters because we still have a lot of Pokemon to be played here at NAIC.
Thank you very much, Juancho. We do have a lot of Pokemon still to be played. We are finishing up this final round. I believe time is about being called here, so we're going to start seeing more of those results coming in over the next few minutes, hopefully starting to dig in. We've had a quick look. It looks like, and this is not confirmed because if there's a bunch of ties, this could mix things up. It looks like 37 is safe, 36 is the bubble, and 35 is unfortunately out. That is not official. That is subject to change, which means our final Miraidon update of the weekend is that there will be no Miraidon in top 8, which makes me sad, but never mind. We're going to have multiple Gardevoir, so if you're a Gardevoir fan, good for you.
and I'm a Gardevoir fan. I mean,
Good
we've
for
had
you.
some fantastic, we've had some fantastic games, and Gardevoir always makes it a nail biter. I loved hearing from Andrew there as well. Such great advice. Just take every round one at a time. Just you're out here playing Pokemon. Doesn't matter what you're up against. You just have to analyze a board state and try and put yourself in the best winning position as possible. And whatever will be, will be. I love that sort of casual attitude that Andrew has, even though he's such a ruthless competitor.
Yeah, it's always nice to see. I've been loving the interviews. One of my favorite, I think I've said this earlier, one of my favorite things we've got on the stream. I didn't know we were going to have this. When we go to break and we see the little clips of the players talking at the table,
Yeah.
there's some absolute gems. Maybe we'll get some more of them in a minute. For now, we need to have a little bit of a look at what you can get from us, because we've got some goodies for you across our games this weekend, including a Twitch drop for Meweedles Altaria from Pokemon Go. And you were getting the source about this earlier, Joe.
Yeah, I'm on a good authority that this is a very playable Pokemon right now. It can be very strong into Annihilate and the Shadow Gligar, which are apparently very popular Pokemon picks right now in Pokemon Go. So this is a really good counter strategy. I think it's the Dragon Breath attack that you can spam pretty nicely. There's also going to be other games that we can pick up on here as well. Keep an eye on that NAIC Trick Room code for Nils's Porygon 2, one of your favorites, Ross.
I love Porygon 2. Porygon is my second favorite Pokemon, my original favorite Pokemon. I had to go through the long way to get Porygon in Pokemon Blue as a child, and I totally did it. But it's a Trick Room setter, switches around the speeds, Eevee-like for a little bit of bulk as a Pokemon with an evolution, and it looks like a big balloon duck. What more could you want, Joe? Love it. But of course, over in our game, the best of the games, we are giving you the special illustration rare Teal Mask Ogerpon with that code TEALDANCE NAIC24. We've seen it on stream a bunch this weekend. You should already know how great this card is.
It combines draw power with energy acceleration, allowing it to be such a flexible Pokemon. It's great in the Raging Bolt EX archetype. It's very strong alongside Regidrago V-Star as well, which we have seen at the higher tables. And it could be one of these cards that just continues to be great going ahead because it has such great internal synergy with Energy Switch.
And we talked about the Altaria. You did get the info from our
Amanda.
Our go-caster Amanda.
Yeah.
We need to say a quick happy birthday to her, because it's her birthday today, and she helped us out with the information for the stream.
What a way to be having a birthday. Spending it at the NAIC, commentating the game you love, no less. That is phenomenal things. And we're having a great day as well, even though it's not our birthday.
No, it's not our birthday, but I feel like it would be. I heard there was cake over on the Go stream earlier.
Right,
so, well, we're going to have a break in a minute, Joe, and I'm going to see if there's any of that cake left. Before that, however, we need to have a quick check-in on our caster predictions, see how we are faring here. And I'm going to tell you, every time this comes up, I tell you, well, I was going to go on Fest Up, I went Tatsugiri. However, this time I'm going to tell you, Kato Arai, one of our highest seeded players, is playing Tatsugiri and Gardevoir. So it is at least in the top 8.
Yep, that Tatsugiri is a solid card. We haven't seen enough of it, really, but I do think it's a big selling point, and there's something to be said about Kato, who is still undefeated in the tournament, by the way.
Yep.
Having that extra consistency can be such a big deal. I'm loving my picks, to be honest with you. That Monkey Dory has been the star of the show so many times on stream for some fantastic map fixing. To be honest, it is more of just a setup Pokemon alongside your Gardevoir EX, but it is changing so many matchups for this archetype that I think it's a real selling point. And Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, essentially everyone knew this card was going to be incredible. We had the precedent being set from that Radiant Charizard, and now we have it on an EX form. A huge 260 hit points on a basic is absurd, and with that season skill, it can even attack for 0 energy, provided your opponent has taken enough prizes.
Which is quite ridiculous. Boo nailing her picks there with Gardevoir, obviously the star of the show, and Teal Mask Ogerpon, which has been such a good Pokemon, we decided to use it for our giveaway.
Yeah.
Pablo there, gone for Dragapult and Raging Bolt, 2 of the decks we were really expecting to see this weekend. Though not showing up quite as much as you might expect. And Juancho there with the Lugia, which also really underperformed so far this weekend. But I got breaking news for you, Joe. Stefan Ivanov is in the top 8 of NAIC.
History repeating itself, Ross.
He won it 2 years in a row, had to take a year off because of travel issues, didn't do so well, and now is back in top 8 again. I have been pounding this drum as a story we need to be following at this tournament. We have a 2-time winner, and you know what? I'm just saying, this is setting up for such a beautiful story.
Stefan Ivanov on the top of his game is so terrifying. Hasn't really found an archetype that he enjoyed in the Temporal Forces format. Sort of jumped around a few different decks, played some Great Tusk, played some Chen Pao, but back into a new format, has found the correct deck that flows so perfectly and is playing so well with the archetype, now at 12 wins, just 1 loss all weekend and 2 ties, putting him onto 38 match points. That is definitely safe for that top 8.
I think we might actually, no, we're not quite there. So there are a bunch of other people. Sebastian Lashmet of the US with Gardevoir sitting at 37 points, should be in. Natalie Miller completes the comeback with Gardevoir.
6 Gardevoir guaranteed, Ross, in this top 8.
Andrew Hendrick with Lost Zone Box going in. So we should have Henry Chow, Kato Arai, Stefan Ivanov, Sebastian Lashmet, Natalie Miller, and, oh no, I think, is there only 5 so far?
Yeah, might be 5, and there'll
Brett
be...
Tonneson's on 36 with Gardevoir.
Yeah.
But we should see, so locked into top 8, we should have Henry Chow, Kato Arai, Stefan Ivanov, Andrew Gantner, Sebastian Lashmet, Natalie Miller, Andrew Hendrick. Those 6 players should be locked in. And then on 36 points, we've got Andrew Gantner with Lost Zone Box, Brent Tonneson with Gardevoir, Karwan Kababe with Gardevoir. It might even only be those 3, you know.
Yeah, I think
one of those 3 is going to be bubbling out. It looks like we've got those 3 players, 2 of whom are Gardevoir. We could have a lot of Gardevoir.
It's looking like Gardevoir supremacy here, Ross, to be honest with you. We've been saying it over and over again, and that just really proves the point that Gardevoir has had a phenomenal tournament. And what I love is the Gardevoir mirror match is actually so complex, and it's really about denying draw power on both sides. That's the selling point of Gardevoir. You both sit there with your Curlier, you cycle through the deck, you have so much control over the game as long as your draw engine is on the board. But because both of you are so good at taking out the opposing players' card draw, it then becomes really scrappy, and it comes down to random Iono draws, and it can come all the way down to those final few prizes. So this top 8 is going to have a really interesting bracket, even if it is mirror matches. I really do have to tell you that it's worth sticking around. Even if you're not a fan of Gardevoir, the matchups get really intriguing.
Okay, so I'm listening to that, I promise. But dude, I'm just looking through here. We've got 5 Gardevoir locked in for the top 8, all right? Henry Chow, Kato Arai, Stefan Ivanov, Sebastian Lashmet, Natalie Miller. They've all got 37 or 38 points. They are in. But we've got 3 people on the bubble, and 2 of them are Gardevoir. We could have 7 Gardevoir out of 8 in top card.
Just Hedrick out there with a Lost Zone Box. But yeah, Gantner could also make it in with Lost Zone Box as well. So that is it. We're looking at lots of Gardevoir and lots of Lost Zone Box. It seems like the tried and trusted was the right call for this tournament.
Yeah, they are the only deck still in contention. So we've got 5 Gardevoir, 1 Lost Zone Box in top 8. And then we've got 2 out of Gardevoir, Lost Zone Box. We will have confirmation of that when we come back. But I'm hearing a rumor that Anna had an extra special interview today, and it wasn't me, so I want to know who it was.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here at the Pokemon North America International Championship, here with Brett and Katie, who have some incredible news. They just got engaged. Brett, how did you come up with the idea to propose here?
Oh my gosh, so it was nerve-wracking, but you know, we have been Pokemon fans for a long time. We actually met at a locals back in 2017. We live in the DFW area, and so I mean, there's so many stores we can go to, but we went to the same store, and after Worlds of 2017, I got into the game, and Katie was one of the first people right there to really show me the game, show me how to open myself up, and really get into this. And from there we became fast friends, and then eventually got together, and now we're here, on one of the biggest stages of the world, and it just felt so right to do it here. So packed up a ring, very specially made for her, and had to, really find the time to just sit down and.
And Katie, were you expecting that at all?
No, I wasn't. I honestly wasn't expecting this at all. This was such a nice surprise, and it sets my heart aflutter, It really does. Cliche as it is to say, it really does make you shake your legs, tremble, and just realize how amazing of a fiance your person is.
And you said the word fiance. How does that feel to say?
Fluttering. Very fluttery. I can't stop shaking.
Now tell us, we were over there actually, and I had my back to you. I didn't even realize what was happening, that you were proposing right behind me, so I didn't get to see it. Tell me the rundown of how the proposal went.
Well, we were standing by the chalk area, and I hadn't noticed it, but Brent, you know, my fiance, he had gotten us alone together by saying, oh, let's, take pictures of with each other, because your mom's going to want some. Your family's going to want to know what's going on. And I'm like, okay. So he told me real quick that he wanted me to, stand next to him. And all I remember is... Sorry, I'm at a loss for words.
I know. You're so overwhelmed. It makes a ton of sense. And also there's so much. If you're not here, we are in one of the areas where people are just running around cheering that they've been doing so well in their games and things. So there is a ton of distraction and a ton of feeling. But I know that you got down on one knee and you had a very special ring box. Can we see it?
Yes, absolutely. So, yeah, we got right there on the chalkboard. One of our amazing friends, Vicky, who came here with us today, she wrote, "Will you marry me?" on that board, and I pulled out this specially made love ball here that says, "I choose you" on the inside.
It's so cute. I love it so much.
Had that ring inside, and it was just amazing, an awesome experience. We were there with our friends, my brother Bradley, and our best friends Jesse, Zach, and Brad, and Vicky, of course. And we were all just right there, and we took some group photos, and then we were like, let's do some one-on-one stuff.
Well, I know that you have so many people here that you probably want to celebrate with and talk to, so I won't keep you much longer, but I did want to ask, I mean, this is the kind of story where someone might be looking and saying, like, I've been scared to go to an event. I feel like I won't know anybody. I, am nervous to play against tons of people. So just briefly, what kind of advice would you give to someone, as someone who clearly found a very important person here at a Pokemon tournament? What advice would you give to that person who might feel shy?
Well, I would say to them, please reach out. And basically, this is a loving and accepting community that has been built on not tolerance, but, open arms. So with the support of your friends, family, whoever, just reach out. Go to locals, go to competitions, talk with your opponent across the table, no matter who they are. Just get to know them, and who knows, you might just click.
Anything to add?
Oh, yeah. I mean, so this is just such an honest, amazing community. It can be so nerve-wracking, as, we both are people who have struggled with intense social anxiety before. And so it's hard. It is really hard to meet people who have common interests. But one thing that's amazing about Pokemon, everyone who's here, every single person, from the players to the staff to the parents, of the kids who are playing, everybody loves Pokemon, and that is just such an amazing thing that can bring people together. And so, you can go to your events, you can go to your locals, go to big events, you can go anywhere, and you can instantly find someone who can really be there for you, who can be a friend, who can be, a potential girlfriend, fiance, spouse one day. It's just so awesome being able to really come into this place, come into any place where you'll be able to find a community as loving and accepting as Pokemon, and there's a great opportunity to find a lot of friends here.
That's so true. I think that's so special about this celebration that we all share, and I want to say I'm gonna presume to speak on behalf of Pikachu. Congratulations to both of you. We'll let you get back to it now, to the 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship.
I started playing Pokemon probably when I was like 3 or 4 years old. I loved collecting the trading cards as a kid, got into the Game Boy games a little bit later, and got hooked on the video game championships in 2010, so I've been playing pretty long. I remember reading an official Pokemon magazine that was recounting some of the results of the 2009 Video Game World Championships, seeing some of these Pokemon on top like Empoleon and Abomasnow. It really got me curious about, what went into the doubles format and why it was different from maybe the singles that I'd been playing before. My favorite Pokemon is Drifloon from Sinnoh. I think Drifloon's just the cutest Pokemon. When I first saw it, I loved its simplistic but really cute design. I love its evolution. I've just loved it since I first saw it. look up to in the community. Aaron Traylor is somebody that I have an awful lot of respect for. You know, a number of different regional titles, somebody who's like really helped me try and understand maybe some of the things to approach in the game, some of the stuff like kind of outside of just playing the game that you need to do to become a better player, like mental, for instance. I'd love to fight the current world champion, Zine. Again, we had a chance to play at the 2022 World Championships, and I think we've both improved so much since then. Now that he's the reigning world champion, that's somebody that I'd love to fight. I think I might have to go with Umbreon. I really love the ring design as a kid. I grew up when Gold and Silver and the Pokemon in them were still kind of hot and new, and Umbreon and Espeon just have such timeless designs. It's the people I get to hang out with. I have friends all over the country and people that I might not get to see otherwise. You know, being able to see my friends and travel to somewhere new is just such a really unique experience. I don't think anything else except Pokemon would be able to do that for me. No, I just don't think sweet and savory mix. Those are two different things. I'll eat it if it's in front of me, but I'm more of a vegetable pie kind of guy. I'd have to go with my father. He's just been there for me the whole way through my video game championship journey. Just been incredibly supportive. He started out by taking me on the bus to go to events. Now that I'm an adult, he hasn't come to an event for a bit, but I'm sure he would be delighted to learn that I'd won the World Championships. I like Mew. It's just like cute and mysterious. It's hard to get in the main series of games, and that's something that I've always loved in Pokemon. I love the ones that are a little bit hard to get, like Hydreigon, Garchomp, Pokemon nestled away in some rare kind of cave. Not that Mewtwo's not one of those, but Mew's nestled in a cave, and you have to go to an event for it. It's just unique.
Hi trainers, welcome back. We're going to take a little break from the action while we discuss a pretty hot topic right now, in my opinion. So, ace specs have been around for a couple of sets now. We've seen their impact. How are we feeling about the changes that they're making in our current format?
I think one of the interesting things is every single deck has to have an ace spec. We got a similar thing going on with Radiant Pokemon, right? They're one per deck, but some decks go, nah, you know what, don't need one, I'm good. Ace specs, every single deck has an ace spec. It's just a question of which. And one thing I really like, we had these back in Gen 5, and it was computer search, or maybe another one. That is not happening this time around. With the resurgence of ace specs, there is a lot of variety going on.
Yeah, absolutely. The choices are out there, and I feel like every deck can have a multitude of ace specs. Even in my own personal experience at EUIC, I got beat by a Lugia deck because they had the ace spec I wasn't expecting.
What was
it? They were running Max Belt, and so they got me with a Chinchino that they manually attached to. because I took out their Archeops. So shout outs to that opponent because that was really clever. But honestly, they make that big impact in those big shows. What do you think people are thinking about with their deck building now with Ace-Specs, Joe?
It's definitely one of those situations where you can catch someone off guard, as you just said, and your game plan may be revolving around certain Ace-Specs being the common choice. So you can catch people off guard and change their game plan by bringing out an Ace-Spec and using it at the right time. Sometimes having that additional gusting effect is huge. Sometimes having more hit points is huge. The Hero's Cape has been a really big revelation. Much more play than I expected, to be honest. It's seeing play in all sorts of archetypes, and it's just a big math changer. It seems like a really big card. So having this sort of mid-game change people's plans on the fly is such a cool aspect of Ace-Specs.
I think that's one of my favorite things about them is that you can catch people off guard. It makes the element of surprise so much more powerful. And if you're already running kind of a rogue choice or a deck with some spicy technology, then we're looking at Ace-Specs as kind of an amplification of that. But Ross, what would you say your favorite Ace-Spec is right now?
I'm actually going to give you my least favorite, but most interesting. It's Unfair Stamp. Unfair by name, unfair by nature. I'm a man that likes playing aggro decks, Amy. I love my aggro decks. But now, if I take an early prize, Unfair Stamp can put me down to like a 2-card hand. And there's no what if they don't draw into their one of Unfair Stamp, because no, they're going to use Arven. Oh, what if they don't draw into Arven? No, they're going to use Luminion. If you really want to aggressively go and get one of these item-based or tool-based Ace-Specs, you are going to be able to find it as early in the game as you like. And that is going to be a very big deal. And something like Unfair Stamp, it is going to really make you think twice about taking an early prize card for fear of being put down to a tiny hand. And that makes the game very interesting, but also a bit sad.
Yeah, I think Lost Box is probably one of the scarier elements with that. If you take a knockout with a Cramorant nice and early, then, ooh, could I get Unfair Stamped? Can I come back from that? Is it going to be enough? And I think that's something to be really scared of, knowing how prevalent Lost Box has been for a long time now. Will Unfair Stamp make its mark? But Joe, what do you think your favorite Ace-Spec is right now?
My favorite would probably just be Prime Catcher. It's always just that high bar of, well, I want an extra switching effect in my deck because there's a lot of trapping archetypes right now, but at the same time, gusting in an item is just insane. Countercatcher is a very good card and it makes it into a lot of defensive archetypes, but these aggressive decks that you were just saying, Ross, you love playing, they love Prime Catcher.
Oh, I love Prime Catcher.
Making sure you're getting those 2 prizes every single turn of the game, just condensing the game down to like 4 turns. Prime Catcher is no doubt the best at that.
Oh yeah. Best Ace-Spec out there.
Oh yeah, I think at the moment it feels undeniable, but there are so many that modify HP and attack that I think they all have their place in a deck. Which one? We don't know yet. But if you guys want to check out all the Ace-Specs that we've got on show, then you'll have to hop back to the action as we Prime Catcher some more of the fantastic games we've got on show. See you soon.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Juancho Saldana here, and I ran into a couple of collectors here at the North American International Championships, and I wanted to show off that there's more to do than playing Pokemon here at NAIC. How about, oh, I'm joined by V and Glitch. How about we open some packs?
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
All right, let's see it, V.
All right, so we got Twilight Masquerade. We're gonna open this up. Got it. You got it.
Again, Twilight Masquerade, the latest set.
Hoping to get a Poltergeist. That's the play right now. All right, we're gonna do this. Okay.
I'd love to see anything shiny.
Okay, so we got an Abra. Hopefully y'all can see that. You might have to call them out.
All right, we got a Skarmory.
Okay.
Applin. Okay. Snorunt, I love that art so much. We got a Farigiraf, good Pokemon, fantastic Pokemon.
Okay.
We have a Jamming Tower, okay.
Okay.
Nice trainer card. We have a Glaceon, any Glaceon fans out there?
Hoping for Poltergeist.
Oh, we got an Iron Leaves Reverse Holo.
Okay.
And we got a Torkoal Reverse Holo.
All right, in the end.
In the end, we have a Holo Frostlass.
Oh, you know what? Honestly, look.
I like the Reverse Holo Torkoal.
It might not be my favorite. I'll double check on it. I'll double check. I'll see what's my winner.
I really like the Frostlass. That's a competitive card in my book. All right, Glitch, let's see what you've got.
All right, we're going to open this up. I think we're going to do a play-by-play on the cards here.
I am hoping, because I am collecting Twilight Masquerade. I have the set by.
we've been kind of grinding on the Twilight Masquerade.
All right, so we have a Poltergeist, Ducklet, Ninetales, Trevenant, Reverum. I love this Pokemon. We have a Florges, Festival Grounds, Reverse Hollow Kilowattrel, Reverse Hollow Sandy Gas, and our rare is a Hollow Frostlass.
Whoa!
Okay.
All right. Well, I think this one's safe to say. I think it was a tie.
I think it was a tie.
I think it's safe to say it's a tie. Maybe there are other cards in the pack, but let us know.
Let's trade Frostlass.
There you go. Thank you so much. This was a lot of fun. We'll go back to the more Pokemon action here at NAIC.
Pokemon trainers, you are tuning back into our North America International Championships here for the trading card game. I'm Boo, joined by Pablo Meza, and let me just tell you, we have gone through 15 Swiss rounds over 2 days with our players, but now we are here at our top 8 here at NAIC, and it's an interesting one. Pablo, what do you think about it?
Oh yes, I mean I have an inkling that chat might know what we're up to, but
yes,
we're down to 8 players, 8 amazing players, a lot of big names here, a lot of first timers as well,
yeah.
But the decks, Shelby, the decks that we have, never in a million years would I have predicted this bracket.
Yes, the Boocaster prediction stonks are paying off here, Pablo. Yeah, it is a sea of Gardevoir out there, and I'm not too surprised. I've been kind of going into the field, looking at our players all day, and I've been watching the matches, and it's just purple everywhere, and it continues to succeed. Our Gardevoir decks, they've improved just enough to be played into this giant field here today, and it's working out quite well for them. Speaking of the giant field, tons of decks, tons of players that headed into our day 2. Of course, a lot less than our day 1. We had over 2,600 Masters Division players for the TCG. Let's take a look at our day 2 meta graphic. Let's see these decks that converted over into day 2 here.
I mean, we had 290 total players playing in day 2, and 20% of them had Gardevoir EX. It's all been about Monkey Dory. This is Monkey Dory's tournament. And there's still plenty of Gardevoir to be seen, but Lugia in second place, not quite making it all the way to the top. Still a very good conversion rate overall, and showing why it's so good. And then Lost Box, Raging Bolt, Miraidon, Dragapult. Does any of this really surprise you? Who?
Maybe the Lost Box decks just a little bit, but no, outside from that, everything looks pretty much as I thought it would be. Potentially the Dragapult not performing as well as some people believed in the deck to do. And then obviously so many Lugia decks being played, not a single one converting over into our top 8. That might be shocking for quite a lot of people out there, but I am definitely not shocked by the Gardevoir being played into this field and being so many slots into our top 8 here at NAIC. We also have the best of the rest as well. These are our top 6 decks of how many were played in our day 2 here at NAIC, but this is the rest of them. And we were talking about it earlier, the Ancient Box, there was only 5 people who made it into our day 2 with Ancient Box, and we still saw that succeeding almost on stream there when Drew Kennett played it.
Yeah, Ancient Box seemed like on paper had a lot of good matchups. Gardevoir supposedly a good one, but turns out the Monkey Dory is just way too powerful for it to handle. And Charizard dropping quite a bit. Still 13 players playing Charizard made it all the way to day 2, but certainly doesn't have that throne that it had before Twilight Masquerade anymore, at least for this tournament. Now, this is the only tournament that we have with this format in North America, but I'm sure at locals, players are going to be paying a lot of attention to what did well and what didn't at NAIC.
Oh, definitely. This is going to map out a lot of our future format with Twilight Masquerade cards now being a part of the story here. Chen Pao as well. Nick Moffitt went against Natalie Miller, and that was a big match there. And we even were talking about, well, Chen Pao, you know, should be able to take it out, on paper, but was defeated by Natalie. And yeah, that was huge. 10 decks being played into our day 2, and a lot of those players on the same team, or I guess in the same testing group working together as well. But yeah, Dragapult with the Lost Zone engine, 10 decks as well there, and none of them are in our top 8. Are you surprised by 0 Dragapult EX in our top 8 at all?
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm surprised. I feel like Dragapult had a better showing than the numbers actually show, just because we split the Dragapult decks into Lost Zone variants and then also the other variants. If we combine them all, I would say Dragapult had a better tournament than the numbers would indicate.
Yeah.
But still, yeah, it was one of the new shiny toys, right? Dragapult and Ogerpon sort of share the spotlight in this Twilight Masquerade set, but neither of them managed to go all the way to the top.
Yep, well, that is our day 2 meta share as far as our decks go. But we're done with our Swiss rounds here, Pablo. Yep. We're heading into our top 8. Let's take a quick look at our top 8 decks. As we've been talking about, you're going to see a lot of purple here. Oh my gosh, it's even crazier when you see it on a graphic here. I cannot believe this, but we have Gardevoir EX and Monkey Dory is the story here at NAIC 2024. And I gotta say, I mean, if I was putting my bets toward a Gardevoir EX taken down NAIC, I would definitely be feeling good about that. But Andrew Hedrick and Andrew Gantner, they work together. I'm pretty sure they're playing the exact same Lost Box list as well, have also converted into our top 8, and they're gonna stand in the way of some of these Guardy players, potentially becoming our champion.
Yeah, they do have the threat of Iron Hands, which Gardevoir definitely doesn't enjoy going up against. They can also use Radiant Greninja to threaten the bench if they don't have their Mana Fee set up. However, I think this tournament, it's all about the Monkey Dory and the A-Specs that came out in Twilight Masquerade, both Hyper Aroma and on First Stamp. They brought Gardevoir, it seems, to a whole new level, and clearly it dominated.
Yes. Another thing I love about this graph as well are our players. I feel like we have a pretty interesting representation of different regions as well for so many of these players. I mean, let's see, there's only...
Yeah, we have Stefan, right?
Four of them are US, the rest, so it's a perfect split.
Yeah, perfect split between North Americans and the rest of the world. We have Europe, we have Japan, we have Australia, right? Which one's the one I'm missing? 2 Australians, France for Stefan, and Japan for Kato.
Yeah, there's 2 Australians, and yes, Japan as well. I mean, that's awesome to see here. I'm kind of sad we don't have one of our Canadian players either, another North American player showing up here, but yes, we have 4 US and then 4 from other regions as well. So very cool to see here. Let's take a look at our bracket. Who of these players will be facing off against who? This is it's going to be a lot of Gardevoir mirrors, potentially, as we're going to see, Pablo.
Odds are we will be seeing a lot of Gardevoir mirrors.
Yes, exactly.
That is for sure, Shelby. Now, each player, has a different story, right, to make. We have Stefan, a potential 3-time NAIC winner, right? When you compare him to someone like Tord, who has won every region, Stefan might be the first player to win an international in the same region 3 times.
Yes.
Yeah, him and Gustavo each share the title of twice international champion at 1 region. Tord, of course, has 2 European international championships as well. So Stefan could become the first 3-time NAIC champion.
Yeah, and this would be huge here. Stefan's going to be facing off against Andrew Gantner here. This is our Masters Top 8 bracket. Make sure you let us know Who in this bracket are you rooting for? Who do you think is going to win these matches here and advance into our top 4? We will be streaming both of our top 4 matches here at NAIC. We're keeping the hype going here. And then, of course, we save the best for last. Our Championship Sunday will be tomorrow, where we will feature our juniors, seniors, and masters championships to determine who will be the champion of NAIC. But I can tell you right now, it's definitely going to be one of these people. So let us know who you want to take the entire thing down. But let's look at these players, who they're going to be matched against. I suppose in this round, I mean, we have a lot of Gardevoir here. We can discuss the play that comes into these matches all day once we get into them. But how do you think the other matches are gonna kind of look, I guess, against the Lost Box?
Yeah, I mean, Gardevoir against Lost Box is a very interesting one. We saw it on stream for round 15, and we saw how long each game usually takes, right? It's single prize Pokemon going up against each other, both decks with a lot of decisions during their turn. So the players will definitely enjoy having 75 minutes now that we are in top 8, but I would not be surprised if every single round between the Gardevoir mirrors and the Gardevoir Lost Box matchups end up going all the way to those 75 minutes plus 3 turns. It's just there's so many things to do, right? Every flower selecting, every refinement, all the deck searches between the Puffins and the Super Rods and the Artisans and the Nest Balls. There's just so much going on for both decks every single turn.
Yeah, and that is one nice benefit that you have now. You've bumped up your time a little bit. You have a little extra time to breathe, make some difficult decisions, and kind of think about your plays a little bit more. You don't feel as rushed on a shorter clock as we have in our Swiss round. So hopefully that's to the benefit of these players. But I can guarantee you, even though they might have a little bit of extra time to think about all of these plays, it is not going to make any of them easy. That is for sure, because the level of skill that we have in this top 8 is just unprecedented here, and we are going to see some incredible play. I have no doubt about that from every single one of these players. Going into this top 8, we only get to feature one of these matches, and then of course we will be featuring both of our top 4. So we're going to have a nice little spread of, you know, different play styles, different players, different regions going on. We have the whole shebang here, Pablo, and I cannot wait to get into it.
We really do have a lot of storylines here. And we have the different variants as well of Gardevoir. Even though they're all Gardevoir decks, we have the choices between Hyper, Aroma, and On First Stamp. We have even differences between how many Monkey Dories and how many Darkness Energies are included in the deck. So all of that will factor in, even though we will be seeing a lot of Gardevoir mirror matches. Those tiny little differences could be what gives one player the edge over another.
Yeah, we've been talking about that all tournament. It's those tiny percentages. It's those tiny differences. It's just, you know, an extra 30 damage on a Monkey Dory that can be the difference between you winning or losing a game. So that is definitely what it's going to come down to. It is going to be a grindy finish here in our day 2 for NAIC. It's going to be a lot of intricate plays. Make sure you turn your brains on, grab a snack, get comfortable, cozy up, because we're going to be taking you through all of the action here to finish off our day 2 and get ready for our Championship Sunday tomorrow as well. But yes, let us know. You know, Gardevoir is a heavily discussed deck, but let's talk about the builds. What do you think is better as far as the A spec that you should play in Gardevoir EX between Unfair Stamp or Hyper Aroma? I think we've seen both of them today, haven't we, Pablo?
So we have seen both, but I personally never got to see in the games we casted Hyper Aroma be played to get that dream scenario of I have my Ralts and I go for triple Kirlian, right? Every time we saw the technical evolution being like the MVP more than anything. And I feel like On First Stamp is essentially a 5th Iono, right? And it's a strong Iono early on, where usually you would give your opponent 5 or 6 cards. Now you're only giving them 2. So I would lean, and in my testing, I definitely leaned a lot heavier onto Unfair Stamp. But I'm also a numbers guy, and I'm results oriented, and you cannot argue against the level of consistency and the results of Hyper Aroma today.
I don't know, Pablo. I feel like especially if you're going into Gardevoir mirrors as well, the disruption of the unfair stamp, especially if your opponent maybe already is struggling in setup, potentially could be huge. But like you said, I mean, the Hyper Aroma gives so much consistency, but we also have potentially those evolutions from the technical machine as well. So it really is going to be interesting to see what it comes down to. But I believe we have a poll, so you can vote on that. Tell us what you think.
Yeah, we want to know what chat thinks for sure. Like I said, like before the tournament, I would have said 100% unfair stamp, the undisputed best choice. But Hyper Aroma believers are definitely proving that there's more ways to play and build the deck. So generally, I could be very surprised. I would love to see a really good use of the Hyper Aroma. Just like going back to that secret box use that we saw
that was epic.
in Ancient Box. That was
epic.
really cool to see.
Very cool.
I would love to see the Hyper Aroma get that, that play, showcase why it is in top 8 of the biggest international championship to date.
Exactly. And I mean, like we said, all of these deck lists, this play itself, I mean, this is our only major tournament that we will have in this format. So this is definitely going to help players navigate how to build their list going forward. And, you know, we saw this with Charizard with a variation of A-specs that you could have in that deck. So really, it's going to come down to this now with Gardevoir. And people are definitely going to be debating, I'm sure, online, which A-spec they think is better and why. And there's probably dozens of reasons for both.
Yeah, and I really love that they brought back, being the creators of the game, right? They brought back the A-spec mechanic. Before, when we had them first originally over 10 years ago, it was computer search, dowsing machine, and very little else. But now we have so much variety. Even Master Ball has seen use New Opera Energy, probably got its first use this weekend, and we have Prime Catcher, we have Unfair Stamp, we have Heroescape. It feels like A-specs are very unique for different archetypes, and they're offering a lot more variety.
There's even Ancient and Future as well. That's really cool.
Sure.
Well, Pablo, okay, don't look at your computer over there. If you had to guess, Unfair Stamp did win the community choice, but what percentage would you give it? How much did it win by? What percentage did it have of the votes?
I'm going to go with 68%.
Wow, that was pretty close. 71% voted for Unfair Stamp. So we like the disruptors in here. I like it. Do you think that's just because you do also have the technical machine? So you kind of have both plays there?
I would imagine, like having obviously technical machine and Hyper Aroma gives you a lot of consistency. They're also a little redundant, and it feels like if you don't get to use Hyper Aroma exactly on your second turn, eventually it's just gonna be fetching you one Kirlia, right? Because you already evolved the others. So what's really the use there? Like, I feel like there's a very small window to get the most out of Hyper Aroma, and the whole game is a window for a potential use of Unfair Stamp.
Well, you know I love Unfair Stamp, so there's no doubt about it there. I agree with you, chats. I love it. But definitely make sure to keep up with us here in our top 8. You know, we've been asking you this whole time, who are you rooting for? Who do you think is going to come out on top? But now I guess we could also ask, who is the best Gardevoir list that you think from here. We do actually have some variety in the list that we're about to feature in this upcoming top 8 match. Of course, we can't talk about it in details right now, just in case our players are walking around, which they probably are, preparing for their match coming up here. But there's going to be a lot of intricate plays that we're about to get into, and I'm very excited to see what the difference is in those tiny percentages that you talked about, Pablo. But yeah, and hopefully we see some more Unfair Stamping happen.
Yeah, I think the key in this Gardevoir matchups is going to be, number one, the setup, right? A lot of these games are determined by how quickly you can attack, how quickly you can get an advantage and maintain it, right?
Yeah.
And it might also come down to how much damage you can throw back to your opponent with that Monkey Dury, the use of Cresselia if you have it in your list, the sniping of Screamtail, the protection of Manaphy. So even though it's going to be a mirror match, there's so many unique attackers in each deck that it's going to be really cool to see how they work out their win conditions and how efficient they are at utilizing and getting the best out of their Pokemon.
Yep. Oh, I'm so excited to jump into this, Pablo. I feel like it's going to be mind-bending. Hey, got him. Let's take a look at our caster predictions. How are we doing there, Pablo?
Sure. Let's go ahead and take a look. How convenient.
Well, I guess technically here, you know, our only decks represented in our top 8, of course, is Gardevoir and Lost Box. So I would say the purple here on our graph is definitely leading as far as our caster predictions go here. But do you have any notes to make from any of these predictions, Pablo?
I mean, gotta give you props. You were a Gardy believer despite your not so much love for the deck. Ogerpon was still a good call as well. Joe definitely on the mark. Blood Moon Ursaluna, a key component of Lost Box. Monkey Dory, a key component of Gardevoir, of course. Juancho, basically, he only has one prediction each time because we know Lugia is his default to go to, but not bad with that Sableye single prediction there. And then Joe and Ross and I need to
go back to the drawing board,
revindicate ourselves for future tournaments. I mean, he did say that there's a single Tatsugiri somewhere in the top 8 list, so we'll give him that one.
Some props there.
Yeah, I mean, Miraidon was also close. Like, there's definitely variety within the decks below the top 8, but there's no arguing against Gardevoir's and Lost Box's dominance this game. Every time we saw them on stream, they were hitting and running on all cylinders.
I guess technically, you know, I do have Gardevoir EX on here as my pick, but really, Joe, having both the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX and the Monkey Dory, which is featured in both, technically wins here. But, you know, definitely huge props there for both of those. But they're also... you know, both new cards, so maybe just picking up the hype there, Joe, but, you know.
Yeah, just a lucky guess by Joe. He doesn't know much. It was just a lucky guess.
Yeah, what's Joe even talking about over here? He just likes monkeys, okay? But yeah, awesome to see all of these predictions, of course, from our whole team here at NAIC, as far as our commentators and Juancho hosting this event as well. He's been doing a fantastic job. But we are going to be hopping in very soon to this next match. Of course, our players are prepping for it. They're getting ready to sit down, and of course, and we have one top 8 stream match here that's coming up for you all. But those players are going to have to take a little break, take a step back, take a deep breath before they sit down in those chairs and start the clock. And what do you think is the best way for our players to kind of do that before heading into such an important match here at NAIC, Pablo?
I mean, definitely get a snack, definitely make sure you're well hydrated, right? You know you're tired from the whole day, but if you're aiming to get to Championship Sunday, right, which is every player's goal at this point, maybe they all had a certain goal before the event, but when you're in top 8, at this moment, you have Championship Sunday on your mind, and this applies to even the juniors and seniors for sure, which we will be having tomorrow in the lead up to the Masters Finals. But I mean, I think you want to take it one game at a time, but you want to let yourself believe, right? At this point, you're here.
Believe.
You are 4 single game wins away from Championship Sunday.
Oh, no pressure.
So I generally think there's pressure, but the excitement beats the pressure, and I think all 8 players know that they're deserving of their spot. They've worked so hard, and it's time to let yourself believe, because that'll even give you confidence and encouragement to get through your games.
I just want to point out as well that both Gardevoir and Lost Box are arguably some of the most difficult decks to play over a long span of time.
Agreed.
I mean, your brain is just fried after playing one match with either of those decks. So the fact that this many of our top players got to top 8 with piloting both of these very intricate decks, where every tiny decision, every tiny sequence that you make comes down to whether you're winning or losing, and now they're in our top 8. They've won that many games to get here is incredible. Like, it's not, I mean, no offense to Raging Bolt or any other deck that's fast-paced, that hits hard. Those are fantastic, but I don't think anybody can deny that those are a little bit more alleviating as far as, you know, the matches that you're playing. There's a lot less intricacy in each decision that you're making. Sometimes you're just drawing cards and taking knockouts and having a good time. But for both Gardevoir and Lost Box, there's so much as far as the decision you have to make early game that affect what happens in the later game. And we even saw it when we had Stefan on stream earlier in a match that we casted, Pablo. We saw a little bit of interesting sequencing that happened there, and that could have been a result of just being exhausted after so many of these games have played out. So I think it's going to be incredibly important for our players to take a step back and prep before they go into this game, kind of assess what their strategy is going to be going into it. But at some point, that doesn't even matter as much, because as we talked about earlier, Pablo, every single game is different. And every time you either flower select a card or a new card enters your hand for refinement, changes your strategy entirely in some of these matches. And I do not envy these players. Let's just say that much.
I can tell you're very excited, Jillian. You might be more nervous than me at this point.
I know, like, yeah. I mean, I'm just full of anxiety all the time, Pablo, but I'm excited for these players.
There is a lot to play for in this tournament still.
Exactly.
Plenty of prizes, plenty of championship points. So let's take a look at what is at stake. What are these players going to win with? Right now, they've already secured $7,000 US for making it all the way into top 8, but the potential winner will take home $25,000. That's a lot of money, Shelby.
Oh, yes, that could buy you a new pair of shoes, that is for sure.
One pair of shoes, exactly.
I'll buy a pair of shoes and another pair for my monkey Dory. That's I'll do that. But yeah, $25,000 here for first place in our Masters division. Of course, our seniors and our juniors get a nice $7,000 for first place as well. But even more importantly, I think, well, I mean, it depends on what you value here and there, but I think every single one of these players also wants to be known for and have their name in the history books of Pokemon TCG, because they have spent so much time and so many hours and so much of their life invested in this game, and to be able to establish your legacy as a first place champion winner of an international championship is just, it's bar none. It's incredible.
It really is, yeah. And it's not just these prizes, as you mentioned. You also get that beautiful trophy. We are now in the top 8 stage. The winners of this round will not only receive more money, but they will also get that coveted Pikachu beautiful trophy and possibly more. Right?
And you get a bunch of booster packs too.
And you get 6 booster packs of 6 booster boxes, not just 6 booster packs.
Yeah.
6 booster boxes of Twilight Masquerade, which is really, really good, right? Get all the Monkey Dories.
Yeah, tons of Monkey Dory there for sure. Yeah, a lot of Pokemon cards to open after that. I've seen players who win events, open the box, crack all the packs with their friends, have a good time. Some people like to save them or keep them sealed for a long period of time. Some people even kind of keep them as like a memory or something, you know? Yeah. I see a lot of players that are making sort of like, I almost said shrines, but what am I thinking? A shadow box of, like, you know, cards from their deck from when they won. I mean, there is so much passion behind these players. So of course, if you take down a tournament like this, an international tournament, especially this is our largest international tournament ever in the history of Pokemon TCG, that is so meaningful here to your legacy as a Pokemon TCG player. I mean, I feel like if I became a champion at this NAIC, I would just retire after that, honestly. You can't top it, I guess, until you go to the World Championships.
Yeah, there is one title that is slightly more prestigious than the NAIC, but we are here to crown that champion today. Yeah, North American International Champion. I really gotta wonder, can Stefan Ivanov win a 3rd title? That would be incredible.
Huge.
To see.
Yeah, I almost feel like we'd be seeing some tears on our stage for sure if that happened, because, I mean, just years in the making. To take that down is just like, I can't even think about it, Pablo. That'd be incredible to see from Stefan here at this NAIC. But, I mean, all of these players, they have a lot to gain from this tournament. But first, they got to take down their top 8 match. And it's going to be tough because I'm sure they all know each other. They all talk to each other. And it's going to be hard out there playing against such skillful players that you know are at the top of their game. Like, I feel like if I was a player going into this top 8, I don't even know who I'd choose to want to go against because it's all very difficult out there.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of great names. And speaking of out there, as we get our players ready, I do believe we have Anna with an interview lined up with Matthew Warren, who was a TCG player this year and a VG player last year. So let's hear from Anna over at the stage.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here at the Pokemon North America International Championship, and I'm standing here with Matthew. Matthew, what brings you to the National Championship?
I'm here to hang out with friends and compete in the tournament while I'm here.
Tell me a little bit about your competition.
I was playing TCG this year, but I competed in VG last year. Most of my friends play VG, and that's generally who I hang out with.
And I think you play with a team, right?
Yeah.
Can you tell me about your team?
We're Tub. I'm an honorary member for the interview here, just hanging out with a bunch of friends, and they are all part of it. And they compete and build together, and they also make content for YouTube and Twitch, and just like give a good general competitive overview of like tournaments prior to the actual tournament itself, as well as review previous tournaments as well.
There's probably some people at home watching that are like, I'd really like to be part of a team someday. How would you tell them to get involved?
Definitely just like hang out with friends, like get a good group of friends together, and you can be your own team that way. And it's fun and it's enjoyable, and you get good people to hang out with all the time.
Yeah, you can just decide you're a team, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, it's that easy. So you're a team. Congratulations. Tell us about your personal competition. How has it been going here? Have you played well?
I did as well as I could. I could have gone a bit better, but I had a bit of unfavorable matchups as well as some luck that didn't go my way. But other than that, it was fun itself, so it's all that matters.
And you've played both VG and TCG. What's it like participating in multiple games?
It's definitely hard to practice both. Finding time is very difficult sometimes, and but I just play what I prefer at the time, and this year it was TCG. So.
Yeah, I think that we've talked to a lot of people who are talking about how it's so important that you're having fun with what you're doing. Is that what led you to pick one game over the other at any given time?
Yeah, actually. This year I was enjoying the TCG format, and I really wanted to play the new Dragapult EX, and so I got the opportunity to do just that.
And in your play, have you come up against anything really notable or exciting, or any particular players that you'd want to shout out as like, ooh, they were a good opponent?
My round 7 opponent, they had a really, really cool deck that like completely countered me, but I had never seen it before, and they made this really cool play where they moved damage counters with Monkey Dory from their Charizard onto my Dreepy, and then took a double prize knockout, and I was completely unable to play for the rest of the game.
So now what are you going to do with that? Are you going to change anything you do?
I want to try out their deck. It looked really cool.
That sounds like a good strategy. Well, thank you so much for making the time to chat with us. Best of luck in the rest of your competition days.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks, and now we'll get back to the Pokemon North America International Championship.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2016 U.S. National Championships held in Columbus, Ohio. This was the biggest national tournament held to date, and the last chance for players to secure themselves an invite to the Pokemon World Championships later that summer. 2016 was a year filled with disruptive decks, especially those utilizing the power of item-locking cards. With Night March running around as the most dangerous and explosive deck in the format, players understood the best way to stop the deck was to shut off its powerful item card engine. As we entered into our top 8, a historic match was about to take place, one between Paul Johnston and Fred Hopman. Both players had chosen to play decks revolving around a powerful item-locking strategy. Paul was playing a Water Toolbox deck featuring Seismitoad EX, a powerful EX Pokemon capable of item-locking the opponent with its Quaking Punch attack. Fred also chose to play a deck surrounding a powerful item-locking Pokemon, Vileplume. When in play, Vileplume's irritating pollen ability item-locks both players. With the help of Forest of Giant Plants, Fred could evolve his grass Pokemon the turn he put them into play, allowing him to item lock and set up his powerful grass-type attacker Vespiquen on the first turn of the game. Fred was by far the favorite going into this match.
And I've got to say, he has quite the favorable matchup here, simply because of typing and how frustrating Vileplume can be in general.
If Paul wanted to advance to the top 4, he needed to pull off something miraculous. As Game 1 was underway, Fred began developing his board, utilizing several Shaymin EX's setup abilities to draw tons of cards. He aimed to get lots of Pokemon in the discard pile to fuel Vespiquen's B-Revenge attack, while additionally establishing item lock, all on the first turn of the game. While things were going excellently for Fred on the first turn, a certain card in Paul's hand sparked a glimmer of hope in what looked to be a dreadful situation. Team Flair's Lysander. Lysander was a card that had been included in almost every deck since its release back in 2014. It acted as a powerful gusting card, able to bring up a benched Pokemon into the active spot to be attacked. While Paul understood he was under item lock, and since it was the first turn had no attackers available, he looked to utilize Lysander in a different way. In the Pokemon TCG, an uncommonly achieved win condition exists, where a player wins the game if their opponent has no card to draw at the start of their turn. Fred had yet to take any prize cards, and more importantly, discarded a large amount of resources to establish his powerful board plus item block. On top of that, Fred was unable to find an attached Floatstone to his Vileplume before establishing item lock, a card that would allow his hefty Vileplume, which had a 3 retreat cost, to retreat for free when attached. With Fred having very few cards left in deck, Paul understood his win condition and pounced at the opportunity by using the boss himself, Lysander.
Anything like that?
Uh-oh.
Bring up
Oh my
Vileplume,
goodness.
that's the whole game!
What? Fred concedes immediately.
What? Wow.
Fred instantly conceded the game. He had taken a 10-minute turn and set up a near-perfect board, but being unable to find Floatstone before item locking both players meant a single Lysander stranded the poor Vileplume in the active spot, losing Fred the game. Game 2 started almost the same as the first, with Fred doing all he could to establish Vileplume with a Floatstone to make sure history wouldn't repeat itself, but he missed yet again and chose to evolve Vileplume without a Floatstone attached to it. Paul opened with Lysander again, and instantly played it to bring Vileplume into the active spot. A stalemate ensued as both players passed their turns back and forth, until eventually Paul found an important second Pokemon to put into play. Fred finally found the second double colorless energy needed to allow Vileplume to retreat to the bench, but Paul had one final trick up his sleeve. 3 Lysander was all it took for Paul to win one of the craziest, most bizarre top 8 matches to ever occur in the Pokemon trading card game. Paul didn't use a single attack the entire set, but with the help of Lysander, capitalized on Fred missing just a single card both games to secure himself a win in top 8 of the National Championships. Thank you for watching. Let us know some of your favorite moments in TCG history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
We're about to get into some more Pokemon TCG history. I'm Shelby Vu, back on the desk here with Pablo Meza. I'm sure you've heard in the background of us as we've spoken throughout the day, a lot of cheering going on, and that's because we also have some exciting games going on here right behind us, actually. Our Pokemon Go, as well as the Pokemon video game being played out right as we speak on our other on our Twitch channels.
Yeah, we have a Terastallized Terrapagos. We have Green
That's
Tail.
cool.
We have a Shadow Quagsire up against, well, it just got defeated. Now it's an Annihilate against Azumarill. So
they go down quick on Go.
Pokemon action doesn't stop.
Yes, it doesn't stop indeed. A lot of fun happening over on our other channels here in our other games, but we're about to get into a lot of fun too, Pablo.
Yeah.
We're gonna bring the hype here in our featured top 8 match coming up very soon, but I gotta say, these look pretty fun too. I'm always griping about how we don't have built-in music for our game. I'm kind of sad. I'm kind of jealous, I must say. It adds to the hype for sure. But I guess I also wouldn't want a bunch of music in my head while I'm trying to do math and such and add up these things. But yeah, and it'd probably get kind of old after being looped for hours on end here over on the TCG side. But we keep it interesting here with our commentary, Pablo. So we're gonna have to crush this cast here in a sec.
Oh, we will. And so before we jump into our match, let's take a look once more at the bracket. How these matches are lined up. We have Stefan against Andrew, Kato against Natalie, Henry against Andrew, and Sebastian against Kaiwen. 4 high-level matches, boo, but we can only show one.
Yeah?
Yeah, can we reveal which one we are going to showcase here? I do believe we can. We have Kato against Natalie. 2 high-level players. Kato has been traveling to the TCG region, playing in all these tournaments. He got 10th place at Melbourne, 8th place at Liverpool, and 7th place at NAIC. So he's already had a fantastic season, looking to go one step further.
Yep, and those 2 Andrews there on our brackets are our Lost Box players as well. So we're going to have 2 Gardevoir mirrors, as well as 2 other matches with Gardevoir versus Lost Box in this top 8. Not much variety there, but it's going to be epic either way, Pablo. And we're about to get down to our stage. Our players are setting up, and we get to introduce them as well, which I'm super psyched for. Which match are we going to be seeing here featured on our stream for our international championship here in North America? On the left here, Natalie Miller representing Australia.
Yep, having a very good season so far. 11th place at Perth Regionals, top 4 at Melbourne, 33rd place at LAIC, and a top 8 at OCIC 2020. Brisbane Regional Champion, World's Top 32, so a very decorated player all the way from Australia. Fun fact, Australia is the only region essentially that hasn't won their own international, so both Natalie and Kaiwen trying to make that happen this tournament. And then Kato, with the amazing results from Japan, has been traveling basically all over the world to be able to play more Pokemon, and he's here at the North America, the biggest tournament outside of Japan, but I'm sure he's used to this many people at this point in time.
Exactly, yeah. Definitely tons of players in Japan, but now representing Japan here on our stage for our North America International Championship. Can't get better than this. I love to watch our different players play from our different regions, and we have these 2 different countries represented here on our stage. Kato Ari with Natalie Miller. They're both playing Gardevoir EX, so this is going to be a mirror match. Make sure you take your seats, get ready to watch, because you don't want to miss any of these plays. They're all very important, including which Pokemon are they going to even start with in this match? How are these initial turns going to go? It's all very important here to this mirror match. Both of these players looking prepped, looking ready to go for this match. This is our Masters Top 8, 75 minutes on the clock, and I think all of those minutes are going to be very important here, Pablo, for this matchup. Let's take a look at where we start at the beginning of each and every one of our matches, the prize cards.
2 energies prized for each player. 1 darkness, however, for Natalie, so we'll have to see if that influences how much value she's able to get from the Monkey Dury. 1 Gardevoir EX being prized could also be potentially problematic, but in a mirror match where you need a lot of Gardevoir set up, Kato has 1 Waltz locked at the top of the prize card, so that could factor into play. Some matches are decided quite simply by who has more Kirlia on their bench, helping them recover from the constant Iono that we are going to be seeing. Now, interestingly enough, I want to say both players are matched in terms of jet lag, right? They both come from a very different time zone. We are getting the game ready, and it's Monkey Dory against Fluttermane in the active spot. Kato starting us off with a Buddy Puffin, and probably going to discover immediately that there's no access to that 4th Ralts. Now, one interesting tidbit for Kato's list is that he is playing a copy of Tatsugiri, that peculiar
wait, this is our
looking
Tatsugiri.
Pokemon. Yeah,
this is the showcase here. Awesome. Yeah. How do you think that changes in the Gardevoir deck here, Pablo?
I mean, it's definitely going to help Kato potentially recover from Ionos in the late game.
Yeah.
Which could be very good. Now, every time you use it, you will need to retreat it, right? And that will require an energy attachment, as I'm not seeing any sort of rescue board. So it's going to be useful. It also occupies a very valuable bench space, which is at a premium in these mirror matches because you want a lot of Kirlia. So we'll have to see if it does factor into this final match.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this all ends up here for both of our players. Still going through the deck here off of this Buddy Buddy Poffin. We're going to start to see these Ralts hit the bench here. 70 HP or less. That Buddy Buddy Poffin is feeding these little babies here on the bench.
Yeah, Buddy Buddy. The Buddy Ralts showing up on the bench. That's, I think, Buddy Buddy Poffin really changed the name of the game. It slowed down the game a tad bit compared to Battle VIP Pass, but it also kept up the pace in a way. Like, it's a weird card, but definitely very cool to have. It's definitely very balanced. And we're just going to see a pass from Kato over to Natalie now.
Well, I definitely would say it's the tastiest looking card that we have for sure. Natalie Miller starting off this first turn. Let's see how things shake out here off of this nest ball. Natalie, of course, going to assess the deck here, what resources are available. You see all these shuffling of the Pokemon to the front of the deck, so that Natalie knows exactly what she's dealing with as far as the Pokemon available to her. Now, I mean, just talking about Gardevoir itself as a deck, Pablo, we've seen the power of the energy acceleration through the Gardevoir EX's Psychic Embrace, and the variety of attackers here as well. Of course, that new inclusion, well, I say not an attacker, but we did see the Mind Bend as well from that Monkey Dory in some matches too. But that Monkey Dory carrying so much weight, allowing each of these players to shift around damage counters from their field to their opponents. And you're causing your own damage on your field, of course, from that Psychic Embrace as well. So what are going to be the key cards for both of our players heading into this mirror match? And would you argue that either of these players' lists are more valued going into a mirror match?
I mean, that's a very good question. I am comparing the two lists right now, and they even match the energies. I think they match in pretty much every aspect in terms of offensive options. Kato does run Klefki and Tatsugiri. Natalie does have the support of Radiant Greninja, doesn't have that Klefki, but overall I'm seeing very similar options. So I think when something like that happens, it can come down to just setup, but also more importantly the in-game decisions. And speaking of setup, we just had that Technical Machine Evolution get the first two Kirlias set up, right, which is really, really powerful. That immediately puts Natalie at an advantage because she can be the one to start going on the offensive next turn.
Yeah, I love to see that Technical Machine Evolution. Such a powerful card. It discards at the end of your turn, but it allows you to use that evolution move to get these Kirlia out. The next turn, you're going to be drawing into those cards with refinements. You're available to evolve into a Gardevoir as well. So getting there first is huge. Natalie Miller did go second here in this game versus Kato. And now we're going into Kato's deck. Over on the right side of our field here, we've used one refinement so far in this matchup. And now we're using this Earthen Vessel, discarding an Ultra Ball for a Dark Energy as well as a Psychic Energy.
Yeah, now it might be Monkey Dory that ends up doing the Technical Machine Evolution here off of this Arven. We could see that. The Puffin get triple Kirlia going, but if Natalie's able to capitalize on that and KO this Monkey Dory, I mean, there's always Super Rod to get it back, but having that little bit of extra cheeky damage to send over to your opponent's side, I think that could be something similar to what we saw when Stefan defeated Andrew Kennett. It was that slow build-up of the damage from Monkey Dory that ended up being the difference, and that could factor in here as one single prize taken by Monkey Dory eventually that could be what decides this game.
Yeah, who's better at math here? That's going to be a big factor here for that Monkey Dory damage and where it's going to be placed throughout this match. Well, as we see that energy being placed onto the Monkey Dory, as well as the technical machine. So we're seeing back-to-back plays here, as I expect from this Gardevoir mirror, but that technical machine is what's going to allow these Kirlia to come out of the deck onto the field here for Kato as well. Just one pace behind because Kato did go first. So you have to wait here to attack if you're going first. You can't attack on your first turn unless you're going second. So now we have 3 of these Kirlia out on the bench here. That's going to end the turn for Kato, and we're back over onto Natalie's side of the field.
Now, Natalie can go in the offensive, but her hand is actually not great at all. There's no Psychic Energy right now in the discard pile. Did find an Arven, which could potentially find the Earthen Vessel, but now has no way to discard those Psychics. So even though she could have gone on the offensive, there's actually no way to do that at this point in time.
Yeah, that is unfortunate to see here. We saw 2 refinements from Natalie to draw into some extra cards, but yeah, we have to get into these energy, and there's none currently in the discard pile. Arven, of course, going to get us a tool card and an item card, or just one, I guess. It's your choice here.
Yep, Arven going to be able to get us a stronger setup. Natalie not able to capitalize on the fact that she got to evolve first into those Kirlias, had them ready to go, but the lack of Psychic Energies in the discard pile is what cost you. And I mean, you're not expected to have every Psychic Energy available to you immediately in the early game.
Yeah.
And however, on the other side, Kato does have already some Psychic Energies in hand, some in the discard pile, so we could see Kato become the first player to take a prize card in this top 8 match.
Absolutely. Let's talk about the A-specs for both of these players. Both of them have that unfair stamp as well, so that's a factor in this matchup here. And yeah, neither of them had it in the prize cards. Well, this Buddy Buddy Poffin bringing out Manaphy onto the bench, as well as that Ralts. The Buddy Buddy was sought out from that Arven, as well as that Bravery Charm going into Natalie's hands.
Yep, and now we see a pass over to Kato. Will start with that refinement, and it always feels amazing to have triple Kirlia. You know you're getting at least 6 extra cards. Now, the Manaphy from Natalie does protect from any sort of Screamtail offensive pressure from Kato, but there is a possibility to use Cresselia, and that would not care that there's a Manaphy on the bench, as Cresselia does place damage counters with its Moonglow reverse attack. So that could be how Kato decides to go after some of those very valuable Kirlias in Natalie's bench.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't gotten to see Cresselia at all in our matches that we've casted, Pablo. So maybe we'll finally get to see some Cresselia action here from both of our players. Gardevoir EX going to be evolved into now here for Kato. Of course, after that refinement happens, we're hopping into a second refinement here. We just have to find that discard for Kato before drawing. Or wait, are we already through these both? Was that just a rotation?
Oh,
yeah, it must be.
Yeah, I imagine it was the 2 Psychics and the Buddy Buddy Puffin.
Must have been while we were on the hand cam. Yeah.
Yeah.
We've already drawn all of those refinement cards. Of course, the one Kirlia that was evolved into refined as well. So now we're getting that energy placed onto this Monkey Dory.
Yeah, and more importantly, the damage, which can't be used or can't be sent over to Natalie's side right now, as the Flutter Mane does block the ability at this point in time. That cannot happen until the Monkey Dory retreat, but actually it's Monkey Dory that's going to be
I was about to say,
attacking.
are we about to see the Mind Vent?
Okay, so Flutter Mane does prevent Monkey Dory from using its ability. I think Natalie thought that Monkey Dory was attacking with that Mind Bend attack, so just making sure. Yeah, I mean, that Monkey Dory just needs to retreat, and then it can use its ability. This could open up a potential misplay. If Kato decided or tried to attack with Gardevoir, he needs to power up the Gardevoir first, because if he promoted the Gardevoir and then tried to load up, that Psychic Embrace would actually not be possible to use. So even the Flutter Mane could have some use. But yeah, it's just going to be a mind
Look
win,
at that.
60 and confused.
The confusion, yes.
Very
let's not
peculiar
forget
decision.
about that confusion as well. 60 damage from the mind bend, and now we see the confusion over to Natalie's side of the field here. That first refinement, discarding that Radiant Greninja to it, as well as the Psychic Energy, stacking those up into the discard pile now here for Natalie. Drawing into an Iono, as well as another Psychic Energy for Natalie Miller.
I think Kato might have overlooked a little bit the fact that he would have no abilities in the active, and then couldn't have powered up the Gardevoir to take a knockout. So now this opens up the possibility for Natalie not only to start being aggressive, right? We were seeing very similar setups, one Guardy, double Kirlia, no Monkey for Natalie just yet, but if she knocks out her opponent's Monkey Dury with Gardevoir EX, that's one resource you deny. However, you do expose the Gardevoir to a possible retaliation with the Drifloon, so a lot of things happening here, and this could have been a small bait by Kato, it could have been a misplay. I'm not sure what was running through his mind when he decided to attack with his Monkey Dury.
Well, I guess we'll see how it pans out for Kato in this matchup here as Natalie continues to churn through the deck here. Earthen Vessel being played, discarding another Psychic Energy into the discard pile here to be able to charge up these future attackers. And then, of course, searching out those other Psychic Energies with that Earthen Vessel as well. So thinning the deck out, having those Psychic Energies in your hand to be able to discard them and have them there, which is exactly where you want them for the Psychic Embrace. It's perfectly what Natalie needs to be doing here. I just want to say, too, Natalie Miller has played Gardevoir for a very long time, I believe. So I completely trust in the plays here from Natalie. Fantastic player herself at this game, but especially with Gardevoir. I would say one of the resident experts of Australia, indeed.
Yeah, for sure. Natalie, a very experienced player, very experienced Gardevoir player as well. And we'll have to see how she plans out this turn. That Flutter Mane ability preventing Monkey Dury from using its own, potentially denying the attack for Kato, will allow her to go on the offensive. But the only attacker she has that can take a knockout potentially right now could be that Gardevoir. No, it's now the Cresselia. We're going to see the Cresselia make something happen here. Does Natalie have 3 energy? Sorry, she does. So she's going to spread those damage counters and going to transfer them over to one of these 2 Kirlias.
Yeah, exactly. Moonglow Reverse is the move here on this Cresselia. It allows you to transfer 2 damage counters from each of your Pokemon onto one of your opponent's Pokemon. That's going to take the knockout there. First prize card down here for Natalie Miller, taking the lead in the prize cards. Did go second in this first game between our players as well. Now we're back over to Kato here, starting with this Earthen Vessel, discarding an energy here. We're going to see a lot of the same plays from these players. Of course, they're playing the same deck, so a lot of the same cards, the same strategy as far as getting these Psychic Energies into the discard pile to be able to accelerate them onto your field with that Psychic Embrace. You're taking that damage, but the damage is only being taken for you to manipulate it in whatever way you want. All of your attackers are pretty low HP here, but as long as you're taking those knockouts on pace back to back each turn, then you're off to the races to get your prize cards and win your game. So we're going to have to see how the disruption in the future of these turns plays out for both of these players, because if your board state's not set up in the best way, Pablo, one of these players could be looking to have quite a rough time. But what do you think about this counter catcher here now that Kato is behind in prize cards?
I love it. I think if you're going behind in the Kirlia count, you need to also make sure you're taking down your opponent's Kirlias as well. Now the Manaphy prevents Screamtail from happening, but one cool thing about Cresselia is that you get to Moonglow Reverse and get rid of damage, but that's actually not so great anymore because there's no more Shining Arcana Gardevoir. That is no longer a possibility to use for Gardevoir. It did rotate out, so some of these energies could get stuck at some point, and they might not be able to be utilized to power up a Drifloon or whatnot, so that's something that we're going to have to be on the lookout for. Now, Kato also looking for a potential attacker, does want the Monkey Dory available, I think Flutter Mane is going to be the best target. Allows him to place 2 damage counters with its attack, allows him to transfer 2 damage counters from Monkey Dory to somewhere else, and does just enough to knock out this 80 HP Kirlia. So Flutter Mane ended up being one of the stars in this match, both for Natalie and Kato in this early game.
Ways
and
too.
I generally did not expect this.
Exactly. Utilizing both the Midnight Fluttering ability to cause a little bit of disruption to Kato's board in those earlier turns. But now that's going to allow Kato to do exactly as you said, the Hex Hurl move here on the Flutter Mane. Deals 90, but it allows you to also place 2 damage counters on your opponent's bench Pokemon. And that's when I was saying a lot of the math comes into play here, because we're going to see a lot of damage counters in both of these board states being moved around by the Monkey Dory, being dealt by our own players to their own Pokemon, shifted with the Cresselia, with the Moonglow Reverse, and those damage counters are going to make a huge difference here. But only 90 with the Hex Hurl, but that's going to take the knockout on that small little Kirlia. And that's a prize card down now for Kato. Back and forth here. Neither of our players can miss a turn as far as attacks go.
We did just see Natalie top deck one of her special tech cards, that Technical Machine Devolution. So she's relying on these Technical Machines so much that could come into play, and that's not a card you would normally expect in Gardevoir anymore, so that could catch Kato by surprise at a certain point. Now, I loved what Kato did to stack up the damage on this Mischievous. That's like the one Pokemon your opponent is the least likely to Professor Turo. They can't evolve it either, so eventually either you get the knockout or you make them use up a useless resource to pick up a very useless card. That's something I saw a lot heading into this event. People trying to get cheeky extra KOs on Ralts or extra KOs on Kirlias, but then their opponents eventually picking them up with Turo or evolving them and putting them out of range.
Absolutely. That's a really good play there from Kato that you're talking about. I mean, it's just super cool how all of these intricate plays are made with our players, but this Hisuian Heavy Ball is going to go down into the discard pile off of this Refinement Kirlia here for Natalie Miller.
Now it seems like Natalie's just going to stick to her plan of making sure that Kato has very little access, knocking out that Kirlia, and I think that's why Kato benched this Tatsugiri, to have some sort of recovery and consistency, because otherwise no more Kirlias, no more refinements, and that could prove to be costly.
Still having those 2 energy in the prize cards, as well as that Iono for Natalie Miller. Speaking of Ionos, we're going to see Kato's Iono here in this match for this turn. Both of these players going to draw into some new cards. Natalie's only going to get 4, representing those 4 prize cards left, whereas Kato's going to get 5 here to the hands.
Yep, a very nice amount. But with no more Ralts, with no more Kirlia, 1 Ralts is still locked in the prize cards. And Kato did have the Drifloon plus the Bravery Charm that is now at the bottom. Can still refine the Drifloon. Does have his own Cresselia indeed to try and snipe that Kirlia himself. Or he could just attack the Cresselia and keep piling up the damage on the Flutter Mane. We'll have to see what he ends up doing. It seems like he will go for that Moonglow reverse attack, just like Natalie. Both players recognizing the importance of denying your opponent's Kirlia, but Natalie does have the Ralts advantage, and that Ralts is going to become Kirlia once more.
Yes, exactly. Those basic babies turning into their evolved forms, and Kirlia being one of those for this match. But the damage is being placed onto the field here now from Kato with the Psychic Embrace. 2 damage counters being dealt for each Psychic Energy accelerated here. Moonglow Reverse is going to shift those damage counters onto Natalie's field now, and it's actually going to be the some of them going onto this Flutter Mane. Oh, no.
Yeah, first she used Monkey Dory's ability to place 1 damage counter on Monkey Dory, and then Kato used Moonglow Reverse to knock out the Kirlia by transferring the remaining 8.
So we're taking up there, and okay, makes sense.
That's one important aspect of Monkey Dory. It's up to 3, so you can transfer 1, 2, or 3 damage counters, and Kato making sure that even that damage counter counts and trying to get that extra prize advantage by going after the Flutter Mane eventually. Now, it's important to note that Natalie doesn't have Monkey Dory herself, so Monkey Dory could, as usual, be the hero in this match and could prove the difference for Kato to win this game.
Yeah, only one Monkey Dory in the list on Natalie's side, whereas Kato actually plays 2 Monkey Dory, right? Yeah, 2 Monkey Dory in the list for Kato as well. But such a cool card to see. I mean, both the Moonglow reverse as well as that Monkey Dory. We went from all those damage counters on the board state for Kato now being wiped over to Natalie's field, taking out that Kirlia. Flutter Mane is getting more weaker as the turns go by. Now we're over back to Natalie's side of the field here as we're shuffling up the deck after the Super Rod.
Now this is
Artisan.
Yeah, Artisan, a very nice card to play. I think I would have liked to see Natalie use it before this Iono just to get the rolls that she just put back so that you don't draw it and then find a different card. I mean, unless she wants to keep that bench space open for a potential Screamtail like she just got, so keeping the options open. Now, as Gardevoir, usually you want to be just a little behind, right? So your counter catchers work, because otherwise, Natalie currently has the initiative, but she also doesn't get to ghost very many things, whereas Kato has enjoyed the benefit of the counter catcher. However, who needs to ghost Boo when you have Screamtail to just target down your opponent's bench?
Exactly. Screamtail, another MVP attacker from this deck here. All of these damage counters being placed from the Psychic Embrace, 2 each for every energy. That's gonna allow Natalie to do this Roaring Scream attack, 20 damage to one of your opponent's benched Pokemon for each damage counter here. So it deals all across the field, not just to the active here. That's gonna be another prize card gone down for Natalie Miller in this game 1 between our players. 3 prize cards left to take here versus Kato sitting at 4 prize cards. Flutter Mane on the bench with a couple of energies, Monkey Dory with a couple of energies, Gardevoir EX as well, and that's Cresselia in the active position, but not a single Ralts out there yet, Pablo.
Yeah, Kato, not a lot of support. Did just get the Tatsugiri KO, so Natalie recognizing that it's going to be hard for Kato to have a follow-up. This on-first stamp will come in handy, and Kato has a really cool play possibly lined up, but he might be an energy short. He could counter-catcher the Kirlia, retreat, and then bring up the Flutter Mane, take down the Kirlia, place 2 damage counters, and then transfer 3 with Monkey Dory, but he might be 1 damage counter short because he has 2 energies locked up in the prize cards. Or no, there's 2 energies here. Never mind, he can do this. He can eliminate the Kirlia and eliminate the Screamtail this turn, all thanks to Monkey Dory.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I knew Monkey Dory was going to come into play in a huge way here, but I mean, it is carrying so much weight. I feel like it almost, I don't know, I guess you could argue Psychic Embrace is kind of the backbone of the deck as well. But that Monkey Dory is just so proving to have so much utility in this deck. This unfair stamp as well. We're going to get to stamp it here, Pablo, and it's looking like the red stamp for Natalie Miller's side, of course, only being able to draw 2 cards, whereas Kato is going to get 5 to the hand, as long as there's a Pokemon knocked out on your last turn.
Yeah, now, as I was saying, that counter catcher, Boo, that's so essential. That's the one advantage that Kato has right now. Natalie has been ahead in the prize count, so hasn't been able to ghost, but Kato on the other side has played both counter catchers and will get so much value out of this one. Gonna be able to take down the Kirlia and possibly take down the Screamtail as well, whilst having the Flutter Mane ready to go and ready to be taken down as well. So we could see Kato potentially win within the next 2 turns.
Yeah, this is huge here for Kato, and taking a game here. I mean, honestly, this has gone faster than I would have expected here, Pablo.
Yeah, for sure. It's really been back and forth, right?
Exactly, yeah. Both of these players know exactly what they're doing here. Kato's still working through this turn as of now, placing this energy down onto the Flutter Mane now. Going to take those damage counters, but then move them right away with that Monkey Dory Adrenabrain ability, knocking out that Screamtail, knocking out the active Pokemon, taking 2 prize cards now. Only 2 prize.
Natalie drew before promoting.
Oh no. No! Oh!
It's very clear which card it is. It's non-consequential. Should be an easy fix. It really has no effect on who she was going to promote. She wants to unlock the energy from the Flutter Mane, but it is a miss sequence. Seems like she's gonna give up on this game. I mean, it was looking really rough. She did find an Iono off of the unfirst stamp, so she could have maybe made something happen, but it wasn't looking great, and she couldn't even promote the Gardevoir EX to power it up because Flutter Mane was denying the abilities. Now we do have confirmation that it was a DPL, so Kato immediately winning because of that situation, but it was looking very grim. I don't think Natalie was gonna be able to make a big comeback there. Who knows, right? There's always a chance, but that DPL seals the deal.
Yeah, unfortunate way to end that match, I suppose. But I mean, it just is a nice lesson here for both of our players that they need to stay focused. Make sure that everything is played in the right order as far as this goes. And I mean, it's true. It is a broken board state in a way if you aren't promoting a Pokemon and you're drawing a card first, because that card could potentially determine who you decided to promote.
So for sure, it was definitely a miss sequence by Natalie there. Very important to take care of all your actions. But wow, what a game we just saw. That Flutter Mane put in the work. It delayed Kato's attack for Natalie, which maybe Natalie would have benefited from Kato being the aggressor, and then she would have enjoyed having counter catcher available to her during the turns. Now we're seeing the prizes, Boo. Anything you note that could be important or affect us?
I mean, a couple of our basic and evolutions. We have the Ralts there for Kato once again, Curlia there for Natalie, as well as the Screamtail on Kato's side of the prize cards too. Couple of Pokemon here. This time around, we're going to be starting with Natalie Miller going first. Natalie was going second in the last game, and that did give a little bit of an edge as far as the technical machine that we saw being used first to get in those Curlia. There's a lot of setup there that Natalie was able to get to the first prize card of the game as well. But Kato now is up a game here in our Masters Top 8 featured match. And Natalie's going to make sure to take a look at everything in the deck, take note of these prize cards, and keep it churning it through here. That Earthen Vessel searching out these two energy to start. We'll have to see where the rest of this hand goes. Monkey Dory out on the field as the active Pokemon, but it's actually the Klefki there for Kato. What do you think about that, Pablo?
Yeah, I mean, Klefki, a much harsher lock against a lot of decks. It doesn't just stop the active Pokemon, it stops every basic Pokemon's ability, no matter where they are. So I'm sure that came in very useful for Kato. It stops Quackability, it stops Rotom, it stops Lumineon, it stops Greninja, it stops everyone. Even Monkey Dory gets stopped. So no Adrena Brain, at least in the foreseeable future. And very underwhelming start for Natalie. Not a single route getting played down, Boo.
I know, and going first as well. That means Kato's going second, allowed to play that supporter card in that Arven, get even more set up going into this game too. It could be slipping away here for Natalie, but I have seen tons of comebacks on our stream before, casted lots of comeback matches, I believe, here in Natalie Miller. But Kato standing in the way here in our Masters Top 8. We're going to have to see how this goes. Of course, searching the deck, keeping track of all of these prize cards as well. We have a couple of updates on our games, if you want to get into that, Pablo. I know that Andrew Gantner is going to go up a game against Stefan, so that's one of our Lost Box players going up a game out in our field.
Yeah, that's very interesting to see. We might actually get to see more than just Gardevoir mirror matches at this North America International Championship.
And Andrew Hedrick, our other Lost Box player, also up a game. So both of our Lost Box players succeeding so far out in our field. Unfortunately, we only get to stream one of our top 8 matches. Otherwise, we'd be here all night, Pablo. So coming back to this top 8 match here on our stream, still in the deck for Kato off this Arven. It's going to be the Buddy Buddy Poffin as well as that technical machine coming out of the deck here. Buddy Buddy Poffin going to be played straight away to start getting these Ralts out onto the field for Kato.
Yeah, this is a very bad situation for Natalie. Staring down double Curlia when you have 0 Ralts in play in the mirror match. That's not ever a good thing. Possibly triple rolls here off of this nest ball. We do know that one is prized, but that's okay when your opponent has 0. You have a 3 rolls advantage at this point.
This hurts to see so much. I mean, as we said so much in our game 1 between these players, every single turn matters. Let's see what the top deck is for Natalie, but I'm gonna say she's not looking thrilled here. Yeah, okay, that was the top deck there for Natalie after that technical machine. We're still shuffling up here on Kato's side of the field, but ending with those Kirlia in play now for Kato. That's what Kato wants to see on this side. Let's see if Natalie has any sort of play with this turn. It's going to be an Ultra Ball, discarding one of those Gardevoir EX to it, as well as a Psychic Energy, and that's going to get us our first Ralts here, but this is Natalie's second turn now. Monkey Dory doesn't even work at this point, but hey, you know what it does work for? It can do a technical machine. Hey!
Yeah, I'm gonna get at least one Kirlia out. Extremely vulnerable though, potentially could go down to a Screamtail, could go down to a Cresselia even. So not the best start here for Natalie. She needs to hope that Kato has a very underwhelming turn, but Refinement's gonna guarantee at least 2 extra cards. Probably relieved that there wasn't an energy there, but Kato does find the Arven, which could find either the Ultra Ball for the Gardevoir EX or the Earthen Vessel if he still has another one available.
Well, we're gonna
which he does. Yeah, he plays 3 Earthen Vessels. Wow.
Yeah, that's a lot there. Valuable card in Kato's deck, I'm sure, but it's going to be a second Refinement here.
There's the Ultra Ball.
Tatsugiri being eyed up for this Ultra Ball here.
I mean, Kato taking his time. I think it's pretty straightforward. You go Arven, Earthen Vessel, you get your Gardevoir, you get your energies, and you're good to go to potentially take down that Kirlia. I think he's missing the Screamtail, but even going on the offensive with your Gardevoir EX seems pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at this board state, but I guess Kato's going to take his time here, decide what he wants to do. Looks like eyeing down that Arven now. Pablo, we'll see what the cards are drawn here, and if it's going to be exactly what you said. One of those Earthen Vessel, it was at the bottom of the deck, so now it's right on top here. The other one being eyed up as well from Kato, so looks like that's what we're going to be getting into. Of course, Arven does allow you to grab a tool card as well as that item card. So we're going to see dual cards come out here, and that's easy fodder if it's a tool that you don't need to use anymore for your refinements in the future, or one of those Bravery Charm as well.
Yeah, Bravery Charm to help increase your basic Pokemon's HP, which is very crucial for Gardevoir. Not as crucial in this match particularly, but overall it's how you can 1-KO big Pokemon out there. Now, very, very good start here for Kato. He will now be able to Earthen Vessel for 2 energies, then discard them with Ultra Ball if he wants to, or just one, that's fine. Has 1 to retreat from the active, and will be able to go on the offensive. Is just making sure that what the risk is at doing this, because not only will have 1 Kirlia available, can go into Gardevoir. There is a universe perhaps where Natalie responds to this with a Drifloon, 1-hit KO on that Gardevoir EX, but I have to figure your odds are very good that that doesn't happen, and Kato could be building a very big advantage in this game too.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to see where it goes, Pablo, but Ultra Ball going to discard these 2 Psychic Energy. We need them in the discard pile. I believe Kato puts them off to the side so you can see them on your screen, Pablo, but we can't see them here on this screen once they go off to the side. But that Ultra Ball is going to get the Gardevoir EX here. It's going to be evolved into from Kato, taking all of his time here to map out these plays. But I mean, just if you're tuning in right now, just looking at these board states, Kato being up a game as well, it's definitely looking tough here, but not for Kato.
Yeah, definitely not for Kato now. That bench of the Flutter Mane might indicate that he's just going to go in with that. That wouldn't knock out neither the Monkey Dory nor the Kirlia, so really deciding whether he wants to go on the offensive with the Gardevoir, maybe the Flutter Mane. If you're gonna go with the Gardevoir, I feel like you shouldn't be benching that Flutter Mane. Preemptively locks you out of options for Screamtail or whatnot in the future, but Kato gonna go all cylinders on the offensive. Goodbye Monkey Dory, single prize, single Pokemon in play for Natalie, and a very underwhelming hand. So this refinement of this Kirlia is gonna have to be huge.
huge indeed. And also we have the top deck from Natalie that could potentially help out a bit here. But Kato can accelerate these energy, 2 damage counters for each energy going down onto that Gardevoir EX thanks to that Psychic Embrace ability. We're going to see the top deck, or we already saw the top deck, into the Refinement Heavy Ball going down. What did we get here? A Nest Ball?
Yeah, Nest Ball and Ultra Ball, so we get to keep playing as Natalie, right? We get to still do things. Maybe if there's enough energy in the discard ball, I haven't been keeping track, maybe we can get a response, 190 damage onto his Gardevoir with our own Gardevoir, maybe, but other than that, it's not looking great. And now, pardon me, Kato is not bench locked. He still has a space right there, which he can use, but Natalie's just gonna evolve, protect the Kirlia, and gonna be a pass.
Pass back over to Kato here. We have a lot of energy on the board here right now. Those 3 on Gardevoir EX. Earthen Vessel is going to be searching out even more of these energy.
Yep.
Discarding that Bravery Charm. That's not super needed here in this matchup. Now, 2 Psychic Energy going to be going to Kato's hand here. Looks like we already refined, unless that card just rotated still from Kato. Oh, yeah. Now we're refining.
Yeah.
refine. Discard a card, draw 2.
I think did find that. Oh no, it's Cresselia. I thought it was a Monkey Dory.
Oh,
you
yeah.
could use Cresselia this turn to snipe this Ralts. Like, you know Natalie's hand is really bad. And as long as you knock out that Ralts, not only do you continue your win condition, but also you deny any potential Kirlia from Natalie. So Kato just drawing everything they need. Could also just go get the Monkey Dory, attach the Darkness Energy, and start dishing the damage onto this Gardevoir. But I feel like this Flutter Mane might have been a slight oversight by Kato. If he could use Cresselia and Monkey Dory this turn, that would be insane.
That would be insane indeed, but there's no more bench space, unfortunately, once that Monkey Dory does come down here for Kato, being sought after off of that Ultra Ball for Kato, and the Dark Energy that was pulled out of the deck from that Earthen Vessel now being attached, unlocking that Adrenabrain ability here, allowing Kato to shift those damage counters onto Natalie's board, up to 3 damage counters. Of course.
I really like the possibility here for Kato. If he ends up promoting the Flutter Mane to the active spot, that will deny Gardevoir EX's Psychic Embrace ability, meaning it'll probably get stuck there. It will allow Kato to start building up damage onto the bench whilst damaging the active, putting it in range of perhaps a Gardevoir EX return KO next turn. So slow but sure, I think Kato sees the opportunity, but he has a big advantage. As long as he maintains that, that's going to be the key here.
Yes, exactly, Pablo. We're seeing that those damage counters go down onto Natalie's field here now, and that Gardevoir EX going to use Miracle Force. Wow, we haven't really said that one too often, huh?
No. It's not too common that a Gardevoir EX ends up being the star and the attacker.
190 damage there. Natalie Miller over here on this side of the field does have the Kirlia to evolve into. Gonna have to discard for it. Boss's Orders gonna be that discard here for Natalie. What can we draw into? Radiant Greninja and a Psychic Energy, but
I mean, it's 2 extra cards, right?
It is, that's true. Radiant Greninja hitting the bench here. Psychic Energy going down. It's the counter catcher, as well as, what was the other card, Pablo?
I think it was something inconsequential.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
I couldn't tell, but it was just not
oh,
great.
It's
It's an
Ultra Ball.
All right.
Yeah, okay. Ultra Ball discarding a Kirlia now on and a counter catcher as well, grabbing that Cresselia out and putting it straight down onto this field.
Yeah, this will allow, with the energies that we have, this I think will allow Natalie to potentially take a prize on this Kirlia, which is good news for her, right?
Yeah.
But it's going to allow her to keep a little bit with the price trade. It will also put more damage on the Gardevoir, putting it in range of the Monkey Dory, really limits the energy that she has available. But Natalie knows this is game 2. I cannot give up on this position. I have to try my best to really make something happen.
Exactly, and I mean, Natalie is hanging on here. She's making these plays. Moonglow Reverse gonna take out that Kirlia there, and that's a prize card for Natalie. So technically our players are tied here now in prize cards. That means nobody's counter catcher is activated at this point in time, Pablo. You do have to be behind in prize cards to use that. But a Cresselia of his own, Kato's going to bring that down onto the bench here. Retreat off that 2 retreat cost Gardevoir EX into the Cresselia now.
Yep, and we're going to see that knockout on the Kirlia this time around. I really would have liked to see that the previous turn, though. Take down the Ralts. That Kirlia definitely gave a lot of room to do things for Natalie, but once again, she's gonna be down to top deck mode. We need this card to be huge for Natalie here. Probably only Iono or on first stamp are generally good. Well, I guess Arven can search for on first stamp, so there are options, but they're still very limited.
Yep, 40 damage now on that Kirlia. Kato, of course, 40 damage over on the field. Spread out among those Pokemon here. Moonblow Reverse going to move those 2 damage counters off the Fluttermane, off of that Cresselia, knocking out that Kirlia on Natalie Miller's side. Another prize card down top deck for Natalie Miller. What was it?
The energy. It was the energy for Greninja, and now she just found an Iono off of those 2 cards from the concealed card. So she will be able to make something happen. An Enhance Hammer as well. Not the best card. Seems like we're going to see an aggressive Fluttermane as a response, but the Iono will give her finally a fresh set of 5 cards.
Yeah, I feel like we have been hurting so bad for cards here on Natalie Miller's side of the field, but Iono at least is going to net us a couple. Kato going to get 4 cards based off those prize cards. Natalie going to have 5 at the ready here. Looks like we got that Dark Energy there. I think I saw a Nest Ball in his hand as well. Scream Tail, Earthen Vessel, and a Bravery Charm as those 5 cards.
Yeah, Scream Tail could be used this turn to potentially take down the Ralts now. Seems like that might be the choice, though. Are there enough energies? I think there are. Yeah, there's exactly 2. That's good enough. Yeah, so slowly but surely, Natalie making strides in this game, trying to she's able to at least keep up with the prize cards, and setup wise neither player has Kirlia, so neither player really having a good time in terms of thinning deck, drawing cards, finding resources.
Yeah, that is huge. Nest Ball now for Natalie Miller, going back into the deck here, grabbing another one of these Ralts to reestablish the bench here. Keep some stabilization, but honestly, Pablo, for how it was looking throughout the first couple of turns here, Natalie has definitely recovered in a major way. We have the Scream Tail now with the Bravery Charm attached to Psychic Energy for damage counters there, and that's what Natalie needs to take a knockout there on Kato's board. Going down another prize card for each of our players here. Where do you see this going from here, Pablo, as far as Kato's turn, the back and forth? What's the board state looking like? How can Kato manipulate all those damage counters that are happening on Natalie's side of the field to take these prize cards?
I mean, with no access to counter catcher, even though this Gardevoir is heavily damaged, it is also pretty safe on the bench at this point in time. And Kiduri is good, but it's not 30 damage counters good, you know, so slowly but surely you can whittle that down, but then Cresselia can send some of those damage counters back. Kato with no Ralts on the board. His energies are spread out, only has 2 energies right here in the discard pile, so Cresselia, not even a very powerful threat. Could go for the second attack, Lunar Blast, I believe, doing 110, and potentially getting the knockout on this Scream Tail that way. So that is one option that Kato has whilst transferring 3 damage counters somewhere, but it's definitely a lot closer than it was initially looking like after Natalie had very underwhelming early game.
Exactly. So underwhelming, but holding on here in this game 2 between our players. Kato going to use that Super Rod now to shuffle up those Pokemon back into the deck.
Yeah, Super Rod gonna recover some of the resources. Really would love to have the backup of Kirlia. And yeah, Kato just has every imaginable Pokemon, but not quite the ones that he would like. And especially that Klefki. That Klefki has not served any single
Yeah,
purpose
actually.
at this point in time. It
Well,
was just a starter.
Stopped the Monkey Dory, I guess, but it wasn't even doing anything, so. Well, Kato's going to grab that Ralts back out of the deck here. Now place it down onto the field.
Now, Kato knows that if he knocks out the Screamtail, Cresselia comes up and takes down the Ralts. If Kato doesn't KO the Screamtail, then the Screamtail KOs the Ralts. So that Ralts is generally doomed at this point in time. Now, it seems like it's going to be the Flutter Mane just to make sure that we pile up more damage. Seems like a more efficient way to do the attack over the Lunar Blast. You can transfer these 3 damage counters probably over to the Gardevoir. There we go. Kato very nicely following the arrow that I drew for him. And we're going to see the knockout. And now this opens up the possibility for a potential misplay of sorts. If Natalie ends up promoting the Gardevoir EX for some reason, Flutter Mane would be denying its ability with Midnight Fluttering. But I doubt Natalie will make that mistake.
I feel like we're also not going to see that as well, potentially here, Pablo. It's like we're...
Oh, it's not a KO.
I was about to say, because the Bravery Charm,
yeah,
I think that HP is...
Yeah, it's
90
plus 50, 140,
oh, wow.
and there's 130, so there's actually no KO this time around. And all of a sudden, that Screamtail has 13 damage counters on it.
Gosh.
It can do 260 damage anywhere it wants. Not quite enough to knock out the Gardevoir EX, but it could set it up to where eventually with Monkey Dory or with a follow-up Cresselia, you can take it down.
Yeah, actually, that's pretty wild to see. But that Screamtail, it's gotten a lot more dangerous here with those damage counters being placed down onto it, thanks to Kato's Flutter Mane there. Earthen Vessel discarding that Artisan on Natalie's side to get these Psychic Energy out.
Yeah, so maybe a little miscalculation there by Kato being 10 off the damage. Could have been intentional, but...
Yeah, it could have been.
I mean, which would allow you to perhaps fall down in the prizes and then you get to use Counter Catcher, but I can't really fathom where you would benefit from that instead of eliminating an attacker from Natalie, taking down the option for her to take another prize card. And we'll have to see how this ends up developing. We could see a Counter Catcher play, bring up the Gardevoir, putting the 2 damage counters here, and then all of a sudden you get a 3-prize turn. That is also another possibility.
That would be huge to see. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it from all of these damage counters have been placed. Like, I wouldn't doubt the potential of that from these decks, but still, you love to see multi-prize card turns every time they happen. Screamtail gonna eliminate that Monkey Dory off of the field here for Kato. Natalie Miller now leading in the prize race. 3 prize cards left to take. Refinement gonna start us off discarding this additional Psychic Energy, drawing into his Super Rod and that Tatsugiri.
And that was actually huge. With that knockout, Natalie prevents the Monkey Dory from pushing damage onto the Screamtail to get a mid-turn KO, and then you're able to attack to get a follow-up KO. That was really well done by Natalie. Of course, that does mean that Kato now has access to a Kirlia, and if you're getting Iono'd and you don't have a Kirlia set up like Natalie doesn't at this point in time, that could be problematic. We're going to see the Darkness Energy go back into the deck with triple Earthen Vessel and the Monkey Dory in hand. That double Monkey Dory could still help Kato pull this play off, but Natalie tried her best to make sure it was denied.
Exactly. Natalie doing absolutely everything possible here, but Kato shuffling that Pokemon back into the deck on this side of the field.
Now, Gardevoir has 260 damage on it, so if Monkey Dory does find that Darkness Energy, Kato could actually just attack and knock out both of these Pokemon as long as he can get 2 more damage counters on the board to transfer them, and there's energy here. So can Kato find the Darkness Energy to get a 3-prize turn? He does.
It's there. The Iono here. Kato drawing into 4 cards. Natalie 3, but that Dark Energy is found. Placed down onto this Monkey Dory. One of the reasons it fits so well into here because Psychic Embrace is accelerating all of your Psychic Energy. So you have that energy attachment for the turn here now onto that Monkey Dory available to you. And that Monkey Dory was knocked out. Now it's back. We're ticking up here, and Kato has the energy here as well for this Flutter Mane to shift those damage counters on it with the Monkey Dory onto that Gardevoir. And that's going to be the turn we were talking about, Pablo. A triple prize card turn here for Kato Ari in this matchup. Already up a game, back over to Natalie's side, but that is huge, Pablo.
That is huge. Natalie against the ropes. No Gardevoir, no Kirlia even available. Can attach energy to the Flutter Mane to do 90 damage, but that's not gonna get her anywhere near close to winning. And Kato can't quite win the game just yet because of that Flutter Mane preventing the Gardevoir from getting promoted and powered up, but so close. Kato one prize card away from victory and advancing to the top 4.
Yeah, here at NAIC, this is huge here, Pablo. It's all coming down to this. We're going to see an Iono of Natalie's own over here. 3 cards this time. And Kato, only having 1 prize card left, is going to have a single card here off of this draw. Let's see what Natalie gets here for the turn. That Kirlia instantly refining that Arven into the discard pile here.
Yep, now did find her A-Spec as well, but I would actually give Kato an extra card than he currently has.
That's true.
Counter catcher onto the Gardevoir. No energy available from Psychic Embrace because Flutter Wings or Midnight Fluttering does deny Gardevoir EX's ability. So if Natalie's going to make a comeback, this is how. Yeah, Kato getting stuck with the Gardevoir does decide to play the A-Spec that on first stamp will give Kato 2 cards now instead of the 1 from Iono, but I guess Natalie really values having those extra resources right now. 5 extra cards, so huge.
Yeah, 5 cards to the hand here for Natalie. Getting the green stamp. Kato's going to get that red stamp here, but really it's the green stamp on this side, an additional card to the hand. Although we didn't see what the card was even off the Iono, so who knows? Maybe it wasn't that great anyway. Now we're going to have some more options here. This is the 5-card hand for Natalie Miller now.
Natalie did find the energy to attack with Flutter Mane, that Hex Curl, 90 damage to the active, 2 damage counters. Somewhere else you need them. Let's see what Kato got. 2 cards in hand, 1 more top deck. Can Kato retreat? There's an Iono, there's Gardevoir EX, and there's a non-first stamp, which doesn't work right now. Iono only gives you 1 extra card. Kirlia does have that refinement ability, which he's not going to use. What?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, what's
okay? So Gardevoir EX, he can evolve, power up the Gardevoir EX, and then he can retreat. But right now there isn't a single Pokemon that Kato can use to take a knockout. All right. I mean, I guess with the transfer of the damage counters, he could get out a KO somehow. Either way, Natalie scoops, and we have Kato advancing to top 4.
Wow, that was incredible. 2-0 here in our top 8 match. Kato Ari is going to advance into our top 4 at the North America International Championship. Representing Japan, bringing this deck, this incredible Gardevoir deck, to our stage here and taking the win over Natalie Miller. Looking super happy there. That was a long game. And I mean, so much was happening in every single turn between these players. But Kato was able to take things down here. A 2-0 matchup versus Natalie. I'm sure Natalie is feeling super crushed right now, but still an incredible feat. Making it into our top 8, and through these matches did absolutely everything possible in both of these games. Natalie Miller.
Indeed, Natalie tried her best, but that start in the second game was just really, really bad. Game 1 was really back and forth, though. Both players systematically trying to take down the each other's Pokemon, which was really, really cool to see. But Kato coming out on top, getting a 1-up on Natalie, and having the possibility to use counter catcher as well.
Yeah, that was huge. Those counter catchers were giant cards in this matchup for both of our players. Like you said, you wanted to be a little bit behind there, back and forth, so that you could decide who you wanted to promote to knock out at which time. And we saw those support Pokemon going down from both of our players back and forth. Now, this is our game 2 between these players. Natalie had a terrible start here, was able to use that technical machine on the Monkey Dory, but then it went down here. I mean, we had thin hands for Natalie this entire time, and it was looking grim from the start, but did start to recover here with these attackers. We started seeing prize cards fly, and the game got so much closer, but then there was this incredible turn here from Kato. 3 prize cards all at once, thanks to those damage counters being spread around, and Moonglow reverse, actually those Flutter Mane that time, but this was the end. What happened in our end here, Pablo?
All right, so what happened was Kato got that extra Gardevoir, could now use that ability, that Psychic Embrace, to attach the energy from the discard pile, attach it to the active Gardevoir that had 1 energy, could retreat and could power up Cresselia. I missed the fact that he could Moonglow reverse and just knock something else out on the bench by spreading more damage around on the field. Also had Monkey Dory to do extra damage, so that is how Kato locked up this game, just by finding that Gardevoir off of the unfirst stamp to 2. But big props to Natalie. She made the best out of an absolutely horrible situation. She just couldn't get going. She made every single card count, and she tried to find a way. It's just, it wasn't in the cards this time around.
Unfortunate to see Natalie Miller knocked out here in our top 8, but Kato Ari is going to advance into our top 4 after that incredible match. I gotta say, Pablo, I'm very surprised that Flutter Mane was used, not only for its ability from both players, but also the attack as well. I mean, that was a key card here that I didn't even really consider. I mean, I'm not a Gardevoir player myself, but to see it come out in this mirror match is very cool for sure. But yeah, trying to shut down with that Midnight Fluttering ability on the Gardevoir EX so that it can't accelerate any energy, but Kato was able to use a benched Gardevoir EX because he found it. I mean, was it the top deck too?
I mean, it was within the 2 cards from the first stamp plus the top deck, so it was available. But let's go down to the stage. Juancho has Kato ready for us with an interview, so let's hear from him and his thoughts on this top 8 match.
Thank you, casters. Juancho Saldana here, and I'm joined by our top 8 winner, Kaito Arai. Kaito, what an amazing match. How are you feeling?
Amazing.
Amazing. I think I'd feel the same way. I think you're one of top 8 here in the biggest international of all time, out of almost 3,000 players. How did you prepare for this event?
Many とても勉強しました。YouTube を僕はやってるんですけれども、配信で10時間連続でやったりとか、その成果が生きてよかったです。
So I studied a lot, watching many of YouTube videos, so spending many times reviewing. That's his own videos as well, so he's very skilled.
I'm gonna have to watch those videos for sure. And now that you're in top 8, going into top 4, what's your mind state at? How are you mentally preparing yourself for the next stage of this tournament?
とても緊張してて、今の試合はあんまり覚えてないんですけど、とりあえず勝ったので、次も勝ちます。
So right now I'm only nervous right now. I don't know what to expect for next, but I just won and I will continue to win.
I love it. I love it. All right, before I let you go, I want to make sure you get some rest before you get into top 4. Anyone you want to shout out?
Haru Nishikawa, amazing Japanese player.
Amazing Japanese player indeed, just like you. Again, congratulations, best of luck in top 4. With that, we're gonna throw it back to the casters for more Pokemon action. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you so much, Juancho, for that amazing interview there from Kato. So happy to see traveling all the way from Japan to compete here and now advancing into our top 4. I'm sure he feels over the moon.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell he's brimming with excitement, right?
Yes.
And he must be feeling over the moon because he got top 8 at LAC, I believe, with Snorlax. And now he's gone one step further into top 4. with his Gardevoir deck. Very unique with all the cards he chose for this event. That Tatsugiri, very cool to see. Didn't feature this time around, but it was good enough for Natalie to make sure she had to go after it
Exactly.
to deny that attract customers ability.
Yeah, I guess we should be saying over the moon glow reverse, huh, Pablo? Well, yeah, bringing Gardevoir to our table and knocking out another Gardevoir player as well. You know, if you're just now tuning in, 6 Gardevoir EX decks, as well as 2 of the exact same 60 list of Lost Box in our top 8. So now one of those Gardevoir is gone. I believe we do have some updates as well from our other matchups that we've seen. We saw both of our Lost Box players go up a game. Not sure where they're at now in the conclusions of their matches, or if they're still playing things out, but
I believe there is an update. I think it's Stefan and Andrew are tied 1-on-1 in
so Stefan getting it.
games, and I do believe Hedrick did advance. Yeah, Andrew Hedrick wins 2-0 over Henry Chow, the #1 seeded player, the undefeated player in this tournament, went the whole tournament without dropping a game, but unfortunately falls to Andrew Hedrick in top 8.
Yeah, Ross giving us some nice updates here that Stefan did do the double Monkey Dory knockouts. You know, picking the Monkey Dory up and double placing down. I mean, we got to see that from Stefan earlier, obviously, having a good time out there in the field in our top 8, being able to do it once again.
Yeah, some amazing games happening over there as well as we get ready for our top 4. We have still yet to know who else advances, but really cool to see Kato all the way from Japan. Quite the trip, right? Really cool to see. Really, really happy for him. You could tell from how happy, like his English usage, all of it. You could tell that he's very excited that he's just advanced to top 4.
Absolutely, super excited indeed, and being able to represent your country as well. And so I'm sure so many supporters are out there, either watching or you know, staying up. I mean, I don't know what the time difference is. It must be absolutely wild from here, though. So making sure to follow along and watch the matchups here. And guess what? We get to see both of our top 4 matches. So we will be seeing Kato once again on our stream with that Gardevoir EX deck. It's just going to come down to who will he be facing off against. That's what we're still determining here. So we've wrapped up our streamed match here, but we still have to progress through this day 2 here at NAIC, and we will have the conclusion as to who our finalists will be heading into our championship Sunday tomorrow. That is where everything goes down. It is the most intense, but arguably just for those players that are sitting at the table there, one match in the way to take down before becoming the champion for our 2024 North America International Championship, our largest championship to date for any of our internationals. And I mean, I'm excited to just be a part of it, Pablo.
Oh, so am I, Boo, so am I. And I'm pretty sure, if memory serves me correctly, this is the highest a Japanese player has placed at an international, I believe. Or either Kato is equaling the record previously held. I know, I forget the name, I think it was Takuya, who got top 4 at OCIC 2017. I don't remember if it was top 4 or top 8, but either way, Kato either equaled the record or just surpassed it as the highest Japanese placing player at an international championship, which is incredible to see.
That is amazing indeed, to come out here, travel all this way, and then perform so well. I mean, that is a huge feat, and we will see if Kato is able to advance even further potentially as well. We have no idea who is going to be in our finals here just yet, but we will get there very soon. And we already know, I mean, it's either going to be Gardevoir or Lost Box, so if you're a fan of either of those decks, I got some good news for you.
Yeah, I think Gardevoir, EX, and Kirli are probably the 2 words that we're going to be saying the most from this point onwards. Now, we do have another update from the top 8 games. Kaiwen just defeated 2-0 his opponent in that other Gardevoir mirror match. So Kaiwen advances to top 4.
Incredible. That's, Natalie Miller was also representing Australia, but Kaiwen from Australia too. So Australia is still in it. We have Japan, Australia. Who will our last 2 slots be in our top 4?
We know Hedrick, right? So we have.
Oh, I didn't know that. Did we already see that?
Andrew Hedrick advanced to 0.
I already thought it was just up 1 game.
No. Andrew Hedrick advanced. We also have Kato. We also have Kaiwen. So 1 more game to go.
1 more game to go, indeed, for both these players to potentially make it into our championship Sunday. But for now, Wancho is actually standing by with a special segment here from our co-commentators as well, Ross and Joe. Wancho, take it away. What do you got for us?
Thank you so much, Boo. Wancho Saldana here, and I'm joined with Joe Bernard and Ross Gilbert. How are you feeling, guys?
I'm feeling, well, I'll tell you right, I'm feeling pretty good, but I was watching all 3 of the other top 8 games, so this segment needs to be top tier, because I was having a good time over there, Wancho.
Yeah, me too. I've been disrupted, and I've been given a pen and a whiteboard, so I'm terrified right now.
No, just complete trust. And okay, just to be clear, do you know what we're doing right now?
No idea.
It feels a bit like Pictionary, but you got me on Pictionary at EUIC, and that did not go well.
All right, so folks at home, they have no idea what we're doing, so I'm going to go ahead and explain the rules. This is just so we're clear. We're going to be playing the testing partner. This is where I'm going to ask you guys questions. Like, for example, I'll ask Ross, what is Joe's favorite Pokemon? You're going to have to write your favorite Pokemon, put it down, and then you're going to have to guess, and you're going to reveal both at the same time. Obviously, if you match, then you're great partners. How long have you guys been casting together?
8 years.
8 years.
Okay, well, this is a test of that bond.
Okay.
We understand the rules?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Okay, well, that's the first question. Ross, what is Joe's favorite Pokemon?
If I get it wrong, are we like fired?
Oh, no, 100%, yes.
Oh, man.
So, again, ladies and gentlemen, this is 8 years of friendship. We're testing right now.
Oh, it's more than 8 years of friendship. It's 8 years of casting.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. So, okay, well, let's reveal it. What do you think is Joe's favorite Pokemon? Is Empoleon. Is that correct?
Empoleon is correct. My favorite Pokemon. What a cool guy. It's the only correct choice.
Empoleon is one of the top 3 first partner Pokemon. I'll give you that.
Wow, I'm impressed, but hey, maybe that was easy mode, right?
That was easy mode, mate. Come on.
Okay. Well then, Joe, what do you think is Ross's favorite card?
Ooh, favorite card.
You know this. I've been incredibly vocal about this, Joe.
This is going terribly.
I have literally made 2 videos about my favorite card.
We make them fight.
Yo. I need a minute here. There's so many years of Pokemon.
No, come on, Joe. This one should be obvious.
Your favorite card?
Yeah, I have an actual flat-out favorite card, and I have not been shy about it.
This is terrible.
Oh.
Come on, Joe. Ross got his question right.
Bro, that was an easy question.
This is an easy question.
Dude, do you know how many cards have been printed in all time? Dude, I hear you talk way too much. You think I have to block out some of that at some point? I literally don't even know.
Make a guess. That's fine. There's more questions. Then
I can.
I need at least an era or something.
Right. Give him a clue.
Give me an era. Give me
2011.
2011. Okay. Surely,
the card that put me on the map as a player.
Well, that's pressure.
Yeah,
that's even more pressure.
Oh no.
I can give so many hints that would make it super obvious, but
I just want to make sure you guys can still continue casting after this. No bad blood after.
This put you on the map as a player?
I mean, as much as I ever was.
All right.
Just to be clear.
I have an answer.
Locked in?
Yeah.
All right. Ross, what is your favorite card?
It's Don Fan Prime.
Oh, okay. Nope.
No. I already saw what he's put.
Joe, what is Ross's favorite card?
I said Flareon, the Plasma Flareon. That's what you played with at
That
Worlds,
is a
right?
top card of mine that I love very much
card.
indeed. I got Nationals with Don Fan Prime.
All right. I was thinking of your Worlds run, you see.
Oh,
that's what it was.
Okay.
That put you on the map. This is terrible.
All I'm saying is I beat Tom Hall at UK Nationals. I walked into the toilets and heard people talking about me. That meant I was on the map.
Okay, you know
there
what?
you go. Big deal.
Okay.
Your toilet talk, at least.
Since this seems like such a tough question, what is Joe's favorite card?
I don't know if he's ever told
I don't even know
this.
if I have a favorite card.
How can you not have a favorite card?
Dude,
because there's
so many cards.
Joe plays old formats and cube all the time. So Joe is constantly
Mine is going to be so obscure. Like, this is going to be just impossible for you, I think.
Yeah, I don't think this is even possible because Joe has literally never told me his favorite card.
Well, we're going to have to give it a go. We're locking in that question.
This is impossible for Ross because I'm having to think of one on the
favorite
spot myself.
standard card.
Favorite standard card?
Favorite standard legal card. Come on, Joe.
All right, all right. I wonder what it is. Chat, feel free to comment down below if you guys can make a guess as well. All right.
I mean, if I'm judging by how today's gone, I'm thinking it's Monkey Dory.
Monkey Dory is my current favorite standard card.
Okay.
And it wasn't just today. It was before this. It was before today's results, I promise.
Someone has made a meme about Joe today and that card, which I'm enjoying very much.
Yeah, it's a fantastic meme.
Okay, friendship mended, I think. All right, all right.
This just proves me as a bad friend. That's all this is doing.
It just means I talk too much and Joe has to start tuning it out.
All right, let's just do this one both at the same time. Just don't peek. What is the best A-spec? Okay, so this isn't that personal, all right? We're not going to fight about this one. And obviously, everyone knows it's Legacy Energy for Lugia V-Star.
I think there is an objectively right answer to this one.
Okay, okay. All right, 1, 2, 3. Best A-spec.
I went Reset Stamp.
Reset Stamp isn't an A-spec, Joe.
It's not an A-spec, Joe.
I went Unfair Stamp.
That's the worst A-spec.
This is terrible. This segment is doing me in.
What's the base A-spec? It's wholly on level X.
It's been a long day.
Oh, trust me.
This is why the casters needs breaks. That's all I'm saying. This was our break.
Hey, I'm having fun. I don't know about you guys.
This is fun, I guess.
Trust me,
the Pictionary.
The questions only get harder.
Brilliant.
All right, all right. At the same time, who is the best Pokemon TCG player? I'm sorry to put you guys on the spot. We're going to get in trouble, aren't we?
Well, of the options, one of them is in this room right now.
I put Tord Reklev / me.
I've put Tord Reklev, who is in this room right now.
Okay.
And Jason is currently not in this room, which makes this an easier choice, I think.
See, I heard best player, not best player all time. You ask me all time, then we have a different conversation. Because I think free
It's just you. It's just me.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. He needs time on his side.
All right, all right. Let's go back to one by one. Ross, what do you think Joe thinks? You know what? No, let's just go. What is the best supporter? Same time.
Best supporter? Are we talking all time?
All time.
Oh, best supporter all time. Joe's going to go for some weird, obscure old one that I've forgotten about.
Okay, standard. We'll make it easy. We'll make it easy. So the folks at home know what it is as well.
But that's not easy because it depends what you're looking for. There's like 3 correct answers depending on what you want. But I think the best one is Iono.
Iono.
Hey.
Has to be, right?
Yeah, well, you could have gone
right.
Boss.
Could have gone Boss.
I think Boss could have been a correct answer there.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I would have put Boss's orders, personally.
It is a game winner, but Iono stops you losing.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. This one is for, I'm going to go Ross again. What is Joe's best Pokemon TCG achievement?
Has he done
There's
anything
been
in the game?
so few. There has been so few achievements.
Okay, well, what I think, at least the one that comes to mind for me, I've got one which I think was very, very impressive.
Okay.
But we'll have to see if Joe agrees. What year was that?
That is very specific. Good job.
Yeah, but I might have the year wrong, mate.
I haven't put a year if it helps. Put a
let's take the year out so I don't miss.
Okay.
9-0 with Malamar in Liverpool.
Oh, that's a good one. I went for my Paris SPE victory with Pikarom.
Yeah, but that was Pikarom. Does that even count?
I mean, Pikarom wasn't even the Bediff in that format. That was
you're right.
Mewtwo and Mew Tag Team GX was the best But 9-0 in Malamar, that's also a special moment for me.
All right,
I just got bodied in the top 8, so I've repressed that memory.
I can even remember who you lost to in top 8. It was Robin Schultz.
I did lose to Robin Schultz, and it was not close. It was about 5 minutes.
That's why I remember.
Fancy, fancy. Let's switch it up. What is Ross's best TCG?
Oh, this one's easy.
Need to make sure I'm writing it right.
Okay, okay.
It's a story that I've promised to stop telling on stream because I've told it too many times. Grind it into worlds.
Grind it into worlds.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Well, tell the story one more time.
It was Worlds 2012. I went out there without an invite, and back then we had what's called the last chance qualifier. Single elimination tournament. You win, you get to the next round. You lose, you're out. Win 5 games in a row, you get to play in Worlds the next day. And I got through. I got to play in Worlds. Played terribly, did terribly, but grinded into Worlds. And one of my favorite memories, one of the judges went to one of my friends like, oh, you know, how's Ross doing after being knocked out? Is he doing okay? And they were like, he's playing in the final round.
Oh.
No one had faith. Made it through.
Love it, love it. Okay, wow, that one was, I think that was too easy.
That was too easy.
That
I
was
talk
too
about
easy.
it all
Okay,
the time.
okay.
Even Joe can't ignore the amount of times I've talked about it.
I know the round by round at this point.
How was your match against Pablo?
Oh, right. I played Pablo
It was worth
at
a risk.
Worlds that year, and Pablo took all 6 prizes against me in one turn, and it was beautiful. But I won it on the record. If I win the coin flip, I donk him. But I didn't win the coin flip, and I didn't donk him.
Shame.
But I had the donk in hand. Everyone needs to know that.
All right, Ross, what was Joe's first Pokemon event?
Ooh.
This one's a tough one, I have to admit. I honestly just want to know the answer to this one at this point.
I've got an embarrassing answer that Joe might not want me to share, which is not actually the correct answer, but I kind of want to just get out there.
I don't even know what you're talking about now.
I agree, just do that one.
My first ever event?
Oh, it's not even an event, it's just something I want to get out there. Joe's early YouTube videos.
Well, yeah, my early YouTube videos were something entirely different, yeah.
They were something entirely different. There was a big difference between you then and you now.
Yeah.
You had an
True.
American accent back then, Joe.
I did do some videos with an American accent.
Can we roll the clip?
No.
Those clips are quite, I found them, but they are quite hard to find, and they are fantastic.
Thank goodness YouTube has buried those deep. Dude, I can't even remember the location of the first. And I think it was here.
Okay. You know, I will accept it if you get at least that right, I think.
I put some random UK cities, I don't know, Manchester.
Crawley cities. That is random right there. That's surely the most random.
City championships,
Yeah.
we'll take it.
Yeah.
We'll
If
take
half
it.
of chat have heard of Crawley, I'll take the loss, but I'm willing to bet you haven't.
That's definitely, the first tournament I played in was the cities. I think I'd done some leagues and stuff before that, but yeah.
All right, Joe. What is Ross's favorite Pokemon set?
The amount of he talks about it.
Oh, so you do listen to
No. Ooh.
Not gonna lie, I really want to do this with Pablo and Shelby now as well.
They don't have 8 years of casting together under their belts.
That'll make it even funnier.
They'll still get better answers than we do.
All right. What is Ross's favorite Pokemon? Oh, wait, you still writing?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. What is Ross's favorite Pokemon set?
I've gone
any Heart Gold, Soul Silver, base or triumphant, probably.
I'm miles away. I went Scarby base because this is when you started to get card reveals for your channel.
It's not, but that is quite special. Scarlet Violet base was when Pokemon started giving me English language reveals, and that is pretty special to me.
Hey,
we were talking about that earlier.
But you were at the peak of your playing powers back in the HGSS, so that does make sense too.
And I think AGSS is just a beautiful set.
Yes.
I think that'll be a lot of people's answers.
Yep, I agree.
I have a binder with the entire block in it, including Call of Legends, which may or may not count. I kind of count it, but it's not entirely HDSS, so I'll leave that to you guys at home.
Okay, this next one's a little bit, has nothing to do with Pokemon. But Ross, what do you think, Joe, if he was stranded in a deserted island, what would he bring? He could bring one thing.
Oh, I know what Joe would bring to his deserted island. And if Joe writes anything else, he's wrong, and I don't even care.
I want to guess too. I want to guess too. I'm not going to look.
I don't even care if it's not his answer. I have the right answer. Joe might have it wrong.
Are you locked in?
Yes.
Is it your cube?
It's cube.
I just put sun cream and loads.
I'm
There's no
disappointed.
way you're taking sun cream and leaving your cube at home.
So true. I'll find shade. I'll find shade.
Yeah.
You know what? Your answer's better.
My answer's so much better. When we go to European events, everyone just takes a little carry-on on the plane, except Joe, who drops a bag at every event so that he can bring the cube.
Yes.
And it's the right decision every time.
It's worth every penny. Yeah.
I think if you do get deserted, it's just already with you anyway.
Yeah, true.
All right.
I need 7 other people to be stranded with me for a cube. That's the thing, right?
That's always the toughest part, isn't it? Get that 7 together.
Yeah, magnificent 7.
All right. This one's a good one, I think. Joe, this just happens. A player top decks a game-winning boss. What does Ross say? Yeah, we top deck. We're in finals, World's Finals. Toward Reklev, top decks, boss's orders, pop off.
Yeah, how would he say it?
I don't even really know the answer to this one, but I think...
You know, hey, actually.
I think this is probably how I'd say it.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
Because I have to be very polite on stream. You've got to be very careful what you say. Even in the heat of the moment, you've got to be very careful what you say and how you say it. One of the skills of casting, a little underrated. The phrasing is, even in the heat of the moment, phrasing's very important.
All right. Again, the question is, a player has top decked boss's orders to win the entire event. What does Ross say?
Probably
that's a lot.
some variation of "oh my word" or "oh my goodness."
I have a big and he gets the boss's order, and then we're going a long time. He's going to carry on. Lots of speech, and we're going through the entire tournament and how it came down to this exact moment and how it was a stupendous occasion to get that boss's orders.
I think he might have me on this one.
Yeah. I think he writes the scripts.
That does sound like me, honestly.
Okay, yeah. Wow, that sounds more like you than you. That was impressive.
Like my cube answer was better than Joe's. That answer might have been better than mine.
We know each other better than we know ourselves in many ways.
And that's just a skill. I'm impressed. I'm sitting here. Okay. Joe, the player gets Iono to 1.
Yes.
What does Joe say? So Ross, what does Joe say?
Someone gets Iono to 1
and has game. Okay,
Yeah.
Is that the situation?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just Iono to 1, and it breaks. They break.
Oh, they break?
They break. Like Iono to 1, it's nothing, and they're able to win the game because of that. Iono to 1. Yeah, the Iono to 1, and he gets an energy, and he doesn't need it.
I don't even know. Sorry, I don't even know what I'm saying for this one. I feel like I would have made the conversation as the Iono's being played. Yeah.
Do you want me to set the stage for you? Okay.
I'd be saying about every out that we could possibly draw before it happens.
Oh, okay. Actually.
And then I'd probably just say it's a complete whiff.
He whiffed, and then Ross interrupts.
That was great.
Unreal.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why they are amazing casting partners. I'm going to just clap myself. I think it's only me here.
They were great questions.
They were good questions, man.
You made the most of the situation.
I want to thank you guys for indulging me. This was a very, very fun game. But you know what? I think we have to go back to the real show, the actual action here at the Pokemon North American International Championships. But we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds and the word of them spread, and they vanquish their foes wherever they tread. They came for the glory, they went for the fame. They will down in the books, we'll remember their names. Content as they fight, but look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be immortalized. 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 Immortalized.
Let us give you an experience.
At the Pokémon Center, EUIC London.
You're tuning in right now to some of the most intense Pokemon matches we have ever seen in the history of the Pokemon TCG, and you are here for it. Welcome back to the Trading Card Game Desk. I'm Vu, here with Pablo Meza. We just took you through our streamed match in our top 8 between both of our Gardevoir players. There's a lot more Gardevoir that was in our top 8, but now we're advancing into our top 4. Luckily, we will get to see all the top 4 action. We will be featuring our first top 4 match, and then Joe and Ross are going to be taking the second top 4 match, and all we have left after that is to know who our finalists are at the end of today and who will be promoted into our championship Sunday tomorrow. And that's where the real action begins here, Pablo, because we'll be deciding who is the champion here at our 2024 NAIC. Let's take a look at our decks that made it into our top 8. All of these players faced off against one another, and we are about to have our top 4 match for some of these players who advanced into it. What do you think about how our top 4 has now shaped up here, Pablo?
Yeah, now the full news is Stefan did defeat Andrew Gantner, so one Lost Box deck has been knocked out of the tournament, but Andrew Hendrick is still up. Here we have Stefan versus Kato. That's the other top 4 match awaiting after this one, but right now we are about to see Andrew Hendrick and his Lost Box deck go up against Kaiwen's Gardevoir deck. Now, this matchup, Boo, gonna be a lot more dynamic, I would say, than the Gardevoir matches, and it's gonna be very crucial to keep your board clean off damage counters so that Sableye doesn't cause havoc over on your side of the field.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be scary indeed if we see it. But Andrew Hedrick versus Kaiwin Kababe. I will say, Andrew did already take down one Gardevoir player in Henry before in our top 8. And Henry was undefeated as well going into our top 8, being taken out by Andrew Hedrick, now headed into our top 4. And that is, that's sad to see, but that's what Lost Box does, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, that there's a reason why Andrew Hedrick and Andrew Gander chose this list. I believe they are teammates as well.
Yeah.
So very interesting to see how they came up with this turbo Lost Box deck, which is generally very, very turbo in a sense. And there's a key card that could generally help them succeed. It's a brand new card from Twilight Masquerade, and that is an Iron Thorns EX, which with its initialization ability does stop Gardevoir EX's Psychic Embrace. So a late game Roxanne denying that Gardevoir EX Psychic Embrace, that could be key and could come into play to determine who comes out on top in these games.
Exactly. I mean, we almost saw that there, or we did see that, I suppose, in our last game that we featured in our top 8 match with that Flutter Mane, but different ability there, but still, it had the potential there to delay the game by some time there for Natalie. Didn't end up working out, but we'll see how it plays in this matchup. As you were saying, Pablo, this isn't just Lost Box, it's Turbo, baby. Get the engines up, because we're about to get Turbo going into our top 4. So, and I mean, just going into another Gardevoir matchup here, we'll see if that Turbo really pays off.
Yeah, we'll see. And now I do believe our players are ready at the stage, so let's head down. Top 4 ready to go. Andrew Hedrick against Kaiwin. Neither player unfamiliar with being at the center stage. Kaiwin has had some very good results as of late. Is the 2013 Senior World Champion, Top 8 at Worlds 2022, the Perth Regional Champion, and Top 8 at Worlds in 2019 as well.
Yeah, exactly. Look at that. Fresh off of a first place win for Andrew Hedrick in Indianapolis, and known for just crazy 9-0s all the time. Kaiwin Kababe, though, representing Australia here with a ton of achievements of his own, piloting this Gardevoir EX versus Andrew Hedrick's Lost Zone box. We're gonna have to see how this matchup plays out for both of our players, but I gotta think Andrew Hedrick maybe feeling pretty good with the buffer of knowing I just 2-0'd a Gardevoir, maybe I can do that again.
Yeah, Andrew just really needs to overcome the hurdle that is Flutter Mane, as Flutter Mane will stop all those Comfeys from selecting their flowers like they love to do. So it's going to be all about the Flutter Mane. How early can Kaiwin use it, get it onto the active, deny resources for Andrew. Andrew does have the Iron Bundle, so we're going to have this Ancient versus Future struggle to see who overcomes each other. And I think it's going to be really back and forth, who I wouldn't give a big advantage to either player.
Well, I'm wearing a Future pin at the moment with a Miraidon on it, so I guess I'll bank on the Future, but I gotta say, we can see Andrew Hedrick's Future a little bit here with that Colress's Experiment. Not 1, but 2 in the prize cards, 2 Pokestop as well, a card that is a part of this turbo engine for Andrew Hedrick, all in the prize cards. What about for Kaiwin here as far as these prize cards?
1 Waltz locked in the prize cards as well, which for a Gardevoir deck, that's never ideal. Now, usually the bench space is at a premium, so you don't always have all 4 out immediately, but that could make his setup in the early game a little bit clunkier. Now, the Professor Turo being in the prize cards as well could come into play, as that's usually very essential to heal something, pick something up, prevent Andrew from chasing some prizes. As we're gonna get this game started, and we have our top 4 ready to go.
Yep, Masters top 4. This is our very first top 4 streamed featured match here. Andrew Hedrick versus Kaiwin Kababe. And we're kicking things off on Andrew's side of the field. Of course, 75-minute clock for both of these players to make sure that all of these turns are played out here and we get a final conclusion to this match. So we'll see if Andrew Hedrick can take things down again with a potential 2-0 against a Gardevoir player, but I believe in Kaiwin Kababe here, operating with that Gardevoir EX all the way into our top 4. We're starting off with a Comfey in the active position here for Andrew Hedrick, going into the deck with a Nest Ball to get a basic Pokemon out of the deck onto the bench, but of course assessing all of these cards. Gonna get the bad news that a couple of key cards are stuck in the prize cards. Colress's Experiment, 2 of them in the prize cards. That's the bread and butter of this deck. It allows you to get those cards into the Lost Zone and into your hand as well, advancing the rest of your plays for the late game and trying to move fast through this and gain resources through those Colress's Experiment, but there's not going to be any beakers being filled up here just yet, Pablo. We'll have to see what the rest of this beginning hand looks like for Andrew Hedrick, but we'll see if it gets a little clunky potentially. It's nice that Comfey is in the active position, able to flower select for Andrew with the Radiant Greninja being the active Pokemon for Kaiwin.
I'm gonna go with that Iron Hands, that big threatening Pokemon that really can apply a lot of pressure to the Gardevoir players. Every time they attack, they're going to have something that's heavily damaged, usually, unless it's a Gardevoir EX, so that amp you very much, can be extremely threatening. Now, we saw Andrew, the first thing he did was put the Pokemon at the front to check which resources he had available. Then he did quite a few passes through the deck, but I'm not sure you immediately check how many Colresses you prize. Now, almost playing Colress Experiment, despite going first, you can see he's thinking so far ahead that he already thinks he's in his second turn.
Yeah, exactly. A little too far ahead here, but you got to map out all those turns. Both those Pokestop are also in the prize card too, so definitely just still taking note of what is in there for future turns. 1 card in the Lost Zone now off of that flower selecting. Another Comfey hitting the bench now for Andrew Hedrick, as well as a Nest Ball.
Yeah, probably going to be able to establish the Greninja, maybe draw a few extra cards. Now, the one thing you know against Gardevoir is that there's a lot of Ionos happening now. I love grabbing this Iron Bundle that immediately gives you protection against any Flutter Mane shenanigans, but Andrew having that Colress in his hand is really good. Kaiwin already knows that he has it because Andrew almost played it, and
yeah,
that
that's
could
true.
be a little
That's some
tell.
knowledge
Like,
there.
if Kaiwin has the choice between an Iono and Arvin, having that knowledge could actually encourage him to choose to play the Iono instead.
That's a very good point there, Pablo. That lightning energy going to be placed onto the Iron Hands EX, a pass over. Now we're on the first turn for Kaiwin here. Going second in the Pokemon TCG does allow you to both attack and play a supporter card. So we do see those options available for Kaiwin, but not before a nice little snack here, Pablo, in a Buddy Poffin. And of course, that's going to search out any two basic Pokemon that are 70 HP or less here for Kaiwin. We just saw Gardevoir being played, a Gardevoir mirror match in our top 8 stream featured match. So we're gonna be familiar with the Pokemon here that we're gonna be seeing in those Ralts.
Yep, that Buddy Puffin getting to Ralts, pretty essential for this deck to start working. We also see Kaiwin being very thorough, but interestingly enough, the first thing he checked seems to be the energies, right? Which is a little different from Andrew. We all have our different ways to go about checking the valuable resources that we need for each and every game. Seems like he's going to be going back into a deck, which probably means he's going to be playing the Arvin instead of the Iono. There it is. So he did have the Iono in his hand, could have taken away that Colress, but he values guaranteeing those double Kirlias up as soon as possible, as well as that other Buddy Puffin to protect the bench with Menifee and get that other Ralts going.
Hey, I'll tell you, we were talking, Pablo, about how I always call Gardevoir like the bullet train of decks, because once you get that setup, it is almost unstoppable. So I totally understand here, Kaiwin wanting to just go with this consistency here for his own side of the field versus the disruption that he potentially could have provided over to Andrew Hedrick there. That technical machine evolution slapped down onto the Radiant Greninja just needs that colorless energy attachment, which the psychic energy will fulfill here for that TM. It's going to be discarded here in a second from Kaiwin, but it did allow for those 2 Kirlia to be searched out of the deck from that evolution and evolved into for the next turn for Kaiwin. And that's what's going to kick off these refinements, drawing into these cards, future Gardevoir. A ton of things are unlocked for the deck for Kaiwin after that. So we're back over to Andrew Hedrick after that technical machine is out of there. Colress's experiment being played down immediately here. We're going to see these 5 cards. 3 of them are going to go into the hand for Andrew Hedrick and 2 of them into the lost zone.
Yeah, Colress very, very key and very special here for Andrew, with 2 of them being prized as well. Now, 1 Lost Vacuum does hit the lost zone, does have another copy. So there is a world where maybe Andrew can get to 7 cards in the lost zone. That Pokestop definitely helps. That's huge. 2 of them being prized, but that Pokestop will allow him to find that Mirage Gate that he desperately needs, perhaps.
Oh my gosh, look at that, though. 2 switch cards are the items found off the Pokestop. We rolled, and a Water Energy is also going into the discard here. So yeah, not found there, Pablo. So sad, but going into the second flower, selecting here for Andrew Hedrick.
Yeah, Flower Select does not find that Mirage Gate. I think Andrew now with 5 cards in the lost zone could have utilized that Lost Vacuum and could have actually used Ampio very much, but he ended up whiffing a single card, Shelby, to pull this off.
No.
And it's gonna be forced to pass here.
Yeah, you hate to see it, Pablo, but that's exactly what we're seeing. Unfortunately for Andrew Hedrick, just a pass back over to Kaiwin. And like I'm talking about the bullet train here, Pablo. The more turns you give it, the scarier it gets. And Kaiwin is going to get another turn here to set up with that pressure not being established from Andrew Hedrick's side, or those prize cards being taken either. So Kaiwin, let's see what this turn has in store as far as here. Let's take a look at the hands. We see an Arvin here, I believe. Was that also the pretty Screamtail?
I believe so, yeah. There's a Technical Machine Evolution as well.
This is blinged out.
Yeah, this
Even
is
the shiny Drifloon, whoa!
Yeah, fully blinged out deck here for Kaiwin. Alternate arts, reverse foils, everything available to him, as he's going to be able to find more energies, refinement those away, and get going. Might see Kaiwin take the first prize card, which is honestly not very usual in these sort of situations.
Yeah, I know. I was just thinking that as well, Pablo. A little bit odd to see here, but these cards all falling into place here for Kaiwin. That Arvin searching out that Earthen Vessel, as well as that TM being discarded to the Earthen Vessel to get those energy out of the deck. Those 2 basic energy here now for Kaiwin. They're in the hand here, but not for long. Concealed card's going to discard 1 of those energy into the Unfair Stamp, I think, as well as a Super Rod there for Kaiwin off of that concealed cards. 2 more cards here into the hand with Refinement after another discard. Bravery Charm, we're seeing another Refinement. Cards are flying here, Pablo. We see the Monkey Dory, as well as another card I did not get to see. I'm pretty blind, though, Pablo.
I also couldn't tell what the other card was along with the Monkey Dory, but that Monkey Dory is a pretty nice find. No Darkness Energy quite yet. There is a Cresselia. I don't know if there's a Gardevoir EX in the hand. I think there is, because it's the very pretty art one as well. So I think we're going to see Kaiwin be the aggressor at this point. Now, Kaiwin would have ideally liked to attack with the Flutter Mane, not only taking a knockout, but denying any future Flower Selects from happening potentially. We do see the Gardevoir EX hit the field. We're going to get all those abilities marked for you, the viewers, and we're going to see that Cresselia be the card chosen to be the aggressor.
Yeah, that giant coin is just signifying that these abilities have been used here. Now what we're seeing is this Psychic Embrace off of this Gardevoir EX. That's the ability of its own. Accelerating Psychic Energy from the discard pile here for Kaiwin. Of course, for each Psychic Energy, you do have to tick up 2 damage counters that you place the Psychic Energy on that Pokemon, but the Moonglow reverse from Cresselia is going to move those 2 damage counters off of each of the Pokemon that get them onto Andrew Hedrick's field. So that's exactly what we saw here. Moonglow reverse moving that 60 damage onto the Iron Hands EX for Kaiwin Kababe. Now we're over to Andrew Hedrick.
Now there are 5 cards in the Lost Zone right now. Kaiwin does have the Lost Vacuum to remove this Bravery Charm and be able to take 2 prizes with Ampio very much. Although those 6 damage counters that were just placed here does put it in range of a Gardevoir EX return KO. And the one thing that these new Turbo Lost Box decks lack is a Dark type attacker to deal with Gardevoir EX. There is no way for them to knock it out in a single hit.
Yeah, so that's true.
Hedrick has all the tools he needs right now. could also potentially switch card and heal the damage from the Iron Hands.
There's like a million switch cards in hand.
All 4. I think he has all 4 switch cards available. Just use one, he has the other 3. There's a healing, so very interesting play here available for Hedrick, and did find the Mirage Gate that he was lacking off of the Pokestop just now. So
yeah, that's cool to see for sure. Switch cards, you know, sometimes we don't always see that extra effect that it has, but it does allow that heal of the 30 damage there off of that Iron Hands EX. Now it is down a couple of damage counters that Kaiwen worked over with that Moonglow reverse. We're also going to see the secondary flower selecting from Andrew Hedrick for some more cards in there. Lost Zone is up to 7 now, Pablo.
yeah, we already saw that, and it actually hit the switch. There's 3 switches in the Lost Zone that were selected to be sent there by those flowers, which is like very peculiar to see.
Yeah.
Now we are going to see the Mirage Gate. We are going to have the Iron Hands ready to go.
Yeah.
With 3 switches down, I don't know if you want to spend all 4 switch cards in a single turn to heal the Iron Hands, so Hedrick might be content to leave it here and then force Kaiwen to find the Monkey Dory and find the Darkness Energy to actually get the return KO. Did find the Prime Catcher as well, though, so could Prime Catcher and knock out a Kirlia instead of knocking out the Cresselia. He has both options. It'll be interesting to see what he decides to go for.
Yeah, I'm interested to see it too. We'll have to see what happens for Andrew Hedrick after this Nest Ball, of course, bringing out Sableye now onto the field. Yeah, our Lost Zone up to 7. That's what activated that Mirage Gate, allowing Andrew to search out that Psychic and the Water Energy from the deck here. 2 different types of energy cards from the Mirage Gate. As soon as you hit 7 in the Lost Zone, to power up that Iron Hands EX for the Amp You Very Much attack here.
2 switch cards available, Prime Catcher available. I think Andrew's debating, do I go after the active? Do I just commit to knocking out a Kirlia and denying those Gardevoirs, which are so important? He's eyeing up the Lost Vacuum, so I think we're going to see an Amp You Very Much onto this Cresselia here.
Yup, just debating it here now for Andrew Hedrick. Gonna take a quick look at Kaiwen's discard pile first, maybe before making that decision. You know, these players do get 75 minutes to take a breath, look at things so that we are able to see the top level gameplay here from our players, especially when these matches are so important here. This is our top 4, and Andrew Hedrick is actually going to use this switch card to heal up this Iron Hands EX, promoting the Iron Bundle now into the active position. And yep, here we go. Switch or Prime Catcher is going to bring up one of these Kirlia, as you said, Pablo. Fully healed, healthy Iron Hands EX now ready to amp you very much. Not one prize card as you usually see off of one of those knockouts, but the amp you very much. 2 hands slapping around that Kirlia. It's going to take 2 prize cards as well.
Yeah, and Andrew does free up one of those Colruses that were locked in the prize cards. Now, usually you expect a follow-up Iono, so it's probably going to go to the bottom of the deck. But Kaiwen now needs to respond to this Iron Hands, and with the double switch cards that nullified all the Moonglow reverse damage that was placed on it beforehand. So Kaiwen in a lot of trouble, will need to find probably Drifloon plus the Bravery Charm and enough energies to deal with Iron Hands. Another important thing that Andrew did this turn is he targeted the Kirlia that did not have energy. Right now, Kaiwen needs 4 Psychic Energies to power up this Drifloon. He can unlock 1 by retreating, but this energy and this energy is currently locked in play. So this makes it harder for Kaiwen to have a response, and if Iron Hands is able to survive and attack again, that's gonna be really rough. And with the Monkey Dory getting played, there's no space for Drifloon now, and through Iron Bundle, I don't think there's anything stopping Iron Hands from taking 2 prizes unless this Kirlia ends up evolving into the second Gardevoir. So a lot of things at play here. We'll have to see what Kaiwen has planned for us here.
Yeah, that is huge for you to point out there, Pablo, and those energy sort of being stuck here on the field for Kaiwen. You want those in the discard pile so that you can re-accelerate them and sort of manipulate your field as far as what is getting energy attached to, what is getting damaged from those damage markers from the Psychic Embrace, and then where can I move them to, or what can I do with that here with the Monkey Dory, with the Moonglow Reverse, with the damage counters needed to amplify your damage output from these Pokemon like Screamtail or Drifloon. But all of that comes with the acceleration of the Psychic Energy, which you can't have if it's on the board. Unfair Stamp being played here from Kaiwin thanks to that knockout on the last turn. Going to be 5 cards to the hand for Kaiwin, only 2 for Andrew Hedrick. That's one way to limit the hand a little bit for Andrew as far as the options go for the future of these turns.
Yeah, no, Kaiwin finding pretty ideal cards. That Earthen Vessel allows him to search for that Darkness Energy that will be established onto the Monkey Dory and will allow Kaiwin to 2-hit KO this Iron Hands and take the KO mid-turn next turn if he ends up going with the Gardevoir EX this turn. I think that's what he's planning. He does have a few options to potentially use the Cresselia again, which does have the Bravery Charm attached to, and I guess with that, he does have the protection from the Iron Bundle. He could just promote Cresselia again, and that's a Pokemon that cannot be amped you very much unless Andrew finds another copy of Lost Vacuum. Do you think he has it with 2-card hands? Difficult.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Monkey Dory going to translate that 30 damage that was on the Gardevoir after accelerating those energy onto Andrew Hedrick's field, as well as that Gardevoir EX move into the Iron Hands EX.
Horrible hand here for Andrew. A Buddy Puffin, a Water, and a Comfey. Nothing to help you draw cards. You can't find Radiant Greninja off of this Artisan because it has a rule box. So no way to draw cards, no way to find resources, no way to find the Lost Vacuum at this point. And with no switching cards, as Andrew is down 3 switches in the Lost Zone. I think 3 switch cards at least in the discard pile, along with the Prime Catcher. Very few ways left for Andrew to actually move his Pokemon around.
Yeah, that is so tough to see. Purple Pokemon in those Comfey, but they are not refinement Pokemon. They're flower selecting Pokemon. So we're not just going to be seeing discarding to draw cards as we see on Kaiwin's side. Those Comfey are only able to draw into some cards for you if they're in the active and select in some flowers, but we'll have to see what happens here. Yeah, the Pokestop being taken away in the last turn as well for that Artisan instead being played down onto the field. Everything has shifted here as far as where our players are competing. We're in a nice little field now with a windmill instead of playing Pokemon Go.
Indeed. Now, there are 1 switch and 1 switch card available. This Iron Bundle could allow Andrew to attack into the Cresselia, but even an Arm Press is not enough. Cresselia currently has 170 HP. So unless Kaiwin makes a misstep here, which seems like he won't be doing, now this does set up the Cresselia to be knocked out later by the Lost Vacuum, which could prove useful, but Kaiwin very prepared for this. Andrew's just gonna double check on the HP, and he's gonna find the bad news that there's 160 damage, 10 damage short from the knockout.
Yeah, that is sad to see indeed, Pablo. Unfortunate there, but that Cresselia is still alive here on Kaiwin's side of the field, ready to go thanks to that nice little Bravery Charm attached.
Yep, huge Bravery Charm available for Kaiwin. We're going to start with the Refinement. We have the Monkey Dory to transfer damage from the Cresselia to the Iron Hands to be knocked out in between turns, or during the turn rather.
Yeah,
that's exactly what Kaiwin does. I feel like people are following my arrows pretty well today.
I think so too, Pablo. Maybe that's just great placement of arrows from your part. But that does mean Kaiwin Kawabe is going to take those 2 prize cards. Iron Hands finally going down, and it was, like you said, sort of in between those turns, I guess?
No, during the turn, right?
It is during the turn, yeah.
Yeah, Kaiwin can still retreat, attack, play a supporter, right? Still many things to be done here, and this will allow Kaiwin, as long as he attacks this turn, which I don't see any reason why you wouldn't, will be able to get ahead in the prize race. That Iron Hands was very swiftly dealt with by Kaiwin.
Swiftly indeed. Now our players are 4-4 prize cards tied up right now. This Boss's Orders, that gorgeous artwork, let me just tell you, bringing up the Sableye into the active position here for Kaiwin as well.
Yeah,
oh yeah, Andrew Hedrick's just looking sad.
Yeah, I mean, Kaiwin is eliminating 1 attacker. The Sableye is now gone as well. The Pokestop discarded the Cramorant, so all the attackers that Hedrick would like are currently in the discard pile. The only one that's missing is Greninja, but Manaphy says, hey, Greninja, you're not useful either.
Exactly. Yeah, that Manaphy's protecting the bench here. Kaiwan Kawabe eliminating these attackers one by one from Andrew Hedrick's field as well. Oh, that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX now hitting the lost zone for Andrew Hedrick, bringing us up to 8. We're going to go into another flower selecting here. 2 cards, one goes to the lost zone, one goes to the hand. It's the Super Rod versus the Nest Ball here for Andrew.
Such rough decisions here for Andrew. I think he's going to be forced to keep this Nest Ball if he wants to do something, but no, chooses to value the Super Rod a little bit more this time around. But unfortunately, with Buddy Puffin, he will not be able to search for any of the attackers. He can Artisan, right? Potentially can actually, if he finds a Mirage Gate here, could actually still use Sableye this turn by searching it out and then using Mirage Gate to power up. Did he retreat yet? Maybe yes, maybe no. I'm actually not sure.
It
so
says
many
retreat
things happening.
right there.
Yep, you're right.
There we go.
It has already retreated. So actually, there's not going to be an attack happening this turn. And this Blood Moon Ursaluna, I feel like that's how you can deal big damage. That's how you can potentially make up for this deficit whilst putting up a Pokemon that resists a lot. But Andrew really valuing those Super Rods, making sure that he has access to Sableye, access to Kremant. We'll have to see what he can actually piece out here.
Yeah, I mean, it makes complete sense. Their Super Rod is so valuable here for Andrew Hedrick to recycle these resources. 2 of those Pokemon being put back into the deck, as well as a Psychic Energy from that Super Rod. Back into the deck, Iron Bundle is going to be drawn out from that Artisan now that is out on the field.
Yep, Iron Bundle, though not too useful at this point.
It's just a little robot.
Yeah, I think we're just going to see a pass here from Hedrick. I don't know if there's anything else he can actually do. Really favored those Super Rods. Cannot attack. Had already retreated so much that he wasn't able to. And I mean, the best thing he could have aspired to was maybe a Cramorant hit onto the Gardevoir, which didn't really accomplish much anyways.
Well, we're back in Legends here with that Hisuian Heavy Ball. Quick look at the prize cards from Kaiwan's side, just to use it. Judges are going to shuffle these out, or probably lay them back out for Kaiwan. Usually, if there's a basic Pokemon in there, you can draw it out, replace it with the Hisuian Heavy Ball, and put it straight into your hand. But no targets there. Hisuian Heavy Ball is going to be discarded now for Kaiwan. Those prize cards are going to go back, laid out as well. But where are these turns going from here, Pablo? Where do you think Kaiwan is going to take this turn as far as what the hand is looking like and what we're thinking is going to happen here? I mean, we have a full bench at the moment for Kaiwan.
Yeah, I mean, Kaiwan just saw the Sableye get put back into the deck, so he's going to try and prioritize getting not only energy off the board, but also making sure that he gets damage on the board so that Sableye cannot do too much. He could just attack with Gardevoir. He knows it's not threatened. I think at this point, he must realize there's no Darkness Energy, that Gardevoir EX can just take another knockout. Munkidori can transfer 3 damage counters to one of these Comfeys as well. So Cresselia could heal further damage too. So a lot of things that Kaiwan can do to get ahead, 2 price lead. I'm starting to think it's an unsurmountable climb here for Hedrick.
I gotta think so too, Pablo. It is definitely looking grim, unfortunately, for Andrew Hedrick. That Munkidori gonna bring those damage counters onto that Comfey on Andrew's side of the field. A quick retreat here from the Gardevoir EX. Pricey cost of the 2 energy, but that's pretty easy peasy when you're playing Gardevoir because you just re-accelerate some energy and you're cracking here. Arvin gonna go back into the deck for Kaiwan, getting another item card and a tool card out.
Yep. That Cresselia with a Bravery Charm has really been the MVP here for Kaiwan, taking the hit from the Iron Hands. And all of that damage is now being transferred with Munkidori along with the Moonglow Reverse, which is really good. And I mean, Kaiwan's gonna probably put enough damage or energies on the board to knock out the rescue board. Comfey, Kaiwan very aware that there's a lot of switching cards gone for Hedrick. So I generally think that's a big advantage he can give himself at this point in time.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, definitely keeping track of your opponent's resources is so important. I guarantee you Kaiwan is assessing every single card that's both played and lost zoned. So keeping track of the discard pile, what resources Andrew Hedrick is lacking so far in this deck, and every single exploit that Kaiwan potentially has here to deal to this match is so important.
Now, a lot of shuffling there. Kaiwan also almost dropped his deck, so we had to continue shuffling there. Hasn't used refinement, I don't think, yet. Gonna be very thorough. I think Kaiwan realizes that he has a really big advantage at this point. Just wants to make sure he keeps that up and is trying to come up with how could Hedrick potentially come back into this. What weakness do I currently have on my board that would allow him to have this opening?
Well, these damage counters are being ticked up here on this Cresselia. 2 more damage from that Psychic Embrace energy being placed down. That Psychic energy, wow, I just caught a look at these energies too. I mean, I didn't even notice that before, Pablo. Those are beautiful.
Yeah, they're from the Hard Gold Soul Silver set.
Yeah.
Those energies are like 15 years old at this point. Now we do see the snipe with the Moonglow reverse denying the Comfey, and Kaiwan could now pull off a double Monkey Dory play, transferring enough damage counters here and then knocking out the active to win. This game is on Kaiwan to lose at this point. I can't see how Hedrick is going to make a comeback here.
Yep, we've brought it all the way down to this point. 2 prize cards left for Kaiwan to take home this first game in our Masters Top 4 featured match here. Andrew Hedrick starting off the turn, and yeah, it's looking grim, Pablo, but hey, you got to play it out completely. 75 minutes for both these players, so you have to do everything in your possible control to just play till you lose, pretty much. Radiant Greninja, concealed cards, going to discard that water energy, draw into 2 additional cards for the turn. Andrew Hedrick's hand here. There's a Mirage Gate, Buddy Poppin'. What else was in there, Pablo?
I believe there's the Iron Thorns, which maybe the Iron Thorns EX could be the way that Andrew could make a comeback. I mean, if he found Roxanne and was able to take down the active along with denying resources and shutting down that Psychic Embrace, maybe that's what he's planning. He did just keep the energy over a Colress, so he can attack this turn. He has his last switch, he has a Mirage Gate, he has a Super Rod, so he could see the Iron Thorns take a KO and deny Psychic Embrace during the next turn. But Kaiwan has a huge hand, will still have Refinement, can still transfer damage counters, any that he's able to place, and a simple Boss's Orders would take that effect away, because it's only initialization only works when Iron Thorns EX is in the active spot.
Exactly. Yep. Initialization, Iron Thorns EX. A bit of a surprising card to show up frequently on our stream here this weekend, but it's in the hand right now for Andrew Hedrick. Buddy Poppin' going to be played first here. That is the entire deck, folks, that Andrew Hedrick is looking at right now. We have thinned down to this point. This is what you see with these Lost Box decks. They're putting a ton of cards into the Lost Zone, gone forever, never to be retrieved again. A ton of cards in the discard pile, and then building up these huge hands as well. So the deck's looking pretty thin here. Just going to get a quick look at the resources left for Andrew Hedrick after that that look, and then we'll see what the strategy is that Andrew decides to go with for this turn.
Yeah, it seems like he's not going to go in with the Iron Thorns at all. He's just going to try and go in with the Sableye, get a KO onto the Curly, perhaps. That Lost Mine is activated. There are 11 cards in the Lost Zone at this point in time. Can't get a 2-prize knockout, which is what he would love to be able to pull off at this point in time.
All right, well, we're activating this Lost Mine, just a single Psychic attachment. And of course, 10 cards in the Lost Zone as well activates this move. 12 damage counters that Andrew Hedrick is able to put down onto Kaiwan Kababe's board.
Yep, I think that's 11 on the Monkey Dory, so 1 damage counter left. Is that ever relevant anywhere? Maybe on the Cresselia, maybe on the Manaphy. I don't think that damage counter will be too significant at this point in time, as Kaiwan can now utilize Iono, is free to attack. Yeah, it's going to be a hard game to come back from, and the clock is ticking, Boo. There's now 45 minutes, and these games take a while.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. If it goes to one game each potentially. Yeah, it's a long way. I mean, we're seeing a ton of single prize Pokemon. We had some double prize Pokemon in there, but I think the main factor for both of these decks is tons of cards are played every single turn. A lot of shuffling happens and a lot of difficult decisions as well for both of our players. But yeah, Andrew Hedrick gonna knock out that Monkey Dory, put a little bit more, a couple more obstacles in Kaiwin's way here now in this match. 3 prize cards remain for Andrew Hedrick to take this game 1, and Kaiwin only has 2 left to take in order to be the winner in this first game between our players.
Yep, only 2 left to take now. Because the Monkey Dory did go down, Kaiwin cannot win this turn. He cannot double Monkey Dory this turn to get a knocker on the active and on that previously damaged Comfey. But I think he's feeling pretty okay despite not being able to win at this point. He just needs to make sure that he can deal with whatever comes active. The highest HP Pokemon could have been that Ursa Luna that's no longer available. I think as long as he plays around the Iron Thorn CX, Kaiwin is going to be fine here.
Well, we see a Monkey Dory being drawn out of the deck here. The double nest ball here going down and just failing that. I think the Monkey Dory was brought out from the Artisan, I assume, there for Kaiwin. We got an entire look at that deck as well, because both these players have very thin decks here. Bravery Charm coming down onto that Manaphy that has a damage counter chilling on it. Giving it a little extra HP now.
Yeah, being extra safe, also thinning the deck as well. Now with both Bravery Charms being in play, now a powered up Drifloon cannot take down an Iron Thorn CX.
That's true.
I mean, but if Iron Thorn CX is in the active, you can't even Psychic Embrace, so
also
that's probably not something that's going to happen here. I think it might come down to, can Kaiwin find the boss at some point? Andrew probably relying on a Roxanne play to try to make a comeback here. So we'll have to see how this ends up working out. Does hit the Darkness Energy once again, will be able to transfer even more damage, evolves into the Gardevoir EX, and I think Kaiwin just wants to have that Boss's Orders ready to go.
Yeah, we're going to see the Iono here from Kaiwin Kababe as well. You draw for as many prize cards as remain for you to take. So Kaiwin's going to draw into 2 here. Andrew Hedrick drawing to 3, but all of those cards that were in hand are now at the bottom of the deck for each player.
This is risky business for Kaiwin. Kaiwin seems like he's using Monkey Dory. Is he going to leave a Gardevoir EX powered up? It is, or he is going to, which is great, right? That does mean you can still attack the Iron Thorns just in case that happens. I don't even know if all of 3 cards Andrew will be able to do that. There's no supporter, there's no draw, and I'm pretty sure he's out of 4 switch cards and 4 switches, and the Prime Catcher, and the rescue board.
Yeah, missing a ton of resources here. Iono brought Andrew's hand all the way down to 3. The top deck off the deck there after the promotion was that Roxanne, which of course is unlocked this late in the game. Kaiwin Kababe only being at 1 prize card left, so could get us another hand.
Yeah, if Andrew's going to have any sort of chance, it is going to be thanks to that. Roxanne does have a Lost Vacuum, so can thin his hand. I don't know what the plan is, but if something's going to happen, it's going to be with the Roxanne.
Yeah, I mean, everything is stacked up here for Kaiwin Kababe to take this win, take 1 last prize card, but Andrew Hedrick going to do everything possible, I guess, against this board state right now. Comfey is going to Flower Select a Buddy Buddy Poffin away, thinning the deck even more here for Andrew.
Did find a Lost Vacuum, has another one in hand. Super Rod, Palpad. None of these cards are too essential. Might want to Lost Vacuum away, Lost Vacuum. Replenish the deck with energies with a Super Rod, or maybe not. And then you hope you find a double Mirage Gate, because that's what Andrew needs now to be able to potentially retreat. Does decide to play the Super Rod, might try to go for a counter catcher play with the Sableye, try to prevent the retreat by bringing up the Manaphy or the Greninja, which are not Psychic Pokemon, therefore you cannot Psychic Embrace onto them, perhaps. Just trying to come up with how Hedrick can come back into this.
Yeah, it looks like we're debating the Lost Vacuum here for Andrew Hedrick, but definitely going to take a look at the deck first off of this Artisan. Yeah, take out that Sableye as well, a non-rule box Pokemon and a basic Pokemon in that Sableye.
Yep,
There's just Super Rotted back as well.
getting the full shuffle here. Are we gonna see the Palpad? Are we gonna see the Roxanne? Are we gonna see the Lost Vacuum? So many things happening.
We're gonna see the Iron Bundle for sure. That's gonna allow Andrew Hedrick. I like how it's just chilling now in the discard pile, because when it hops away, it allows you to pivot one of your opponent's Pokemon. They get to choose. Cresselia coming up into the active position from Kaiwin. Hyper Blower. Yeah, I forgot the ability name, but here it is on the screen.
Yep, Hyper Blower. That Iron Bundle has been really important in many situations.
It has been, yeah.
Probably inconsequential at this point in time. Not playing the Lost Vacuums either. So, I mean, Hedrick definitely has a lot of options to just find the Psychic, but he does run the risk of finding too many energies in his hand and then not being able to potentially retreat that Comfey if he finds all of them. It's unlikely, but it is still possible. And I don't know how he is going to make a comeback here. He didn't even put any lightning energy, so he's just not contemplating the Iron Thorns. Maybe I'm a little tunnel vision into the Iron Thorns. I think that's the only way you deny Psychic Embrace, though. Otherwise, this Cresselia just retreats, and nothing can take a hit from Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you Gardevoir EX is definitely not a future Pokemon, that is for sure. But yeah, Andrew Hedrick gonna play this Roxanne here, the comeback card in that Roxanne, drawing 6 cards. Kaiwin's only gonna get 2 after that Roxanne, after they both shuffled their hands. Pokestop being played here, Boss's orders going down, and 2 Mirage Gate to the hands.
Yeah, Hedrick hadn't actually found any Mirage Gate, so wasn't going to be able to get an attack going. Will now Conceal Guard. Does find an extra energy, but does have the Super Rod, so he's gonna be okay in that sense. But sure, you attack with Sableye, and then what?
Super Rod, yeah, gonna be used here. Getting those energy and Pokemon back into the deck for Andrew Hedrick.
I generally don't know
Are
what
we like
Hedrick
doing math
is planning.
wrong here? Or something, Pablo? Am I missing something?
I generally don't know. I'm sure I am, because I don't know.
It has been a long day.
Kaiwin is 1 prize away. Andrew will retreat. The Comfey go into the Sableye. Will Lost Vacuum. The Bravery Charm. So, but this Gardevoir just comes up. I guess he's gonna put enough damage counters on the Cresselia to leave it so it can't be powered up.
Well, it's going to take Andrew Hedrick's going to take down the Monkey Dory here now. Cresselia in the active position here.
Yeah,
just going to retreat out of it thanks to that Psychic Energy. That's going to be the game. That's it, Pablo. I don't think we were missing anything here. Andrew Hedrick losing this game 1, even after trying to take that Monkey Dory off the field, get those last couple of prize cards. But Kaiwin Kababe is our winner here in our first game, in our first top 4 match here at the North America International Championships of 2024.
Yep, Kaiwin must be feeling really good. He knows Hedrick just took down a Gardevoir. Now he's 1 game up. That game 1 took so
That was a long time.
So long. Now, that might play into Hedrick's favor in a scenario where this game 2 also takes a long time, but does finish. And if Andrew Hedrick walks away the winner from game 2 in a I mean, we didn't see it in this game, but in a sort of 1 prize drawn and you win scenario, Lost Box, Turbo Lost Box definitely has an advantage. So maybe that is what is running through Andrew Hedrick's mind at this point.
I guess, yeah, there is that potential here. We'll have to see how this next game goes between our players, but let's take a look back at this first game. I mean, this was insanely long of a game, but we saw both strategies being played out by both players. Kaiwin Kababe was just knocking out these potential threats on the field in these Pokemon, taking multiple knockouts after that. Iron Hands EX went down, the Sableye went down. Andrew Hedrick was able to recover here and equally put on the pressure of putting these damage counters out onto Kaiwin's field, but at the end, Kaiwin only had 1 prize card left to take. Andrew Hedrick still had 2 remaining there at the end of the game, and Kaiwin was able to just get that Comfey out of play here, take that last prize card, and now we're going into a game at 2. Kaiwin Kababe being up a game and a bunch of energy in the prize cards here, especially those 2 dark energy, Pablo.
Yeah, 2 Dark Energy in the prize cards.
Only
that means,
2.
Yeah, no Monkey Dirty access until one of those is unlocked from the prize cards. Mana V start, not what you want to see.
Yeah, also
Stabilize
not
start,
great.
also not what you want to see.
Yes,
But there is a
true.
Body Puffin that will allow Andrew Hedrick to get us going here.
Yeah, we're going to be starting things off here on Andrew Hedrick's side. Just under 35 minutes left between these players to get through here. Sableye is the starter Pokemon here, as we talked about in our last game. In order to use that Lost Mine attack, you have to have 10 cards or more in the Lost Zone, and right now we are at a nice 0. So yeah, that is why it's a bit awkward as a starter, but still not the worst. Buddy Poffin is going to be played for Andrew Hedrick, so that is going to allow all of these Pokemon to be lined up on the field in these Comfey to start getting some cards into the Lost Zone. Did you see anything in the prize cards, Pablo, that were was too detrimental here for Andrew Hedrick?
I generally was too focused on the 2 dark energies, and I completely missed Andrew Hendrick's prizes
I think there was the
here.
Blood Moon Ursula.
Thank you very much
Thank you.
to the producers. Yeah, Blood Moon Ursa Luna could be troublesome. The rescue board, the Mirage Gate, the switching, the Lightning Energy. Perhaps this deck is running the bare minimum 8 total basic energy. So honestly, all of the cards could affect, but nothing super major to where Andrew doesn't have extra copies or a way to unlock the Ursa Luna thanks to that Hisuian Heavy Ball.
Exactly. Andrew Hedrick looking through the deck, making sure to mat out all of these prize cards, the resources that he currently does not have access to. Comfey going to be out on the field now, thanks to that Buddy Poffin. They've had a nice lunch, and they're joining us to have some utility here in this game.
Yeah, Pokemon do love their Poffins, don't they?
That is very true. Well, Comfey going to join us in the active now after that hard retreat on the Sableye, discarding that water energy. We're going to see our first card hit the Lost Zone here. And for a Pokestop, that's going to draw us some cards here.
All right.
And hitting 2 item cards off of that Pokestop. One being that Ace Spec, as well as a Super Rod Pokestop going down into the discard pile off of its own Pokestop here. But that's going to be the turn for Andrew Hedrick to start things off in this game too. Kaiwan Kababe going to start things off over here, immediately bumping that Pokestop. We're back at the Windmill Town, Pablo.
Yeah.
Artisan coming down, Ralts on the field, energy attachment to that Manaphy into the Iono.
That Iono almost hurt for Hedrick. He had, I think, 2, maybe even 3 Colruses in his hand, which are now at the bottom of the deck. He can shuffle the deck with that very same Artisan, but a lot of good cards at the bottom and not a lot of good cards in his current hand. Did find Greninja, so we'll be able to find extra cards, but not being able to Colress might not be able to threaten Kaiwan too much, but we'll see how many Ralts Kaiwan is able to set up, and most importantly, also trying to set up that Manaphy to protect from a potential Radiant Greninja. We've seen Lost Box decks before, right? We saw Andrew Gantner get a Radiant Greninja attack off out of the blue.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, I never doubt these decks as far as the surprises that they can provide for us. Maybe we'll see some of those in this matchup between these players. Kaiwan Kababe having a nice little time here, getting a look at all of these prize cards immediately, thanks to that Hisuian Heavy Ball being played. So assessing the prize cards, making sure to take note, write them all down over on the notepad outside of the screen here. No basic Pokemon to trade out for that Hisuian Heavy Ball to switch things up here. But we are going to see some basic Pokemon coming down in that Ralts here for Kaiwan.
Yeah, Artisan does have that Technical Machine Evolution to get the beautiful double Kirlia right here.
Yes.
This card's one of the Technical Machine Evolutions. You gotta assume that there's another copy in the hand. It's just the hair is getting in the way.
Yeah, exactly. Kaiwan has a nice do there, but it's blocking some of our cards. Yeah, Earthen Vessel going to discard one of those TMs, but there's another in hand. Manaphy is going to see some utility here, even being the starter Pokemon. It's going to get a nice Technical Machine, get those Kirlia into play here for Kaiwan out of the deck. We're back to Andrew Hedrick's side. Going to go into the deck immediately for that Artisan. And what was the top deck, Pablo?
I couldn't really tell what the top deck was.
I thought you were hyped about it.
No, I was not. I was just thinking how the Manaphy is currently protecting these double Kirlia really, really well.
Yeah.
So Iron Hands would be Andrew's ideal Pokemon to follow this up. Now, this technical machine does need to go to the discard pile.
Yes,
it won't
I know.
stay there
They
forever.
keep forgetting that.
It's an
Yeah.
easy thing to forget. I
It-
think
it
most
actually
tools
is, yeah.
remain in place. Just the technical machines that get immediately discarded after
Yeah,
their use, or at the end of the turn, rather, which
Yeah.
is usually when you use them.
Exactly. You put them in the player, and then I guess they pop back out when they've been utilized there. So that needs to discard right here, but then we're churning through this turn still. We've seen the concealed cards out from Andrew Hedrick, drawing 2 more cards off of that Radiant Greninja's ability here after a discard of that Lightning Energy. Pokestop is going to bump that Artisan. So we're Pogo gamers now. Once again, Nest Ball being the debated card here from Andrew Hedrick to be played to get another basic Pokemon. What do you think he's debating, Pablo?
I mean, whether to show the Iron Hands before he uses the Iron Bundle. Pokestop does hit 2 cool resources and didn't hit a call risk, so now we are closer to the call risk than we were before.
True.
I think we're going to see the Flower Select, but he also needs double Mirage Gate as well in order to pull off this Iron Hands 2-price knockout. I mean, you can still just go in with the Cramorant, and by knocking out the Manaphy, you apply a lot of pressure and open up the possibility of using Greninja to take down 2 Kirlias or any other routes that end up getting played. But if you can just get to prizes right now, I think that would be the dream.
That would be the dream. I would love to see that as well here, but we're going to have to see what happens. Psychic Energy going into the Lost Zone for Andrew Hedrick as well.
Oof. Double Supra, no call risk found for Andrew this turn. So I think it's just going to be a Cramorant knockout. Does have the Prime Catcher, so could use Cramorant to take down one of his opponent's Kirlias, which is also pretty decent.
Yeah, that's actually not bad at all. I mean, if it's going to be the consolation prize, it's not too bad to take it.
Yeah, there's Iron Hands that's going to get played. I think we're going to see the attachment going into that.
Yeah.
That way, next turn you need 1 more attachment and only 1 Mirage Gate instead of 2. So I think we are going to see the Cramorant get benched now. We do need to open up the bench space, though,
Yeah, I was gonna
so
say
we
that,
need
yeah.
to use that Iron Bundle here.
Yeah, Iron Bundle has the ability to jump right off the field.
Ooh.
Here, no, it's just going to be a
Not
pass
going to be
here.
aggressive.
Ah,
Yeah,
okay,
not
okay.
going to take the knockout. Interesting
right.
decision by Hedrick here, just playing it cool.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew Hedrick has played a lot of this deck. I trust the decisions here, but we'll
Yep.
have to see how it plays out in the future. Kaiwan Kababe now on this turn did discard a Psychic Energy for that refinement, drawing into a couple more cards here. Looks like debating some difficult decisions, but going to go with this Nest Ball back into the deck.
Yeah, probably to establish more worlds. Yeah, which is pretty great. There's no more technical machine evolution available. He knows the 2 Darkness Energy are prized, so getting Monkey Theory here would not be very useful at
Effective.
all. It would just be, I mean, you could Mind Bend, right? But you can't really use it for its Adrenabrain power just yet.
Unfortunately, you do have to have that Dark Energy attached onto the Monkey Dory in order to move those damage counters around and manipulate the field a little bit. But 2 Dark Energy is all that Kaiwan plays. They're in the prize cards. Ralt's going to come down onto the bench here for Kaiwan off that Nest Ball, of course. Refinement, another Psychic Energy into the discard pile. 2 more cards to the hand. Wish I could see them.
I wish to, yeah.
Oh, well, here we go. Ultra Ball discarding 2 of those cards out of the hand into the
Drifloon
discard pile.
And Enhance Hammer.
Gardevoir EX can be drawn out. Ultra Ball does allow you to draw out any Pokemon, just takes those 2 cards being sacrificed to the Ultra Ball. It's an amazing ball, though, and that's going to get us the Gardevoir EX here for Kaiwan.
Now, this Gardevoir will allow Kaiwan to be the aggressor in this situation, will allow him to get ahead, which is something we saw last game, and then we saw Andrew try to respond with the Iron Hand. So we're seeing a similar situation to the previous game.
It was.
And I think once again, this Gardevoir EX, these Lost Box decks have no answer to it anymore. There's no Dark type attacker. Now the damage does build up on the Gardevoir EX because there's no Monkey Fury, but Kaiwen just pulled a Darkness Energy from his prize card, sorry.
Yeah, there we go. Both Dark Energy were in the prize cards. Now one is in the hand here, being taken off the prize cards from that Comfey knockout there with the Miracle Force from that Gardevoir EX. 6 damage counters on that Gardevoir EX now. We saw a Pokestop just now from Andrew Hedrick. The Pokemon Go players shining down on Andrew Hedrick because it was a bunch of item cards going into the hand now that are able to be utilized, starting off with this Nest Ball.
Yep, Nest Ball, what do you think he's going to get? I mean, maybe another Comfey. You already have the Iron Hands in play. There's already a Sableye as well. The Lost Zone is looking a little bit lacking right now. Only 3 cards. Yeah, so we might need to keep selecting some flowers and digging deeper into the deck. We really need to find a colors this turn to make something happen.
Yeah, I guess it's pretty easy to see how the Lost Zone is so thin without those Colress's Experiment. Totally makes sense here. So if we could get one of those, that would be pretty cool. Pablo,
Yep.
We'll have to see what happens. Iron Hands EX does have 1 Lightning Energy attached to it. I'm trying to keep track of where all these energies are going, as I'm sure Andrew Hedrick is as well. One of the Psychic Energy in the list, there's only 2 in the list, is in the Lost Zone, so keep track of that as well. There's a Lightning Energy in the discard with a Water Energy. There's tons of Super Rods, of course, that Andrew Hedrick uses to get those back out. But it's a Psychic Energy. That's the other Psychic Energy.
Yes, there's only 2 Psychic Energies in this list, and he has to give up on the Colress to keep that Psychic Energy available.
Gosh. Yeah, this is where, when you're the Lost Box player, this is where you would go, oh, no, Pablo. That's horrible to see. The Colress is the card we needed, but you cannot sacrifice another Psychic Energy for it. So Colress's Experiment, unfortunately, going to join the Lost Zone, making it the 4th card there off of that flower selecting.
And another tough choice here for Andrew. Mirage Gate, a very
is that a
valuable
water in there
resource.
too?
Super Rod as well, and there's already a Super Rod in the Lost Zone. So 2 Super Rods gone out of 4, I do believe. So the resources dwindling. Andrew behind in the prize cards. It's looking grim here, Boo.
It is looking grim indeed, but
Colress found.
Oh my gosh, yeah, look how many cards are in the hand here for Andrew Hedrick, but yeah, no Colress. I mean, we did find it. We just couldn't keep it, Pablo. Yeah. We just couldn't keep it.
Yeah, we did find the Lost Vacuum, though, so that will allow us to get to 7, will activate that Mirage Gate, and will allow Andrew to make something happen.
Well, first we're going to see the Hyper Blower here from that Iron Bundle, opening up that bench space now for Andrew Hedrick. Hopping back into the discard pile here.
Now, this was very important. You want to use a Hyper Blower before you play the Super Rod, before you play the Mirage Gates, before you tell your opponent, hey, look, I'm going to be able to attack with Iron Hands this turn.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. Super Rod coming down here to recycle 3 different energy in that Psychic, Lightning, and Water energy going back into the deck here for Andrew Hedrick. Now we're going to see that Lost Vacuum Iron Thorns EX hidden the Lost Zone, as well as a Pokestop here that was in play, discarding that Stadium. Lost Zone is up to 7 now. We're unlocked here, Pablo. We're online.
We are finally online. We have Mirage Gate available to us. We can finally get that Ampu very much going and get 2 prize cards. Yeah, on the Cresselia, which is probably the least interesting target. There is also the possibility to use the Prime Catcher to get 2 prizes on the Kirlia, perhaps. So Andrew has options, but this Gardevoir EX is still very threatening.
Yeah.
And Kaiwen will be able to potentially use Monkey Dory to do a sort of similar play where he's able to transfer some damage this turn to the Iron Hands and attack with Gardevoir EX and then knock it out mid-turn in his next turn.
Yeah, honestly, it was major getting that Dark Energy off the prize cards for Kaiwen with that single Comfey knockout on the last turn. Iron Hands now being able to be charged up here from Andrew Hedrick with that Mirage Gate, getting these energy onto the field here. A Water going onto the Iron Hands EX is able to place a different type of energy now onto the field as well.
Yep, it's got to be that Psychic, which it seems like he's going to choose to attach to the Sableye, possibly going in with that Prime Catcher. I think being down 2 Super Odds in the Lost Zone, also being down 1 Super Odd in his discard pile, 1 left. He really needs to be extra hyper duper hyper careful with where his energies are placed and for what purpose.
Yeah, exactly. You need every single utility you can get out of every single one of your cards here. This is going to be the Hisuian Heavy Ball being played by Andrew Hedrick. Going to keep track of all of these other prize cards that he maybe missed out on that were in there, writing them all down here, and then exchanging the Hisuian Heavy Ball for this Blood Moon Ursaluna. So now we've kind of shifted around these prize cards a bit. That Ursaluna is going to come out of the prize cards into Andrew Hedrick's hand, and the Heavy Ball is going to go into the prize cards.
Yeah, now I did see him sort of cross out everything he had written before, so maybe he got confused and was writing something different. I know I've made that mistake plenty of times. Like I write a card down, like Grass Energy as my only energy in my prize cards, and then I take a prize and it was the Metal Energy. I'm like, whoops, I did something wrong. So that can happen, but now he has full confirmation. We'll be able to put back that Boss's Orders into deck with the Pulpet, and now it comes down to, will Andrew play his Prime Catcher, and which Pokemon is he going to target?
Exactly. Prime Catcher, an incredible A-Spec card. You can only put 1 A-Spec in any of your decks here. Prime Catcher is a fantastic one of the most popular in the Pokemon trading card game. You select your opponent's Pokemon that they have to bring into the active position, and then you also get to switch your Pokemon. Iron Hands EX being the Pokemon brought up here to take these 2 prize cards off of Kirlia, eliminating that off the field on Kaiwin's side, leading in the prize race now, Andrew Hedrick. But we saw this in our last game, Pablo. How are things different here as far as from what we were seeing in our last game versus now like Kaiwin Kababe's board state versus Andrew Hedrick's, and how could things go differently from our game 1?
I mean, you're putting me on the spot, Boo.
I know. I mean, I know there's there's also like a billion plays that could happen.
Now, I think the issue here for Kaiwin is his hand is very underwhelming. There's no Arven, there's no Iono. He's lacking the Kirlias. It's only a Ralts at this point in time, and there's no way to establish another one. So he's going to get the Monkidori. He has the Darkness Energy to threaten the Iron Hands, but Andrew's going to see that there's no cards drawn, there's no Iono played, and there is no prize taken this turn, so Andrew could take that to his advantage. And also, Andrew still has plenty of switch cards available to him to heal the damage from the Monkidori and make something happen for himself as well. But with the Prime Catcher gone, it's going to be hard for Andrew to take a prize card here.
Yeah, that was one.
Oh, never mind.
Oh, I mean, looks like debating it here, trying to math everything out for Kaiwin's side of the field. But yeah, that was one major factor in our last game, Pablo, that there was a lot of different resources that were used by Andrew Hedrick and Lost Zones. Now we're dealing with a completely different game here, as you always see with these Lost Box decks.
Yeah, now the damage is piling up over on Kaiwin's side of the field, but will be removed by that Moonclaw reverse. That Sableye will get taken down. I think Kaiwin also recognizes that there's 2 Super Odds here. There's 1 more here, so recovering that Sableye, there's only 1 more chance for Andrew, so he really needs to make something happen with it.
Exactly. Everything counts, everything matters, including these 2 cards off of concealed cards on that Radiant Greninja. Both were buddy poppin' after that Lightning Energy hits the discard pile now.
Now there's a big Pokegear here. If Hedrick finds that Boss's Orders can possibly take down the Ralts, can possibly amp you very much on the Monkidori and get 4 prizes ahead in this game and leave Kaiwin pretty defenseless. So I think Andrew's going to try to thin as much as possible. He had a lot of call resist at the top. The Boss's Orders would have been in range as well. The deck is not very big at this point in time, but there's a Boss's Orders.
It's there. I saw it.
I think he would have seen all his supporters of that Pokegear, but this is the correct way to do it. Doesn't matter what the result would have been with the Pokegear. The statistically and mathematically correct to do this is get every card out of your deck that you possibly can to maximize the chances of the Pokegear hitting.
Exactly.
But the curiosity always eats at you, and you always check. Every player checks.
Well, especially if you whiff it now too, that'd be horrible, horrible. But you're gonna rely on statistics here. Let's see if we can see it. It's there.
There's
statistics.
the boss's orders that
Love
will
it.
allow Hedrick to take 2 more prize cards. He's still debating the Colress, right? His Lost Zone is very thin. His hand is decent, but not great. I can't imagine him picking something different, though. There's the boss's orders. Probably has enough psychic energies in the discard pile, as there's 1 here, 1 here, and 1 here, right? To even attack with Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, you might be right about that, Pablo. I guess we'll see once we take a look at Kaiwin's discard pile in a few moments here. Super Rod going to be played by Andrew Hedrick. So is this our 4th Super Rod then?
Yeah, that is the last Super Rod. No more Super Rods available, I believe, right? I could be wrong.
No,
Yeah,
I think you're right.
It's hard to tell with the distance from the cards, but I believe there's 2 in the Lost Zone, 2 in the discard pile already played.
Yeah, because the last one was played for the 3 energy to go back in. So
Yeah.
no more Super Rods here. There was 4 in the deck, and they're all gone now.
Now, this might play perfectly to what Andrew planned. Time is running out. Lost Box is the aggressor, despite the fact that we have seen Kaiwin be the aggressor each and every time. Now, Kaiwin chooses to eliminate the Ralts instead of the Monkey Dory.
Andrew.
Genuinely positive. I'm getting very confused.
Yes. It's a lot. Yeah, Andrew Hedrick is going to boss his orders that Ralts instead of the Monkey Dory, leaving it on the board here, but still going to take those 2 prize cards down. Only 2 prize cards remain for Andrew Hedrick to take in order to take this game 2 here between these players. Kaiwin Kababe instantly going to repower up this Gardevoir EX now and deal all of this damage here with that Miracle Force. 190 damage there onto that Iron Hands EX. Of course, that Monkey Dory is still in play as well to shift some of those damage counters onto the board state for Andrew Hedrick as well.
Yeah, I believe there's 10 damage missing from that Iron Hands.
Yeah, it's 230 HP total. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's 220 on the board. Never mind. I was miscounting myself.
Good.
Yeah.
You said 10. Yeah, you had it, Pablo. You're good.
All right. So then switch card will nullify the damage from the Monkey Dory here, allowing Iron Hands to survive yet another turn, probably arm pressing the active and then being 1 turn away possibly from winning. There's the Iron Bundle as well, which can't win the game right now. Would need to find a Lost Vacuum, assuming Kaiwin is going to promote the Cresselia to the active in case the Iron Bundle does get utilized.
Well, we're seeing once again what we saw in our previous game between these players. These switch carts are coming out now, healing off some of this damage that the Iron Hands EX had here. We're also going to see these flower selecting, of course, and that is, I believe, what just netted us this Colress's experiment. You got it, Pablo.
Yeah, the Lost Vacuum is found, so Andrew, I believe, will be able to walk away. The winner, I think, he's so nervous that he's just making sure that he doesn't misplay, but Iron Bundle sent the Gardevoir back, promotes the Cresselia, Lost Vacuums away the Cresselia, and there's going to be the win. Andrew just going to be very thorough with everything he does and going to make sure maybe I'm missing something because he's not doing it yet, but I think that's how you win.
I think so too, Pablo, and I think we are definitely there here now for Andrew Hedrick.
Gonna see Mirage Gate in the deck even more. There are 2 energies left. There's another Lost Vacuum for good measure, just in case. Yeah, Andrew just making sure that he's gonna do everything he possibly can in order to before he wins.
I mean, we saw this in the last game as well here. We're seeing this second Comfey come into the active position now. Colress's experiment hitting the Lost Zone here for Andrew Hedrick. Switch cart being played here now into another Comfey. Okay, switch going to the Lost Zone. All right, all right.
Yep, there's the switch. There's the bundle. There's the Lost Vacuum, slowly but surely. There's the switch.
Slowly but surely
There's
here.
the Lost Vacuum, getting rid of the thing. So yeah, Andrew Hedrick just wanted to do every single action possible in order to get the win. Yeah, pretty
No,
well
I don't.
done.
Exactly. I don't blame him at all, Pablo. Andrew Hedrick, we saw it in game 1. We're seeing it again in game 2 from Andrew. Doing all of these moves possible here. Everything in your power, playing out your hand. Completely eligible for our players to do at any point in time as long as they're advancing the board. And that's definitely what was happened there for Andrew Hedrick, getting all of those resources out there, taking the win in our game 2 between our players. That means we're going to a game 3 here, Pablo, between Andrew Hedrick and Kaiwin Kababe. We should hear it from our crowd out there going into game 3. I'm sure they're hyped to see the action coming up. Let's do a quick recap here from both of our players in that game we just watched.
Yeah, very aggressive start with the Iron Hands. And I think Iron Hands did amp you very much 3 times, and that's what won him the game, right? Kaiwin had a very underwhelming setup compared to the previous game. Did have Mana V to protect from Greninja, but there's nothing protecting you from amp you very much. Now we do have that last sequencing where every legal action possible was done, and planning to make sure that Hedrick is going to be ahead in the prizes. He is the more aggressive deck in theory, so in a situation where it comes down to time and those extra 3 turns, that might be the deciding factor, all those extra actions taken.
Well, let's take a look at these prize cards. 2 Buddy Buddy Poffin there for Kaiwin, as well as a Curlia, Iono, a Super Rod, Psychic Energy, Colress's Experiment, couple of Pokestop, a Pokegear, Rescue Board. Nothing too crazy, I would say. Maybe some Buddy Buddy Poffin that could hinder Kaiwin potentially here, depending on what the initial start is for Kaiwin as far as the hand goes. Artisan is in play immediately here from Kaiwin's side of the field, and that is at least going to get us one of these Ralts as well as a check here into the deck.
Yeah, gonna be very thorough with his prize checking as usual, but the clock is ticking. Now Kaiwin has been able to get ahead in the prizes each of the previous games, and Iron Hands is definitely not the starter you want to see as Andrew, but Kaiwin has not used Drifloon at all. He's always tried to deal with Iron Hands through Gardevoir EX. We'll have to see, assuming he has a decent enough setup, how he handles this situation under the time pressure.
Yeah, there is definitely time pressure there. 8 minutes left on the clock between both of these players. I mean, I knew things were going to go pretty long, but this is definitely pretty long here, Pablo. That is for sure. Kaiwin Kababe, that's the setup here. Just an Artisan being played. Not a single card hitting the discard pile for that initial turn. Manaphy is the active Pokemon at the moment, as well as just a single Ralts on the bench. Andrew Hedrick, on the other hand, has the Iron Hands EX in the active position to start us off, and a Buddy Buddy Poffin of his own to start things off. 2 of them are in the prize cards, unfortunately, for Kaiwin.
Yeah, 2 in the prize cards. I believe the Cramorant was as well. I couldn't quite see if it's available here. I mean, when you only have 1 Ralts, you open up yourself to a potential Colress, Iron Bundle, Cramorant, knockout on your only Pokemon. Iron Bundle ends up becoming even better than Prime Catcher sometimes, and that would be crazy to see here. And I think that's what Hedrick is trying to do. He knows his deck is aggressive. He's had decently underwhelming starts overall. Don't see a Colress in his hand. Yeah, I think the Cramorant's priced.
Yeah, genuinely, I think Iron Bundle is just MVP Pokemon in general, Pablo. I should have picked that. Forget Teal Mask, Ogre Pond. Get out of here. Iron Bundle's the real MVP here. I mean, we've just seen so much utility from this little Pokemon all weekend long. So if you don't have a bundle in your deck, you should definitely rethink things sometimes.
The Cramorant is actually in the hand, so there is a possibility to...
yeah, I was going to say, I don't think I saw it in the prize cards at all.
It's in the hand. Sorry, I hadn't been able to take a look at the hand fully. We're going to see the Artisan next. See, that might get the bundle, I'm guessing. Yep, there's the bundle.
Here we go, little
and it's
robot.
going to bring a bundle of joy to Hedrick, but not so much to Kaiwin.
Yes, that is for sure here. The bundle of joy being brought onto the bench here for Andrew Hedrick. We're going to see all the utility it provides in that Hyper Blower here after we progress through this turn. First for Andrew Hedrick. We're 2 minutes down now from where we started off this match here. And shuffling up the deck going to play through the rest of this turn. Lots of cards to be played here. Colress's Experiment, Andrew Hedrick going second in this matchup here. Supporters unlocked to play. That's going to be difficult decision here for Andrew Hedrick.
Yeah.
Lots of good cards, but I guess that's why you're playing the deck you're playing, huh? It's filled with great cards.
Couple difficult decisions here, but overall, Hedrick has the perfect combination.
Yes.
To get the knockout on that Ralts. Has enough ways to switch and will be able to take down Kaiwen's only Ralts in play.
Yes.
And now he will be the one that's ahead. No way for Kaiwen to respond. He will have access to that unfair stamp on turn 2, which is probably when it's the most unfair. Yeah, so if Kaiwen's going to make a comeback, that's going to be how he does it.
Exactly. Buddy Poffin hitting the lost zone. We're up to 3 now. Second flower selecting is going to get us to 4. What's the decision here, Pablo?
Yeah, a tough decision again. Colress and Prime Catcher. Prime Catcher is such an important reason, but Colress is a great way to follow this up. Andrew is already very close to having the Iron Hands amp you very much next turn, which would put him even further ahead. He doesn't know about the unfair stamp just yet. He's going to find out the bad way, of course.
Yeah,
but
very soon.
Eliminating your opponent's lone routes when there's less than 5 minutes on the clock, that's how you get to the final.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is just detrimental here, and it's being dealt, unfortunately, to Kaiwen Kababe on the other side here. So that Comfey is going to the bench. The Hyper Blower, I keep forgetting that move, Pablo. Hyper Blower is going to be enacted here. Ralts is up in the active now for Kaiwen. Cramorant is online. That Lost Provisions ability unlocking this Spit innocently of its attack for free here, Pablo. Knocking out that Ralts, going down a single prize card for Andrew Hedrick, and a lot of potential for these future turns here. Less than 4 minutes on the clock between these players.
Yeah, we're going to see no price checking this time pretty much for Kaiwen. No rearranging off the deck. We're just seeing the Buddy Puffins, the Artisan. We might just see the Technical Machine Evolution come out immediately. We might see the unfair stamp, I'm guessing, to try to deny resources. If Kaiwen doesn't, yeah, it looks like he won't. So Andrew might be able to power up Iron Hands this coming turn. I think he needs another Mirage Gate and an extra card in the Lost Zone, so a way to switch, which he just top-decked.
Ooh, the switch card. Yeah, I mean, this hand's pretty stacked here for Andrew Hedrick.
It generally is. Has a Colress, has so many ways. He's missing that second Mirage Gate. That's the key, and he's going to start off with the thinning of the Artisan.
Yeah, we're always talking about statistics here. The more cards you take out of your deck that you don't want to draw, the more options you and statistical chance you have to draw into the cards you do want. So this is huge. As well as getting that little bundle baby back on the field. We're back in action here. Little robot joining us once again.
Yeah, Andrew just not trying to deal with that mana. He just wants to make sure he attacks anything else. Anything else is more valuable. The Cunilias, the Ralts, or even the Cresselia with Ampere very much would be huge.
Well, we'll see what we get off this Pokestop here. Discard, and a Mirage Gates being the only item.
Kate, there's now 2 Mirage Gates, Boo.
I know, yeah.
I think Andrew's 1 card away. He has Colress to get to 6, has Switch card to get to 7, but then needs a way to get the Comfey out of the active. And there's Energy, there's Switch card.
Oh my gosh.
Andrew Hedrick is about to take 2 more prize cards with Ampere very much.
Andrew Hedrick just doing Andrew Hedrick things at this point in this game. Pablo drawing into these perfect cards here. Switch cards going to be played down for Andrew, bringing this Comfey into the active position. Only 6 in the Lost Zone now, but that's about to be 7.
Yep, gonna be 7, the perfect number. Tough choice once again. Super Out, obviously valuable. Switch, they're also very valuable to make sure that you can continue to flower select over and over. But now we are at 7. Mirage Gate is online. There are enough energies in the deck, I do believe. So Ampere very much gonna take down this Manaphy and put Andrew Hedrick almost out of reach for Kaiwen.
Exactly. First Mirage Gate being played right now. Lightning Energy, Psychic Energy being accelerated out of the deck here onto this Iron Hands EX. Less than, or pretty much a minute left on the clock here for these players, and things are just slipping away here for Kaiwen. Unfortunately, Iron Hands EX in the active position now, and we're seeing that additional Mirage Gate here. This is what Andrew Hedrick needs to get these energy, power up this Iron Hands EX, and take out this knockout.
Yeah, he's even going to pulp it back. 2 Colors Experiment just in case there's an unfair stamp or an Iono heading his way. There's less than 1 minute on the clock, Boo. Can Kaiwen overcome a 3-prize deficit with 2 turns?
I don't
It's looking really unlikely.
Yeah, I would say so too. Very unlikely indeed. It's going to be the knockout there on that mana fee for Andrew Hedrick. Kaiwen is now going to use the unfair stamp here, but maybe too late, Pablo? Maybe a little too late?
Yeah, I would have loved to see him use it the previous turn. Andrew had a very big hand. The Iron Hands was already in play, right? That's the Pokemon you started with, so decreasing the chances of this happening might have given him a way to maybe take 2 prizes, maybe take a 3rd, but being 3 prizes down, not enough energies in the discard pile. A Bravery Charm here, meaning there's only 1 Bravery Charm left, and I do believe time has been called as we see Kaiwen signal the turns happening.
Exactly. Okay, so this is turn 0 then?
Yep, this will be turn 0. Andrew will be turn 1. Kaiwen will be turn 2. And Andrew will close this game. So even if Kaiwen somehow manages to tie things up, Andrew will get another turn to get ahead once again.
Exactly. 3 additional turns between both of these players, but Kaiwen is still going to play things out now, being turn 0 here, starting us off with this Nest Ball, getting this Radiant Greninja out of the deck onto the field here now. And we've seen the first initial refinement from Kaiwen as well, a discard of that Drifloon into the discard pile here. Are you kind of surprised we haven't really seen a Drifloon at all either, Pablo?
I mean,
it's not a part of the strategy, I guess.
I mean, it's a great way to deal with Iron Hands, but also leaves you very susceptible to a Sableye retaliation because the Drifloon will be heavily damaged, and therefore you could open up yourself to a 2-prize turn. So it's understandable. But at this point in time, you're in desperation mode, so you need to make something happen here.
Well, Arvin is going to make something at least happen here. Bravery Charm and an Earthen Vessel coming out of the deck off of that Arvin, searching it out here for Kaiwen.
Yeah, now Kaiwen did find the Gardevoir EX, does have enough energies available, I do believe, and has Counter Catcher. So with Counter Catcher, he can probably take down this Iron Bundle, prevent Iron Hands from wreaking any more havoc onto his field, and cannot take down the Gardevoir EX. And then if he follows that up with a knockout on the Iron Hands somehow, then Kaiwen would tie things up.
Yeah, that is true, Pablo. I guess we could see this game get even more interesting than it already has been so far. And that's definitely a tall order to ask, because this has been incredible to watch, but definitely tiring. And I'm sure it totally is for you too, as well, Pablo. You've been doing a lot of math here tonight.
I have been mathing a lot today.
Thanks for taking that burden here off of me.
No worries, I got you, Boo.
Well, Concealed Cards is going to draw 2 additional cards here for Kaiwen after discarding that Psychic Energy into the discard pile here.
Yep, still has that Counter Catcher option. There's just, Kaiwen needs like a couple extra turns. Does Pokestop away his boss's orders. Does have a Palpat, I believe, to potentially put it back in. No, there's no Palpat in the deck, so boss's orders is now officially gone this game.
Yeah, that's true. That was the only boss's orders, and now it's in the discard pile. So 1 less resource, I suppose, for Kaiwen Kababe to maybe make something happen here. Asking which...
You voted 2 because you only had... So one of them was evolved this turn. I don't know which one it was.
Oh, okay. Sorry, we were listening to Andrew Hedrick speak there. I don't know if y'all heard, but they're trying to determine which of these were evolved this turn versus the other ones to decide which one. Yeah, exactly. Which one can actually evolve after a full rotation into this Gardevoir EX. But it looks like that's figured out here. Gardevoir EX in the active position now here for Kaiwen Kababe. That ability unlocked here.
Yeah, still also has, I believe, his attachment for turn to be able to use Monkey Dory. So, I mean, we could also see Kaiwan just do 190, transfer 3 damage counters to his Iron Hands, and knock it out in the middle of the turn, and then attack with Gardevoir as it tanks the hit. So there is that option, and that would tie things up for Kaiwan in his next turn. So, oh, but he gets up.
That's it! Kaiwan Kababe?
There's not enough energies. I must have been missing something.
Or either way, Kaiwan Kababe is going to resign here to Andrew Hedrick. Andrew Hedrick taking the win here in our first top 4 game and advancing into our finals. Pablo, I cannot believe it. Andrew Hedrick is unstoppable. I feel like we always see him at the top of our NA regionals. Now he's coming here to NAIC and making it into finals as well. Incredible.
What a comeback by Hedrick, being down that super long game 1, which was really back and forth, pulling game 2 in very dominating fashion, and then making sure that he was very, very far ahead in game 3.
Absolutely, Kaiwan is gonna go down here. Unfortunately, we had 2 Australians. Well, that is not the unfortunate part, but we had 2 Australians in our top 8, and now they're gone. That is the unfortunate part here. And unfortunately, we also had to cast those matches too, where we lose our Australians. I'm so sad here, Pablo. The dream is gone.
Dream is gone for Australia, but it is still alive for North America to defend and retain the title here.
Yes.
And we have Stefan versus Kato coming up for you all as we see the replay here. This really back and forth game. You can see 50 minutes left on the clock, still plenty of prizes left to be taken. A lot of damage building up on both sides, but Kaiwan pulling farther and farther ahead.
Yeah, pulling farther and farther ahead. We had a lot of the same strategy going into our game 2 here between these players being played out. The Gardevoir EX dealing that damage throughout the game from Kaiwan's side of things. Andrew Hedrick here using this Iron Hands EX to take these 2 prize card turns here as well. We lost the Sableye on Andrew Hedrick's side of the field thanks to that Moonglow reverse from Kaiwan Kababe being utilized. But we saw some play here with that Boss's Orders, taking out this Ralts, limiting Kaiwan Kababe here a little bit as well. This is our game 3 here now.
Yeah, and then that bundle of joy for Andrew Hedrick,
the bundle of
really
joy.
allowing him to pull so far ahead. Ralts got taken down on the first turn, leaving Kaiwan with a single mana fee on the board and unable to tie things up in the prizes before the turns were over.
Yeah, Andrew Hedrick taking a huge sigh of relief there. That was more than 75 minutes there, Pablo. We went all the way to time between those players in that very first top 4 match. Of course, as you said, we have another top 4 match. It could not get any more exciting than this, though. We're going to have France, we're going to have Japan here in both of our players, in Stefan and Kato as well. We've seen them both play on this stream throughout the weekend, but now they get to face off against each other in this epic battle to finish off our day 2, Pablo. Man, that was such a match there. Andrew Hedrick pulling out all the stops here and advancing into our finals with Lost Box. So now we know for sure it's either going to be Lost Box or Gardevoir. Once again.
we definitely know there won't be a Gardevoir mirror match in the finals. Andrew Hedrick taking down his 2nd Gardevoir of the day and awaiting in Championship Sunday to find out who he will be facing. Which Gardevoir, the French Gardevoir or the Japanese Gardevoir.
Exactly, different lists completely. We've seen Stefan so many times do the double Monkey Dory throughout the weekends, and that's been really cool to watch. That's a new addition into the deck, that Monkey Dory, and you have seen how much utility it provides Gardevoir players throughout this entire event. That is the one card that's been added to these lists now that has set Gardevoir set it over the edge, and we had 6 in our top 8. All thanks to the monkey.
Sounds like Gardevoir got a couple of cards that did really well for it in this Twilight Masquerade set, and of course all these players taking advantage of them. I do believe we have another Unfair Stamp versus Hyper Aroma debacle in the other semifinal between Stefan and Kato, and
That's
I
true, the
cannot
ace-backs.
emphasize enough how Stefan, looking for that third NAIC title, leave something for someone else, man.
I know, right? Stefan's trying to take them all here, taking them all down. But I mean, honestly, just the fact that coming this close once again is bananas here, Pablo.
It speaks volumes of Stefan's skill, his decision making. I mean, Stefan is an incredible player, and don't get me wrong, I would be ecstatic to see him win a third title. But of course, it's either Kato or Stefan, and there's an Andrew Hedrick who is in form right now, standing in their way.
Exactly. At least Andrew Hedrick now gets a little bit of time to rest. It's been a long day and many, many long matches for sure, playing this Turbo Lost Box build into all of these matches today. But yeah, we're gonna see one last game before we head into our championship Sunday tomorrow. That's when you'll be seeing us back once again. I don't think we're gonna be on the desk though. We'll be in the lounge, and it's gonna be just as exciting casting those final matches. Not only just in the Masters division, but our juniors and our seniors get to take the stage and make some names for themselves in Pokemon TCG history as well.
Yeah, that's what awaits us tomorrow. But for now, we are going to take a very quick break, and we're going to leave you in very good hands as we look out for our next semifinal match.
I'm going to watch.
No, me too.
The first Pokemon game I played was Black 2 on my DS back when I was in elementary school. When I was younger, I would collect some of the cards, and my dad, I think, it started to encourage me to start playing competitive more. He wanted me to learn the rules of the game, so you know, my mom and my dad, they helped me go to league, and I started going to tournaments, and that helped me get into Pokemon. I remember winning one of the city championships, I think it was, in junior division, and that was pretty fun. My favorite Pokemon is Cyndaquil. I think it's because I played it in a Mystery Dungeon game on the DS, and that was the character it gave me, and so then it kind of just stuck with me. People that I look up to in the community, I mean, obviously Tord is like one of the best players in the world. It'd be cool to have some of the accomplishments that he has, but you know, some of my friends that I test with, like Caleb, it's pretty good too. So I'd probably like to have another game against Azul, to be honest. We're 1-1 against each other all the time, so we could get that tiebreaker game, and that'd be fun. It's got to be Unova. Region is my favorite because that was the first game I played on the DS in Black 2. So I think it's got to be Chocolate. Chocolate's just really good, and I think my mom's always liked chocolate, so I think that definitely passed down to me from her. If I won the World Championship, I would definitely call my parents first. I'm sure they'd be watching anyway, but they supported me throughout Pokemon, getting me into it when I was younger, and now I'm going to tournaments by myself, but they still check in on me, and I'm sure I'd want to talk to them. I think I've got to go with Sprigatito. I haven't played the video games in a while, but that looks like the coolest one to me, so that's the one I have to go with.
One thing I would tell a new player before they do their first tournament is to watch previous tournaments. You have access to high-level players competing with one another, and you get to see a whole lot of cool ideas to build your team around. Like, for example, the team that I'm running today was based off of Loyalty's team that I used at EUIC.
A piece of advice I would give is definitely to sit down and talk to the person across the table from you. They're not always going to talk back, but more often than not, someone sitting across from you is just as nervous potentially as you. And every time I strike up a conversation, it eases a lot of nerves and it helps you play a little bit better because you're less in your head and you're more so having a good time playing Pokemon.
So something I would tell a new player for their first tournament is definitely reach out to the community. There's so many awesome people in this community. I definitely wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the awesome community. So I definitely say to talk to some friends, make some friends, you know, kind of enjoy yourself, learn from them. A lot of people in the community love to help. So that would be my top advice.
What I would tell a new player at their first regional is just try your best to have fun, stay as positive as you possibly can. Even if you lose your first match, first two matches, feel like you want to drop, there's side events, but you practice for this, just do your best to have fun.
One thing I would tell a new player who's coming to their first tournament is to bring a team that they're comfortable with. Knowing your Pokemon, how all the matchups play out, goes a long way.
The first thing I would tell someone who is, getting ready for their first tournament is to not be so nervous. I get it's a big event, you don't know how many people are going to be playing. You're going to meet new people, a million deck options out there, but just lock into whatever deck you're practicing with. Bring some extra sleeves in case you break a sleeve, whatnot, and maybe a water, some snacks. Other than that, just have some fun.
Pokemon fans, trainers, and communities worldwide, welcome to the Pokemon World Championship.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2024 Pokemon International Championships from the lovely city of New Orleans. Although I'm watching that little tease there and I'm getting a little bit excited for Worlds in Honolulu. That's 2 months' time. Today, we've got a Gardevoir mirror match and we've got my lovely co-caster, Joe Bernard. How you doing, Joe?
I'm doing great, Ross. Just watching some of those top 8 games on the stream, and also we were able to walk around the tables and watch some of that high-level play. The air is thick with tension right now, and we have to book one more finalist here in our other side of the top 4, who will be facing up against Andrew Hedrick in that final tomorrow.
And there's a big story here, and the big story is Stefan Ivanov there in top 4, a 2-time North American International champion. Total wins by Stefan in North American Internationals, 2. Total wins by any US player in North American Internationals, 1. Stefan is trying to widen that gap this year, and the idea that he's in top 4 is fantastic. Not had any big finishes this year. Been in top 22 in Europe pretty much all season. Very consistent, decent finishes, but I don't think any even top 8s. But let's have a look at the bracket and see how they have got here so far. Stefan taking down Andrew Gantner, who was playing the same 60 as Andrew Hedrick in top 8.
Yeah, and that's a really big deal. Kaito, though, has been able to already defeat more Gardevoir. That's what's really important here. Able to take out Natalie Miller. We saw that on the stream as well. That was the game we followed, a 2-0 victory. So possible that Kaito knows what to do in this mirror.
Yeah, absolutely does seem to be prepared for the mirror. Stefan, though, is playing that Hyper Aroma, which is a card we've seen can be quite good in the mirror. Allows you to pop off with those Curlier on turn 2 if you go first, rather than having to TM Evolution on turn 2 and wait till turn 3 when you get them. So I think both of these players have probably played the mirror a lot, but Kaito is coming straight off a victory on stream against the mirror with Natalie, so maybe feeling quite confident coming in. If Stefan is able to navigate this and make to the final, it's going to be a rematch, an exact 60-card rematch of his top 8 match against Andrew Gantner. Now that's a step forward, that's a day away, that's a round away, but that is something I have got my eye on if Stefan can get through this top 8 4 match with Kaito Arai.
We can see both players there sat at the table, both looking pretty calm. And that's because they've been here before. Stefan Ivanov with 2 NAIC champion medals already, also an OCIC finalist and a Lille regional champion. Kaito is from Japan, so cannot play that many tournaments out here under TPCI's banner, but already has a huge list of accomplishments.
Including a big finish at Liverpool Regionals this year, and some big finishes at international championships in the past, despite coming from a different racing zone, still having those fantastic finishes. And it says a lot when you've got that confidence to come this far and constantly just keep bringing home those fantastic results. It's going to be a real, well, no, it's a bit of a cliche, but I'm going to say it. It's a bit of a Clash of Champions here. We've got two phenomenal players who have proven themselves time and time again. Let's see these prizes coming down and see if there's anything relevant that we can spy in there.
Yeah, there are a decent amount of differences within the deck list. You've already mentioned those ace specs, Ross, but there's also some different Pokemon within the list and different counts as well. Monkey Dory in the 2 count for Kato, just the 1 count for Stefan, and we've seen how important that Adrenabrain ability can be here, as we do see some prizes. Nothing too awkward, and few energy for Kato there, compared to Stefan, who has just 1 Curlier, and oftentimes we know that maintaining Curlier is a big part of this matchup.
Yeah, Curlier can be a bit of a problem if it goes away. It's one of the things. Kato's playing a very Japanese-style list, which is no Radiant Greninja, which we see as a general staple. And because of no Radiant Greninja, you're also not playing any Manaphy. But that actually leaves you weaker against Screamtail, and we have seen Screamtail really go after Curlier in these mirror matches. That is something I'm going to be looking to Stefan to potentially take advantage of, but there is the fist bump. There are the basic Pokemon being turned over, and Joe, we got a monkey on the table straight away.
We love to see it, and it's going to be a buddy poppin for Kato, kicking off this game 1, best of 3, 75 minutes on the clock. Strap yourselves in, because this is going to be a real back and forth, lots of single prize knockouts, lots of tactical damage being thrown around the board via lots of different Pokemon. So we are going to see a quick deck search from Kato here, keeping track of all of these Pokemon, but as we know, Ralts are going to be the priority on this opening turn.
Yeah, opening turn, it is get Ralts down, and then turn 2, it is make sure that you've got your Curlier down. That is your engine. You draw a bunch of cards, and you go from there. You need Curlier to evolve up into Gardevoir to get that energy acceleration going. That is one of the reasons why we have Gardevoir EX, but you also need to draw from Curlier. But in these newer builds, we've been seeing a lot of attacking with Gardevoir EX during this tournament, and a lot of the reason is Monkey Dory allows you to move those damage counters. 190 from Gardevoir is frankly not enough. It's not a key number, but 220, 250, then you are starting to hit some key numbers and get a lot more KOs than you were able to do. And I did see Stefan win a game in top 8 by using Monkey Dory, Professor Turo, play it back down, using it a second time, and then taking a KO with Gardevoir. I like to call it a double monkey KO, and I love seeing it when it happens.
Kato seems to be complete with that deck search and can grab 2 Ralts as expected. Not sure what else is in the hand, but honestly not much else is required on this turn 1. More Buddy Poffin would be ideal, but it looks like we're seeing a quick shuffle up here, so there may not be too many actions for Kato, but it's pretty much all you need.
And you know in the mirror, those routes are going to be quite safe. There's not going to be any big KOs coming down from Stefan's side. Stefan is going to be going for another setup turn. So you can just play those 2 routes. In some matchups, you're a little terrified. I've only got 2 down. What if the worst happens? In this matchup, you're fine. Let's see if Stefan can match. And we start off with a Pepper, or as we might call it in English, Arven. And we're going to be seeing a Buddy Poffin.
And TM Evolution could be on the table for Stefan as well. This is one great reason why oftentimes Gardevoir will look to go second in a lot of matchups. You open up plenty more outs for you to play the game just by having virtue of all of your supporters that can draw you cards. But if you have an ideal start like this, you can also end on a TM Evolution and go immediately from 2 Ralts up into those 2 Curlier.
And they're available to use at the beginning of your second turn. They're also available to evolve at any point during your second turn. The rule is if the Pokemon is there at the start of your turn, it is ready to be evolved. It's why these end-of-turn evolution skills can be so important, making sure that they're there ready to go for the following turn. So we do, as always, see a slightly longer search on turn 1. You're trying to figure out which of your cards are prized, which are available. You don't want to set up a line of play that gets thwarted by not actually having a particular card available in your deck.
As expected, Stefan will pick up his own Buddy Poffin to the top of the deck there for an easy search via this Arven. And I do think the TM Evolution is available. Yes, it is. And there is energy in hand as well, I believe, for Stefan. So even with Hyper Aroma in the deck list, you still like going second and still like to have this optimal start here.
Yeah, I saw overlooking in top 8, Stefan did have a wonderful mid-game Hyper Aroma at one point to go and get a bunch of Curlier. It's it's largely there. The best use of it is if you can have it turn 2 when you end up going first. When you haven't got that TM evolution on turn 1, making sure you can still pop off and get them on turn 2. But it can come out at any point during the game, anytime you need that little influx. You're not playing any other stage 1s, it's just there for Curlier, but they're such an important part of the deck, it is absolutely worth it.
And we are seeing the attachment to Cresselia, so we can use that evolution and evolve both these Ralts immediately. It's pretty much the ideal turn for both players here in this opening stage. I know Kato is also holding on to Arven and a few other supporters as well. So Kato could also look to use a TM evolution. It's unlikely that any damage is going to come down next turn from Kato, so I imagine it'll just be a setup turn on their end here as well. As expected from both Gardevoir sides of the field, slow starts.
Yeah, and that TM evolution means that even though Stefan went second, he will actually get the first opportunity to evolve up into a Gardevoir.
Correct.
I don't believe there's any rare candy.
Nope.
Used to be kind of trendy to put 1 or 2 in there. We are past that point with his Gardevoir list. It is just not something we see. We are going up through Curlier every time.
Kato has an Earthen Vessel, can throw away the Hisuian Heavy Ball there and start filtering some Psych Energy out of the deck. That is a requirement, really, for this Gardevoir archetype, where we are looking to throw lots of Psych Energy into the discard pile for our Psychic Embrace. That's going to help us power up all of our attackers in 1 turn, and the bonus now of the damage of your own Pokemon can be used to the fullest extent, thanks to the Monkey Dory that you can already see in the active position for Kato via that Adrena Brain ability.
It's kind of wild to think all we really added was Monkey Dory and a new ace spec, and all of a sudden Gardevoir's gone from a pretty decent pick to, at least according to this tournament, the hands-down best deck in the format.
Oh, yeah.
But Monkey Dory's putting in an awful lot of work here.
Looks like we could use Buddy Buddy Poffin again alongside TM Evolution. Yep, that's exactly what Kato is looking to do here. And basically just respond in a similar way to how Stefan ended his turn 1. So you are a little bit behind here, but it's not necessarily the worst thing in the world to be a prize behind when you are playing that Gardevoir archetype, because as we know, Gardevoir has a lot of comeback cards. Kato is playing 2 copies of Countercatcher, that full suite of 4 Iono, and his ace-spec choice is the Unfair Stamp. That's one of the big differences between both our players' lists here.
Yeah, Unfair Stamp. Right now, having a Hyper Aroma would be great for Kato to use that refinement this turn. As it is, you've got the Unfair Stamp to use later on in the game, so you are kind of a weirdly turn behind in terms of evolution despite going first, but you do have the Unfair Stamp, which is going to be available at some point during the game, and it looks like we are going to be getting some evolution rolling. You can only evolve 2 routes, no matter how many you've got down on the bench, but it means you've got 2 Curlier ready to go at the start of your next turn, so you can evolve the next 2 on your next turn, but you've also got the option for Gardevoir next turn if you need it, so a slower start, but it's still there, you're still setting up.
Yeah.
We're not even started trading yet. There's no prize has been taken.
Kato understands the assignment, as many Curlier as possible, and that's what we saw on those opening couple turns as Stefan can begin using refinement with Curlier here, throwing Psychic Energy away, as I've just mentioned, is still going to be really helpful on his side of the field. We see a Fluttermane come into the hand as we have a second refinement option here for Stefan. I'm not sure if there's any supporter in this hand just yet for him.
There is Hyper Aroma actually in hand here. There's just no basics to go and get, unfortunately, which is a little disappointing. You've got Drifloon already in the hand if you want to use that, but that is being pitched away to draw a couple more cards. Professor Turo and an Arven.
Is that going to open up this hand too much here? We can Ultra Ball and find Gardevoir EX and attack with Gardevoir EX this turn if we wish. If you want to be a little bit more defensive and just trust that you want to build the board a little bit more, you could take another turn off and look to Buddy Buddy Poffin yourself and just get more Ralts down on your side of the field.
If you know your opponent is playing Unfair Stamp, you also kind of know they're playing Countercatcher, right? That's pretty much a given in Gardevoir. And it is an awkward situation. Do you really want to open up a potential Countercatcher onto one of your Curlier combined with an Unfair Stamp, so you've got 2 cards in hand, but less draw power as well? And yeah, sure, maybe Kato doesn't have it, but maybe they do. And if they do have it, that becomes a huge problem for you. The better established you are before you give your opponent access to those tricks can oftentimes be better.
Stefan going to go through the motions here. What is the best item he can pick out of this Arven? I think an earthen vessel is being spied. It is going to be that buddy pop-in, so Stefan's going to take another slower turn here and just value the setup that little bit more, which I definitely think makes sense. You can't just have a far weaker board. Even evolving up into a Gardevoir EX gives you one less refinement, so you would be so vulnerable to a reset stamp, and that's exactly why Stefan's having to take a slower turn off here.
Yeah, the unfair stamp can be a little bit of a problem. Buddy Poffin is going to get 2 routes, and I'm pretty sure I saw the Hyper Aroma in Stefan's hand, so that means you are going to have 2 more Curly in next turn. So if something does happen, and Kato does start taking KOs, you've got a little bit of protection from that.
Feels like it's a bit of a slow turn, but that's mostly so you're not springing the trap of that unfair stamp, and you're basically just going to keep conceding the tempo over to your opponent. We're even going to see, is it the Fluttermane coming into the active potentially here? You can turn off Adrenabrain at least until it retreats to the bench. The Cresselia being valued more for that Moonglow reverse later down the line because it's a great way to target your opponent's bench Pokemon. Whereas the Fluttermane, the Hex Hurl can do a little bit of cheeky damage counter placement, but not quite as valuable as Cresselia.
It's not there yet. So here we do see the first refinement getting rid of a Psychic Energy, which is absolutely perfect. You want them in the discard to accelerate with Gardevoir. What did we see there? Another Curlier comes out, and I think a Fluttermane was the other thing that came out there.
The decision now for Kato is, should they start the turn with Iono before using more of these refinement? You can Ultra Ball, grab a Gardevoir EX, and evolve the one Curlier you've just used refinement with, and then see a fresh 6 cards. And I imagine if we are discarding Iono now, it means we probably will just fire an Iono off as well this turn by evolving up here, starting to initiate some pressure.
I like the idea of taking that pressure. It really depends how much Kato knows about Stefan's list. If you know they're playing Hyper Aroma, you don't mind so much taking the early prizes. You don't mind being the aggressor because you know your opponent is not playing as many cards to punish it. Yeah, sure, they're playing Counter Catcher, and that's annoying, but Unfair Stamp is an A-spec because it is the most annoying.
And it does mean that Kato will see a lot more cards this turn. They need to still get rid of at least one more Psych Energy, you would think. Ooh, the Fluttermane being a potential choice here for Kato. Keeping the bench space open for Screamtail would be tempting, because you could more easily take out a Curlier from Stefan, but Kato's going to accept the Fluttermane instead here and just see a fresh 6 cards before using Refinement from 2 more Curlier here at least.
Yeah, I don't mind this. See a bunch of
Psychic
cards.
Energy.
And an Arven for next turn there if you need it.
Yeah, this is looking pretty solid. It means you're holding on to essentially the Unfair Stamp option next turn.
Yeah.
And we have enough Psych Energy now to start initiating a prize race.
Love this. You've just run into the Screamtail, which is an option. Stefan may play the Manaphy, but it's not down on the bench, and Stefan is bench locked, so that means Screamtail is absolutely an option here. Start going after those Curlier. It's why I like what Stefan did last turn. Slow it down. Get your routes out, make sure that you cannot be put in too awkward of a situation. And actually already holding on to the Unfair Stamp is Kato. It's in the hand, along with Tatsugiri. It finally made it, Joe.
Yeah, this was one of your caster predictions, Ross. It's all paying dividends now here in top 4. Not even discarded yet either. I thought it was just going to get refined away, but Kato is still valuing that card.
That would make me sad.
Now here's the decision moment for Kato. What attack did we bring into the active? Are we just retreating this Monkey Dory and going to start with a Hex Hurl here? It feels like if you're going to bench the Fluttermane this turn, that feels like the strongest choice.
Yeah, I like the idea at Hex Hurl. It will KO the Fluttermane that is in the active and let you drop 2 damage counters on your opponent's bench in any way that you like. It's not perfect, but it's at least something. You get a prize, you get some damage down. I really would like to see something like Screamtail taking a KO onto a Curlier here, but that's not an option. So take a KO, get some damage down, and I really want to know, does Kato know what Stefan's playing in terms of an A-spec? That makes a big difference, I think, in the thinking. If you know your opponent doesn't play Unfair Stamp, it can really change the way you're happy to approach this game.
Yep, definitely the case. Kato is going to find the first Darkness Energy out of the deck and still has a manual attachment this turn. So we will start seeing some Adrenabrain action on stream here, Ross, in our top 4 game. This is going to be a big thing to manage throughout the entirety of this matchup because we can be so flexible with this damage output here. We, of course, have to retreat to this Monkey Dory first, but that's not too big of an issue for Kato. because of course the Fluttermane is currently turning off the Adrenabrain, but we don't really have too much of an issue just yet.
No, it only takes away the abilities of active Pokemon. So as soon as Munkidori hits the bench, Adrenabrain is turned back on. Looks like we're just attacking there, though. 60 damage plus confusion, making it awkward for Stefan, saying you've got to get this out the active. It is no longer a viable attacker.
Yeah, is there some argument that Kato's just trying to benchlock Stefan out of better attacking threats this turn?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I feel like that's definitely coming into the thinking. If you're forcing Stefan to attack with a Gardevoir EX, that doesn't sound fantastic. You're also denying Stefan the use of their own Munkidori, and Cresselia coming in would have to throw so many Psych Energy around the board that then it could turn off many other attacking lines in the future for Stefan. So Kato trying to punish the board that Stefan has built here, going full on bench last turn. And is also staying out of range of potential unfair stamps if he is keeping that in mind, as well as counter catchers. So pretty cheeky play here, even though it's just a 60 damage poke.
And I do think we're going to see that. Oh no, there was an Iono play, so that's Hyper Roma is no longer in hand for Stefan. So we might not see an ace-spec yet. Here is the first refinement. It's a perfect card thrown away. It is Psychic Energy, draw a Psychic Energy and an Ultra Ball. Now we see another Psychic Energy is going to be pitched to draw 2 more cards. Ultra Ball, of course, will give access to Gardevoir EX if that's what you're looking for. And we're getting ourselves an Iono and a Manaphy. There's still more refinement that can be done, but I think we need to find the Curlier. No? Yeah, well, we do need to find the Curlier first.
So we can get that classic ace spec that we've been mentioning, Ross. The Hyper Aroma could give us access to more Curlier here.
Yeah,
and that's exactly what Stefan's going for.
And this is where Kato, if they don't already know, they know now. It's Hyper Aroma, not Unfair Stamp. So in future, you know, in Game 2 and Game 3, if we've got time, there is going to be the option to go aggressive, knowing you won't be punished by the Unfair Stamp. There we go. And there is a Bravery Charm there as well, giving an extra 50 HP to one of the basic Pokemon on the field.
We have one more refinement opened up now then for Stefan. What is going to be the least valuable card? Possibly Manaphy. You've seen Kato just remove their own Screamtail, but no, it's going to be the Radiant Greninja instead here. And Stefan picks up his own Screamtail. Not live just yet, but we will have to Ultra Ball now to grab Gardevoir EX if we want to start initiating the prize race here.
Yeah, that Manaphy was never going to stay around, unfortunately. If it doesn't get discarded from the Refinement, it gets discarded from the Ultra Ball. Either way, he gone, and we are going to be finding ourselves a Gardevoir EX that allows you to accelerate as much Psychic Energy as you've got in your discard. Every time you accelerate one, you do have to take 2 damage counters. But then we have actually got Drifloon and Screamtail that want the damage. And of course, you've got Munkidori that moves the damage, or would if you had a bench space to play it.
I really like spending the manual attachment on the active here, not to further damage your Fluttermane. If we are going to use Cresselia here to Moonglow reverse, we can push our own Fluttermane out of range of a Munkidori here. And that's why Stefan is putting 2 counters on 3 of his Pokemon with this Psychic Embrace, and thanks to the 6 already placed on the Fluttermane, we can retreat into this Cresselia and take out a Curlier quite nicely here.
And this is also very important because right now, not now, but when I said right now, the Fluttermane was in range of Munkidori's Adrenabrain, moving 3 damage. Now it takes 5 damage. Double Monkey would do it, but, well, actually, no, Kato does play Double Monkey, doesn't he?
And there's still the Hex Hurl option for Kato available alongside the Adrenabrain.
So that Fluttermane is absolutely by no means safe here. But taking out the Curlier, we've said it time and time again, it has got to be the priority. That is how this deck runs.
Yeah, I think Kato, especially with Screamtail in the discard pile, will look to utilize Counter Catcher this turn, ideally alongside the Unfair Stamp. We know that's already in hand for Kato. If you can take out a Curlier whilst using Unfair Stamp, you're really limiting Stefan's options on the following turn. What can we piece together here? Kato has their own Cresselia. Maybe that could be an option to KO the benched Curlier as well, save you using a counter catcher. But no, that might be one of the options to discard here via refinement. Kato just making sure of the resources remaining. It's going to throw away the Cresselia. Has lost a lot of their basic attacking. Oh, it's going to be the Tatsugiri, Ross, unfortunately for you.
Makes me sad, but I do understand it. Screamtail has gone. That's a good attacker in situations like this, but it's not available right now. Cresselia can do it as well. So you've got to start getting some attacks off. Stefan is now up in prizes. If you want to use the unfair stamp, it is absolutely on the board and ready to go. But what you need to start doing is taking prizes. We see Arvin coming out there for a counter catcher and a bravery charm. So you don't even have to attack the bench here. You can just attack the active. And I do like the idea of attacking with Fluttermane here, because you can actually take a double KO using Monkey Dory, KO the Fluttermane and one of the Curlier that you grab up with Counter Catcher if that's where you want to go.
Yeah, I definitely think at least going level on prizes is going to be the priority for Kato. May just want to keep that board kind of locked from Stefan. It's one of those things where you have to play around Professor Churro to an extent this game. You have to play around Bravery Charm, possibly offsetting some of your math at a later point. So Kato may look to just take those 2 prizes this turn. It would be possible with the Hex Hurl, as long as we are spending our Monkey Dory Adrenabrain also onto the Fluttermane. But we do have the